To prove that a menial disciple can be the strongest genius in the sect, you directly joined the Supreme Tao sect to sweep the floors for 10,000 years. And during the sect's assessment, you deliberately crippled your own supreme talent. All the sect disciples mocked you. How dare someone with such trash aptitude even come for the assessment? Even the old village chief who had high hopes for you silently left the mountain. All because you awakened a check-in system. The stronger the sect, the better the rewards from checking in. At this moment, in the Tao Palace Plaza, Junior brother, newcomer, right then, a man, slowly walked toward you. You responded, "Which of the 6 great peaks, or 7 great halls do you belong to?" The man acted overly familiar, patting your shoulder. Seeing your confusion, he asked again, "From another peak. We're all here to sweep floors as training. Might as well make some friends. No need to be so guarded, right?" You scratched your head, not understanding what he was saying. Later, from their conversation, you finally realized they were just like you, all menial disciples. This main peak of the limitless heaven sect's Tao Palace was filled with Tao resonance everywhere. The system kept popping up at intervals. Current location meets check-in conditions. Check-in, check-in, check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Limitless Heaven Technique. View details. Limitless Heaven Technique. View. Wuji Heavenly Art. Sage Level Cultivation Technique. Secretly aligns with the ultimate principles of heaven and earth. Reveals the origin of the universe. Those who cultivate this technique not only can achieve harmony with the great Tao of heaven and earth, reaching a state of perfect unity, but can also improve their innate talent. Truly terrifying to such an extent. In just a short while, this Wuji Heavenly Art was firmly mastered by you. A surge of power continuously circulates within your body. You feel that it won't be long before you break through to the foundation establishment stage. At dusk, the entire Tao Palace Square was left with only you. As for the others, they left after casually finishing their cleaning. Returning to your residence, you could no longer suppress the power within your body. Bang! You shut the door, sat cross-legged on the ground. In less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick, foundation establishment was achieved. Gained lifespan, 200 years. Flight through the air, summoning wind and rain. You feel as if you are omnipotent. You sigh for a moment, then activate the concealment technique from the Wuji Heavenly Art, hiding your cultivation level and innate spiritual roots. The Wuji Heavenly Art is not just a cultivation technique, it also contains various top-tier techniques. It's practically an encyclopedia, and a condensed version at that. Early the next morning, you wake up early, stretch lazily, and suddenly feel surprised, just from sleeping. With every breath, it turns out to be cultivation. Then, at the Tao Palace Square, only you remained. Yesterday, you spent the entire day sweeping in deep immersion. It seemed the work was already done. Who would have thought the job of a sweeping laborer would be so easy that it could be finished in just one day? But it was also imaginable. After all, most people here were just going through the motions. How could they truly be made to sweep? You came today, only to check in. Current location meets check-in conditions. Proceed with check-in. Check-in. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Tao Harmony Bell. Tao Harmony Bell, a supreme-grade sacred artifact, offense and defense in one, possesses the might to suppress heaven and earth. Its wonders are endless. Holy shit. A supreme-grade sacred artifact. You swallowed hard, unable to imagine just what kind of divine power such a treasure held. Probably, if word got out, even the limitless heavenly sect couldn't protect him. Glancing at the golden bell in the system space, you calmed your excited heart. Stay composed. In the days that followed, you grew somewhat numb. The Tao Palace's square alone held Tao Rhyme. That seemed inexhaustible. For 2 whole months, the location recorded in the token remained unchanged. Still the Tao Palace Square. But this conveniently suited you. You improved at a rapid pace. Your physique had already transformed into a sacred body, and your spiritual roots reached the sacred grade. Your cultivation speed soared like the wind, already at the peak of foundation establishment. But in the eyes of others, he remains that ordinary, unremarkable little servant. Having reached this stage, you dare not expose yourself even more now. There are too many good treasures. He fears that with just one careless moment, he would be exposed and everything would be over. Ocean suppressing heavenly pillar, cosmic treasure pouch, divine mystic robe of creation, heavenly annihilation demon slaying pagoda, and over 100 other supreme grade holy artifacts. Unfortunately, though the items are of high grade, many of them cannot be used. Their levels are far beyond what his current cultivation can handle. However, on this day, he finally picked up something more suitable for his current situation. 2 months have passed. Recently, the Tao rhyme on this square seems to fluctuate in intensity. One day, it's a holy artifact. The next day, it becomes a Tao artifact. You thought the rewards would gradually decline. But the following day, it turned back into a holy artifact. As if the Tao rhyme had some undulating fluctuations. Current location meets sign in conditions. Would you like to sign in? Sign in. It seems you've already formed a habit. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Primordial Spirit Divine Pill. Primordial Spirit Divine Pill. A supreme grade Tao pill. With 1 Primordial Spirit Divine Pill consumed, your cultivation instantly ascends to the nascent soul realm, with absolutely no side effects. Although it wasn't a sacred pill, its effects were even more amazing than a sacred pill for Lu Qingyun right now. Lu Qingyun's heart was burning with excitement and he no longer lingered around. He picked up his broom and headed back the way he came. Suddenly, his eyes flickered as several figures in black appeared not far away. Upon closer inspection, he saw that their black clothes were trimmed with many gold edges, making them look luxurious and imposing. Lu Qingyun recognized this attire. They were from the law enforcement hall. Usually, they wandered around, similar to him as a groundskeeper. However, they had too many tasks and rarely had free time, but they earned 2 extra spirit stones each month. Lu Qingyun currently had the Enlightenment Spiritual Source Lock, allowing him to absorb spiritual energy at a rapid pace, making spirit stones useless to him. He had no dealings with these people, and past encounters had been without interference. Lu Qingyun? Just then, a voice came from the law enforcement team, causing Lu Qingyun to be surprised. Someone actually recognized him? Turning his head, Lu Qingyun realized that it was Sima Xingye, one of the 8 people from the Tao Palace he had seen before. Cultivators had excellent memories and could remember a brief encounter for a long time. You know him? The leader asked Sima Xingye. Sima Xingye nodded, respectfully replying, Master, he's the groundskeeper who was with me. Master? Lu Qingyun could sense that the leader was very powerful. With the help of a magical artifact, he clearly sensed the leader's cultivation level, which was actually nascent soul. However, he seemed to have only just reached it, as his nascent soul was somewhat unstable. His demeanor is not bad, but his strength and talent are lacking, he said, his face delicate yet speaking with an old-fashioned air. If he worked hard, he might be able to join my law enforcement hall as an ordinary disciple. Work hard, young man. I have high hopes for you. He acted like a senior showing concern for a junior, but his tone had a hint of superiority and arrogance. However, Lu Qingyun still caught the almost imperceptible disdain in his eyes. What's with the arrogance? So what if you're a nascent soul? I could reach nascent soul today, having only joined the sect 2 months ago. However, Lu Qingyun didn't show it. He just wore a silly grin, as if grateful for the favor from Sima Xingye's master. He didn't introduce himself, so Lu Qingyun naturally had no interest in knowing his name. Back in his room, Lu Qingyun didn't hesitate and took out the milky white pill from his system storage. It had a fragrant aroma, mixed with the fresh scent of herbs. Just the smell made Lu Qingyun feel lightheaded. Lu Qingyun swallowed it in one gulp. It melted in his mouth like a cool, clear spring, flowing directly into his lower abdomen. Suddenly, the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be summoned and rushed towards his body like a surging tide. In that instant, his body was like parched land welcoming a refreshing rain. Every cell cheered and greedily absorbed the rich, pure energy. The power within his body was like a fire that had been ignited, spreading rapidly from a spark to a raging blaze, surging and rushing through his meridians. That powerful force impacted his entire body. Divine Treasury Purple Palace Nascent Soul. His lifespan 1,000 years. And all these changes took place in just a few hours. Finally, I've reached the nascent soul realm. Lu Qingyun felt the immense power within his body, feeling as if he could move mountains and overturn seas with a mere gesture. Most miraculously, his soul's strength had been greatly enhanced. If he wanted, he could sense every movement on the entire groundskeeper peak. However, he chose to remain low-key. If his nascent soul scan was discovered by a big shot, he wouldn't be able to explain it. He was still congenital 2 months ago, and now he was a nascent soul. Now, even without the system binding, he wouldn't dare abandon the job as a groundskeeper. He didn't believe that the sect would have many more pills like the nascent soul spiritual pill. If I keep signing in like this, becoming a saint isn't a dream, and maybe even reaching the legendary Great Emperor of Persistence is victory. Unfortunately, he still had to stay low-key. Lu Qingyun activated his concealment technique, and soon he transformed back into the ordinary sweeper he was. He didn't know if it was a system malfunction within the sect or an issue with his token. Lu Qingyun's assigned sweeping location had always been the Tao Palace Plaza. For another entire month, the Tao essence remained inexhaustible. Just from the spiritual sign-ins, Lu Qingyun had already acquired 3 Yuan Spirit Divine Pills. He also tried signing in at other locations on Tao Harmony P besides the Tao Palace Plaza. The rewards were decent, not significantly different from those of the Dao Palace Plaza now. After ascending to the Yuan spirit realm, Lu Qingyun discovered that cultivating the Dao Harmony heavenly art seemed much easier. It was as if having a Yuan spirit allowed him to comprehend the great Dao of heaven and earth as naturally as feeling his own breath. Lu Qingyun could still sense his strength steadily improving. It's just that with a higher cultivation realm, the effects of cultivation were not as obvious as in lower realms. After more than a month of cultivation, he had barely stabilized at the entry level. It was hard to imagine how slow and difficult cultivation would be for ordinary cultivators using ordinary cultivation methods. This day, Lu Qingyun finished cleaning his room and was preparing to head to Dao Peak for his daily sign-in. Suddenly, his token stirred. Sweeping assignment: Pill Cauldron Peak, Pill Chamber. Besides this information about Pill Cauldron Peak, another message came from the token. In addition to the Pill Chamber, also tidy up the Qianyuan Palace on the adjacent mountain range. The Qianyuan Palace Master is away. After you finish cleaning, someone will reward you. The voice was familiar. It was the black-robed man from that day, whose specific position Lu Qingyun had a rough idea of: a deacon of the miscellaneous service peak. Lu Qingyun silently put away his token. Finally, after almost 100 days, it was time for a change of scenery. The sweeper uniform was a magical robe with self-cleaning properties, practically a lifetime garment. Having become accustomed to the life of a sweeper, Lu Qingyun even wore his uniform while eating and sleeping. He picked up his broom and closed the door of his thatched hut. Though it was a humble abode, it was his sanctuary. Despite the lack of treasures, it was still his cave, and closing the door brought a sense of comfort. Then, Lu Qingyun headed towards the teleportation array. Chapter 5. The Pill Chamber. Pill Cauldron Peak was unlike the grand, majestic atmosphere of Dao Harmonization Peak. This peak was filled with spiritual plants and precious herbs. Just standing at the foot of the mountain, Lu Qingyun could smell the refreshing fragrance of medicine wafting through the air. It was already enough to make one feel relaxed and happy, not to mention the scenery on the mountain, which made him anticipate the treasures he could sign in for this time. He walked up the stone steps, and along the way, the familiar system notification occasionally sounded: the current location meets the sign-in conditions. Do you want to sign in? But Lu Qingyun remained unmoved. From time to time, he saw people going up and down the mountain, but like Dao Harmonization Peak, unless they were big shots, no one flew. Everyone walked on the stone steps. The herbs on both sides of the steps, whether planted or naturally grown, thrived, and there was an aura that tempted people to pick them. However, everyone was sensible. If they couldn't resist the urge to pluck a few, they might end up as Lu Qingyun's companions. Planting some spiritual herbs is not bad. Time was merciless, and Lu Qingyun felt that his thatched hut was too bland. Planting some spiritual herbs and flowers would be a good way to pass the time and temper his mind. His cultivation was improving too quickly, which wasn't necessarily a good thing. Before long, Lu Qingyun climbed to his destination, the Pill Chamber. This was where Pill Cauldron Peak stored its pills, located at the top of the peak. Although it was the peak, the area was vast, with many palaces towering up, stretching out of sight. The fragrance of herbs was even stronger throughout the peak. People bustled about. Some sought pills, some came for medical treatment, and others even refined pills on the spot. In short, it was a lively place. Following the guidance of his token, Lu Qingyun passed through a large square, walked along a tree-lined path, and finally arrived at a secluded spot. Here, the vegetation was lush and full of life, and at the end, there was a large wooden door with the words Pill Chamber written on it. The Pill Chamber was deserted compared to the square. One could say there wasn't a single soul. The sweeper, right? Lu Qingyun stood at the door, and before he could even enter, he heard a young voice coming from inside. I'm telling you, if a single pill or a single dose of medicine is missing, you know the consequences. The speaker had a youthful face. No, rather, he looked like a child. A term popped into Lu Qingyun's mind: attendant. Got it, Lu Qingyun responded, stepping through the door. The token on his waist flashed, and he passed through without any hindrance. The current location meets the sign-in conditions. Do you want to sign in? Sign in, Lu Qingyun said without hesitation, in his mind. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the innate profound Mother Cauldron. Do you want to check it out? A cauldron in the Pill Chamber? Check it out. Innate profound Mother Cauldron, a chaotic spiritual treasure born from the heavens and earth. It can perfectly fuse the characteristics of medicinal materials, refine essences, remove impurities, and increase the success rate and quality of pill refining by 100%. It also has a certain chance of receiving a great Dao blessing for the pills, granting them special medicinal properties. Holy crap, this is amazing! A chaotic spiritual treasure, what level is that? Lu Qingyun had never heard of it, but he guessed it shouldn't be inferior to a sacred artifact, right? And how did it compare to the legendary Emperor weapons? The names sounded impressive. If he could learn to refine pills with this cauldron, he would be the #1 pill refiner under the heavens. Moreover, even if it wasn't used for refining pills, this cauldron, as a weapon, would probably be top-notch. This token is really good, I didn't even have to open the door for you. The attendant's tone was hard to tell if it was envy or astonishment. Lu Qingyun could sense that the door was a restriction array. Without permission, barging in would be like a moth to a flame, even with his primordial spirit. However, Lu Qingyun hadn't expected the attendant's strength to be the same as his, also at the primordial spirit level. But after thinking about it, he was relieved. Looks and stature are secondary, they might even be old monsters who joined the sect hundreds of years ago. You just sweep the courtyard for now. The boy left his sentence and disappeared directly into the house. Looking around, the pill refining room actually had 4 wooden houses, arranged in a fan shape. From left to right, there were several large characters written on them: Spirit, Treasure, Tao, Saint. The meaning was self-evident. The courtyard here had a dirt floor, and there were a group of maple trees next to it, so the ground was not as clean as the Tao Palace Square. However, cleaning it was quite convenient. Looking at the fallen maple leaves and withered grass on the ground, Lu Qingyun shook his head slightly. If it were in the mortal realm, these things that were considered garbage would probably be regarded as treasures. It's just that Lu Qingyun's vision is higher now, and he doesn't fancy them, nor are they of any use to him. The pill refining room was very quiet, at least, while Lu Qingyun was sweeping, he didn't see a single person. Standing next to the Saint Pill room, Lu Qingyun found that even with his token, he couldn't enter. But it was normal, this was to prevent someone from deliberately becoming a cleaning servant just to make a profit and then run away. The Daoha Heavenly Sect wasn't that stupid. Unless it was some great power. Come in, sweep it clean for me. The boy stood in the spirit pill room, and with a wave of his hand, the invisible restriction was opened. After entering, the room was filled with shelves, and the aroma of medicine hit his brain directly. Inside the spirit pill room, according to the 4 levels of low, middle, high, and extreme, they were placed in order from the outside to the inside. The wooden shelves and floors inside were obviously not made of ordinary wood. It's just that there was a lot of dust on them, so it seemed that it would take some effort to clean them. In the pill room, there were occasionally a few people wearing fire-red Taoist robes similar to the boys, seemingly sorting out pills. These people, the weakest of them, were all in the nascent soul stage, which made Lu Qingyun a little shocked. Sweep the floor properly. After the boy finished speaking, he flew directly onto the shelves, sorting out the pills. Lu Qingyun smiled and nodded, silently sweeping the floor. Inside the storeroom, there seemed to be another world, but it was none of Lu Qingyun's business. No matter how many experts were hidden there, he only cared about checking in and sweeping the floor, as he could check in even in the courtyard. At dusk, the boy carried a gray storage bag and saw Lu Qingyun off. Lu Qingyun, right? No matter which palace master you belong to, our pill refining room is different from others. Since you have been assigned here, you must abide by our rules. Once every 3 days, no matter what you have to do, you must come once every 3 days. You did a good job today, these are some unused pills, consider it a reward for you, I hope you reach the foundation establishment stage soon. Just as the boy was about to leave, he heard Lu Qingyun ask, if there's nothing to do, can I come every day? If Qianyuan Palace was too weak, he would still have to rely on the pill refining room to check in. The boy was stunned, and subconsciously nodded. He had seen people asking for time extensions for cultivation and seclusion, but he had never seen anyone rushing to sweep the floor, it was strange. Lu Qingyun also nodded in satisfaction. He checked the storage bag, the space was not large, only a few square feet. Inside lay some bottles and jars from the aura, they were just some spiritual pills, which did not seem very palatable. They were useless to eat, and a pity to discard, so they could only gather dust. Chapter 6 Qianyuan Palace Daohi Tian Sect, under its jurisdiction, has 6 major peaks and 7 major halls, in addition to numerous other peak masters, hall masters, and palace masters that are beyond estimation. The 6 major peaks are the Pill Cauldron Peak, the Divine Forging Peak, the Spirit Sword Peak, the Spirit Beast Peak, the Spirit Talisman Peak, and the Spirit Array Peak. The 7 major halls are the Heavenly Soul Hall, the Spirit Puppet Hall, the Golden Body Hall, the Demon Sound Hall, the Shadow Hall, the Law Enforcement Hall, and the Divine Mechanism Hall. As for the main peak, it is the Daohi Peak, which is not included among them as it is only used for pilgrimages and discussions. The Heavenly River is extremely wide, and although it is called a river, it is as vast as the sea. The Heavenly River has many branches flowing through many peaks and halls, even including gloomy and obscure places like the Heavenly Prison and the Ghost Domain. The river water within is rich in spiritual essence and is an excellent all-purpose material for alchemy, forging, drawing talismans, and setting up arrays. On the banks of the Heavenly River, many palaces are located, using the spiritual waters of the Heavenly River for cultivation. To become a hall master or a palace master, one's strength must at least be at the tribulation transcending stage. Qianyuan Palace is one of them, accompanied by vegetation, with dandelions being the most abundant around its palace. The dandelions here are clearly extraordinary, their scattered fluff, even in the daytime, shine with silver light, like stars. There could not possibly be any teleportation arrays here. Lu Qingyun was still teleported to the foot of the Pill Cauldron Peak and had to travel on foot for some time to reach this place. It was not too far, and after a leisurely hour, he finally arrived. The current location meets the check-in conditions. Do you want to check in? Walking along the river, the system's prompts kept appearing. It seemed the Heavenly River was also a good place. If there was nowhere else to go in the future, this place could be an option. The scenery was quite nice too. Qianyuan Palace was very simple, more like a large wooden hut than a palace. Unsurprisingly, even before he entered, the system prompt had already sounded. Check in. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Divine Breath Turtle Concealment Technique. Do you want to view it? Lu Qingyun checked with his mind, then immediately shook his head. Divine Breath Turtle Concealment Technique, Tribulation Transcending Stage Technique. It can conceal aura, inducing a state of suspended animation, making it undetectable to those of the same rank. During tribulation, it has a chance to deceive the heavenly thunder, increasing the chance of breaking through the Tao. The only use of this technique might be useful when going through tribulation. He didn't expect that checking in at Qianyuan Palace would yield such a useless thing. He already possessed the Tao He Heavenly Technique's concealment method, which was much stronger than this Divine Breath Turtle Concealment Technique. As for tribulation, he had holy artifacts and holy medicines to assist him. Lu Qingyun secretly shook his head. His standards were now so high that he couldn't even look at tribulation transcending techniques. The Tao rhythm of Qianyuan Palace still lingered, but Lu Qingyun did not plan to check in again. He would save the opportunity for the pill refining room. Although the check-in was over, his sweeping task had not yet begun. Standing outside the Qianyuan Palace, before he could even knock on the door, it opened automatically. But strangely, it was empty inside. Suddenly, there seemed to be a flash of light from the side door, and soon, an old man with a white beard appeared in the void. This was a void projection. Young friend, you only need to help me sweep the courtyard. There is no one in the palace. Come inside. Behind the door, you will find your reward. It seemed to be a pre-recorded message, so before Lu Qingyun could react, the white-bearded old man disappeared. Lu Qingyun did not suspect anything and stepped inside directly. Sure enough, behind the door, there was a dusty storage bag. Lu Qingyun sighed. He hadn't expected that every time he swept, there would be a reward. Even without his golden finger, he would have much more cultivation resources than ordinary cultivators, right? Just as he opened the storage bag and looked inside, his brows furrowed. The storage bag was empty. Bang! At that moment, the door creaked and slammed shut heavily. Lu Qingyun's eyes narrowed. The situation seemed a bit off. Young friend, rest assured and go. When I obtain enough resources and succeed in breaking through the Tao, I will not forget your contribution. A familiar, aged voice sounded behind Lu Qingyun. Lu Qingyun turned at the sound and saw the white-bearded old man, the palace master of Qianyuan Palace. He hadn't left and was now in the courtyard. Senior, I don't understand. What is the meaning of this? Lu Qingyun asked, puzzled, but even in this strange situation, he showed no fear. With so many treasures of his own, he could even resurrect from death. Why fear a mere tribulation crossing? Oh, kid, you've got some guts. Aren't you afraid? The white-bearded old man wasn't in a hurry to attack, seemingly finding him somewhat interesting. Lu Qingyun remained silent. How about this, kid? Lend me your token for a bit, and after I've made a haul, I'll let you go. The white-bearded old man looked at Lu Qingyun with a mocking gaze. Lu Qingyun looked at the man, who appeared to be a celestial being, but never expected he would say such a thing. Make a haul? He never expected there would be such a person within the sect. What he didn't expect was that a token of a mere sweeper would be desired even by a palace master-level figure. Lu Qingyun could roughly guess that at their level, they couldn't enter the Sweeper's Peak, and the great powerhouses of the Sweeper's Peak wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Senior, why is this? The sect will probably not let you get away with this. Lu Qingyun kindly warned. Ha 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 ha. The white-bearded old man seemed to have heard something funny. He wasn't afraid of Lu Qingyun escaping. His eyes were vacant, as if he had found someone to talk to, and he began to reminisce. This old Taoist has been in the sect for 18,000 years, and now my lifespan is coming to an end. Sadly, my contributions are not enough to exchange for even a single life-extending pill. Before he finished his sentence, Lu Qingyun interjected, since your lifespan is nearing its end, why doesn't Senior just rest in peace? As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire courtyard instantly fell into a deathly silence, a strange aura flowing through Qianyuan Palace. What did you say? The white-bearded old man was somewhat stunned, completely unprepared for Lu Qingyun to say something like that. Lu Qingyun scratched his head. Did I not make myself clear? I said, Senior, you should rest in the earth. Boom! A sharp aura burst forth from the old man, and some of the stones in the courtyard cracked rapidly. Ha ha ha, it has been over 10,000 years since someone spoke to me like this. You are the first. Don't worry, the Qianyuan Palace's formation is very stable. I will ensure your death is a peaceful one. Lu Qingyun's eyes lit up. Really? Then he wouldn't have to do anything himself. Kid, die. The white-bearded old man didn't move, but a flash of light appeared on his fingertip. He believed that with a casual flick of his finger, the gray-robed kid would definitely be decapitated. However, to his surprise, the gray-robed kid in the distance was still standing there. This is impossible. The white-bearded old man exclaimed in shock. Lu Qingyun remained unperturbed. He was wearing the creation divine mystic robe underneath, which could even withstand a full force attack from a sage. Why would he fear this old man? Senior, watching you fight seems a bit strenuous. Lu Qingyun slowly walked towards the white-bearded old man, who was frantically casting spells, 1/10 of his power, 2/10, 7/10, 10/10. No matter what techniques he used, the gray-robed sweeper was completely unharmed. Lu Qingyun sighed heavily and said lightly, "Ah, I already said it, Senior, you should rest in peace. Let me send you on your way." Chapter 7. Utilizing the legacy. Soon, he stood before the white-bearded old man. Lu Qingyun reached into his robe and pulled out a slender silver needle. The pillar of the vast sea, a supreme-grade sacred artifact. He wondered if the old man could withstand even one strike of this pillar. The answer was clear, he couldn't. No. How could this be? What kind of magic weapon is this? Who are you? The white-bearded old man tried to flee, but it was too late. One strike reduced him to a bloody mess, leaving behind only a puddle of mud. Even his soul was crushed to dust. Lu Qingyun shook his head. This magic weapon was ultimately too crude. He'd have to find something different next time. At least, something that would leave a whole corpse. Looting corpses was second nature. Even a mosquito was still meat. As expected, it was just a mosquito. There wasn't much of value in the storage bag, only a horsetail whisk, a mid-grade Dao artifact, and even that was defective. But in any case, it was some reward for sweeping. With a flick of his hand, a crimson lotus karmic fire instantly reduced the old man's remains to ashes. A tribulation-transcendent cultivator in the outside world, that would be considered a great power, right? But Lu Qingyun never even learned the white-bearded old man's name until he was dead and his soul extinguished. Lu Qingyun wore the creation god mystic robe and naturally wasn't afraid of anyone deducing today's events. Even if the palace master of the divine machine hall came, they would probably only see chaos. Sweeping, of course, still had to be done. After all, he was just taking money for the job. Autumn wind sweeps fallen leaves. This was the first time Lu Qingyun had used this technique, so he was still a little unfamiliar. He swept quickly and cleanly, leaving no trace of battle. Once he finished sweeping, he left. The place was a little dilapidated, and Lu Qingyun thought he'd probably never come here again in his life. The next day, Lu Qingyun went to the pill refinement room. "I didn't expect you to actually come so soon," the page boy marveled. Lu Qingyun took it in stride, picking up a broom to sweep the floor. "Current location meets sign-in conditions. Sign in? Sign in," Lu Qingyun murmured in his heart. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Supreme Pill God Scripture. View! Supreme Pill God Scripture, a saintly pill book. It records the various exquisite pill refining methods, pill formulas, and unique insights and mastery techniques regarding the many elements in the pill refining process of saint-level alchemists. In a few breaths, a vast amount of pill knowledge flooded into Lu Qingyun's mind. This book should be called the Bible for all the alchemists in the world. The Supreme Pill God Scripture contained many rare pill refining methods and formulas, but most of its essence lay in the commentaries. Now, Lu Qingyun easily understood everything with the help of the system. He just needed to practice diligently. Given enough time, he might truly become the #1 alchemist in the world. However, I don't have any spiritual herbs to refine. But this didn't stump Lu Qingyun either. How could the pill peak lack spiritual herbs? It wasn't stealing or robbing. Lu Qingyun was a civilized man. He would buy them. The white-bearded old man's legacy, while not very precious, was extremely useful for lower-level cultivators. Lu Qingyun took out some of the pills he didn't need and easily exchanged them for a large number of spirit stones. These spirit stones allowed him to buy hundreds of spiritual herb saplings. These herbs were carefully selected, and combined, they could be used to refine at least a dozen different kinds of pills. Back at his house, before he could even step inside, he saw a letter floating outside. He opened it and found it was from Qiao Yunfeng. "Brother, there's a demon subjugation mission on this side, but we're short a few hands. Don't worry, there's a Violet Palace expert leading the team. We just have to follow behind and pick up the scraps. We only need to pay 5 spirit stones. Are you interested? If you want to come, meet at the teleportation array tomorrow at noon, no exceptions." Lu Qingyun put the letter away. He still had his pill refinement room duty, which required him to go there every 3 days, so he couldn't get away. He just had to ignore the invitation. Besides, he had already outgrown such small-time affairs. It was truly rare that Qiao Yunfeng still remembered him. It was just that they were ultimately destined to be apart. A Violet Palace expert. Indeed, a strong one, only a major cultivation stage below him. However, Lu Qingyun looked around. He felt that the concealment of this thatched hut was still lacking. Anyone could enter. If he planted some sacred herbs later, wouldn't that be a complete lack of privacy? After thinking about it, Lu Qingyun looked into his system space. After a moment of searching, he took out a small flag and casually planted it by the roadside. The Chaos Profound Origin banner was endlessly changeable, and concealing formations were naturally a piece of cake. From then on, in the eyes of outsiders, no matter how miraculous this area at the foot of the mountain was, if they didn't touch it, it would appear as ordinary. Even if one were undergoing a tribulation, it could conceal the heavenly tribulation's anomalies, hiding the secrets of heaven. Now, I feel much more at ease. As a cultivator in the nascent soul stage, sweeping was merely a job, but hoeing and turning the soil were not without an element of cultivation. Soon, the soil around the thatched hut was all turned over. Unfortunately, the spiritual energy concentration in the soil wasn't very high, and it couldn't compare to that of the Dan Ding Peak at all. But there were always more solutions than difficulties. Lu Qingyun planted the herbs one by one, and then took out the white-bearded old man's legacy. He casually crushed a bottle of pills, evenly spreading them on the ground. It had to be said, using pills as fertilizer produced excellent results. Lu Qingyun felt that, in this way, given time, his territory might become even more fertile than Dan Ding Peak. Spring passed and autumn came, and in the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed since Lu Qingyun joined the sect. The new disciple selection had also come to an end, and this batch had one more person than his batch. Moreover, their aptitudes were all quite good, and not a single one came to the miscellaneous service peak. However, these things were none of Lu Qingyun's concern. For all living beings below the nascent soul stage, if they had excellent aptitude, they could advance extremely rapidly, and could even directly ascend with the help of pills. But after the nascent soul stage, one had to take each step firmly. Now, his strength had already risen to the void realm. Within his body was the universe, where shattering the void and instantly traversing tens of thousands of miles were not worth mentioning. His lifespan had become 3,600 years. Lu Qingyun, now that you have already advanced to the foundation establishment stage, do you have any place you wish to go? I can recommend you. It was still the black-robed man, Zhao Shicheng, the deacon of the miscellaneous service peak, with a strength at the nascent soul stage. 10 years had passed, and Lu Qingyun's apparent strength had finally succeeded in building his foundation. Zhao Shicheng looked at the handsome young man before him, silently shook his head, and sighed in his heart. 10 years to reach foundation establishment, truly not easy. However, this young man, being diligent and conscientious, had worked hard without complaint for 10 years, and he had a good impression of him. Looking at the surrounding environment, the cultivated fields, and the herbs planted on them, it was truly a great transformation. Although they were all ordinary products, it was enough to demonstrate Lu Qingyun's perseverance. Lu Qingyun shook his head. Deacon Zhao, my aptitude is too poor, I'll just stay here. Zhao Shicheng sighed and didn't try to persuade him. With this kid's aptitude, even if he went to another peak, he would probably be at the bottom, and might even gain less than he does as a miscellaneous service sweeper. It was just that he wouldn't be able to learn the various techniques of the other peaks. So be it. Take this bottle of Foundation Establishment Spirit Pills, it can help you consolidate your cultivation. Zhao Shicheng casually tossed out a bottle of pills, then turned and flew away. Thank you. Lu Qingyun silently bowed. He quietly watched that departing figure. 10 years had passed, and the death of the Qianyuan Palace Master had not caused a single ripple. Perhaps his death was completely unnoticed by the sect. For a cultivator in the tribulation transcending stage, 10 years was just the time of one meditation, one nap. Putting away the Foundation Establishment Spirit Pills, Lu Qingyun walked to the farmland and picked a precious herb. Today, I will start refining the Tao Pill. Chapter 8, The Grand Wedding. 10 years, for cultivators, is but the blink of an eye. Lu Qingyun's skills were not limited to alchemy. He dabbled in refining artifacts, drawing talismans, arranging formations, creating puppets, painting, and playing musical instruments. Basically, he had some knowledge of all these 100 arts of cultivation. However, compared to the others, his alchemy was much more profound. If not for his cultivation level, he might even be able to refine sacred pills. In these 10 years, not only his cultivation and strength changed drastically, but also the foot of the mountain where Lu Qingyun lived. The thatched hut had become a small courtyard. Although simple, it had the air of a reclusive master. In the courtyard in front of the wooden house, various flowers, grasses, and trees were planted on both sides, emitting a fragrant aroma and vibrant colors, creating a small garden feel. To outsiders, it would seem like a sweeping handyman who, failing in cultivation, was just indulging in some refined hobbies to pass the time. But in reality, the plants that Lu Qingyun grew in the courtyard were all sacred medicine seedlings. Any one of them, if found in the outside world, would cause a great sensation, and even a sect of the level of Tao Harmony Heaven sect would have difficulty controlling themselves. The system's check-in rewards were very comprehensive, basically including everything except living creatures. Outside the courtyard was a large garden similar to the one inside, which had been cultivated and fertilized by Lu Qingyun. Its effects were already comparable to the Pill Cauldron Peak. As for the soil in the courtyard, it was all the 5-colored sacred soil obtained from the system check-ins. In the large garden, the eye could not see the end, and the entire foot of the mountain was completely different from 10 years ago. Some precious medicines and Tao medicines had their divine aura concealed. If one did not carefully examine them, very few people within the sect would be able to recognize them. The spiritual herbs that were purchased earlier at Pill Cauldron Peak did not have such treatment. They were scattered around, also exuding vigorous vitality. This made some handymen from Pill Cauldron Peak willing to spend some spirit stones to buy spiritual herbs from him. They never expected that there would be top-grade spiritual herbs at the foot of this small handyman peak. Of course, these opportunities were not frequent. Lu Qingyun also disliked socializing, and since he was not lacking in spirit stones, he simply concealed even some of the better quality spiritual herbs. Seeing that the spiritual herbs here had become ordinary, the handyman naturally stopped bothering him. On this day, an unexpected major event reached Lu Qingyun's ears. The Peak Lord of Spirit Sword Peak and the Qinghe Fairy of Qinghe Palace are to become Tao companions. The entire sect celebrates. The news indicated that the Peak Lord of Spirit Sword Peak, Ji Shinshin, would hold a banquet on Spirit Sword Peak for a full 20 days. There was a rumor that this time was to commemorate their 20,000 years of knowing each other. 20,000 years, when they met, even the grandfather's generation of the Drayuan Palace Master hadn't been born yet at that time. As long as they were disciples of the sect, even handymen could go to offer their blessings and feast. When this news came out, the world was shocked. Many people's hearts were broken. The Peak Lord of Spirit Sword Peak, Ji Shinshin, was a godlike figure, and the Qinghe Fairy was the same. Lu Qingyun seemed to have heard of her name even before he entered the sect. She was listed as one of the top 100 beauties of the boundless wilderness. You have to know that this was a ranking over tens of thousands of years. The boundless wilderness was so vast that the number of people was already incalculable. It was said that many people entered the sect just to catch a glimpse of these two. Unexpectedly, now, these two were actually becoming Tao companions. Generally speaking, such supreme-level powerhouses should not have this kind of need. However, Lu Qingyun was not interested in the gossip of these two. He only knew that it seemed that he could enter Spirit Sword Peak at will for these 20 days. Recently, his cleaning tasks had basically been some peaks of lower quality, so he could not check in for anything good. Now there was a perfect reason, convenient for him to act. He had only been to Spirit Sword Peak twice. Moreover, Lu Qingyun felt that he should also join in the fun. If he did not communicate with people all the time, he might lose his humanity and lose interest in life. This grand wedding might be an opportunity. The boundless wilderness, the burial mist mountains. Here, the terrain was vast, with towering peaks and dense mists that shrouded the entire region. Within, numerous demonic beasts darted about, appearing quite active. Deep within the mountains, a colossal mountain range, as vast as a star, sat, known as the Morning Merchant Mountains. A serene-looking old Taoist with a ram's head and a human body sat cross-legged. His eyes were slightly narrowed, and his hands were forming gestures that no one else could understand. Inside the spacious cave, besides him, there were many different animals. "I say, what is the situation?" A golden bird perched above spoke. It remained in its bird form, not revealing its human guise. The monsters within the cave also varied in forms, some even appearing completely human. Only those within the cave knew that they too were monsters. Well, as expected, Daoyi Tian sect is celebrating a grand occasion. The array in the southwest corner has loosened slightly, allowing us to infiltrate. However, just as we predicted, we can only enter with a cultivation level up to the nascent soul realm. Bai Zhe slowly opened his eyes, looking at everyone present, and spoke again. "It is time, let the operation begin." A black-robed man in the lead touched his chin, his eyes deep, and nodded, speaking slowly. "Arrange 100 nascent soul realm demons from each division. Once the great matter is accomplished, I shall reward you greatly." Lu Qingyun was unaware of everything that happened on the Morning Merchant Mountains. With only 3 days left until the grand wedding, even as a mere handyman, he still had to prepare a congratulatory gift. Even if the gift was not impressive, the sentiment had to be there. A small gift with great meaning, a congratulation should still be delivered. Lu Qingyun had many possessions, but finding something suitable for a foundation establishment cultivator was actually quite difficult. So, he could only casually draw a picture of mandarin ducks. If alchemy was his most proficient skill, then painting was next. Soon, a picture of mandarin ducks playing in the water was vividly rendered on the paper. Though a drawing, if one looked closely, it seemed as if the ducks were truly frolicking in the water. Had he not deliberately restrained himself, this painting would have been more than a treasure, it would have been a Tao diagram. With the wedding fast approaching, the festive atmosphere in the sect could also be felt. The entire Spirit Sword Peak was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. A giant sword seemed to have fiery red patterns engraved on it. Lu Qingyun's eyes lit up as he thought of this scene. An idea struck him. Just as an inspiration hit him and he was about to start writing, he suddenly frowned. Something was amiss. No, it seemed like a dog was coming. Quickly, the painting in front of him transformed into a mirror. In the reflection, a humanoid figure, looking suspicious, was peering around. There seemed to be blood energy emanating from him. He did not look like a good person. But at this time, he was clearly at a loss, with a somewhat impatient expression. Though in human form, Lu Qingyun could tell at a glance that it was clearly a white-haired dog. Lu Qingyun raised an eyebrow, put down his brush, and walked towards the courtyard. He remained calm and opened up permissions for the white-haired dog. Without his permission, the dog would probably get lost and die within the grounds. Soon, the white-haired dog seemed to find his bearings, sensing something, and quickly dashed towards Lu Qingyun. The moment it saw Lu Qingyun, it spoke bluntly, "Kid, you're unlucky to have run into me." Lu Qingyun nodded, agreeing, "Indeed, unlucky. Meeting you has ruined my inspiration." Chapter 9, Killing the Dog, begins. Lu Qingyun had seen many demon beasts within the sect. Those that had transformed, and those that had not, he had seen them all. However, these demon beasts all had owners. Disciples from the Spirit Beast Peak would often command their spirit beasts to go to the market to buy things, which was quite peculiar. But they absolutely did not possess the heavy black baleful aura that the white-haired dog in front of him had. Clearly, they were not the same type. Demon beasts and spirit beasts were essentially the same thing, it was just that humans had given some of their pets a nicer name. In the boundless wilderness, all living beings cultivated with spiritual energy. Speaking of which, it seems like it's been a while since I've eaten demon beast meat. The Spirit Beast Peak also sold some demon beast meat, and these demon beasts were usually inferior ones that could not be tamed. Looking at the white-haired dog in front of him, Lu Qingyun swallowed. The desire for food, Lu Qingyun felt, was something that even if he became a sage, he wouldn't be able to avoid, right? The deliciousness of demon beast meat had a unique taste that exceeded ordinary meat. High-level demon beast meat was even comparable to miraculous elixirs. Lu Qingyun had never eaten demon dog meat, let alone the meat of a nascent divinity realm dog. His eyes gradually became subtle. Should he roast it, or stew it? Hey! Foundation establishment kid, what's with that look in your eyes? The white-haired dog was reveling in the joy of his successful plan when he noticed the peculiar gaze of the kid in front of him, making him feel uneasy all over. It's nothing, it's just that seeing you makes me a bit hungry. Lu Qingyun said the truth somewhat embarrassedly, unsure whether this little white fur would be willing to cooperate with him. The white-haired dog narrowed his eyes, spiritual light erupted from his hand, and he said gloomily, "You kid are quite sensible, you said what I was about to say. I am actually a little hungry. The flesh and blood of humans is delicious, I can still remember it vividly." He licked his lips as if recalling some beautiful past events. But before he could finish speaking, Lu Qingyun frowned and interrupted, "You little white-haired dog, you keep calling yourself I?" He, even having reached the void refinement realm, was embarrassed to use such a pretentious self-designation. Lu Qingyun felt that only a Dao-slaying big shot would dare to call themselves I, right? A mere nascent divinity daring to call himself I? The white-haired dog was stunned, the movements in his hand froze, and he exclaimed in shock, "How did you see through my true form? Didn't Lord Baizhe say that as long as he didn't encounter a supreme expert, no one would be able to see through it? This was a spell personally cast by Lord Baizhe, how could there be any mistakes? I used my eyes. As long as they were within the formation at the foot of this mountain, they could not escape his discerning eyes. He didn't plan to waste any more words and no longer concealed his strength. What? A void refinement expert? Wasn't it said that their target was only a few odd job laborers? Wasn't it said that they absolutely wouldn't be higher than the nascent divinity realm? In the final moment of his consciousness, his faith in Lord Baizhe collapsed. Smoke curled upwards, and in the small courtyard, a bonfire was lit. Above the bonfire, a whole roasted dog, golden in color and with a fragrant aroma, was being cooked. Lu Qingyun tore off a dog leg and took a big bite. It was simply a delicacy. Demon race infiltration plan. While eating, he recalled the memories of the white-haired dog just now. Everything about the buried mist mountains was completely in Lu Qingyun's grasp. However, Lu Qingyun didn't plan to report it. He was just a sweeper, and even if he did report it, no one would care. If the sky were to fall, there would be sages to hold it up. And currently, he was not afraid of any danger. Even a sage couldn't hold him back. A mouthful of dog meat, a mouthful of saintly spirit juice, it was truly blissful and extraordinary. The white-haired dog was huge, as strong as an ox, and Lu Qingyun couldn't finish it all. Such a delicious meal definitely needed to be savored slowly. In any case, it was nascent divinity demon beast meat, and it was likely that most people in the sect hadn't had such a feast. Hold on until the feast Lu Qingyun secretly planned. As for this Holy Spirit juice, I'm afraid even the sect master might not have tasted it. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Dawn! 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 Seemingly to celebrate this once in 10,000 years grand occasion, the Tao Harmonious Heaven sect rarely rang the Tao Evolution sacred bell. The bell tolls were continuous, resounding a full 3 times. It was certainly giving enough face to this grand wedding. The Tao Evolution sacred bell was rumored to only ring 4 times consecutively. However, there are records stating it has rung 5 times. Each ring was a level of improvement. Every 10 years, when new disciples joined the sect, it would ring once. If there was a major sect-level conference, it would also ring once. As for 2 rings, that meant a special situation had occurred, requiring the sect disciples to pay attention. 3 rings meant an extraordinary event, such as the changing of the head of a main peak or great hall, or the fall of a supreme elder. Now, unexpectedly, the wedding of 2 supreme powerhouses would also cause it to ring 3 times, truly giving ample respect. As for 4 rings, it hadn't sounded in a long time. Spirit Sword Peak was imposing. Standing on the edge, gazing far into the distance, it resembled a sharp sword piercing through the sky. Its peak reached deep into the clouds. The main venue for this wedding was at its peak, as if in a heavenly palace above the clouds. However, with Lu Qingyun's status, it was likely impossible for him to even squeeze in. After all, everyone had to show respect to the Spirit Sword Peak Master. The reason they had publicized it with a deadline was to give those who were out time to return. Moreover, not only the Tao Harmonious Heaven sect, but also some big shots from other sects would come to offer congratulations. On this day, Spirit Sword Peak was packed with people. Watching those powerful cultivators who were flying through the air toward Spirit Sword Peak, Lu Qingyun also felt an impulse. Unfortunately, his status was still not sufficient. Even for a wedding, one had to follow the rules. If your position was not high enough, you still had to honestly walk up the stone steps. On such a joyous day, why is brother still wearing the miscellaneous servant's uniform? Suddenly, a voice sounded in Lu Qingyun's ear. Lu Qingyun looked over and saw a handsome young man in a green and black ornate robe, looking quite dashing and refined. Especially on his shoulder, there seemed to be a coiled flower snake. The flower snake's head had a small bulge, already showing some dragon-like aura, and its strength was similar to the young man's, both at the divine core realm. Lu Qingyun replied calmly, "Why can't I wear it? Does the sect have a rule?" The young man was stunned for a moment. The sect had no such rule. Even if you were running around naked, it wouldn't matter. But cultivators would still care about their image to some extent. In this bustling scene, countless people had come. Looking at the candid Lu Qingyun in front of him, the young man laughed heartily. Indeed not. Ha, Tao brother is truly living with clarity. However, Lu Qingyun was somewhat contemplative, feeling the gazes of those around him. He was regretting that he should have changed his clothes. He didn't expect that the miscellaneous servant's uniform would become the focal point at the foot of the mountain. Lu Qingyun clasped his hands in thanks. "Thank you for the reminder, Tao brother. I will change tomorrow. Learning with humility is the proper way." Hearing this, the young man was stunned again. "Tao brother is truly interesting. I am Fu Junlin, a disciple of the Spirit Beast Peak. May I know how to address you?" Fu Junlin clasped his hands in greeting. Lu Qingyun. Chapter 10, The Gift Painting. A painting purely for the sake of attending the feast. No dog blood drama here. Just as Lu Qingyun had imagined, his path could only take him to the lower mid-mountain. To continue upwards, he would need to produce a token that symbolized his status. Ordinary disciples, core disciples, personal disciples of elders, personal disciples of hall masters. The entire Spirit Sword Peak was divided into several ranks. The so-called miscellaneous laborers were also considered ordinary disciples. After all, these laborers actually came from other peaks. Lu Qingyun stopped in the ordinary area and followed a woman in plainclothes into the interior. These women were also members of the heavenly sect, belonging to the plainclothes palace. However, they were not admitted to the sect through the sect's assessment, but had the privilege of entering the sect through self-assessment. Their main responsibility was to provide services to the various cultivators in the sect. After all, the disciples who entered the sect through formal assessments were all talents, and had no time for such matters. They were all busy cultivating. What puzzled Lu Qingyun was that Fu Junlin, his head swiveling, was actually following him. If Lu Qingyun's senses were correct, this fellow had a full heavenly root, and golden light seemed to emanate from within him, indicating he had some special constitution. How could he possibly be just an ordinary disciple? But Lu Qingyun didn't want to ask much. He wasn't interested. He didn't want to ask, but Fu Junlin took the initiative to speak. "Junior brother Lu, I see you have no companion. How about we sit together?" Within the sect, due to the complex scale and generational differences, those who were unfamiliar with each other generally addressed each other as senior brother or junior brother based on cultivation level or the time of their entry into the sect. Of course, addressing each other as fellow Daoist was also acceptable. Lu Qingyun didn't refuse Fu Junlin's invitation. It wasn't a big deal. The gift-giving area was a sizable palace, probably used for disciples to cultivate on ordinary days. Today, it had been requisitioned. People went in and out, an ocean of heads. The admission rate of the Dao Harmony Heavenly sect was so low, and those below the foundation establishment stage didn't have long lifespans, but the number of people today was so large simply because the newcomers of the Dao Harmony Heavenly sect did not rely solely on the sex assessment. There were many other channels, including children of internal personnel, disciples accepted by primordial spirit powerhouses. However, most of it was due to the fact that, in the face of a generational gap, each peak had the authority to enroll students independently. They all had their own unique assessment methods. However, entering through the sect's main selection was more prestigious, and one could even show their face in front of the Dao Master, which meant more opportunities and greater rewards. Current location meets check-in conditions. Check-in? As soon as he entered, the system's prompt sounded. There were many crowds gathered inside, as if many people were reluctant to leave after giving their gifts. Because, as Lu Qingyun understood it, giving gifts was not just about giving gifts. It was also a good opportunity to show off one's resources, make friends, and put on a grand display. After all, those who could take out gifts, except for some who were just showing off, would basically take out resources that were neither too high nor too low for them. They couldn't just give away their trump cards for the sake of one show. The trump cards of an ordinary disciple were probably something that the host of this wedding could easily produce. From time to time, exclamations of surprise could be heard from inside, as if something extraordinary had been born. Lu Qingyun sensed it and secretly shook his head. It was indeed not good. There wasn't anything that caught his eye. System, check in at this location. As expected, this was his best location for checking in. He wanted to go higher, but there was no opportunity. Ding! Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Shadowless Sword Manual. Do you wish to view it? Sword Manual, view it. Shadowless Sword Manual, a supreme sword manual known for its speed. The sword strikes with extreme speed, its momentum is swift as lightning, making it difficult for people to capture its trajectory, hence the name Shadowless. Lu Qingyun silently assimilated the information. Countless flying swords seemed to flow through his mind as fast as thunder. His eyes became sharp, as if a pair of sword lights flashed, making his presence imposing. However, all of this was only for a fleeting moment, unnoticed by everyone present. Indeed a good thing. Using his sword seemed to add a buff, very gentlemanly, very unrestrained, very dashing. Although the crowd gathered around, the path for gift-giving was open. Lu Qingyun and his companion walked towards a spot near the door. Junior brother Lu, what treasure have you prepared? A group of people around them had expressions of lingering interest, some looking reluctantly as the gift receiver put the treasures into storage bags. But they dared not cause trouble, firstly because of the occasion, and secondly, the gift receiver was a deacon of Spirit Sword Peak, surely a nascent soul realm expert. Some people looked hopeful, gazing at the newcomers, anticipating what kind of treasures they would bring. Seeing Lu Qingyun's attire, the crowd was also suspicious, but no one said anything. A painting. Lu Qingyun took out a painting he had made a few days ago. Copying the previous people, and along with his identity token, he handed it to the gift receiver. The gift receiver took a look at the token, his expression unchanging, as if instantly understanding Lu Qingyun's identity. He wrote Lu Qingyun's full name in the ledger. Then, he looked at the painting Lu Qingyun had given him. As the painting unfurled, a vivid picture of mandarin ducks playing in the water appeared on the paper. Those present, who had been noisy, suddenly looked over, seemingly immersed in the painting. It was not until someone came back to his senses. Amazing. Truly a treasured painting with divine charm. Someone next to him sighed, it's a pity it's only a low-grade item. If it were of higher quality, it might even help me break through. Clearly, the Dao charm within the painting had nearly allowed him to comprehend the Dao. Someone breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the gift receiver, whose face had been expressionless, also nodded subtly, looking up at Lu Qingyun, observing him for a couple of seconds. Just a low-level handyman, foundation establishment realm. Then he wrote a few small words below Lu Qingyun's name: mandarin ducks playing in water painting, low-grade treasure map. Without further questions, the gift receiver waved his hand, signaling the next person. Many people around him were still immersed in it, unable to extricate themselves until the painting was put into the bag, and only then did they recover. Some were distressed, some envious, even wanting to ask if they could have a few more seconds. Clearly, they were reluctant to part with this painting. Fu Junlin's gift was a golden feather fan, a mid-grade treasure item, which also caused a stir. Lu Qingyun had no interest in lingering. Someone squeezed out from the crowd, catching up with his footsteps. Fellow Daoist, do you have any more paintings like the one just now? Yes, I'm willing to pay a high price to buy one. I'll offer 10 times the price. Unfortunately, no matter how the crowd questioned him, Lu Qingyun only replied that it was an unexpected find and there was only one. It feels mystical but useless to me, and it also has a good meaning, perfect as a congratulatory gift. Lu Qingyun was very apologetic. He really could not control the grade of the paintings. Because, one wrong move, and he might paint a mid-grade treasure map. I didn't expect that junior brother Lu had such treasures, and was willing to give one away. Fu Junlin was even more curious about his junior brother's character. Such a painting, it could probably be sent to auction and sell for a sky-high price, right? Chapter 11, Drunkenness and Chicken Raising. This banquet had a large number of attendees, and the palace wasn't big enough. So, they simply held the feast outdoors. Such a large sect was naturally quite extravagant, with each person having their own table. Before long, fine wine and delicacies were served, and they were all spiritual items, allowing many to enjoy a feast. Lu Qingyun drank a cup of fruit wine, which was delicious and sweet, although not of high quality. It had a unique flavor. Junior brother Lu, to be honest, before I joined the sect, I saw Fairy Qinghe from afar once, and was captivated by her appearance and temperament, which is why I came to the heavenly sect. Fu Junlin's face was flushed, as if he was slightly drunk. Lu Qingyun interrupted, "Senior brother, you're drunk." Unexpectedly, Fu Junlin was one of those with a broken heart. Today was the wedding, and there were countless others like him. The two sat next to each other, and as they toasted each other, they drank jug after jug of wine. The Dao Heavenly Sect was not small and allowed guests to drink their fill, with fine wine and delicacies readily available. I didn't expect that. Now that Fairy Qinghe is married, with our status, we can't even see the faces of the newlyweds. A guy nearby sighed. Hearing this, Fu Junlin was even more disheartened and downed another cup of fruit wine. The wedding was taking place at the summit, and now no one knew what state it had reached. Perhaps it's to prevent us from seeing the fairy enter the bridal chamber, which would shatter our Dao hearts? Fu Junlin was sharp-eared, and after hearing this, he drank several more cups. Lu Qingyun looked at him, wondering if he was just finding an excuse to drink more spiritual wine. Come, Jiaoer, you drink too. Not only was he drinking, but his spiritual beast was also gulping down spiritual wine, making Lu Qingyun suspicious. Just then, as if he felt it wasn't enough, Fu Junlin reached into his pocket and pulled out 2 eggs. He handed them to Lu Qingyun, saying, Come, try live eggs with wine. This is how we drink in my hometown. It tastes wonderfully amazing. With that, he cracked the eggs into his bowl, poured in some wine, and then drank it all in one go, showing a satisfied expression. Lu Qingyun twitched. This way of eating was truly unique. Looking at the egg in his hand, the shell had faint, unknown patterns flashing on it, clearly not an ordinary egg. Lu Qingyun ultimately couldn't bring himself to eat it and put the egg into his Qiankuan sleeve. Fu Junlin didn't mind and continued to savor the wine. Time passed, and soon, it seemed there was movement in the air. The people who were eating and drinking were immediately drawn to it. It's a void projection. In the void, 2 figures in red stood side by side. One wore a red veil, and the other had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, gentle and refined. The two bowed to each other. It's the Peak Master, someone exclaimed. The Peak Master of Spirit Sword Peak, Ji Xinchen, was the protagonist of this wedding. Lu Qingyun silently sighed. He really had presence and was born with a handsome demeanor. It was just a pity that this ceremony seemed to have entered its final stages before they, the ordinary disciples, were allowed to watch. In a while, they would probably be entering the bridal chamber. Fu Junlin stopped drinking and stared blankly at the figures above, not saying a word. The red veil of Fairy Qinghe would only be lifted in the bridal chamber, and those who wanted to feast their eyes would naturally be disappointed. The scene flashed by, and the previous scene seemed to have only been shown to allow everyone to witness that bow. After the banquet, the farewell was completely different from before. Fu Junlin already seemed disheartened and heartbroken. Returning to the small courtyard, the sky had already darkened. Lu Qingyun pondered for a moment and decided to first take a bath in the spiritual hot spring. This spring was something he had obtained by checking in. The spring water was warm and the spiritual energy was gentle. Not only did it strengthen muscles and bones, but it also nourished the spirit and healed wounds. He usually used the spring for cooking and watering. Comfortable. Awesome. Taking a dip in it every day was truly a heavenly life. The next day, Lu Qingyun continued to eat at the banquet. However, although it was still crowded, it was nowhere near as busy as the previous day. Moreover, Fu Junlin didn't seem to have come. Lu Qingyun didn't mind. He was only there to sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Red Leaf Sword. Would you like to view it? Red Leaf Sword, top grade Dao artifact. The personal sword of the Red Leaf Sword, immortal 10,000 years ago, forged from red blood fire god stone. It's unusually light, like a leaf. Wounds inflicted by it will bleed endlessly. Even if it doesn't kill with a single strike, it'll still be fatal. A good sword, indeed a good sword. The entire blade was blood red, but it seemed rather small and was quite to Lu Qingyun's liking. From now on, it could be his main weapon. As expected, for 20 consecutive days, Lu Qingyun didn't find a chance to go up the mountain. The sign-ins only yielded increasingly ordinary treasures. The grand wedding was just that, nothing special. It was better to be a menial here. At least, he had a way and a reason to go up the mountain. On this day, after finishing the last banquet, Lu Qingyun had a sudden feeling before he even reached the small courtyard. He had almost forgotten about it. Unexpectedly, the eggs he had stored in his sleeve dimension these past days had actually hatched. He almost knew if the eggs hadn't made any noise, Lu Qingyun would have subconsciously ignored them and completely forgotten about them. With a thought, an egg covered in cracks appeared before Lu Qingyun. Looking at this egg, Lu Qingyun was lost in thought. Oh well, let nature take its course. With his current resources, raising a chicken was completely manageable. Moreover, these past days, he had gradually noticed that the small courtyard lacked some vitality. It was a little lonely. Not long after, the egg cracked loudly, first a chicken head, then its body, and a featherless chick popped out. The birth of life was swift. Lu Qingyun looked at the confused, unseeing chick, petted it, and casually dripped a drop of his bathwater onto it. The chick seemed to smell something delicious, and its head unconsciously turned towards the drop of spirit spring water. Although its appearance was extremely ordinary, Lu Qingyun noticed its peculiarity at a glance. There seemed to be spiritual energy flowing within its body, although very subtle. Its innate chi gathering made it a spiritual beast. Cluck cluck, cock-a-doodle-doo. Lu Qingyun imitated a chicken's call, teasing the chick. For a moment, it was quite fun. The chick was still small, and Lu Qingyun couldn't even tell its sex with his bare eyes. Compared to the grand wedding, Lu Qingyun had a better chance to go up the mountain after the wedding. The wedding had created a lot of trash that needed to be cleaned up, so naturally, there was a need for sweeping menials. Thus, Lu Qingyun finally signed in for a lot of good stuff. But now, he had so much good stuff that he had become calm. After the grand wedding, the Tao Harmonious Heaven sect returned to its usual calm. Those who should cultivate were cultivating, those who should refine pills were refining pills, and those who should sweep were sweeping. Lu Qingyun thought of the white-haired dog. It seemed that the grand wedding had already passed, and there was no sign of abnormality in the Heaven sect, right? Lu Qingyun's life hadn't changed much, except now, he had a chicken to keep him company. As time passed, the chick's gender characteristics gradually emerged. It was a rooster. And the chick's feathers gradually grew out, becoming increasingly plump. Its feathers were grayish-black, which matched Lu Qingyun's temperament very well. They were very simple. However, the golden feathers on top of its head occasionally emitted a luster, making it obvious that it was not an ordinary chicken. This type of chicken was called a golden-top turtle spirit chicken in the outside world. This type of chicken had an enviable talent, longevity, comparable to that of turtles. Lu Qingyun thought this was good. At least, it could keep him company for a longer time. Chapter 12 Transformation into an Egg. Spirit insects. Lu Qingyun nourished it daily with spirit spring water and precious medicines. He felt that the golden-crested turtle spirit chicken in this world probably hadn't lived as wonderfully as his. Moreover, he didn't have to worry about being killed for his eggs. Lu Qingyun's array could ward off all kinds of creatures. But all living things had their own destinies. Lu Qingyun hadn't expected something like spirit field insects. These insects that grew alongside natural treasures were naturally not ordinary, but spirit insects. Of course, besides insects, weeds were also essential. These miscellaneous spirit grasses were useless, absorbing spiritual energy from the earth, not storing it themselves but dispersing it into the world. In the past, Lu Qingyun had to personally remove insects and weeds every so often. But now, spirit insects had their own spirit chicken doctor. One thing would subdue another. Spirit insects could not only be used as feed for the chick but could also increase the chick's cultivation. Weeding was also done as a side job. After all, since he was feeding its spirit insects, wasn't it supposed to do a good job? Lu Qingyun gave this rooster a name, Lu Koan. Time flew by, and the world changed. On this day, smoke curled from the small courtyard's chimney, and Lu Qingyun was unusually preparing a feast. Today, he was celebrating his 100th year in this world. Although he was alone, the sense of ritual was important. So, this morning, he went out early to buy a lot of ingredients. Moreover, he personally went out and hunted a small demon in the nascent soul realm. Today, he was going to have some meat. Now, Lu Qingyun's strength had improved further, and he had reached the peak of the tribulation stage. In the entire sect, this could be considered a presentable strength. The handyman peak was on the outermost edge of the Dalha heavenly sect, making it the most convenient to go out. Also, as a simple handyman disciple, he didn't need to file a report. Dying was just dying. Outside of the Handyman Peak was a continuous mountain range called the Thousand Despairs. In fact, the Handyman Peak was just a small part of the end of the Thousand Despair Mountains. The mountain range was full of miasma and many demons. Sect disciples liked to go there for training. Lu Qingyun was no different. The demons were plentiful, and he would occasionally kill a few for a snack. Before long, the table was full of delicious dishes, some boiled, some roasted, some steamed, and some fried. What a feast! Ah Koan, today I will reward you with some Holy Spirit fruit wine. A bald, featherless, fat rooster squatted at Lu Qingyun's feet, crowing in response. In a flash of light, the fat chicken transformed into a young man, bowing to Lu Qingyun. Thank you, master. Lu Qingyun waved his hand, and a pair of chopsticks appeared beside the table. All right, come up to the table and eat. Hearing this, Lu Kuan's eyes lit up, and he did not stand on ceremony, immediately sitting down. Ever since he stole some Dao medicine last time, his master had punished him by not letting him at the table for a whole month. Today, he had finally calmed down. Lu Qingyun looked at the young man and sighed slightly, having raised a chicken that was like his own son. Over several decades, Lu Kuan's cultivation had improved quite a lot. He was already at the peak of the divine treasure stage. In a few days, he might break into the purple mansion stage. Speaking of which, his bloodline, the golden-crested turtle spirit chicken, was just an ordinary bloodline used by the sect as a meat chicken for food. Generally speaking, reaching the foundation building stage was already the peak. But under Lu Qingyun's care, it was almost at the purple mansion stage. Lu Qingyun didn't feel much about it. With so many treasures and precious medicines as meals and spiritual spring water to bathe in, even a pig would probably be able to fly. Ordinary demons would have to reach at least the nascent soul stage to take a human form. But Lu Kuan was different. As soon as his intelligence developed at the divine treasure stage, Lu Qingyun personally refined a transformation pill for him. Now, Lu Kuan's human form was quite perfect. Lu Qingyun felt that this little chicken should be undergoing bloodline evolution. Last time, he had stolen an unbearable Dao medicine. If he hadn't returned in time, Koan would probably have already passed. So, in a fit of anger, Lu Qingyun had nothing much to punish him with, so he just banned him from the table. However, the last dose of medicine had been completely absorbed by him. These days, Lu Kuan was shedding fur severely, and it looked like he was about to go bald. It was a pity that the Yuan Spirit Divine Pill only worked on humans, otherwise there wouldn't be such trouble. For the delicious food covering the table, Lu Qingyun took his time, enjoying a mouthful of food and a sip of wine, quite content. But Lu Kuan didn't have such composure. However, his eyes weren't on the food but only on that glass of Saint Spirit fruit wine. Lu Kuan's saliva was constantly dripping. He had never eaten anything of the saint rank. Those saint herbs and fruits in the yard were terribly tempting. But he didn't dare to steal any, lest he end up on a plate himself. Lu Kuan couldn't hold back anymore and swallowed it directly in one gulp. Instantly, a vigorous spiritual power emanated from Lu Kuan's body, and even more so, an ancient bloodline aura, as if coming from deep within Lu Kuan. Indeed, he's about to break through. Lu Qingyun had expected it, deliberately giving the wine to give him a push. Lu Qingyun waved his hand, and Lu Kuan was already lying in the courtyard, surrounded by 4 small flags protecting him. The mood for drinking today could not be ruined. Humans valued innate physiques, while demon beasts looked to bloodlines. As long as they were demon beasts, they definitely had ancestors. The more ancient the lineage, the stronger they were. Lu Kuan's evolution was somewhat beyond Lu Qingyun's expectations. He hadn't expected it to take so long and change so strangely. When Lu Qingyun woke up the next day, Lu Kuan had turned into an egg again. Only this time, it wasn't as small as before, but as big as a basketball. No one knew when it would hatch. Time flew by, spring came and autumn went, and another year passed. If the basketball egg's aura hadn't been constantly changing, Lu Qingyun would have thought Lu Kuan was asleep. That inexplicable ancient aura became increasingly intense, and golden light occasionally flowed on the eggshell, exceedingly mystical. Lu Qingyun, as usual, swept the floor and checked in, then watered the plants and removed pests in the yard. These days, he had been assigned near the Heavenly River again, and he checked in quite a few good things. This heavenly river was extremely unusual. Every distance seemed to be a check-in location. Previously, Lu Qingyun had thought it was one whole river, but it was clearly not. This year, Lu Kuan had turned into an egg, so the task of pest removal naturally fell back on him. Ha! What's this? There, on a saint flower, a small fleshy worm was lying. Lu Qingyun was shocked. Firstly, this was a saint herb, yet it had a pest? This was the first time in 100 years. Secondly, this worm's color was constantly changing, sometimes purple, sometimes green, and it even had 2 heads. But one head was green, and one was purple, which was quite cute. Thirdly, this worm's aura was too ordinary. When Lu Qingyun sensed it, it was clearly just a mortal worm. But how could this be when it was lying on the saint flower, sucking its nectar? This flower was an exquisite saint herb, the Dao Saliva Saint Immortal Flower. It was not simple. He felt it was not simple. Lu Qingyun's eyes gleamed with golden light, and at the same time, an array seemed to flow in the small courtyard. After a while, Lu Qingyun finally saw it clearly. Ordinary pupil techniques were useless. He saw it from the origin of heaven and earth, and only then could he barely see. It's actually a born spirit worm. If this worm had a bloodline, then it was the origin of that bloodline itself, belonging to the primitive bloodline. So, it's not that it's too ordinary, but its bloodline is so noble that it has already returned to its original simplicity. Chapter 13, Hatching. Siblings. Lu Qingyun didn't hesitate, directly capturing this unknown spirit insect any longer, and this saliva holy immortal flower would wither. All these days of nurturing, after today's absorption, would be for naught. Medicinal herbs depended on age. The longer the time, the deeper the medicinal power. And spirit herbs possessed spirituality, let alone holy herbs. Although their spiritual awareness was weak, Lu Qingyun clearly felt the little flower crying in pain. Legend said holy herbs were born from heaven and earth, just like the legendary saints who had attained the fruit of eternal life, existing as long as the heavens. But they themselves were trapped within heaven and earth, difficult to move. If discovered by low-level beings, they would be picked and eaten. The only means they might have was to use their medicinal power, causing the perpetrators to die violently unless they possessed considerable offensive power themselves. Holy herbs contained the opportunity for sainthood, but they had little defense. This was why they were so coveted by everyone. Any inferior grade holy herb, if it fell into the outside world, would cause a bloodbath. This little meat bug's color was constantly changing, only its two ends were fixed, one green and one purple. It felt cool to the touch. Lu Qingyun placed it in his hand. One end of the bug seemed a bit lost and the other a bit angry, displaying two different emotions. How interesting. Forget about the holy herb, a Dao herb will do. This primitive bloodline spirit insect could be raised. Lu Qingyun didn't have a saint's heart, he had his own means of control, and wasn't afraid of raising an ingrate. On Spirit Beast P, he had signed in quite a few good things. Time flew by, and in a blink of an eye, 2 more years had passed. This day, Lu Qingyun returned home as usual after cleaning. Although the location had changed in 2 years, the general direction was still the heavenly river basin. Jiao, you did a good job. Looking at the pile of green insects rolling on the ground, Lu Qingyun was very satisfied. This spirit insect leveled up very quickly, and had already established its foundation 2.5 months ago. Its size had grown to about the size of a middle finger. After Lu Qingyun's training, it could already speak human language. Lu Qingyun had searched through all the records but could not find the origins of this spirit insect. But he felt that this two-headed green bug was somewhat similar to the legendary Jiao insect. So, Lu Qingyun named it Jiao. Jiao had 2 heads, one green and one purple. If called separately, they could be called Qing Jiao and Zi Jiao. Although Lu Kuan had not yet hatched, Jiao had a special bloodline that gave it the aura to command all insects. Come, this is your reward. Lu Qingyun casually picked a leaf from the Dao field area and tossed it to Jiao. But Qing Jiao looked pitiful, showing a human-like expression, and coquettishly said, Master, little Chang has already established its foundation, and this one leaf is really not enough to eat. How about Zi Jia and I each get a leaf anyway? Master, you have such a big one. Qing Jiao's eyes rolled, seeing Lu Qingyun expressionless and a bit silent. Its tone even carried a hint of crying. Okay please master. At the same time, Zi Jiao didn't say a word. She wasn't good with words, and was a bit introverted. Lu Qingyun pondered. Jiao had shared one Dao leaf since birth. Now that it had established its foundation, perhaps it was time for a raise. Lu Qingyun sighed. Fine, I'll agree to it. With that, he waved his hand, and another leaf landed in front of Jiao. Hee, thank you, master. Jiao lay on the stone pier, enjoying the food with satisfaction on both faces. Lu Qingyun walked into the small courtyard and looked at the egg next to it. 3 years had passed, and it still hadn't hatched. Oh well, now that I have Jiao, I don't need you for insect control anymore. Lu Qingyun muttered to himself. Crack crack. It seemed to have heard Lu Qingyun's words, and the basketball-sized divine egg made a long-awaited sound. A kun was finally about to come out. Crack crack crack. As time passed, the eggshell gradually filled with cracks, just like before. Then, the cracks covered the entire egg, and a chicken head popped out. The chicken head was a little confused, and also bald. It looked left, then right, and upon seeing Lu Qingyun not far away, it was overjoyed. Master, I, a kun, am back. A large, featherless, plump chicken emerged, seemingly no different from when it was molting. Yes, it's good that you're safe. Lu Qingyun sensed for a moment. It had not yet grown feathers, and everything was still unknown. But the current Lukuan was clearly different from before. Its bloodline had completed its evolution. When Lu Qingyun sensed it, he felt a fiery sensation, which was quite peculiar. As for its cultivation, it had barely managed to break through to the Purple Mansion realm, but it was still unstable, somewhat superficial, and it needed to consolidate its cultivation first. Lukuan leaped out of the eggshell, and with a twist of its chicken head, the eggshell instantly turned into a ball and entered its stomach. Burp Lukuan let out a burp, and with a flash of spiritual light, it transformed into a human. Completely naked, Lu Qingyun was not interested. He tossed a set of clothes over, which Lu Kuan smoothly put on. Okay, very good. Then let's first. Lu Qingyun was about to go inside when he saw Lu Kuan's eyes light up as he headed toward the entrance. Turning his head to look, he saw Lu Kuan drooling, staring at Ijiao like a hungry wolf. Master, is this the gift you prepared for me? Then I will. Ouch. Lu Qingyun flashed to Lu Kuan's side and tapped the chicken head. This is Ijiao. From now on, you will be her older brother. If anything should happen to her. Lu Qingyun's tone was serious, and after thinking about it, he threatened, I'll turn you into boiled chicken. Hearing this, Lu Kuan finally came to his senses. Had he fallen out of favor? This is holy water made with 3 kinds of holy flower honey. Take it to stabilize your cultivation first, and then we'll talk about other things. Seeing the holy water that Lu Qingyun handed over, Lu Kuan felt an inexplicable fragrance. His eyes filled with tears, he was somewhat moved. It turned out that he was still the little rooster that his master loved. Hello, big brother Ijiao was a born spirit insect. She was naturally oblivious to the fact that Lu Kuan was a chicken that ate insects, and she felt no discomfort in her bloodline. But Lu Kuan was different. He was, after all, a chicken, and upon smelling such a delicious spirit insect, he naturally could not control himself. Lu Qingyun had no choice but to threaten him first. With Ajiao's talent, her potential would definitely be higher than Lu Kuan's in the future, and then he would be able to keep them both in check. Another 3 days passed before Lu Kuan came back to his senses from cultivation. With the help of the holy flower water, he not only consolidated his cultivation, but even showed a faint tendency to improve further. What kind of bloodline do you have now? Have you awakened any talents? Lu Qingyun sat in front of the tea table, brewing spiritual tea, sitting opposite Lu Kuan. Ajiao lay on one side, Xingjiu was asleep, and Zijiao looked left and right. Demon beasts cultivate the power of bloodlines, unlike humans who have to painstakingly cultivate techniques. Even the most ordinary mortal beast has its unique talents. If one awakens an ancient bloodline, with good luck, one could not only have super powerful divine abilities, but even revive some of their ancestors' memories and recast ancient glory. But Ijiao did not have this kind of opportunity. She was inherently primal. Lu Kuan looked at the top-grade Dao tea in front of him, his eyes lit up. He directly took a big gulp and, without hiding anything, recounted the memories of his bloodline awakening one by one. Chapter 14 Return to Qian Yuan. My bloodline is called Crimson Flame Blood Crow. Lu Kuan spoke with pride, but saw Lu Qingyun nod silently, his face expressionless. I can. Lu Kuan demonstrated his talent, but Lu Qingyun was pondering in his heart. He had signed in for so many things that he naturally possessed something like an encyclopedia of living beings. With a quick search, he found the origin and function of the Crimson Flame Blood Crow. The Crimson Flame Blood Crow was an ancient demon clan that had a glorious history, with even Dao-slaying experts among their ranks. They were generally used as vanguards for the demon race. The boundless wilderness had a long history, but there were also brief records. From chaos, ancient times, the chaotic era, antiquity, the Middle Ages, the recent past, to the current era of great contention, the span of time was unknown in terms of epochs. The Crimson Flame Blood Crow's talent was its flame-like blood, unpredictable and ever-changing. Very good. After watching Ah Kuan's blood-burst performance, Lu Qingyun poured him another cup of tea. Feeling the pitiful gaze from the side, Lu Qingyun finally softened and poured another cup of Dao tea, placing it in front of Ajiao. Lu Qingyun looked at the excited Lu Kuan, thinking that Dao slaying wasn't bad either. But surely, with his resources, Lu Kuan would evolve later on, and the Crimson Flame Blood Crow was not the end. How is it, little sister Ajiao, are you envious? Ah Kuan combed his hair, looking at Ajiao with anticipation, hoping to see an admiring gaze. Hey! Lu Qingyun flicked Ah Kuan's forehead with a finger in the air, shaking his head. Ajiao has the potential of an emperor, take care of her in the future. A few more days passed, under Lu Qingyun's tutelage. Lu Kuan and Ajiao's relationship seemed to have grown closer. After all, in this small courtyard, there were only 3 of them, and Lu Qingyun didn't find it convenient to play around with them. Lu Qingyun was solitary by nature, and apart from the new handyman, no one else interacted with him. As for Zhao Shicheng, the handyman peak deacon who had led him into the sect, Lu Qingyun hadn't seen him in a long time. Perhaps he had already forgotten about him. On this day, Lu Qingyun's token refreshed again. As usual, Lu Qingyun casually checked. But this time, he was a little stunned, a little dazed. Cleaning, Qian Yuan Palace. He never expected that after so many years, he would hear about this palace again. But the daze was only for a moment. A century had passed, and the image of the white-bearded old man was as if it was just yesterday. Back then, he had defeated him with a single blow of his magic weapon. Now, his strength had already surpassed his, and he probably wouldn't need a magic weapon to defeat him. But the person was gone, there was no way to test it, he could only go to his old residence to reminisce. The next day, Lu Qingyun still moved as usual, neither hurrying nor slowing. His destination today was Qianyuan Palace. However, when he arrived at Qianyuan Palace, he was dumbfounded. The place was in ruins, the house was gone, as if it had been demolished. Not even the walls or the floor remained, only a few rotten pieces of wood and a foundation. There were also several gray-robed handymen there, sweeping back and forth, seemingly a little unsatisfied. It turned out that this cleaning was not just for him. "Brother, you're late, there's nothing good left here." A guy weighed the storage bag in his hand, his expression satisfied, as if he had gained a lot. Lu Qingyun was a bit confused and asked, "What happened here?" This guy looked at Lu Qingyun suspiciously and asked, "Don't you know? The master of Qianyuan Palace died, and even the palace was moved away." After saying that, he turned to look at the foundation behind him, sighing, "Our task is to handle the aftermath, clear the place, and free it up. You don't know, he was a tribulation passing great power, there were a lot of treasures left behind. My luck was not good, I only grabbed a door panel and a few pills." His tone was cheerful, obviously feeling that he was quite lucky. Before long, without Lu Qingyun even needing to lift a finger, the original Qianyuan Palace was reduced to nothing but a patch of bare earth, waiting only for the passage of time to transform it into a dandelion meadow similar to those around it. Lu Qingyun, naturally not wanting to be conspicuous or pretentious, also picked up a few pieces of rotten wood. The flooring of a tribulation stage cultivator's house was also made of spirit wood, which could be sold for some spirit stones. This trip was considered a rare and lucrative task for ordinary laborers. Lu Qingyun shook his head silently. He had sensed these things earlier. It was just that he didn't care for these door panels or elixirs. He didn't even look twice at the white-bearded old man's storage pouch. It did contain good items, but they were only good relative to ordinary cultivators. Things like tattered treasure maps, fragments of Dao artifacts, and nameless tokens might be considered valuable assets in the outside world, enough to stir up a storm of conflict. But no matter how great those things were, could they compare to his countless holy artifacts and medicines? No matter how high their rank, could they surpass his innate Xuanmu cauldron? They were useless to him and regrettable to discard, mere chicken bones, only suitable for gathering dust for 100 years. There were 6 janitorial laborers on this task, including Lu Qingyun. Lu Qingyun noticed one person who was particularly unusual, with a weak cultivation, feeble spiritual roots, and life hanging by a thread. It was clear he was standing there only by sheer force of will. That's Jin Dali. They say he endured the Golden Body Hall's trial with a mortal body. He's quite famous lately, don't you know, someone whispered to Lu Qingyun, explaining. I'm not sure why he ended up at the laborer peak. The person who had spoken to Lu Qingyun earlier, overhearing their conversation, also joined them. He seemed to have wide-ranging connections. I've heard a bit about it. Apparently, he offended an elder by saying that even sparrows have the ambition to soar. Isn't that ridiculous? Ha 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 ha. The other 2 also crowded around, leaving the solitary figure behind. They laughed unrestrained. And then, the elder slapped him and severely injured him. As he spoke, this person even gestured with his hand, slapping the air next to Jin Dali, sending dirt and stones flying. He even said he'd defeat the elder's personal disciple in 10 years. Ha 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 ha. That's a nascent soul cultivator. He has just a first heaven realm now. With his aptitude, let alone nascent soul, whether he can even reach the foundation establishment stage in 10 years is doubtful. And, he glanced toward Jin Dali. Look at him. 10 years? I doubt he'll even last 10 days. Ha 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 ha. He reminds me a bit of someone from 100 years ago. He was quite famous too. What was his name? Lu, someone echoed, trying to remember a name, but couldn't at the moment. Lu Qingyun. Lu Qingyun reminded him. Ah, that's right, Lu Qingyun. This person looked at Lu Qingyun with some satisfaction, then continued. They say this guy was even more amazing than Jin Dali, passing the sex assessment, also with a mortal body. But there hasn't been much news about him for the last 100 years. I suppose he's probably dead, right? He calculated the lifespan of a first heaven cultivator. It was about time. After all, once one reaches the foundation establishment stage, no one would stay on this peak. By the way, bro, what is your name? This guy suddenly remembered the person who reminded him of the name, feeling quite pleased and wanting to make his acquaintance. Lu Qingyun was silent for a moment before quietly saying, Lu Qingyun. Chapter 15. Similar souls. Hearing Lu Qingyun announce his name, the others were all stunned. You're Lu Qingyun. The man seemed disbelieving and a bit embarrassed. Saying this in front of the person himself, even with his thick skin, he felt awkward. The others found it uninteresting and dispersed. Having cleaned up, with no reason to linger, they turned and left. Jin Dali had already set off, but his injuries were too severe, and he walked slowly. Lu Qingyun passed by him, and the 2 did not exchange words. The previous ridicule from the others had clearly not closed him off, but Jin Dali's face was firm and without any reaction, only appearing a little weak. Lu Qingyun strolled along for a while, arriving at the edge of the heavenly river. Looking at the clear river water, the system's voice sounded. The current location meets the check-in conditions. Do you wish to check in? Check in, Lu Qingyun said without hesitation in his mind. Ding! Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 9 Heavens Phantom Step. Do you wish to view it? View it. 9 Heavens Phantom Step, a Dao-severing footwork. 1 step, 1 layer of heaven, 9 steps to tread the sky. Imitated from the gate of the 9 nether hellhound. Lu Qingyun silently grasped it. In some time, he would also sever his Dao. This place, most likely, was where some great expert had practiced footwork, leaving behind Dao rhythm. Lu Kuan also knew some of these small techniques. But naturally, Lu Qingyun had taught him. Lu Qingyun didn't rush home, but first went to the market. This place had a deep Dao rhythm, not inferior to some large main peaks. After all, this market had been here for hundreds of thousands of years and had never changed its location. Who knew how many powerful cultivators had come here, how much Dao rhythm they had left behind through their cultivation or battles? Previously, if Lu Qingyun was assigned to clean some small palaces or halls, he would come to the markets under the main peaks to check in, considering it as a way to make up for deficiencies. He came this time not for anything else, but simply to buy some ingredients. Lu Qingyun's mountain foot was large, but he couldn't grow too many ingredients, mostly unpalatable medicinal herbs. So, every now and then, he would come here to buy some ingredients to cook with. Over the years, perhaps the only thing that hadn't changed was his appetite. Although he had already entered a state where he no longer needed to eat, he would still have a meal every day. Walking into the market, he went straight to the ingredient market. The spirit vegetables from Dan Ding Peak were the most delicious. Hey, have you heard? The once-in-a-millennium Dao Discourse Assembly is about to begin. Dao Discourse Assembly? He didn't expect to have stumbled upon it. However, this kind of grand event had nothing to do with him. This was a human race exchange gathering. Once every 1,000 years, it lasted for 3 years. At that time, all the sages of the human race would gather together, discussing the Dao and demonstrating martial arts, in search of the elusive path to the great emperor. Naturally, such a grand event was not something ordinary people could attend. One would naturally need a hint of great emperor hope, that is, their cultivation would have to be successful in tribulation crossing, severing the Dao or above to attend. I heard, this year the assembly will be held in the southern region, at the Lihua Divine Sect. Upon hearing this, the crowd all sighed. Alas! It's a pity. If we could hear even a few words, it would help our cultivation. We are quite envious of the people from the Lihua Divine Sect. Lu Qingyun listened silently. He had also heard of the Lihua Divine Sect. It was located in the southern region of the boundless wilderness in the endless fire domain. It was a sect on par with the Daohi Tian sect, with sages overseeing it. The word divine in the divine sect meant sacred transcendence. In the barren continent, the concepts of gods and immortals were 2 different terms. Except during the ancient times, when severing the Dao was called the divine immortal realm. Now, even calling sages gods, or interpreting them as immortals, it is actually the same concept, transcending the mortal realm. It is not related to one's cultivation, as even foundation establishment cultivators were called gods and immortals by ordinary people. 200,000 years ago, the last great emperor of the human race mysteriously disappeared, marking the end of an era. This great emperor was none other than the founder of the Scorching Fire Divine Sect, the Scorching Fire Great Emperor. Although Dao Heaven Sect was an even more ancient sect, it wasn't that much older, and furthermore, it had never produced a great emperor. Its foundation might be slightly inferior to that of the Scorching Fire Divine Sect. Of course, these were stories that had been circulating on the continent for a long time, and Lu Qingyun didn't know their truth. He couldn't yet access the specific secrets of the sect. The Dao Discussion Assembly. Lu Qingyun pondered silently. He couldn't go, there were too many sages, and they couldn't mask their auras. However, such an important assembly would surely attract the various peak masters and hall masters, and when that time came, wouldn't he be able to enter places he couldn't before? The more Lu Qingyun thought about it, the more he felt restless. Truly heaven was helping him. He, with his modern soul, hadn't even been to the Dao Palace yet. After purchasing the ingredients, Lu Qingyun didn't linger any longer and went straight home. As soon as he stepped out of the teleportation array, Lu Qingyun saw a hunched figure, Jean Dali. He hadn't expected that he would still be here after he had strolled around the market. He's a pitiful man. Looking at the direction he was walking, he seemed to be his neighbor. Cluck cluck cluck. Master, you're back. As soon as he got home, he heard the sound of a chicken crowing. Akan, haven't you already evolved into a crimson flame blood crow? Why are you still making that sound? Lu Qingyun couldn't help but ask. Well, I seem to be unable to change it. In the end, he had evolved from a chicken, and he had been making this sound for decades, long accustomed to it. Although his bloodline had evolved, his mentality hadn't quite adjusted. Lu Qingyun thought for a moment and said, "Never mind, just keep making that sound, it's quite nice." Hearing Lu Qingyun's praise, Akun's eyes lit up, and he let out a few more bright clucks. Now that he had Akun and Ajiao, he didn't have to worry about pests eating the medicinal herbs he was growing. Although Ajiao was also a bug, she didn't react at all when she saw Akun eating bugs, nor did she stop him. It was as if they weren't of the same species. Lu Qingyun casually plucked a few dao leaves, 2 for Ajiao, and, not being biased, 2 for Akun as well. Back in his room, he poured himself a cup of tea. Sepa! Truly, so comfortable. Lu Qingyun tapped the table, looking outside, a little silent. On the other side, at the foot of the mountain, Jean Dali staggered back to his house. Put! Before he could even close the door, he spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground. Cough cough cough. Jean Dali barely managed to sit up straight, his face pale, but he didn't seem to be in pain, as if he was fine. He was silent for a moment and then took out a steamed bun from his chest. He was a little hungry, it seemed like he hadn't eaten in a long time. Cough cough. The steamed bun was a bit dry, and he ate it a little too quickly, choking for a moment and coughing violently. It took a while before he recovered. Now he was eating slowly, carefully taking each bite. Leaning against the doorframe, Jean Dali seemed lost in thought. After a while, he reached to his chest, where he was wearing a peace charm that his mother had sewn by hand. It was wrinkled and dusty, a somewhat misshapen cloth bundle, with 2 big characters crookedly embroidered on it, peace. Looking at the peace charm, Jean Dali stroked it back and forth. Dad, Mom, Dali, I'm sorry, I'm afraid I won't be able to avenge you. The resolute man, rarely showing such a display of sadness, had tears sliding down the corners of his eyes. If nothing unexpected happened, he probably wouldn't live past tonight, would he? Just at that moment, a sigh coming from the void entered Jean Dali's mind. Sigh. Who? Jean Dali tried to get up to check, but fell back to the ground halfway. He really couldn't move. He looked around, and seeing no movement, Jean Dali silently took a bite of his steamed bun. Is it a hallucination? Sure enough, he was really going to die. He was even having hallucinations. Sigh, if you want to live, take this pill. Another sigh sounded, the familiar voice echoing in his mind. Just as he was about to ask nervously, he saw a white pill floating in front of him. It radiated a soft glow and had a fragrant medicinal scent. Jean Dali looked around, was silent for a moment, finished the last bite of his steamed bun, chewed for a moment, and directly swallowed it. Then, without asking any more questions, he waved his hand, grabbed the pill, and swallowed it directly. The pill melted in his mouth, with no texture at all, turning directly into a stream of sweetness that entered his body. In no time, Jean Dali felt his strength gradually returning. He twisted his body, and his pupils suddenly contracted. How is this possible? He jumped up suddenly, throwing 2 punches with a whooshing sound. He was a little surprised. In just a few breaths, he seemed to have returned to his peak. Thank you, senior. Only then did Jean Dali react, directly kneeling on the ground and kowtowing several times. Bang! Bang! Although a man's knees are worth gold, what was dignity compared to the grace of saving his life? Senior, why did you save me? Jean Dali was very puzzled. He was just a dying ordinary person. After waiting for a long time, he still did not hear the familiar voice. Just when Jean Dali thought that the person in the void seemed to have left, the voice sounded again. Fate is wondrous beyond words. Before Jean Dali could speak, the voice continued, I have 2 body techniques suitable for your mortal body. You may choose one. One is the Flamestone Golden Body. It follows a path similar to that of a golden body, refining the body with chi, and is a tribulation passing body technique. If you are diligent, you will surely attain the nascent soul within 10 years. The other is the Heaven Forging Body. This method follows the path of transforming the body into a weapon, the body constantly evolving, requiring 1,000 hammerings and refining, which is extremely painful. Moreover, the cultivation is extremely slow. However, once this technique is cultivated to great perfection, it can be compared to a saintly body. Boy, choose. As the voice faded, the space seemed to freeze. It was terrifyingly silent. Jean Dali stood there stunned. Was this the legendary opportunity? I choose. Jean Dali hesitated. He had a 10-year agreement with the elder. If he chose one of these, perhaps he could win and regain his dignity. But it was clear that the heaven-forging body had a higher limit. It was a saintly body. A postnatal saintly body. It was still a saintly body. It had the potential of a saint. A saintly body at great perfection had the power of a quasi-emperor. Jean Dali's gaze flickered to the peace charm on his chest. Mother. It was said that there were several tribulation-passing experts in the sect that had killed his family. If he cultivated the Flamestone Golden Body, could he succeed in getting revenge? Jean Dali's eyes gradually became firm. I choose the heaven-forging body. Compared to the 10-year agreement, revenge was obviously more important. Compared to dignity, the future was more important. At worst, he could be mocked again. Good. The voice in the void seemed very satisfied. Not long after, Jean Dali's head throbbed. A strange consciousness entered his mind. This was all the content of the heaven-forging body. Hiss, ah! This amount of information was too vast. For a moment, Jean Dolly felt a soul-splitting pain. But fortunately, everything was very quick, and it was completely transmitted within the time it took to drink a cup of tea. Huff, huff. Jean Dolly was a bit exhausted, propping himself up on the ground and panting heavily. Feeling the content in his mind, Jean Dolly trembled all over, forgetting the discomfort of his body, and kowtowed non-stop. Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Senior. Senior's great kindness, Jean Dolly will never forget it for 100 lifetimes. Jean Dolly's expression was excited and determined. He had even kowtowed a hole in the floor. After kowtowing for a good while, Jean Dolly cautiously asked, I don't know if Senior, no, Master, please accept this disciple-less bow. Unfortunately, the bow didn't go through. An invisible force held his head up. There's no need for a formal apprenticeship. I'm only doing this on a whim today. Jean Dolly was stunned for a moment, but quickly understood, then asked, then, how should I address you, Senior? What is your position in the sect? Before he could finish, the voice in the void interrupted, just call me Mister. As for my identity, it's unspeakable. The voice seemed to fade away, and then disappeared completely. Jean Dolly felt a sense of understanding and kowtowed again. Thank you, Mister. Please take care. Lu Qingyun took a slow sip of the dark tea, slightly bitter, but with a lingering sweetness. It needed to be savored slowly to taste the last hint of sweetness. This subtle show-off was quite amusing. Taking a disciple? He had absolutely no interest. Saving a life and passing on a technique was just something he did casually. Now that he was about to sever his path, he would do what he pleased and wouldn't overthink things. Jean Dolly's choice was within his expectations. Anyone with any ambition would choose the heaven-forged body. Although Lu Qingyun knew every detail of this technique, he hadn't cultivated it himself. It wasn't because he was afraid of pain, it was just that the technique was too troublesome, requiring constant physical tempering every day. He, Lu Qingyun, was just a slacker who wanted to check in peacefully. Why bother being so hard-working? The heaven-forged body was not bad. In fact, it was quite strong. Among his techniques, it could rank in the top 30. When cultivated to the highest level, one wouldn't even need weapons. The entire body would become a sacred artifact. As for the Yuan Spirit Divine Pill, Lu Qingyun didn't give it to him. To save his life and give him a saint-level technique was already generous of Lu Qingyun. Rapid improvement wasn't necessarily a good thing either. Lu Qingyun just had various treasures and pills to stabilize his foundation. The news of the Dao Discussion Conference quickly spread throughout the entire sect. The conference was only 2 months away. Many important figures emerged from seclusion. It was even rumored that the elders of the major peaks had already set off for the Blazing Fire Divine Sect. With such a grand occasion, it was best to arrive as early as possible. Everyone was at least at the severing path stage. Exchanging a few words with each other could even lead to immediate enlightenment. Even if they didn't have such luck, making friends with many fellow Taoists was also a good thing. At their level, they usually stayed secluded for too long, lacking social interaction. Only communication with people of the same level could bridge the gap. As for the sect master and the peak lords and hall masters of the major peaks, they would of course wait until the final days. All major forces were the same. The most powerful figures always had to appear last. Although it was said that only those at the severing path could attend, many minor peak lords at the tribulation stage also rushed over excitedly. Although they couldn't directly participate in the conference, what if they could pick up some experience? Thus, the Dao Heaven sect seemed to gradually become empty. But this made life difficult for the janitors. As soon as these peak lords left, all sorts of cleaning tasks were handed down by the stewards. Chapter 17, Severing the Dao. The planned time flowed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. On this day, thunderclouds surged in the sky, harboring a sense of boundless danger. Lu Qingyun sat cross-legged in the center of the small courtyard. He was preparing to undergo his tribulation and sever his Dao. Severing the Dao was about cutting away the excess paths so one could focus on progress. Lu Qingyun had many Daos, and he didn't want to give up any of them. It was at this moment that the Dao harmonizing heavenly technique came into play. Its unique effect was Dao compatibility, harmony, and unity. Therefore, Lu Qingyun's severing of the Dao didn't have the severing part. From the moment one began to sever their Dao, a cultivator entered the eyes of heaven and earth. From then on, every step forward would be tested by heavenly punishment. Heavenly lightning was extremely dangerous, and the slightest mistake could result in being reduced to ashes. Many in the sect underwent tribulations, but those who severed their Daos could be called elders, and elders were few in number. Many lacked confidence and feared failure, so they would be stuck at the tribulation stage, living until they died of old age. Lu Qingyun was not afraid. He roughly estimated that he had a 99% chance of success. The remaining 1% might just be the heavenly Dao deceiving him? His cultivation of the Dao harmonizing heavenly technique was as natural as eating and drinking, so Lu Qingyun knew what the great Dao was thinking and how it would strike him. This time, the heavenly lightning was called the Chaos Divine Thunder Tribulation, and it was one of the top 3 thunder tribulations in the boundless wilderness. According to the feedback from the Great Tao, it was mainly because Lu Qingyun's cultivation was too diverse, touching on everything. Even with the help of the heavenly technique, the heavenly Tao still sent down such a thunder tribulation. However, Lu Qingyun was not flustered at all. For this, he had even specially created a puppet. This thunder tribulation was so extraordinary, it could not be wasted. This puppet was made entirely of Chaos Thundercloud Gold, the best material Lu Qingyun had obtained through check-ins. Its quality had reached that of a Chaos Spirit Stone. Although it was currently just a humanoid piece of scrap metal, if it was lucky this time, it could step into the Severing Tao stage, just like him. Lu Qingyun felt a little thrill at fleecing the Great Tao. The entire foot of the mountain was covered by formations, and the small courtyard was also covered by formations, so even a sage could not easily detect it. Kuan and Jiao were lying by the window in the house, quietly watching everything outside, preparing to observe the tribulation and gain experience. Before long, the thunderclouds in the sky grew deeper, and faint rumbles of thunder could be heard, as if they were brewing. If one looked at the clouds of tribulation, it was as if an invisible pressure was coming, making people want to submit. Lu Qingyun remained unmoved, silently holding a petal in his mouth. With the saint flower to continue his life, even the last bit of unease was smoothed out. Boom! A bolt of black lightning, as dark as ink, instantly struck Lu Qingyun. Lu Qingyun didn't make any movements. When the thunder tribulation struck him, it was like a drop of water entering the sea, not even breaking his clothes. Go! Lu Qingyun tossed his hand, and the puppet beside him, like opposite poles attracting each other, flew directly towards the sky. The thunder tribulation definitely could not be blocked. After all, it was used to evolve the body and cleanse the soul. If it was blocked, it would have no effect. If one wanted to eat the thunder tribulation, they had to go to the sky and rely on its fortune. As soon as the puppet entered, the clouds of tribulation seemed to be enraged. Boom boom boom! 3 thunderclouds struck at once, combining again above Lu Qingyun to form an even more terrifying lightning. Unfortunately, it still couldn't cause even a ripple. Only cultivators who maintained their original heart, stabilized their Tao foundation, and possessed a strong body and deep power under the clouds of tribulation had a chance to pass. Therefore, many cultivators were injured by the thunderclouds and became fearful, naturally unable to pass, ending in death and dissipation. The Chaos Divine Thunder Tribulation was certainly not so simple. The black clouds in the sky gradually dissipated. What followed were colorful divine thunders. These divine thunders were all manifestations of the various Taos Lu Qingyun had cultivated, with awe-inspiring power. If even one of them was not solid, one would not pass and everything would be in vain. But unfortunately, Lu Qingyun's foundation was solid, with no flaws. Golden lightning, purple lightning, azure lightning, 5-colored lightning time slowly flowed by, and Lu Qingyun didn't know how long he had been struck. After finally enduring the last black and white intertwined divine lightning, the firmament finally stilled. The puppet fell. You actually went ahead of me, Lu Qingyun murmured with emotion. As expected, the Chaos Spirit Stone. The tribulation clouds slowly dispersed, and sunlight sprinkled upon the earth. A strange, 7-colored mist drifted towards Lu Qingyun. The aura within Lu Qingyun's body surged steadily, finally breaking through the last barrier. He had successfully passed the tribulation and advanced to the Tao-slaying realm. Destroying the heavens and the earth, annihilating stars with a flick of a finger, and with a single thought, the world could be overturned. His lifespan was now 1 yuanhui, which was 129,600 years. Tao slaying, having passed the heavenly tribulation, was true transcendence. It had another name, the realm of kings. Especially among the demon race, only those in the Tao slaying realm could be called demon kings, dominating a region. In ancient times, this realm was even called the realm of immortals. Congratulations, master. Seeing this, Koan and Jiao hurriedly came out, speaking in unison and bowing to offer their congratulations. Jiao, still not yet transformed, naturally perched on Koan's shoulder. Lu Qingyun slowly opened his eyes, his pupils seeming to contain the rotation of galaxies and the replacement of all things. He didn't waste time and swallowed the petals of the holy flower directly into his stomach, stabilizing his cultivation, truly an exquisite item. After another short while, Lu Qingyun opened his eyes again. However, his eyes were now deep and profound, without the imposing manner they had before, and his aura was unremarkable, still at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, and somewhat unstable. I am happy today, so I shall reward you. With a wave of his hand, 2 5-colored sacred fruits flew from the nearby fruit tree, landing in front of Koan and Jiao. Seeing this, the crow and the insect bowed again, praising their master's benevolence. These were sacred fruits normally, not to mention a whole fruit, they could only smell even a single leaf. Lu Qingyun slowly stood up, patted his simple attire, and looked at the sky. It seemed like he had spent an entire day undergoing the tribulation. Today, being happy, he should have a good meal. It just so happened that he hadn't signed in yet, so he would go out and hunt some game to have a fresh taste. He didn't go very far on this trip. Originally, Lu Qingyun had planned to leave the sect and go to the Thousand Desolation Mountains. However, shortly after he left the gate, he saw two wretched gray-robed servants. To outsiders, they might have appeared to be servants, but in Lu Qingyun's eyes, they were clearly a black boar and a scaled cow. Lu Qingyun, with his vast knowledge, naturally knew what races they belonged to, a black spirit glare boar and a earth scale beast. Both were at the nascent soul realm. The meat, he had never tried it. Not caring what they were doing, Lu Qingyun casually took them into his sleeve and returned to his small courtyard. Dressed in servants' robes, they clearly weren't from the spirit beast peak. Their bodies were full of blood aura, clearly from excessive slaughter. Using them to satisfy his appetite was perfect. Inside the universe sleeve. Ah, hoo. The demon boar shouted loudly, bewildered. The earth scale beast was much smarter, knowing that such methods were not those of ordinary people, and immediately bowed down, begging for mercy. Great One, spare me. Great One, spare me. Lu Qingyun originally wanted to kill them directly, but after some consideration, a spiritual light shot into the two demons' minds. Their memories were instantly grasped by Lu Qingyun. Naturally, their lives also came to an end. The plan has begun? They, like the previous white-haired dog, were all part of a mission to infiltrate. Now, the plan was about to begin, but they did not know the specifics of what it was for. They only knew that in 2 months, they had to do their best to attack the sect's protective array. Lu Qingyun vaguely guessed that this was obviously to take advantage of the large number of sect elders being out and cause trouble. When the Dao-slaying experts left, the sect would become somewhat vulnerable. It was a perfect opportunity to strike. What? Demons are about to invade the heavenly sect? Where did this news come from? You've got to be kidding me. Even if the sect master is away, it's not as if some petty demons can covet us. That's right, especially with our mighty mountain and river grand formation. Even a saint wouldn't be able to break through. Where did this wild rumor come from? The news naturally came from Lu Qingyun. If something were to happen to the Dao Harmony Heavenly Sect, what would happen to his sweeping servant identity? If he couldn't check in by then, he'd probably cry himself to death. It's just a pity that the leaders of the major peaks all seem to have left early. Even if they're going to be the finale, they have to go in advance. Maybe there are other things to do. Such opportunities to go out are rare, and usually, they have to save time to cultivate. So, although Lu Qingyun spread the news, no one believed it at all. Besides the disciples' blind faith in the sect, there might also be some lurking demon beasts pushing the boat. Lu Qingyun didn't dwell on it. Since he was here, he would take it as it comes. To be fair, the effect of the spiritual puppet was quite pleasing. Lu Qingyun felt that although it couldn't defeat him, it would probably crush most of the cultivators at the slaying path stage. The puppet's body was almost comparable to a body cultivator from the Golden Body Hall. It's just that the spirit stones needed to activate it were too much, and it was said that even the spirit puppet hall could barely supply a puppet at the supreme realm. However, Lu Qingyun didn't have to worry about that. He had checked in a source stone by the heavenly river. The spiritual energy he used was endless and never depleted. It's no exaggeration to say that Lu Qingyun's spiritual puppet, if it were to have a battle of attrition, would be invincible unless the surrounding environment's spiritual energy was depleted. Its endurance and defense were maxed out. The spiritual puppet's intelligence wouldn't be too bad either. Spiritual puppets are similar to magical treasures, and when their quality reaches the nascent soul realm, they develop a spirit. Their intelligence is no different from humans. It's just a pity that the spiritual puppet can't cultivate spells, it can only fight in close combat. It's a different kind of Golden Body Hall expert. Lu Qingyun gave it a name, Lu Rinjia. As the name suggests, a humanoid mecha. As for its appearance, it could be shaped, otherwise, it would just be a pitch-black humanoid mecha. Lu Qingyun shaped it into an ordinary appearance, the kind you wouldn't notice in a crowd, and you couldn't even tell if it was male or female. To prevent it from being too monotonous, he also stuffed it with some unused magic treasures. All kinds of swords, spears, and halberds for offense, defense, concealment, and array setting. Lu Rinjia, from now on you will be Akuan's sparring partner. Be careful to control your strength. Lu Qingyun himself is currently a loafer, so he naturally doesn't have any tasks for it. Yes, master. Lu Rinjia's voice was very androgynous. When you listen, you feel it's a man, but if you listen carefully, you'd think it was a woman. As for the size of the small courtyard, there was no need to expand it. Lu Qingyun had a magical treasure, a world in his palm, which could completely satisfy all kinds of destruction. Lu Kuan was itching for a fight. After learning various special techniques from Lu Qingyun, he had been eager to test them. So, every day Lu Kuan would go in with a proud face, and then come out with a bruised and swollen face. Lu Qingyun wasn't stingy either, and he would wash away his injuries with spiritual springs every day. Seeing her co-engage so battered and bruised, Jiao felt a little scared, thinking that maybe she shouldn't be in a hurry to transform yet. Time passed quickly, and there were only 5 days left before the start of the Dao discussion conference. In Lu Qingyun's perception, the aura of the strong within the sect became increasingly scarce. The Dao Harmony Heavenly sect appeared no different from usual, very peaceful. But Lu Qingyun always felt that it was like the calm before the storm. On this day, his cleaning location was updated again. The Heavenly Prison. Speaking of which, Lu Qingyun had never been to this place. He didn't expect that after more than 100 years he would be assigned here. The Sky Prison was next to Daola Peak, separated only by a few uninhabited small peaks. It was a terrain encircled by more than 10 mountain peaks, forming a deep basin. Within the Sky Prison, there were 2 areas, one for imprisoning humans and the other for suppressing demons. And the area that Lu Qingyun was cleaning this time was the demon-suppressing prison. Lu Qingyun skillfully put on his sweeping clothes, picked up his broom, and walked towards the teleportation array. Master, take care. The work of the Sky Prison belonged to the Law Enforcement Hall. There were many evils here, and to show importance, the prison warden was held by the Deputy Hall Master. However, now, the prison warden was also drawn to the Dao Discussion Assembly. The place where Lu Qingyun teleported was not at the foot of the mountain, but on the mountain, which was at the mouth of the basin. The deeper one went down from here, the stronger the power and the higher the status of those suppressed, be they humans or demons. The demon-suppressing prison occupied 10 mountain peaks, while the human prison only occupied 6. But these mountain peaks had the same structure. The prison wound down in an S-shape inside the basin. The Yin energy inside was deep and bottomless, extremely terrifying. Current location meets the check-in conditions. Check-in? Fortunately, this place was not like the Heavenly River, which had check-in points in sections. According to the system's feedback, this place was a whole check-in area. Check-in. Lu Qingyun didn't hesitate and silently chanted in his heart. Ding! Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining chaotic primordial chi. Check. Check. With the word chaotic, he knew it wouldn't be simple without checking. Chaotic primordial chi, a kind of primordial innate chi produced from the chaos, it can improve the affinity of all things in the world for the great Tao, with infinite uses. A wisp of colorless air like smoke drifted in the system space. Lu Qingyun had a vague illusion that this chi was the great Tao. Coming into contact with it, Lu Qingyun gradually understood, and his heart surged. This was simply the foundation of an emperor. Not only could it be used for himself, but it could also be used for refining pills, forging weapons, all things in the world could accept this innate chi. Lu Qingyun returned his thoughts and quickly calmed down. Right now, sweeping was the proper path. Clearly, he wasn't the only one assigned here. There were more than 10 other people, each responsible for one mountain peak. Ha! Lu Qingyun. You're Lu Qingyun? Why are you here too? A somewhat familiar voice rang in Lu Qingyun's ears. He pondered slightly, and without looking, a name surfaced in his mind. Fu Junlin. Brother Fu, it's been a long time. Your strength has improved even more. Lu Qingyun cupped his hands. Speaking of this brother Fu, Lu Qingyun hadn't seen him for decades. He used to be a disciple of the miscellaneous peak, but later, it seemed he returned to the spirit beast peak. Unexpectedly, he had returned now. Speaking of which, Lu Koan was still given by him. Truly, the world was ever-changing. Not at all, I'm still stuck in the divine treasury. I don't know how many years it will take to break through. Fu Junlin was somewhat emotional, but he didn't expect that this junior brother Lu was still in the foundation establishment stage. But he didn't ask more, and Lu Qingyun didn't ask more either. Maybe he couldn't even beat the one who gave him that egg back then. The two exchanged greetings, a sense of clashing years between them. As if their last drink together was just yesterday. Chapter 19 Thunderous Ridge. After a few pleasantries, Lu Qingyun didn't ask for the reason, but Fu Junlin couldn't help but speak himself. Alas! I don't know why, but in recent years, the demon beasts in the Thousand Absolute Mountain range have become increasingly numerous. I, along with a few fellow Taoists from other peaks, accepted a mission to transport 10,000-year spirit herbs, but we were intercepted on the way. Fortunately, no one was hurt. The 10,000-year spirit herbs were robbed, and so, he was sent here to sweep floors as reformative labor. The lifespan of medicinal herbs varied. Some medicinal herbs, though of lesser quality and only spirit herb grade, could live longer than precious herbs or Tao herbs. Their value was definitely extremely high. For example, reaching the Qi Induction 10,000th layer, although still Qi Induction, was it truly just Qi Induction? 10,000-year spirit herbs were considered extraordinary treasures. Fu Junlin and his group of 5 were all sent to the miscellaneous service peak for a year of service. Lu Qingyun listened quietly, occasionally adding a word of agreement. Before long, they parted ways, as they both had sweeping tasks. Each swept their own peak. Lu Qingyun's task was to sweep the passages and corridors. The peaks were extremely high, reaching into the clouds, and looking down, one could not see the bottom. If they swept slowly, as usual, they wouldn't finish in a month, even if they came every day. They still had to use a little bit of minor magic. Lu Qingyun glanced at the other sweeping servants. Everyone was using their own methods. For a moment, dust was flying everywhere. The prison was embedded in the stone walls of the mountain peak, just some hollowed-out caves, with various black iron frames capable of trapping demons and monsters outside. Oh, humans! Damn you! Standing on the corridor, the sound of ferocious barking could be heard everywhere. Looking inside, although there were cages, one could clearly see the bloody maws. If one was timid, it would likely be scared out of their wits. The black iron prison was indestructible, and the mountain peak was also reinforced with solidification techniques, making it impossible to break through. If the prisoners were more difficult to deal with, there were also spirit binding locks. Autumn wind sweeps fallen leaves. This spell was still Lu Qingyun's favorite. Maybe this is the feeling of first love. In an instant, smoke and dust billowed, and the dust and withered leaves in sight gathered in one place in the blink of an eye. Yo, brother, that's a good skill. A prison guard beside him clicked his tongue in amazement. After all, this was a Dao technique, with a trace of wind element within. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been signed in by the system. The prison was S-shaped, with a prison guard patrolling every section of the corridor. This job was hard and troublesome, but very popular. Everyone from the Hall of Law Enforcement had basically been to the Heavenly Prison and served as a prison guard. The Hall of Law Enforcement's cultivation technique, the Heavenly Fiend technique, was a technique focused on killing. The heavy baleful aura within the Heavenly Prison was a highly compatible cultivation resource. Lu Qingyun smiled and didn't say much. The strength of these prison guards varied, from the Foundation Establishment realm to the Slaying Path realm. 1 Venerable, 3 Slaying Path. It seems these 4 were the guards of the Heavenly Prison, unmoved even during the Dao discussion assembly. Others couldn't see, but Lu Qingyun saw all 4 at the bottom of the peak with a single glance. As for the imprisoned demon beasts and criminals, Lu Qingyun's divine soul eye emitted golden light, looking remotely. There were 2 auras of the Dao, clearly 2 saint-level powerhouses. Looking at their locations, both saint-level ones were demon beasts. They were imprisoned in the very center of the basin, where there was a super-powerful saint-level array emanating pressure at all times. As for the Venerable realm, there were 5 demon beasts and 3 humans. 1 Venerable, 3 Slaying Path, guarding prisoners of this caliber. Lu Qingyun clicked his tongue in amazement, but he wasn't too worried. Feeling the surrounding arrays, there were at least 3 layers of saint-level seals. These arrays were all set up by the Peak Master of the Spirit Array Peak. The Peak Master of the Spirit Array Peak had never changed, and it was said that he was a Saint Realm cultivator over 10,000 years ago. The power of the arrays he set up was self-evident. Lu Qingyun estimated the size of the mountain peak. He had grasped a few small pieces of experience. A rough estimate suggested that the next location refresh would be at least a year away. So, Lu Qingyun wasn't in a hurry, he could sweep slowly. Anyway, the Dao Harmony Heavenly technique was constantly operating and cultivating at all times. Such a large mountain peak, perhaps he swept the bottom and the top would get dirty again, but no one cared at all. Seeing the thick layers of dust and wide corridors overgrown with weeds, Lu Qingyun knew that the previous cleaning servants had not swept at all. Sigh, the world is really going downhill. Lu Qingyun sighed. Probably, among all the cleaning servants in the entire sect, only he was a guardian of the sect. Lu Qingyun's sweeping skills were becoming more and more proficient, even evolving on their own into autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves. He felt that with one sweep of his broom, not only dust and fallen leaves would be swept away, but even demons and monsters could be swept into a pile. Time flew by quickly, the great sun slanted westward, and it was time to get off work. As he had expected, others had just come to show their faces and had gone home early. It was still Lu Qingyun who left work the latest. Thousand Desolation Mountain Range, Thunderous Fury Ridge. Here, miasma filled the mountains, and demonic energy overflowed. Even the disciples of the Dao Harmony Heavenly Sect were unwilling to come here for training. It was too dangerous here, even elders had fallen inside. Here was the territory of the Demon King, Thunderous Fury King, its domain covering 2,000 miles of Thunderous Fury Ridge. The Thunderous Fury King, whose true form was a triangular, 4-eared, 5-colored divine ox beast, had already fully evolved its bloodline, and it was the king of this bloodline. In the quasi-saint realm, it was a deterrent to one side. Roar! The Thunderous Fury King, standing on a mountain peak, roared. Today, the defenses of the Dao Harmony Heavenly Sector lax. It is the perfect opportunity for us to take revenge, restore the glory of the demon race. Our 100,000 demon army is unstoppable. Follow me to kill the Dao Harmony Heavenly Sect and rescue Blackwall and the Ascending Flame Demon Saint. Following the Thunderous Fury King's roar, 100,000 demon army that had been waiting below could no longer hold back, and they revealed their bloodthirsty jaws and roared. Roar! Roar! They had long suffered under the Dao Harmony Heavenly Sect. If they rescued the two demon saints, they could completely stand against the Tao Harmony heavenly sect, confronting them across the Thousand Desolation. In recent days, all the human race on Thunderous Fury Ridge had been either killed or driven away. Those who couldn't be killed were also all expelled. In fact, not only Thunderous Fury Ridge, but all the humans within 100 miles of Thunderous Fury Ridge had also been cleared out, not afraid of the humans hearing any news in advance. At the head of the Thunderous Fury King was a white phantom, with two horns on its head, looking like an old Taoist, and it was the Demon Master Baizé. With his array covering it, it was even more foolproof. Even the Palace Master of the Divine Mechanism Palace could not calculate this heavenly secret. Saint Master, we are ready. Baizé stroked his white beard, closed his eyes, calculated with his fingers, and after a few breaths, slowly opened them. The divination showed a great omen. Then, let's set off. With him in charge this time, it would definitely be foolproof. On their side, there was him, a Demon Saint, Thunderous Fury King, a Quasi-Saint, and 3 Supremes, Poisonous Fiend King, Rock-Strong King, and Wind Shadow King, plus 10 other Tao-slaying Demon Kings. And on the Tao Harmony Heavenly Sect side, the several Peak Masters had followed the Sect Master, and according to the information gathered by the spies, at most 4 Supremes could be deployed for battle. The other strongmen of the Heavenly Sect, as expected, were each guarding the sinking lands and treasure houses, unable to break away. This battle, the advantage was on their side. Baizé stroked his beard, flicked a horsetail whisk in his hand, and his eyes drifted. He didn't know if his 2 old friends, Blackpool and Ascending Flame, were still well after these hundreds of thousands of years? Chapter 20, Monstrous Aura Soaring. The Tao Discussion Assembly had already begun for 3 days. However, it had nothing to do with Lu Qingyun. He couldn't see it, nor could he go. There was, however, one thing worth rejoicing about. His alchemy skills had reached the level of high-grade Tao pills. Tao pills already touched a trace of the great Tao's aura, and every time a pill was successfully refined, a heavenly tribulation would descend. It was a pity, though, that the tribulation's power was weak, and the improvement it brought to the current Lu Rinzhou was too subtle. Sigh, it seems that only if I improve further can you improve further. Lu Qingyun put away a furnace of Tao pills, looking at the ordinary Lu Rinzhou beside him, whose strength hadn't changed, and sighed silently. All kinds of skills, whether it be alchemy, crafting, drawing talismans, or setting up arrays, required corresponding cultivation to refine treasures of the corresponding grade. Refining Tao pills required the strength of the Tao-slaying realm, and he could refine high-grade pills so quickly because of his profound foundation and a chaos-level cauldron. As for refining saint pills, the strength needed was at the saint level. Who knew how many years that would be? However, Lu Qingyun wasn't in a hurry. With the sign-in system, everything would be fine. These days, the good things he'd signed in for were plentiful. Innate Willow Branch, the first willow tree in the world, grown in chaos, Shanye Ai's essence blood, Great Emperor's essence blood, 9 Luminaries banner, Transcendent Emperor weapon, the banner face of the 9 Luminaries flag, Myriad Spirits tower, top grade saint artifact. Lu Qingyun glanced over, and 3 pitiful gazes were fixed on the furnace of pills in his hand, their mouths almost watering. With a casual wave of his hand, 3 cyan pills flew toward Lu Kuan and the others. Thank you, Master. These pills were originally refined for them, to stimulate their bloodline power and help them adapt to their abilities faster. For demonic beasts, they were divine medicine. As for himself, unless they were saint pills, he might as well just drink some saint medicine flower tea. Take good care of the house. I'm going to sweep the floor. Lu Qingyun put on his gray clothes, picked up a broom, and disappeared directly from the doorway. Hey, Sister Ajiao, do you think Master has some sort of odd habit? He's already so powerful, yet he still goes outside to sweep the floor. Lu Kuan, savoring the delicious taste of the pill, was very puzzled by Lu Qingyun's actions. With a flap of its wings, this small courtyard would be free of dust. Xing Jiao tilted her head and thought for a long time, but she couldn't figure out the reason. She could only lick the pill and shake her head. The 100,000 demon army, with the lowest realm being the foundation establishment stage, had, under Baizé's robe sleeve Qiankuan, arrived at the end of the 1,000 absolute planes, the gate of the Tao Harmony sect, in the time it took to drink a cup of tea. The 1,000 absolute plains were on the side of the 1,000 absolute mountains, vast and boundless for thousands of miles. Baizé slowly revealed his figure from the void, and the demon kings beside him, such as the Thunder Fury King and the Poison Fiend King, all revealed their true forms filled with killing intent. Baizé waved his Tao robe, and instantly, the sky was covered, and a monstrous aura soared. Roar! Roar! Tao Harmony shall fall, Shang Ai shall rise. The sounds of thunder reverberated through the sky. For a time, the disciples of the Tao Harmony sect who were still carrying out missions outside were all stunned. What was going on? Baizé glanced left and right, and with a wave of his hand, a dozen humans appeared before him. Then, one by one, they dispersed, struggling as they were suspended in front of each demon king. The disciples of the Tao Harmony sect were filled with terror. Baizé waved his hand, not saying a word. The Thunder Fury King bowed, and with a claw, he turned the human in front of him into a bloody mist, roaring, roar. Sacrifice the banner. Charge. Seeing the Thunder Fury King act, the other demon kings no longer hesitated and attacked one after another. The disciples of the Tao Harmony sect turned into bloody mist amid screams of terror. The rise of Shang Ai is at hand. My children, my brothers, follow this king and storm the Tao Harmony peak. The demon beasts were well trained, forming square formations, and charged towards the Tao Harmony sect. Roar! Roar! You heavenly sect brats, my father was turned into a mount by you, today you'll pay. My wife was made into a coat on the spot, unforgivable. The human race was our food source millions of years ago, how can we be content to live under their heel? They had suffered under the heavenly sect for too long, now was the time to take revenge. Inside the sect, many people were shocked. Not good. The demon race is really attacking. The demon race has attacked. The news was actually true. More people were fired up, eager for a fight. So what if it's the demon race? My spear has been itching for blood for a long time. Just a bunch of hairy and horned beasts, animals, I'll cut them down with one stroke. It's been a while since I've tasted demon flesh. The elders of the law enforcement hall reacted instantly, and the saint-level formation outside the heavenly sect was no longer dormant, instantly bursting with golden light. Don't panic, with the mountain and river grand formation here, Before the elder could finish speaking, a goat-horned old Taoist, manifesting a towering body in the sky, took out a golden cone from the void and smashed it onto the mountain and river grand formation. Immediately, the mountain and river grand formation shook violently. The elder's pupils shrank. The situation was far from optimistic. Bai Zhe seemed to have expected this, his expression remaining calm and confident. After years of planning, they had a countermeasure for the mountain and river grand formation. The golden cone struck again several times, and cracks gradually appeared all over the mountain and river grand formation. Then, in a few breaths, after a crisp sound that resounded through the sky, it turned into bubbles. The saint-level formation was broken just like that. What? The mountain and river grand formation was broken just like that. Quick, ring the bell. The law enforcement hall elder was horrified, and immediately issued an order through his token. In critical moments, any elder had the right to ring the sacred bell. Now that the mountain and river grand formation was broken, with powerful enemies outside, all disciples should be mobilized to defend the sect. At the same time, the elder crushed a golden token, but unfortunately, this message was blocked by an invisible barrier in mid-air. What? It can even block messages from heaven. Could it be? He looked at the goat-horned old Taoist in the sky, his thoughts racing, and a name appeared in his mind. It's the demon saint, Bai Zhe. Damn it, the grand Tao discussion is happening now. The sect is empty, and no one can stop him. Clearly, the demon race had been plotting this for a long time. Are the people in the Divine Mechanism Hall all useless? He cursed the people of the Divine Mechanism Hall in his heart, but remembering the previous generation's evaluation of Bai Zhe, he could only sigh silently, hoping that the sect had some backup plans. He understands the feelings of all things, knows the affairs of ghosts and gods. He can seek good fortune and avoid disaster, turning misfortune into luck. Bai Zhe hovered in the void, his divine consciousness spreading throughout the Tao harmonious heavenly sect. After a short while, he waved his horsetail whisk, and as expected, there were no saints within the Tao harmonious heavenly sect. Formed the myriad demon grand formation. Dawn! 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 The bell rang 4 times in succession, spreading throughout the entire sect. In an instant, those in seclusion, those on patrol, those refining medicine, those running shops, those sweeping the floor, all heard it. What? The 4-bell warning. The disciples reacted instantly. The sect was facing a major disaster. Those in seclusion emerged, those on patrol abandoned their posts, those refining medicine had explosions, those running shops closed their doors within the sect. All disciples, united in their hatred for the enemy, rushed to the front lines. This was the Tao harmonious heavenly sect, a sacred land for the human race. They were all human geniuses. How could they possibly be afraid? And the one sweeping continues to sweep. Chapter 21. The great battle begins. Lu Qingyun had naturally sensed it long ago. The moment Bai Zhe appeared. The moment the mountains and rivers grand formation shattered. The moment the array concealing the heavens was activated. The moment Bai Zhe scanned the sect. He had felt it all. However, that was a sage, and although he was strong, he had no intention of courting death. He might be able to defeat the sage with his treasures, but that was risky. Junior brother, you're only in the foundation establishment stage, so you should stay here, a prison guard kindly reminded him. Our heavenly prison has a rule, no matter what crisis occurs, we must defend the prison to the death. Lu Qingyun nodded. With so many criminals imprisoned here, strict defense was necessary. But, Lu Qingyun glanced at the sky, where a supreme aura was rapidly flying towards the battlefield. What about the strict defense? Moreover, if the sect was destroyed, where would he sweep the floors? Without even the identity of a janitor, would the system still exist? As for his small courtyard, he wasn't worried at all. Its defensive arrays were even stronger than the heavenly prison. And after merging with that chaos energy, his cultivation had greatly improved. It was the perfect time to find something to test his skills. Senior brother, you are mistaken. As a member of the sect, how can I be a coward fearing death? With that, Lu Qingyun picked up his broom and walked back the way he came. His back was resolute. The members of the sect reacted extremely quickly, soon forming a defensive line. Although the demon army numbered 100,000, the Tao Harmonious sect, with its accumulation over the years, had produced a similar number of geniuses. Bai Zhe frowned, becoming impatient. Just as he was about to attack, the sky suddenly shook, and 3 golden lights instantly surrounded Bai Zhe in a triangular formation. Demon Sage, Bai Zhe. Before the golden light dissipated, a demon king had already noticed that there were 3 supremes. It seems you were prepared, hiding in a small world, using a sacred artifact to conceal the heavens. Bai Zhe's eyes narrowed. He had overlooked these 3 supremes. It seemed that this would require some effort to conquer. Just as the Thunder Fury King and the other demon kings were about to return to assist, the void shook again several times. Thunder Fury King, your opponent is me. A giant golden figure emerged from the void, its voice rough and bold. The Thunder Fury King was quite famous in the Tao Harmonious sect. After all, they were neighbors. With the support of a sage from Mount Shanghai, the Tao Harmonious sect had never captured him. The other 3 demon kings were the same, and the 4 supremes left behind intercepted them all, one-on-one. Watching this scene, Bai Zhe's eyes narrowed. The Hall Master of the Divine Mechanism Hall was indeed capable. The 3 supremes surrounding him were obviously not ordinary. Each held a sacred artifact, their aura blotting out the sky. Formed the 3 Talents Battle Formation. The 3 Talents Battle Formation. A top-tier formation. 3 top supremes were enough to contend against a sage. Bai Zhe was skilled in divination and understanding all things, but he was not good at fighting. Good. It has been over 10,000 years since I last fought properly. Suddenly, Bai Zhe spread his arms, his robe flying. With a flash of spiritual light, the old Taoist with goat horns instantly disappeared, replaced by a snow-white creature with twin horns, sacred wings on its back, similar to a Kirin, but more like a sheep. Roar! Roar! The 100,000 demon army, upon seeing this snow-white beast in mid-air, had their blood boiling, roaring in unison. Charge for me! The human-demon war officially began. King against king, general against general, soldier against soldier, all kinds of techniques and magical treasures flew across the sky, and bloodlust instantly infected the heavens. The Tao Harmonious sect's territory had some of the most sturdy mountains, rivers, and space in the world. However, even they were being devastated with mountains crumbling, rivers flowing backward, and the void cracking open occasionally. If this were outside, the heavens and earth would have long since been unable to withstand such a bombardment of energy and would have collapsed. Perfect, let's try out the mad blood pills I just refined. Come on, fellow disciples, there's one for everyone. Ha 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 ha. My bloodthirsty golden body was just worried about not finding a match. I didn't expect so many demons, they're all mine. Senior brothers, senior sisters, junior brothers, junior sisters formed the myriad spirits sword array. Not only were the demon clans suppressed for too long, but many disciples also felt their blood boiling. Everyone was made of flesh and blood. Who was afraid of who? Puff, junior brother, you are a traitor. Just at this moment, someone's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. The person beside them had actually attacked them. Hee, senior brother, why don't you take a closer look? Who am I? A wolf demon instantly transformed into its true form, howling madly. Ha 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 ha. Your little junior brother, he tastes really good. You should go keep him company. This situation wasn't just happening in one place, and suddenly, the scene was extremely chaotic. Damn it! Some elders noticed this situation, their eyes gradually turning cold. They didn't expect there to be spies infiltrated into the sect. Ha ha ha, kill them all. You lowly humans, you can only become food. Seeing that there were actually their accomplices on the opposite side, many of the defensive formations that were guarding against them instantly collapsed. The demons were overjoyed and frantically used their magical powers, pouncing on those damned humans. Heaven help the merchants. This battle is destined to be a great victory. A Dao-slaying expert, seeing this scene, became anxious for a moment, broke away from his opponent, and with a wave of his hand, a wave of small demons fell to the ground. But the demon king on the other side was not one to be trifled with. Seeing this situation, he also had a wave of disciples respond. You vile beasts, how dare you be so presumptuous? One human and one demon were once again wrestling with each other. The battlefield was extremely chaotic. Everywhere, flesh and blood were flying. Shu Xin, Shi Tai, the 3 of us, it's been many years since we've fought together. I really miss the years of 100,000 years ago. A handsome man with a refined air, carrying a plain white steel spear on his back, sighed slightly. Don't be so damn sentimental, Ji Ziqing, after all these years, you still talk so much nonsense. This is a damn saint. It's Bai Zhe. A blood-colored brute holding a black iron hammer was kicked away by Zay, panting, looking at Ji Zicheng, who was still sighing with emotion and couldn't help but curse. Chi Tai, an elder of the divine forging peak, a peak supreme. Ji Zicheng, let's attack together. This by Zay, I can't get close. Xu Xian, dressed in black, holding a star dagger. Even though it was daytime, it was as if he had completely disappeared, his figure erratic. He was the former deputy hall master of the Shadow Hall who had been in seclusion for many years, and was also a peak supreme. Ji Zicheng didn't say anything more. His eyes gradually became sharp. In a split second, he swung his spear, wielding the white spear, like a white light, fiercely piercing towards Bai Zay. Bai Zay's eyes narrowed slightly. He could have taken it head-on, but there was no need. As if predicting the attack in advance, when Ji Zicheng hadn't even swung his spear, Bai Zay had already flashed 2 positions ahead. Sure enough, Ji Zicheng's spear pierced empty air. The other 2 didn't hesitate either. Chi Tai swung his heavy hammer, and Xu Xian's figure disappeared. With one hammer swing, the void instantly cracked, but unfortunately, it missed. And Xu Xian predicted Bai Zay's position, and before him, at Bai Zay's next position, he slashed out. The void cracked again. But unfortunately, Bai Zay's body was like a ghost. The star dagger cleverly brushed past his ram's horn. All 3 of their attacks were predicted by Bai Zay one by one. The 3 of them did not call out the names of their moves. All of their attacks were unspoken. Chapter 22, Clones. Blood Cicada. The boundless wilderness was the most solid land in this universe. Even the traces left by the chaotic wars and ancient battles of billions of years ago could be repaired. Not to mention a mere crack in the void, which would heal in less than 2 breaths. Ha ha ha. Don't waste your energy. Although you can hold this saint back, wanting to hurt this saint is just wishful thinking. Not to mention them, even in a battle between saints, only a few could hurt him. Enough nonsense. Take this hammer. Chi Tai was irritated by the smug look on the goat face. Bai Zay tilted his head, skillfully dodging. Haha, go ahead and fight. He chuckled sinisterly, dodging all attacks with a leisurely pace. The scene shifted to Thunder King's side. Little brat, do you really think your grandpa Thunder only has this much strength? Thunder King laughed maniacally. Xu Yuxing remained unfazed, controlling the 5 cutting Dao puppets and 1 supreme puppet, along with himself, to press Thunder King. He was also somewhat puzzled. Thunder King was a quasi-saint, and he did not have the 3 talents battle formation. The 3 talents battle formation required 3 supremes. Thunder King should not be so easily suppressed, right? Soon, Thunder King gave him the answer. Thunder King's body suddenly shook, as if lightning had enveloped him, then rapidly and 3-dimensionally split apart. When Xu Yuxing looked closely, 2 Thunder Kings were standing in the same spot. Clones. And clones that did not weaken the original body. One Thunder King had quasi-saint strength, and his clone, although not a quasi-saint, was a top-tier supreme powerhouse. No wonder Thunder King had been dodging. He had been charging up for a big move. Xu Yuxing frowned. Dealing with one quasi-saint was already difficult, let alone another supreme. This was troublesome. However, things were not as he had imagined. The clone Thunder King roared a few times and then laughed. I won't play with you anymore. I'll be taking my leave. He did not double team but simply left. Watching the direction the clone had gone, Xu Yuxing frowned and his pupils gradually contracted. Not good. Go, stop him. He was too occupied fighting against the main body of Thunder King. He could only command the puppets, but unfortunately, the clone was very swift, not attacking, just turning into lightning to dodge. As if he had planned this all along, he quickly disappeared from his sight. Damn it! This is troublesome. That direction was the heavenly prison. Miscellaneous peak, small courtyard. Ouch. Be gentle, Ajiao. Be gentle. Lu Kuan's wails echoed through the small courtyard. At this moment, his face was bruised and swollen. Clearly, he had just been beaten. Lu Rinjia had shown no mercy, deforming his handsome face and knocking his beak crooked. He lay on the wooden bed, his face pale as death. Ajiao was on his head, using her magic to apply ointment to his injuries. While applying the ointment, Xing Jiao also stealthily ate some. There was no choice, the ointment smelled too good. Just applying it seemed like a waste. Ajiao, when will you transform? Lu Kuan suddenly asked. If Ajiao transformed, she could share some of the cultivation pressure. Having such a powerful master, he didn't really want to work too hard. My sister's physique is different from yours. I'm afraid it'll still be a long time. Xing Jiao hesitated. She was staring at the plain figure at the door, slightly afraid. This guy didn't hold back at all. If she were disfigured, it wouldn't be good. As she was thinking, the figure at the door suddenly moved. Lu Rinjia frowned, turning to Lu Kuan and Ajiao, instructing, rest well and heal. Later, no matter what happens, do not come out. His expression was always so calm. Lu Kuan and Ajiao couldn't tell what was going on. Understood. Before Lu Kuan finished speaking, Lu Rinjia had already vanished from the spot. How strange. Outside the chaos-profound Yuan array in the small courtyard, a timid figure was cautiously peeking around. Ha ha ha. They're fighting head-on. Who would have thought? There's still this king hidden in the shadows. The blood cicada king licked his lips, chuckling to himself. In Baize's plan, the frontal battle was one part, and if there were any unexpected situations, Baize himself couldn't intervene, then only the Thunder Fury King would go to the celestial prison. The Thunder Fury King's hidden avatar was one part, and he was another part. Who? Just at this moment, the excited blood cicada king sensed an extremely unfriendly gaze. Come out, who is it? His divine soul was exceptionally powerful, clearly feeling that sense of being watched. The blood cicada king's mind raced. He was a supreme being, and yet someone was spying on him without being discovered. Could it be a saint? Lu Renjia's eyes were fixed intently on the blood cicada, who was like a startled bird in the void. If the blood cicada had any intention of descending, he would definitely not be polite. Under Lu Qingyun's orders, except for humans, any demons were to be taken down directly. In the blood cicada king's eyes, beneath him was just ordinary cultivated spirit land, with an uninhabited small courtyard. He would never have imagined who was actually spying on him. In Lu Qingyun's setting, only after he returned home would a plain-looking foundation establishment cultivator appear. In normal times, it was just an uninhabited small courtyard. Damn it! Cold sweat broke out on the blood cicada king's forehead. Under this gaze, how could he possibly act? Time passed quickly. I can't wait any longer. The blood cicada king's eyes darted around. Seeing no effect, he grew somewhat annoyed, looking towards the courtyard below. For a moment, the thought of venting arose. He flapped his wings and flew rapidly towards the courtyard. Originally, in his imagination, his speed would allow him to reach the courtyard in an instant, but what he didn't expect was, after flying for several breaths, he seemed to be still in the same position. Not good. The blood cicada flapped its wings, vaguely sensing something amiss. This was a maze array? How could a maze array trap him? How could this level of maze array appear in this place? Isn't this the outer area of the Tao Harmonious Heaven sect, the residence of the miscellaneous disciples? Although he was a demon, he still understood the basic situation of the Tao Harmonious Heaven sect. Damn it! The blood cicada flew frantically towards the sky, but it was clearly futile. He was still in the same position as before. Who? Come out for this, Lord. The blood cicada's eyes were bloodshot. He still had a mission to complete. How could he be trapped here? It was just a pity that no matter how much he shouted, no one responded. Tearing through space? Useless. Teleportation talisman? Useless. Golden cicada shedding its shell? Useless. The blood cicada used all the means he had to escape, but they were of no use. Senior, please spare me. Senior, please let me leave. The blood cicada was on the verge of tears. He hadn't even shown off his skills yet and he was already about to break down here. Now he knew, this place was clearly a saint's magic array. Who the hell knew that at the miscellaneous peak, there was actually a saint's magic array? Although he still had a trump card to escape, that was meant to deal with the celestial prison array. If he used it here, this mission would be declared a failure, and then the demon saint would definitely not let him off. Chapter 23, The Defenses are Breached. Ajiao, can you hear the cicadas chirping? Lu Kuan's face had returned to normal. He was now basking in the sun with a contented expression, while Ajiao lay on a branch of a sacred herb, her saliva dripping onto a blade of grass. Heard it, it's definitely a miserable cry, sounds like it's shouting, help? As Ajiao, with the pinnacle of insect bloodline, she could naturally hear the cicada's cries. Help! Lu Kuan sat up abruptly. Ajiao, however, wasn't bothered, and said, oh, isn't that normal? She rolled her eyes at Lu Kuan. Those you eat every day, aren't they always shouting for help too? Upon hearing this, Lu Kuan was enlightened. Oh, right. He plopped back down, basking in the sunlight, listening to the cicada's cries, enjoying himself. It's actually quite sleep-inducing. Help! The blood cicada emitted its own clan's cicada cry, a sound with great penetrating power. What it didn't know was that its wails had become someone else's lullaby. It only hoped that Lord Baize could hear its call and come to its rescue. Before long, it grew increasingly agitated, the blood aura on its body intensifying. Nearby, in the void not far from it, Lu Renjia quietly observed everything. Although it was a puppet master, it wasn't stupid. Supreme Realm can't fight head-on. Suddenly, the screaming blood cicada violently flapped its wings, sending out streaks of bloody wing slashes in all directions, each displaying considerable attack power. Seeing this attack, the void suddenly spun, and those bloody red rays circled around as if they had eyes, flying back towards the blood cicada. Put! The blood cicada never expected to be hit by its own frantic attacks. In a moment, it completely lost it, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Don't blame me, at worst I'll just come back next time. The blood cicada couldn't hold back anymore, and took out a horn-like object from a large blood-colored sphere in the void. This blood-colored sphere was the storage bag formed from its own molted shell. And this horn was naturally the treasure given to it by Baize to break formations. It was an object left behind by a great emperor. Blood chi surged around the blood cicada, its mouth muttering incantations as if praying or sacrificing, continuously pouring power into the horn. Lu Renjia tilted its head from side to side, not understanding what the blood cicada wanted to do. But that horn clearly had an aura that made one's heart palpitate. Suddenly, the blood cicada threw the blood chi enveloped horn into the air and then poked upward from the void. Break for me! Thud! Thud! Ha! Lu Renjia looked surprised. The horn's attack did not fall into the formation. Instead, it triggered the Chaos Profound Origin banner. The entire mountain shook with the horn's attack. No way, an earthquake? Lu Kuan, who had been sunbathing, suddenly looked bewildered. The courtyard was shaking? How could this be possible? The Master's territory was of unimaginable stability, but it only shook 3 times before it stopped moving. Thud! On the third shake, the Chaos Profound Origin banner could no longer hold on, breaking free from the void and falling into Lu Qingyun's room. Damn it, it took 3 hits to break the grand formation. The blood cicada gritted its teeth, but looking at the destroyed formation, a joy of regaining life surged up within it. At least it wouldn't be trapped to death. So it was you causing trouble. As soon as the great formation broke, Lu Renjia, hidden within the formation, quickly revealed itself, staring emotionlessly at the blood cicada. But inside, it was somewhat shocked. The Chaos Profound Origin Grand Formation had been broken just like that? However, it was not too worried. Lu Qingyun had placed 3 layers of sage-level formations in his house, including the hidden Grand Formation at the bottom of the mountain, the Chaos Profound Origin Grand Formation, and the hidden formation of the spirit field in the middle, and the hidden formation of the small courtyard inside. These 2 were both sage-level formations acquired later through daily check-ins. Its power is only stronger than the Chaos Primordial banner. If the outer layer is damaged, the middle layer will take over its function, ensuring that nothing can be detected from beyond the mountain. Unfortunately, the blood cicada's target is not the small courtyard at this moment, but Lu Renjia. Give me your life. The blood cicada vibrated its wings, eyes bloodshot, wanting to tear the sky who had wasted its time to pieces. Its speed was incredibly fast. Lu Renjia didn't have time to react before the blood cicada's wings tore through his body. Clang! The sound of a heavy hammer striking metal echoed out. Lu Renjia slightly raised his head. His clothes were shattered, and his arm bore a wing-shaped gash. Although it wasn't deep, it would still take some time for him to recover. The blood cicada's pupils shrank, then widened in realization, somewhat shocked. You're actually a puppet. It hadn't expected that a Dao Severing level puppet from the Dao Harmony sect would be placed here. Could it be specifically to guard against it? But the strength of this Dao Severing puppet is too high, isn't it? That attack just now, although a sneak attack, had used an extreme amount of force. It never expected that it would have made its wings ache. Lu Renjia, after receiving the blow, reacted and quickly retreated, slowly bringing out his weapons: a long sword, a golden cudgel, golden armor covering his entire body, and a purple bell hovering above his head. Come, let's fight again. The blood cicada's pupils contracted sharply, and he couldn't help but curse, damn it, for Saint Tier artifacts. Who the hell made you? Not to mention the Dao Harmony sect's spirit puppet hall, even the entire Dao Harmony sect, he didn't believe anyone had such resources. And especially on a Dao Severing puppet. Generally speaking, Saint-tier items could only be created by saints. It's normal for even supreme experts not to have a saint-level weapon. To have 1 is considered ordinary, to have 2 is considered good fortune, and to have 3 is considered a genius. But this Dao Severing puppet in front of it actually had 4 saint-tier artifacts. The blood cicada felt incredibly humiliated, his Dao heart unstable. After struggling for hundreds of thousands of years, reaching the supreme realm, he only had 1 saint-tier artifact, and it was not only low-grade but also somewhat damaged. This beast horn was extraordinary, but it was lured by Zay's treasure. If he were to embezzle it, he would surely be pursued to the ends of the earth. Lu Renjia chuckled. 4, is it? With a smile, he sheathed the long sword and pulled out a short blade and a cloak from the void, both of which were also saint-tier artifacts. If that wasn't enough, he could still go back to the small courtyard, where there was a whole room of them in the storage room. How is it possible? Who exactly is your master? The blood cicada trembled all over. With a puppet possessing such wealth, how could he possibly afford to offend it? He dared not even entertain the thought of forcefully taking them. Dao tier artifacts already possess spirits, let alone Saint tier artifacts, which were extremely difficult to control. The master of this Dao Severing puppet was, without a doubt, a saint. He could feel the power of a saint, something that was not to be trifled with. Moreover, with so many Saint tier artifacts, he wasn't sure he could win. Having reached his level, escaping by shedding one's skin was one thing, but being able to endure and survive was the key. Cannot say. Lu Renjiao replied. Seeing this, the blood cicada flapped its wings, showing signs of retreat. Then, I'll pretend I didn't see you, and apologize for offending you. Just as he was about to leave, he saw the purple bell above Lu Ringjia's head rapidly fly towards him, enlarging and engulfing the blood cicada. That won't do. My master has commanded that if any demon comes to attack, they must be taken down, regardless of life or death. Chapter 24, Treasure Falls, Emperor's Spear. After leaving Heavenly Prison Mountain, Lu Qingyun did not head to the front lines. His strength was not meant for hiding at the front. He was planning to do something big. Looking at the gray sky above, he knew this was the concealing array of the demon saints. If he broke it, news from the sect could be sent out, and with the speed of the saints, they would quickly return. Actually, Lu Qingyun had always had a doubt in his heart. Did these saints really not know about the demon beast invasion? Or, did the Tao Lord and those few saints not leave any backup plans in the sect? All of this was unknown. He could only do what he needed to do. To preserve his menial servant identity, he would contribute his share of strength. When the array was broken, the information would surely be transmitted. No matter the reason, the saints would have to return. But before Lu Qingyun could act, he felt an extremely powerful aura rushing towards him. When he saw the beast coming, his eyes narrowed. Wrathful Thunder King. Lu Qingyun's knowledge was comprehensive. According to descriptions and illustrations from books, he immediately recognized the approaching triangular, four-eared, five-colored divine bull as the legendary Wrathful Thunder King of Thousand Absolute Mountain. Top-tier supreme, not a quasi-saint? Judging by its direction, it was obviously heading towards Heavenly Prison. Lu Qingyun hesitated for a moment. It was time for him to make a move. His figure rapidly changed. Soon, the gray-robed menial servant disappeared, replaced by a faceless black-clad figure. Forget the Wrathful Thunder King. Even if Bai Zhe came, they would not be able to see through his true form. The number of saint-level artifacts on Lu Qingyun probably exceeded the number of Dao artifacts in the entire Shang AI group. The Wrathful Thunder King stopped, suspiciously looking at the black-clad figure in front of it. It hovered in mid-air, its divine sense probing, but it felt like a stone sinking into the sea, with no ripple. The Wrathful Thunder King's expression darkened, and it roared, "Those who block me shall die." Lu Qingyun remained silent. He understood the principle that villains die from too much talking. He slowly grasped at the void, and a long sword flashing with purple lightning appeared in his hand. This was a saint-level artifact, the Purple Thunder Divine Sword. Saint-level artifact. The Wrathful Thunder King's eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed this person was also a supreme-level expert. But why had Lord Bai Zhe not told him? According to the plan, it should now be heading unhindered to Heavenly Prison Mountain, then join up with Blood Cicada, kill the guards, and directly release the two demon saints, Blackpool and Ascending Flame. The Wrathful Thunder King, as a hegemon of its domain, naturally had its own weapons. The demon beast race also knew how to refine artifacts. It was said that humans learned their artifact refining techniques from them. But many demon beasts still used weapons that they had refined themselves, such as horns, hooves, and arms. It could also be considered a form of weaponization through the body, but only using a body part. The Wrathful Thunder King not only had saint-level artifacts, but its triangular horn was also a weapon. Lu Qingyun did not hesitate. He wielded the purple sword, and several rays of lightning sword light quickly shot toward the Wrathful Thunder King. Then, his figure flashed, instantly appearing behind, beside, above, and below the Wrathful Thunder King, where countless more sword lights shot out. The Wrathful Thunder King looked at the sword lights in front of it. It tried to dodge, but it found that the sword lights seemed to have spirits, and no matter how it dodged, they kept getting closer. Bang bang bang! Damn it! Several sword lights cut past, and surprisingly, blood marks appeared on the Wrathful Thunder King. It was slightly shocked. How could the level of this sword technique be so sharp? Even if it was a clone, it was still a supreme. This sword technique was likely a saint-level sword technique. But before it could recover, purple sword lights lit up around it again. Roar! The Wrathful Thunder King roared, its whole body bursting with five-colored divine light, and the sword lights were finally stopped. As the divine light shone again, the sword lights barely disappeared. Lu Qingyun's expression remained calm. His attacks had just begun. He had plenty of saint-level sword techniques. White rainbow. A beam of white light seemed to descend from the sky, tearing open the void. The white light pierced through heaven and earth, its endpoint precisely at the Thunder King. Lu Qingyun naturally wouldn't wait for the Thunder King to react to each move. Myriad swords returned to the origin. The Violet Thunder Divine Sword instantly transformed into tens of thousands of flying swords, swirling above Lu Qingyun's head for a moment before coalescing into a massive sword thousands of feet long, which shot towards the Thunder King with extreme speed. The Thunder King was greatly alarmed. That white beam triggered a sense of crisis in its heart. Immediately, a golden giant bowl floated into the air, rapidly expanding to block its path. This giant bowl was a sacred artifact that had accompanied it throughout its life, personally forged for it by the great emperor when it was young. With the giant bowl inverted, the Thunder King felt much more at ease. Lu Qingyun raised an eyebrow. Although he possessed many sacred artifacts, he didn't mind having more. This bowl would be perfect for Lu Kuan's meal. With a thought, Lu Qingyun's terrifying white light and the violet thunder giant sword seemed to have been sealed in time and space, locked in the void. The Thunder King's heart pounded wildly. To be able to pause a saint's sword technique. Was such control even possible for a mortal? This person was probably a saint. Playing with him, Lu Qingyun reached into the void and pulled out a gray cloth bag. He had long wanted to try this treasure, and now he had the perfect opportunity. Golden Toad Treasure Dropping Bag, Beyond an Emperor Weapon. A treasure refined by the chaotic Golden Toad Great Emperor, capable of collecting all treasures of lesser quality, storing them within the bag, turning owned items into unowned ones. Lu Qingyun opened the bag. Under the Thunder King's puzzled gaze, he commanded with a thought. Come here. The golden bowl, inverted above the Thunder King's head, seemed to receive an irresistible command. The golden light dissipated, and it rapidly fell into the Golden Toad Treasure Dropping Bag. What? My bowl? The Thunder King was shocked and tried to control the golden bowl to return, but it had completely lost contact with the bowl. With the loss of the golden bowl, the Thunder King had no time to feel distressed. It didn't care what the cloth bag was, the two life-threatening sword techniques were still suspended in the air. The Thunder King gritted its teeth, and a gray-white spear appeared above its head. If it couldn't defend against them, it would just go head-to-head. This spear was given by the White Marsh Lord, originally intended for breaking formations and rescuing demons, but now it had no choice but to bring it out. The Thunder King had more than one sacred artifact, but this clone only had that one golden bowl, which was originally for emergencies. It never expected it to be taken so directly. Oh, come here. Lu Qingyun tried the same trick again, but unfortunately, the gray-white spear only shook for a moment and didn't fly over. His eyes narrowed. He hadn't expected to find an emperor weapon on this trip. Ha! What's going on? Suddenly, Lu Qingyun's expression shifted. He felt that the 9 luminaries banner in the space seemed somewhat uneasy. The Thunder King sensed the spear's trembling, but it hadn't been captured by the cloth bag, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Good. Go! Pierce them! The white light and giant sword moved. With the Emperor's spear in hand, the Thunder King seemed to have regained its confidence and actually took the initiative to attack. The Emperor's spear's power was astonishing. With a flick of the spear, the white light was reduced to countless starlight and vanished, the space cracks closing immediately. The violet thunder giant sword was stabbed fiercely and shattered directly. So much for a saint's sword technique. Ha 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 ha. The Thunder King laughed at this. But suddenly, a voice came from its side, making its hair stand on end. What are you laughing at? Chapter 25, Slaying the Bull. How did you appear here? King Thunder was shocked. Although he was confronting the two sword techniques, most of his mind was on guarding against the black-clad figure opposite him. He hadn't even blinked. How had that black-clad figure appeared by his side? King Thunder looked forward and saw that the original black-clad figure, as if mocking him, instantly turned into an illusion. It was a fake. King Thunder was alarmed, but he didn't panic. Ha! Come on, can you even cut me? So what if he was up close? He was even better at close combat. As a demon, his physical body was extraordinary. Even a sacred artifact could only make him bleed a little. Instantly, a divine light emanated from the three-horned, four-eared divine bull, making it seem incredibly sacred. But things weren't as he imagined. Lu Qingyun didn't attack at all. He simply slowly produced a talisman in his hand, and taking advantage of King Thunder's lack of reaction, stuck it directly on the bull's rear. Heh, cut you? Why would I cut you? Lu Qingyun chuckled, stroking King Thunder. Although it was a bit old, its fur was smooth and fine, with an excellent feel. If he cut it, he would lose out on a delicious meal. King Thunder felt the touch and was about to flee, but discovered that he couldn't move. He wanted to roar, but he couldn't open his mouth either. He could only stay frozen in the void, anxiously trying to do something. King Thunder moved his mind, about to control the Emperor's spear to return, but the Emperor's spear returned to King Thunder's area, swayed left and right, as if lost, hovering in mid-air. As if saying, huh? Where did the bull go? The talisman that Lu Qingyun used was a saint-level talisman. Void Talisman, Supreme Saint Talisman. The target of use will transcend the universe and no longer be within the 5 elements, and will temporarily lose contact with the primordial universe. At this time, the target will lose the power to move and circulate spiritual energy, retaining only the ability to think briefly. It was a one-time use, invincible control talisman. Below the level of a saint, one would become as a fish on a chopping block. Although it was single use, Lu Qingyun had more than one. Old bull, go in peace. I will take good care of this spear, Lu Qingyun whispered, leaning close to King Thunder's ear. The duration of the void talisman depended on the target's cultivation level. Even a saint could be controlled for a moment. Lu Qingyun didn't hesitate any longer, raising the saint's sword and slashing towards King Thunder. King Thunder felt the threat of death, his heart filled with resentment, indignation, and unwillingness. Damn blood cicada, you son of a. Before his thoughts could finish, he was plunged into a void. King Thunder didn't understand until his death why the blood cicada had not arrived even after so long. Lu Qingyun dissected the old bull like a butcher, dismembering it in a few sword strikes. But, just as he was about to search for the divine soul, it's actually incomplete? A split soul. Lu Qingyun frowned. This old bull was actually just a clone. He had even wasted so much time playing with it. If he had known, he would have just smashed it to death with the emperor weapon. Still trying to run? The remnant soul fluttered erratically, about to flee, but Lu Qingyun directly grabbed it back with one hand. Damn you, I will not let you go. If you have the guts, take off that mask and reveal your name. Ignoring the mad barking of King Thunder's remnant soul, Lu Qingyun put it into a jar. Lu Qingyun had a bit of a collecting habit. He wanted to collect things he didn't have. He even wanted to raise a divine bull of this breed. Clone techniques were of two types. One was the illusory clone, existing for a short time, transforming into countless illusions, using numbers to overwhelm the opponent, a useful skill. But these illusory clones only had the instinct to attack. The other was the real clone, which could exist permanently. It required severing one's own divine soul, refining a physical body. If the clone cultivated to great success, it could merge with the original body, reaching an even higher level. Moreover, the two could exist independently. If the clone died, the original body would be unharmed. If the original body died, the clone would become the original. I am you, and you are me, a life-saving technique that could break through to higher realms. Never imagined the Thunder King would have cultivated a clone technique. And they were all at the peak supreme level. Clearly, he had been refining them for quite some time, yet the sect remained completely unaware. If he were to gain further opportunities, once the clones also reached the quasi-saint stage, the fusion of both might even lead to sainthood. It's a pity, though, they're about to become my nourishment. He hadn't eaten supreme-level demonic beast meat yet, he had to admit. However, these were ultimately just clones, and there was still some connection to the main body. Eating his beef might leave behind some residue. So just to be safe, I still need to figure out a way to kill the Thunder King. He didn't want to leave any future problems for himself. Lu Qingyun stored the divine beef, his gaze slightly turning to the imperial spear not far away. It seemed to possess some intelligence, but not much. After the Thunder King disappeared, it had been flying around aimlessly in the air. When the Thunder King revealed himself, transforming into several pieces of flesh, his residual soul leaving his body, the imperial spear understood. Its temporary user had kicked the bucket. It was preparing to escape. As an imperial spear, nothing had been able to trap it since it came into existence. Trying to run? Not so easy. Fighting a clone for so long, he had to get some compensation. A golden bowl, a lump of beef, they still couldn't make up for today's consumption. Lu Qingyun considered the treasures he possessed. He had mountains of saintly artifacts. But imperial artifacts, he only had a pouch and a banner. It was truly pathetic. Things that could take away the imperial spear, Lu Qingyun thought. There weren't any. He could only steal it by force. No matter how strong the imperial spear was, it was still an unowned item for now. A black banner suddenly appeared in his hand, pitch black like ink, with 9 stars shining upon it like actual entities. This was the 9 luminaries banner. Both were imperial weapons. Who was afraid of whom? Unfortunately, this banner was just the surface of the 9 luminaries flag. If it were the whole thing, who knew what great it would be? The imperial spear was extremely fast, turning into a streak of white light, about to escape. Go! Lu Qingyun threw it casually, and a streak of black light from the 9 luminaries banner chased after the imperial spear. Hopefully, it was still in time. Lu Qingyun waited silently in place, looking at the clouds and mountains below him. The Tao Harmonious Heavens sect was massive. His battle with the Thunder King was a bit off the beaten path. Furthermore, with his concealment of the heavenly secrets, those who were observing him would absolutely not be able to discern his true identity. The chaotic primordial array is broken? Lu Qingyun frowned. His little courtyard, where he was just a sweeping handyman, was actually visited by a demonic beast. However, it seemed it had already been taken care of. Lu Rinjia, relying on his body full of saintly artifacts and his eternally unexhausted body, had actually managed to subdue a supreme-level blood cicada? Outside the courtyard, a blood cicada with a weakened aura, missing limbs, was lying on the ground, begging for mercy from Lu Rinjia. Let's spare its life for now, I still have use for it. Just as Lu Rinjia was about to end the blood cicada with a sword, Lu Qingyun directly stopped him. This was just perfect. It was like a pillow delivered when he was drowsy. Lu Rinjia, hearing his master's divine soul command, immediately stopped the saintly sword that was already at the blood cicada's neck. Yes, master. The blood cicada was so scared its blood had coagulated. Seeing the saintly sword stop, it immediately burst into tears. Lu Rinjia took out a golden rope and directly tied up the blood cicada. Chapter 26 Array Formation Dual Emperor Weapons. After waiting for a good while, the 9 luminaries banner still hadn't returned. If Lu Qingyun hadn't sensed that the banner's aura was still there, he would have thought that his emperor weapon had been stolen. He wasn't going to just wait around either. In the sky, this hazy array was still waiting for him to break it. With the comprehensive record of myriad arrays, his understanding of array formations had reached a level that ordinary people couldn't comprehend. Comprehensive record of myriad arrays, a saint-level array diagram collection. It records detailed analyses and deployment methods of countless array formations. Not only does it describe the structural diagrams of the formations in detail, it also deeply analyzes the principles of spiritual energy flow, activation conditions, and applicable scenarios. If they were to compare in breaking arrays, even the peak master of the spiritual array peak might not be able to match him. Unfortunately, to set up an array, one had to use their own body as a guide, and to arrange a saint-level array, one had to be in the saint realm. Unless it was like the ones in his small courtyard, which used saint artifacts as array flags, then one could simply plant the flag and arrange the array. Blood Sacrifice Spirit Concealment Grand Array. Without giving it a second look, Lu Qingyun recognized the origin of the array. The Blood Sacrifice Spirit Concealment Grand Array required at least a nascent soul realm cultivator to use their own essence blood as a guide to nurture 365 mature spirit concealment trees. The planting locations needed to correspond to 365 stars, and then other array formations were used as nutrients to complete the grand array. This array had no controller, so it did not distinguish between friend and foe. Within the array, everything would fall into the void, as if it had been automatically stripped into a small world. Those outside couldn't enter, and those inside couldn't escape. Furthermore, there was no way to communicate between the inside and the outside. Lu Qingyun didn't think much of this array. Not only was it difficult to set up, its effects were also mediocre. It was basically just a one-on-one arena. What was difficult was not the spirit concealment trees, which large sects could obtain with some effort. The difficulty lay in the fact that this array needed to be set up on top of another array. Therefore, the grade of this grand array was not fixed. If the original array was only a spirit array, then the Blood Sacrifice Spirit Concealment Grand Array would also be a spirit array. If it was a saint-level grand array, then it would naturally be a saint-level grand array. Of course, generally, no fool would use this kind of effort to pair it with a spirit array. At this moment, the one in the sky, using the Mountains and Rivers Grand Array as a guide, was naturally the highest level saint-level Grand Array. There were two ways to break the array. The first method was to use spirit concealment insects. Spirit concealment insects were a type of spirit insect that grew on spirit concealment trees. Not only could they find the spirit concealment trees that had merged into the array and were hidden from sight, they also had the talent to traverse the void. Whether they were placed outside or inside the array, as long as the spirit concealment insects were released, the spirit concealment trees would be eaten clean. When that happened, the array would naturally be broken. However, these spirit insects were extremely rare. You wouldn't even find one in thousands of spirit concealment trees. I wonder if the Spirit Beast Peak has any. As for the second method, the Blood Sacrifice Spirit Concealment Grand Array was somewhat peculiar, as it had to have a nourishing array as a guide before it could be formed. Therefore, it would generate a non-fixed flaw. The method to break the nourishing array was also the method to break it. In other words, by treating it as a Mountains and Rivers Grand Array, it could be broken. There was only one way to break the Mountains and Rivers Grand Array, and that was to destroy the trend of the mountains and rivers. This was not simple within the Tao harmonizing sect. However, in fact, there was also a universal method to break arrays, and that was to break it with force. As long as one was strong enough, any array was nothing but fleeting smoke. To deal with a saint-level array, of course, one had to use an emperor weapon to poke through it. Just a few times and the array would be broken. Recalling that emperor spear, Lu Qingyun didn't even need to guess that the demon race was definitely using brute force to break the array. 9 Luminaries Banner, oh 9 Luminaries Banner, where have you run off to? Lu Qingyun called out to the 9 Luminaries Banner in his heart. The golden toad treasure bag in his hand was also an emperor-level artifact, but other than having containment and defense capabilities, its attack power was even worse than some saint artifacts. Perhaps he should try using a primal chaos spiritual treasure? On the other side of the battlefield, the battle between Supremes was both fast and slow. The battle techniques were fast, but the results were slow. After fighting for so long, both sides seemed to have only suffered superficial injuries. Bai Zhe was at ease, a picture of confidence. He knew that once his two old friends were born, they would naturally break this deadlock. However, things weren't looking good for the wrathful Thunder King. He seemed distracted. There was an emptiness in his heart, an unsettling feeling. So much so that he was being pushed back by the human before him. Suddenly, the fighting among the crowd ceased, and everyone looked up at the sky. There, a dark light appeared. No, it seemed there was white light mixed within the dark. like yin and yang, intertwined and traversing in mid-air. Two beams of light were flying at breakneck speed. Imperial weapons! Someone exclaimed in shock. They were Imperial weapons releasing their full power. Some also called them Emperor artifacts. The golden all-in by Zay's hand was also an Imperial artifact. However, its power was like a pearl covered in dust, only a trace of Imperial might, mostly used as a top-grade saint weapon. Besides the Great Emperor, only the Imperial weapons themselves could unleash their full power. Everyone was greatly astonished. What had happened to cause two Imperial weapons to release their full power? Could it be that they were fighting each other, becoming desperate? Seeing this scene, the unease in the wrathful Thunder King's heart intensified. Bai Zai also looked bewildered. He hadn't anticipated this situation. Moreover, the aura emanating from that white Imperial weapon felt somewhat familiar, causing a sense of unease to rise in his heart as well. The black and white Imperial weapons were entwined, their purpose unknown. However, everyone soon understood. The white light was in the front, quickly landing in front of Bai Zai, with the black light close behind. Seeing the Emperor's spear stop, the Nine Luminaries banner took the opportunity to extend its large flag surface, wrapping it up, and then attempting to pull it back. In that instant, Bai Zai finally saw clearly what the white Imperial weapon was. Wasn't this a part of his mission? Shouldn't this Emperor's spear be with the wrathful Thunder King's clone? Shouldn't it be piercing the sky prison formation now? How did it end up here? Also, what was that black Imperial weapon outside? Bai Zai's gaze was filled with confusion. He looked questioningly at the wrathful Thunder King. Feeling Bai Zai's soul inquiry, the wrathful Thunder King also looked bewildered, indicating that he knew nothing. He also shared his earlier feelings. But before Bai Zai could think more, the two Imperial weapons became restless again. The Emperor's spear seemed to dislike being covered, wildly thrashing and stabbing. However, the Nine Luminaries banner was like a sticky plaster, wrapping around and refusing to be shaken off, no matter how large the Emperor's spear became or how wildly it charged. Unfortunately, the Emperor's spear couldn't break free with any of its methods. Then, the Emperor's spear was pulled back by the Nine Luminaries banner. It seemed like it was caught in a loop. The conflict between the two Imperial weapons was a misery for those on the battlefield. Imperial weapons caused injuries with a graze and death upon impact. Even the Supremes were no exception. The Supremes present, including Bai Zai, stared in fear at the two out-of-control Imperial weapons. Bai Zai frantically tried to control it, but the Emperor's spear was completely unresponsive, almost stabbing him in the butt. The Emperor's spear was originally a legacy of the Great Emperor Shang-ai. Only a Great Emperor could fully command the Imperial weapon. Damn it! What is going on? Chapter 27. The fusion of Emperor weapons. Time flowed slowly, and the focus of the battlefield gradually shifted to the two Emperor weapons. There was both a desire for the Emperor weapons and a cautious fear of losing one's life upon touching them. Gradually, the two Emperor weapons seemed to stop fighting. To the puzzled gazes of the crowd, the Dark Emperor artifact on the outside slowly loosened its restraint on the Emperor's spear. A gray-white Emperor spear, extraordinary and divine, was completely revealed to everyone. Bai Zai was overjoyed and immediately controlled it with his thoughts. Come back quickly. Just as he thought that the Emperor's spear had won in the struggle and the black cloth was exhausted, the Emperor's spear completely disobeyed his command. Instead, it was breaking free from his control. The Emperor's spear shook its body, and a murmur that resounded throughout the heavens and earth entered everyone's ears. Who am I? This voice was not human speech, nor was it the language of beasts. It was a resonance of the soul, and even those at the bottom of the Foundation establishment stage could clearly feel that consciousness. Bai Zai frowned, feeling that something was amiss, but he still said, "You are the weapon of Emperor Shang-ai, the Shang-ai spear. Emperor spear, come here." The Emperor's spear shook its body, as if shaking its head in confusion. Bullshit. Bro spear, you've been deceived by him. At this moment, the Nine Luminaries banner next to it suddenly voiced its opinion, emitting starlight in all directions. Originally, the Emperor's spear had been resisting. However, it had just been covered by the Nine Luminaries banner, which had transmitted many images to it. For a moment, the Emperor's spear hesitated. Bro spear, don't resist me anymore. We were meant to be together. Give up resisting, and I will wipe you clean, then you can remember everything. The Nine Luminaries banner said meaningfully. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. The Black Banner's words were intriguing. The two Emperor weapons were actually one entity. If that were the case, then after they combined. Bai Zai also frowned. He didn't know. This Emperor spear was given to him by Emperor Shang-ai. Could there have been some incident before? For a moment, Bai Zai didn't know whether to stop it or not. He was afraid he couldn't control it. In the end, the Emperor's spear submitted. All things in the world have a desire to become stronger, and it was no exception. Even among Emperor weapons, there was a distinction between strong and weak. The black cloth of the Nine Luminaries banner slowly touched the body of the Emperor spear, as if an invisible hand was wiping it up and down. Bai Zai wanted to stop it. He didn't want to gamble on this unknown risk. As a divine calculator, everything was now developing in a direction unknown to him, which was incredibly uncomfortable. As if sensing Bai Zai's actions, the 9 luminaries banner, wrapped around the Emperor's spear, directly stabbed towards him. Damn it! Bai Zai quickly dodged, feeling somewhat annoyed. Time flowed slowly. Suddenly, the 9 luminaries banner released the Emperor's spear. The crowd also paused, their eyes turning towards the Emperor's spear. Suddenly, someone exclaimed that that's annihilation sand. The Emperor's spear was seen shaking its body, leaving behind fine gray grains of sand. These grains of sand emitted a faint light, attracting attention. Soon, all of the annihilation sand on the Emperor's spear was shaken off. The originally gray-white Emperor's spear had now become a shining silver-white. Moreover, the simple and unadorned spear shaft was now engraved with 9 stars in a line. 9 stars, from the spear tip to the base, pierced through in a line, with starlight twinkling faintly, extraordinary and divine. The Emperor's spear did not move, seeming somewhat silent, lost in confusion. Bai Zai, unwilling to give up, tried to control it with his thoughts, only to find that he seemed to have lost connection with the Emperor's spear. The weak connection he had built over 200,000 years, just gone like that? Bai Zai was so angry that he almost spat blood. The annihilation sand slowly fell, like falling stars, enchantingly beautiful. The Supremes present looked at each other, their figures flashing rapidly. It was clear that they all wanted to seize this item. Annihilation sand, a legendary material of unparalleled power, it was an emperor-level material. In all the world, there might only be this much. If it were seized and refined into one's own weapon, one's strength would increase significantly. The 9 luminaries banner glanced at the greedy eyes, and a black light flashed. The banner's surface unfurled, and all the annihilation sand was scooped up by it. Seeing this, the sovereigns halted their steps. They secretly lamented the loss and were somewhat annoyed. But, with an emperor's artifact before them, they were powerless. Buzz. Suddenly, the Emperor's spear began to vibrate intensely. Emperors might spread out without reservation, astonishing everyone. The Emperor's spirit seemed to be enraged. Damn it, damn Shang AI, how could I have trusted you so much? You actually used annihilation sand to seal my memories. The Emperor's spear cursed, its angry emotions affecting all living beings on the battlefield. Everyone heard its words. What's going on? Ji Ziqing widened his eyes, looking at his 2 comrades beside him. Chu Xian waved his hand, and Chitai crossed his arms, both equally clueless. The others on the battlefield, regardless of whether they had attained the Tao or were still Foundation establishment, all looked at each other in confusion. The name of Emperor Shang Ai still held some prestige within the sections. It was unexpected that this Emperor's spear seemed to have a special relationship with him. Damn it. I will not let you go. Suddenly, as if venting, the Emperor's spear abruptly flew towards the sky. The layer of sky-covering array, upon contact with the Emperor's spear, directly turned into bubbles. The blood-offering hidden spirit array was broken just like that. On Lu Qingyun's side, he had already taken out the cauldron, ready to throw it, when suddenly, the gloomy sky turned bright. He immediately wore a bewildered expression, wondering what was going on. There was even an expert. The Emperor's spear breaking through the array seemed to be just a casual act. Just as the Emperor's spear was about to fly away, it suddenly stopped its spear, as if waiting for something. The crowd was puzzled, but they soon found out. They saw the black banner rapidly floating towards the Emperor's spear. One white and one black slowly approached, and the moment they made contact, the entire world trembled. A vast Emperor's might erupted instantly, spreading like a surging tide in all directions. Then, they rotated and merged, like the yin and yang in motion. The 9 luminaries banner's surface gently wrapped around the spear shaft, as if they were originally one. The 9 stars on the banner and the patterns on the spear echoed each other, their lights interweaving. Time slowly passed, and the fighting on the battlefield, affected by the fusion, came to a halt. Gradually, a giant flag with a white pole and black surface, its surface fluttering with the clouds, stood in the sky, its emperor's might vast, making all living beings submit. What kind of emperor's weapon is this? This was the question in everyone's minds. But before they could get an answer, the flag did not linger and disappeared towards an unknown direction. Bai Zai was stunned for a moment, then his expression changed. He calculated the heavenly secrets in his mind, and suddenly, his goat face turned red, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Quick, retreat! All troops, retreat! After giving the order, Bai Zai didn't have time to worry about the lives of the demon army. In a flash, he disappeared. Seeing Bai Zai leave, the demons present were immediately dumbfounded. The demon saint had run away? Seeing this, the Thunder Fury King roared, "Retreat!" The array had been broken, the demon saint had run away. What was the point of fighting? Ji Ziqing and the other 2 exchanged glances, their expressions gradually becoming sharp. Although they didn't know what was happening, they would beat a drowning dog. Everyone, pursue the fleeing enemy. Don't let a single demon escape. Chapter 28 Heaven-shaking, earth-shattering burial mist mountains, Mount Shanghai. As usual, the demon beasts patrolled the mountains, fighting and reveling as they pleased. In a little while, I'm afraid good news will come. That damn Tao Harmonious Heaven sect should have been destroyed long ago. That's right. It's a pity that with only 100,000 demon troops, we could have all moved out together. 1,000,000 wouldn't be a problem. Wouldn't that have been even faster to trample down that sect? Hey, you don't understand. Saint Teacher Bai Zhe has his own arrangements. The myriad demon grand formation more would be a burden instead. Ah, what a pity. We can't drink the blood of human cultivators to our heart's content. The demon beasts ate roasted meat and drank spiritual dew, looking forward to the future. Some demon beasts were even more brutal, directly gnawing on raw meat. Suddenly, a demon beast pointed at the sky and shouted, "Look, what is that in the sky?" Hearing this, the demons all looked up. It seems like a flag? Mount Shanghai, the peak. Some demon kings had already noticed it. When they came out to look, they were immediately shocked. It was actually an emperor artifact. Lord Tianlin. Suddenly, a handsome man in black, with a touch of enchantment, appeared on the peak. The demon kings all retreated, bowing respectfully. Tianlin frowned slightly. He always felt that the emperor artifact in the sky had a familiar feeling, but he couldn't quite place it. Mount Shanghai didn't seem to have this kind of black flag either. While he was still puzzled, he saw the black flag suddenly hover in the sky. The flag's surface rippled like waves, and a vast aura instantly pressed down like a tangible substance. On Mount Shanghai, many curious demon beasts felt a stagnation, directly pressed to the ground. Those with weaker strength coughed up blood, and were directly heavily injured. Tianlin's pupils shrank, and a golden cloth immediately shot out from his hand. The golden cloth instantly expanded, as if it were covering the sky and blocking out the sun. Only then did the demons regain their senses, and were terrified. Looking at the pitch-black surroundings, some were at a loss. Seeing this, the Emperor's spear was a little annoyed. That golden cloth below had originally been its bed. Face, help me. The Emperor's spear didn't plan to hold back anymore. Damn Shanghai, deceiving it for millions of years. Although Shanghai was gone, its foundation was still there, so it would directly attack Mount Shanghai. Understood, bro spear. Without the Emperor's spear stating it clearly, they were originally one and understood each other implicitly. It was the 9 luminaries flag. Instantly, the flag's surface rapidly expanded in the sky, and in the blink of an eye, it was already obscuring the sky and sun. It forcefully turned day into night. Just at this moment, the golden cloth suddenly shook, shrinking back and returning to Tianzi's hand. No matter how Tianlin commanded it, it remained motionless. Damn it. It's actually scared. Tianlin cursed in his heart. They were all emperor artifacts, why would it be afraid? As the 9 luminaries flag danced, a series of muffled rumbling sounds came from the sky, like the war drums of the gods were being sounded. Tianlin faintly felt an ominous aura, and the demon kings were also releasing great demon chi, looking like they were facing a formidable enemy. No, not just like facing a formidable enemy, but more like the end of a barbaric era. As expected, it was just as they had predicted. Above the sky, 9 huge stars slowly emerged from the flag's surface, each star emitting a terrifying aura that made one's heart palpitate. They were like 9 burning fireballs, shining with dazzling light, illuminating the entire world, as if they had replaced the great sun. The stars dragged long tails, hurtling towards Mount Shanghai with unstoppable force. In the instant they approached, the air seemed to be ignited, making crackling sounds. The earth began to tremble violently, the mountains shook, and the rivers flowed backward. The demon beasts on Mount Shanghai stared in horror at the scene of destruction in the sky, despair and fear resounding throughout the entire mountain. Stars descend, the end of the world. Quick, run! But, unfortunately, these stars were not the ordinary stars in the sky. Ordinary stars could be shattered by cultivators in the Tao-cutting realm. And these 9 stars, wrapped in the great emperor's might, all the spells and divine powers, whether from small demons, demon kings, or Tianzi, crashed against them like bubbles, disappearing without a trace. Some demons, having cast their spells to flee far away, discovered in horror that the surrounding space seemed to have solidified. Not only were they unable to shift through the void, they were even powerless to fly. The first star fell first, smashing into Mount Shanghai with world-shattering force. A dazzling light flashed, accompanied by a deafening explosion, and the entire mountain peak was instantly leveled to the ground. The enormous shockwave spread wildly in all directions, sending rocks flying and smoke billowing. Then, the remaining 8 stars fell in succession, each impact like the arrival of the apocalypse. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Mount Shanghai had gone from a star-like mountain to a devastated landscape covered in cracks. At this moment, Bai Zhe finally returned. Looking at the huge volcanic crater before him, his legs trembled. It's over, it's all over. Lu Qingyun, seeing the great formation broken, was about to go to the front lines to provide support when he realized that the battle was already over. They had now become the attacking side. Lu Qingyun was somewhat dumbfounded. Was the human-demon war this quick? It was simply something that could be recorded in history. Naturally, he had no interest in pursuit operations, so he went straight home. Before he could get back, he saw a crack suddenly appear in the space ahead, and then a black banner flew out. Lu Qingyun blinked. Was this still his 9 radiance banner? The connection with the magical treasure was still there. It was just that his 9 radiance banner seemed to have changed, becoming a 9 radiance flag. Fortunately, it had not escaped his control. The system was still reliable. Lu Qingyun took the flag directly in his hand and waved it. The 9 stars were aligned on the flagpole and on the flag's surface as well, though they were now dim. Not only the flag, but also a handful of glittering sand flowed into Lu Qingyun's hand. Before he could ask about it, an intent came from the flag indicating that it needed to rest. Lu Qingyun did not hesitate and directly placed it into the system space. Subsequently, with the system's help, he checked the flag's information. 9 Radiance Flag, Grand Dao Imperial Weapon, the natal imperial weapon of the 9 Radiance Emperor. It can pluck stars and capture the moon, block out the sky and sun, and can draw upon the power of the stars to destroy the heavens and the earth. It seemed that beyond imperial weapons, there were Grand Dao Imperial weapons. This level was not recorded in the world, at least not by the Dao Harmony Heavenly Sect. An emperor cannot be humiliated, and an imperial weapon is an imperial weapon. The function of the 9 Radiance Flag was more than this, setting up formations to trap enemies, fanning flames, traversing the void. It was proficient in everything. According to ancient records, during the past battles between emperors, a corner of the desolate wilderness was shattered, and a large hole appeared in the sky. Thus, the 9 Radiance Emperor used the 9 Radiance Flag to fix the sky for many years. Originally, the flag's surface of the 9 Radiance Flag, which was the 9 Radiance banner, had been destroyed in an unknown battle. But the power of the system had forcefully fished it out of the river of time. Lu Qingyun roughly understood the principle of the system. As long as a place had once had a treasure that had touched the Grand Dao and no longer existed in reality, the system could retrieve it by signing in. The sign-in system was terrifying. Chapter 29. Enslaving the blood cicada. Back home, Lu Qingyun heard a chorus of cicada cries from afar. "Spare me! Have mercy! I'm all stinky, with thick skin and little meat, not tasty at all." The blood cicada wept bitterly. It hadn't expected that, even bound, it couldn't escape the fate of being tormented. What's more, even the rope that bound it was a sacred artifact. Was there no justice in this world? As a result, the blood cicada's spiritual power and soul were sealed, and its body was forced to shrink to the size of a palm, just to be played with. No, they weren't humans, but a bird and a worm. Perhaps it was the innate instinct of a bird's body. Lu Koan desperately wanted to taste a blood cicada. He hesitantly looked at Lu Rinjia beside him, then moved his mouth closer and licked it once. Immediately, his eyes lit up. It was simply delicious, fresh, fragrant, and sweet, definitely delicious and very nourishing. Lu Rinjia didn't stop him. If Lu Koan's strength could harm the blood cicada, it could only be considered its misfortune. Even with its spiritual power and soul sealed, a supreme powerhouse, still a demon beast, was not someone ordinary people could control. Its physical strength alone could suppress Lu Koan. The reason Lu Koan was so presumptuous was mostly thanks to Lu Rinjia's unwavering gaze by his side. The blood cicada also pretended, wailing and howling, knowing that this little bird couldn't hurt him anyway. However, its gaze occasionally fell on the 2-headed insect beside him. It was originally an ancestor-level figure of the cicada lineage at the peak of its bloodline, and naturally wouldn't consider submitting to any insect. This insect in front of it, judged solely by its bloodline, was no weaker than it and would surely become a supreme being in the future. Whose territory was this that could raise a larva with such a bloodline? Soon, its doubts were resolved. Let's go into the courtyard first. Lu Qingyun, having changed back into his gray handyman's robes, landed lightly in front of everyone. "Master!" 4 mouths spoke in unison. When the blood cicada saw this person, it first sized him up, then became suspicious, then suddenly realized, and finally was horrified. This person had an ordinary aura, and was actually only at the foundation establishment stage. But, being the master of such powerful puppets, and possessing so many sacred artifacts, how could he be of such a rank? This person must be a reclusive sage. Maybe even a quasi-emperor. Thinking of this, the blood cicada was both terrified and delighted. If it had no intention to kill it, then there was still a chance. Lu Koan happily carried the blood cicada, walking into the small courtyard. The blood cicada had been tied outside the courtyard and naturally hadn't seen what was inside. This time, it was immediately shocked into a stiff position. What did I see? Those were sacred medicines, large patches of them. Of course, all of this was intentional by Lu Qingyun. He had temporarily dispelled the concealment array of the small courtyard. That's right, this person must be a quasi-emperor. The blood cicada was even more convinced of its guess. Lu Qingyun waved his hand. Seeing this, Lu Koan was very quick-witted and placed a stool behind Lu Qingyun for him to sit. He also poured a cup of flower tea. Lu Qingyun sat on the stool, then looked at the blood cicada. I submit. I submit. With just one word from you, master, the blood cicada is yours. Lu Qingyun took the flower tea from Lu Kuan's hand, and before he could even take a sip, he heard the blood cicada's flattering voice, and he was immediately stunned. I haven't even tried to intimidate or lure you, and you've already submitted? I thought you were a tough own, but I didn't expect you not to even have bones. This was all too easy. Lu Kuan was also stunned and a bit annoyed. Don't shout nonsense. What did you use to break my great array? Lu Qingyun asked. Seeing that this person didn't refuse, the blood cicada was overjoyed and honestly took out its storage shell. Although its spiritual power and soul were sealed, its consciousness was still there, and it could use storage equipment. Soon, a gray and dull beast horn was taken out. Lu Qingyun directly took it and weighed it in his hand. The system scanned smoothly, and a stream of information entered Lu Qingyun's mind. Sorrowful Horn of Shang, a horn that the great Emperor Shang Ai had cut off when he was a saint. After becoming an emperor, it was refined into a quasi-emperor weapon. It's quite a treasure. A quasi-emperor weapon. Lu Qingyun muttered to himself. Blood Cicada was startled and immediately started flattering. Master has sharp eyes. Lu Qingyun didn't refuse. The Thunder Fury King still had to be eliminated, otherwise he wouldn't be able to enjoy his beef in peace. In fact, he was mainly afraid that the Thunder Fury King would expose his identity. No one knew how close the connection was between the Thunder Fury King's clone and his main body. Why did you appear here? Lu Qingyun asked again. The thing is, Blood Cicada recounted the entire mission without holding anything back. Lu Qingyun couldn't help but sigh. Why take the side door when the main door is available? Serves them right for getting captured. Lu Qingyun's mind stirred, and a pitch-black talisman flew out, directly entering Blood Cicada's body before he could react, and disappeared. From now on, you are this master's demon servant. If you have any rebellious intentions, you will be reduced to ashes. Master Talisman, a top-grade saint talisman. For enemies who cannot resist, once used against those below the saint level, it can control life and death, and prevent any rebellious thoughts. Blood Cicada felt the shackles on his soul, and his face immediately turned ashen. Blood Cicada pays respects to Master. He felt somewhat bitter. He was an ancient mutated cicada, originally sealed within a divine source. Every time a divine emperor was born, he would emerge once. But this time, he was forcibly awakened by the nephew of great Emperor Shang Ai, that heavily scaled demon saint. He didn't get a chance to become a saint, worked hard his whole life, and now he was reduced to a servant. His life and death were in the hands of another. Although he had the intention to submit, he didn't want this kind of bondage at all. But, as things had come this far, he could only accept his fate. Lu Renjia, release him. Lu Qingyun was very satisfied. With the Master Talisman, everything was under his control. Even if they were on opposite sides of the continent, he could issue commands instantly. I'll give you a task, find the Thunder Fury King, and then kill him. Lu Qingyun held the beast horn in one hand, and drank flower tea with the other. Ah, me? Blood Cicada blinked, looking completely dumbfounded. The Thunder Fury King was a quasi-saint with the assistance of a saint artifact. What did he have to fight with? No rush, you can do it slowly, just keep an eye on him. Lu Qingyun was not in a hurry. Eliminating the bull was just a precaution. They might not even encounter him in their entire lives. Hearing this, Blood Cicada breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that he wasn't being sent to his death. This thing is useless to me, but giving it to you is also useless. This beast horn was given to him by Bai Zhe. If he went back, he would definitely have to return it. Although it was just a quasi-emperor weapon, why would he return a treasure he had already touched? You go back and report it this way. Even the Emperor's spear could be lost, and the Thunder Fury King's clone was gone. It made perfect sense for Blood Cicada to lose a quasi-emperor level beast horn. Lu Qingyun directly put the beast horn into his sleeve. Lu Renjia, take him to choose two weapons. He looks too shabby. A Supreme Realm powerhouse didn't even have a decent saint artifact. In comparison, Lu Kuan's training weapons seemed to be all saint weapons. It was like heaven and earth. Blood Cicada flashed a red light, and a soft-looking man in a blood robe appeared in place. He followed Lu Renjia into the small, shabby house beside him, feeling somewhat dejected and disoriented. Everything was gone. His freedom was gone, and the beast horn was gone too. You can only choose two. Lu Renjia suddenly reminded him. Blood Cicada then came to his senses and realized that he had already stepped into the small house. Instantly, his eyes widened, his pupils contracted, and his whole body trembled like a sieve. He said in a trembling voice, the things in here, I can choose whatever I want? Chapter 30, Eat Beef? Holy Artifacts, a room full of holy artifacts. Blood Cicada blinked, thinking he had misseen. Hurry and choose, you can only take two, no more. Lu Renjia stared expressionlessly at Blood Cicada, reminding him. Blood Cicada's legs felt weak, and he slowly walked into the door. Unthinkable, simply unbelievable. In ordinary times, he wouldn't even dare to dream such a dream. Understood, understood. Blood Cicada swallowed, touching here and looking there, being extremely careful. When he saw some holy artifacts gathering dust, he would cautiously wipe them clean. Holy artifacts were self-concealing. Often, they wouldn't need Lu Qingyun to hide them, they would automatically conceal their sharpness. So, if their cultivation or vision wasn't enough, these holy artifacts would appear to them to be genuine junk. Blood Cicada was conflicted, but soon, he chose two treasures that suited him. A high-grade holy artifact bell and a mid-grade holy artifact cone. Lu Qingyun kept the top-grade holy artifacts on his own person. This storage room was just for storing weapons below the top grade. As for some small Dao artifacts, they were all placed in a corner. In that sack-like storage bag, there were 2 full bags, one of which seemed to have been gathering dust for a long time. Blood Cicada reluctantly walked out of the storage room, which was far more abundant than the treasury on Mount Shanghai. Master, these 2 I chose. Blood Cicada was clean and neat, holding a bell and a cone in his hands, feeling uneasy, afraid that Lu Qingyun would go back on his word. Lu Qingyun lightly hummed, not even glancing at them, and waved his hand. Anything below top grade wasn't even worth him looking at. At this moment, in the courtyard, several purplish-red flames had already sprung up from the ground, one with a roast meat and one with a stew. This old bull's meat, though very fragrant, was somewhat tough. Ordinary flames couldn't harm it in the slightest. He didn't roast too much of the supreme-level meat, too much might kill him. Don't look at how Lu Kuan was drooling and his stomach was growling. When it came time to actually eat, he might only take one bite before he had to go back to cultivating honestly. Sprinkling spices extracted from various medicinal materials, the courtyard was immediately filled with the aroma of meat. If the Chaos Xian Yuan banner hadn't been reinserted, the aroma might have drifted outside the mountain. Blood Cicada's mind had just been on the holy artifacts, and hearing Lu Qingyun's light hum, he was immediately overjoyed, knelt down and kowtowed a few times. "Thank you, master." Randomly putting them in his blood shell, Blood Cicada was momentarily high-spirited. He twitched his nose, only then did he realize that there was grilling and cooking going on in the courtyard. Blood Cicada smelled that aroma, and always felt a strange familiarity to it. It was too fragrant, and this meat. Suddenly, Blood Cicada's body shuddered. This meat was actually supreme meat. Thinking of that familiar smell, he was shocked. This is the Raging Thunder King. Lu Qingyun glanced at him, cut off a small piece of roast meat, and tasted it. Rich in flavor, firm texture, just a bit burnt on the outside. But Lu Qingyun liked it like this, the heat was just right. "Do you want some?" Lu Qingyun suddenly asked Blood Cicada. Blood Cicada's mind was full of thoughts. Luckily he was wise, otherwise, it wouldn't be the Raging Thunder King's clone on the grill right now, but him. Hearing Lu Qingyun's question, Blood Cicada was sweating profusely, trembling as he replied, I don't eat beef. Master is kind, Blood Cicada appreciates it. If he dared to take a bite, once back with the demon race, he was afraid he would be immediately hunted down by the Raging Thunder King. Lu Qingyun chuckled, and didn't ask further. At this time, Lu Kuan walked out of the room, holding a white jade pot in his hand. "Since you don't eat beef, then have a cup of fruit wine, and then go back." "Ah, Kuan, pour him a cup," Lu Qingyun said as he chewed. Lu Kuan was pained to hear this, he was very eager for this fruit wine. Blood Cicada looked at the fruit wine, trembling again. Holy wine, this was actually holy wine. This thing, in its entire life, had only managed to get a tiny taste during the era of Emperor Shang Ai. Now, countless years have passed. Without achieving sainthood, one's lifespan will eventually come to an end, and sacred medicines and fruits possess life-extending properties, treasures that are impossible to find in the outside world. "Thank you, master. Thank you, master." The Blood Cicada bowed repeatedly in gratitude, accepted the sacred wine, and drank it all in one go. Fantastic! As expected of sacred wine, it felt as if his flesh and spirit were being cleansed and purified. Lu Qingyun casually cut off a small piece of meat, handed it to Lu Kuan, and then waved his hand. The Blood Cicada understood, kowtowed a few more times, and left directly. This time, after leaving the small courtyard, the formation did not stop him, and he felt a surge of joy. This old one, the Blood Cicada ancestor, has returned. The Blood Cicada laughed heartily, feeling the 2 sacred artifacts within his blood shell. With this, in the vast wilderness, where could he not go? But, returning with such high spirits would inevitably arouse suspicion. Without blinking an eye, the Blood Cicada slapped himself on the chest, spitting out a mouthful of blood, finally feeling relieved. Now, who would dare say that this old one wasn't doing his best? With delicious food around, Jiao was no longer clinging to Lu Kuan's shoulder. Instantly transforming into a large meatworm the size of a person, her eyes were fixed on the meat in front of her. Lu Kuan took a small bite, feeling it was not enough, but his body was honest. As expected, he instantly couldn't handle it, and ran to the side to meditate. Seeing this, Jiao looked pitiful, it seemed she couldn't eat it either. Lu Qingyun shook his head, walked to the stewed meat beside him, took a sniff, it was just right. Casually ladling a cup of broth, he handed it to a Jiao. Qing Jiao and Zi Jiao's eyes lit up, each taking a sip, and just after swallowing they fell into a deep sleep. A small cup of broth was also a great tonic for the current Jiao. Such a delicious feast, then I'll enjoy it all by myself. Lu Qingyun sighed slightly and began to devour the food with relish. Lu Renjia remained expressionless as a puppet. He had no interest in eating such things. Divine stones and immortal metals were his sustenance. The disciples in pursuit were somewhat blinded by bloodlust. They had been fighting for 3 days and 3 nights, chasing into the depths of the 1,000 absolute mountains, and only stopped when the Supremes intervened. Otherwise, they might have directly attacked the raging Thunder Ridge. They could no longer chase, otherwise the Shanghai Mountain Demon Army might come to support them, and if they were caught in a pincer attack, it would be even more troublesome. However, they didn't know that Shanghai Mountain was already preoccupied and was carrying out post-disaster reconstruction work. After this battle, demon beast meat would likely flood the market for a while. It was just a pity that not a single Supreme Demon King was left alive. Only 6 Demon Kings at the Dao Severing Realm were killed. The demon beasts suffered greatly, but the Dao Harmonious Heavenly Sect didn't fare much better. Countless disciples were killed and wounded. Many mountains, rivers, and palaces of the sect were destroyed. It would probably take considerable effort to return to the state before the great battle. News of the sect war quickly reached the Blazing Fire Divine Sect. Several peak masters returned upon hearing the news, but halfway through their journey, they heard that the war had already ended, and they were immediately stunned. Wasn't it a sect annihilating war? How could it have ended so quickly? Everyone, let's talk about it. Who exactly is this person? Above the firmament, several figures sat amidst the clouds and mist, faintly visible, their faces indistinct. In front of them, the same image was being continuously projected. This was a scene recorded by a memory stone from a certain deacon in the sect. In the picture, a faceless black and red shin-clothed figure was fighting with a 3-horned, 4-eared, 5-colored divine bull. They were very familiar with this divine bull. It was their old neighbor, the Thunder King. And that shin-clothed person, that purple thunder divine sword in his hand, I once saw it in an ancient book. It's the purple iris fairy-s sword, someone recalled. The purple iris fairy-s sword was lost many years ago. I didn't expect it to reappear in the world today. Someone else recalled with emotion, unsure whether they were reminiscing about the fairy or the divine sword. Everyone fell silent and frowned upon hearing this. They naturally knew of the purple iris fairy, the sword-wielding elder of Spirit Sword Peak, but she had probably been dead for almost 100,000 years. This person, not only is his sword in harmony with him, but he also wields saint-level sword techniques with such power and proficiency. He must be a saint without a doubt. I think he might be a predecessor from Spirit Sword Peak. Someone stroked their beard and speculated. Very likely. This idea resonated with everyone. He was likely a predecessor from Spirit Sword Peak, who also had a remarkable relationship with the Purple Iris Fairy. Sect disciples didn't necessarily have to stay in the sect for life. In the Dao Harmonious sect, there were quite a few disciples who went out and founded their own sections. Perhaps this person was moved by the sect's past kindness and killed the Thunder King. It's a pity that we can't see the whole process. Someone sighed. The faceless shin-clothed person in the image seemed to have pulled out some kind of bag, and the image abruptly ended. It's good that the sect is safe. The Dao discussion has begun again. Everyone, I'll take my leave. 3 years of Dao discussion, any debate, any sentence, could be the key to enlightenment. The sect suffered heavy damage, and everything needed to be rebuilt. Even for cultivators, it still required considerable effort to rebuild their homes. Although Lu Qingyun did not belong to any hall or peak, he was not idle either. There were no true saints within the sect, and no one was guarding the Dao Palace. Not only was there no one guarding it, but even the formation was missing. Otherwise, Lu Qingyun wouldn't have been staring at this place. There were other forbidden areas within the sect. However, even so, Lu Qingyun entered in stealth. Because, although there was no formation, he still sensed a few magical artifacts with some sophistication. His stealth technique could not be seen through unless a saint personally arrived. Stepping into the Dao Palace again, Lu Qingyun couldn't help but sigh slightly. It was truly magnificent. Utterly indescribable magnificence and grandeur. Walking into the main hall would give one a feeling of a bird observing the sky. One's own small form, compared to the main hall, was so incredibly minuscule. It was much more luxurious than his own small courtyard. Unfortunately, Lu Qingyun, was not used to this kind of place. It made him feel uneasy. The current location meets the check-in conditions. Do you want to check in? The familiar system notification sounded, and Lu Qingyun did not hesitate. Check in. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 5-bird fan. Do you want to view it? What? The 5-bird fan. View it. If Lu Qingyun wasn't mistaken, this fan should be the legendary ancient weapon of great power. 5-bird fan, Great Dao Emperor weapon. It was forged by the human race's Cloud Emperor using the feathers of 5 divine emperors of the demon race. One sweep of the fan can topple the heavens and overturn the earth, destroying the world. Vast rivers and streams would instantly evaporate, and another sweep could restore the mountains and rivers, bringing tranquility. A great Tao Emperor weapon. Lu Qingyun raised an eyebrow slightly. It was indeed this fan. It was just unclear who had destroyed it and why it was acquired through his check-in. There were many 5-bird fans in the present world, all imitations of this one, but their power naturally paled in comparison. These 5 feathers on the fan, they are Divine Emperor feathers that Emperor Yun spent countless efforts and traversed the wilderness to find. Divine Emperor, that is a great emperor. And Emperor Yun also left a strong and colorful mark in the river of time, talked about by everyone. She was a female emperor, seeking a name amazingly talented and peerless. It's just a pity her countenance could not be painted in the ancient books, and Lu Qingyun was also unable to behold her holy face. Lu Qingyun went straight home, took out the 5 fan, and pondered over it carefully. These 5 feathers, they felt very textured, smooth and silky, worthy of being divine emperor feathers. There were 5 colors: red, cyan, gold, silver, and black. Vermilion bird feather, azure luan feather, golden crow feather, silver phoenix feather, and kuanping feather. Among them, the vermilion bird and golden crow feathers belonged to fire, so the 5 fan's firepower was even greater. Every time he touched one, Lu Qingyun had the illusion of returning to endless years ago, directly facing its main body. The might of a great emperor, truly, terrifyingly so. Emperor Yun, so very talented. Just a single feather felt capable of destroying the heavens and the earth, let alone 5 combined. Thump! Suddenly, a sound of a knee hitting the floor came. Lu Qingyun looked over and saw Lu Kuan kneeling at the door. Lu Qingyun was a bit puzzled, and asked, "You, what are you doing?" Lu Kuan's eyes were glazed, staring unblinkingly at the fan in Lu Qingyun's hand, and slowly opened his mouth. "Master, I don't know why, just now standing in the yard, I felt a kind of aura from this room that made me want to worship. I couldn't control myself." Lu Qingyun heard this, and suddenly understood. Lu Kuan, as a bird, was extremely sensitive to these divine feathers. Perhaps, even if he reached the peak of his bloodline, he might not be able to reach the level of any one of these feathers, so it was natural for him to kneel. Lu Qingyun waved his hand, and the imperial power on the 5 fan instantly disappeared. Lu Kuan then felt better, slowly got up, quickly came to Lu Qingyun's side, and asked, "Master, what is this?" His eyes were glazed. He really wanted this treasure. Lu Qingyun looked at Lu Kuan, pondered for a moment, and handed the 5 fan in front of Lu Kuan, and asked, "Kuan, which feather do you think is more beautiful?" "I think they're all pretty," Lu Kuan answered without hesitation. Lu Qingyun shook his head, and tapped Lu Kuan. "You can only choose one." The 5 fan was detachable. Since Lu Kuan was also a bird, then it would naturally be a waste not to use it. There is only one path to take, so he could only take one feather. Taking one feather for him to comprehend might produce extraordinary results. The 5 colors in Lu Kuan's eyes were all extremely magnificent. He hesitated for a moment, and finally decided, this golden one. Lu Kuan felt that this feather was somewhat similar to his own, and seemed more intimate. Lu Qingyun nodded, directly removed the golden crow feather, and handed it to Lu Kuan. Lu Kuan took it, and instantly, a vast aura emanated from the golden feather, causing his bloodline to surge and his whole body to tremble. Treasure, such a treasure. If your bloodline cannot evolve within 10 years. Lu Qingyun was still thinking about how to urge Lu Kuan when Lu Kuan himself vowed, "Master, don't worry, if I don't evolve within 10 years, I will roast myself for Master to have with wine." Chapter 32. A clever plan. Transformation time flowed like water, and in the blink of an eye, another 3 years had passed. This day, Lu Qingyun felt a little out of sorts, missing the person who used to pour him tea and water. Lu Kuan had gone into seclusion. To be precise, he had turned into an egg, a golden egg. In the past few days, Lu Kuan's body had often emitted flames, and his bloodline was extremely unstable. Today, he had finally transformed into an egg. It was unknown how much time would pass before he emerged again. Last time, it had taken 3 years. Lu Qingyun was painting. He usually did this in his spare time to relieve boredom. "Jiao, have you thought about when you want to transform?" Lu Qingyun turned his gaze to the meatworm beside him. In 3 years, although Lu Kuan was still in the divine repository realm, his bloodline was not the same as before. When he hatched, it would probably be his time to soar. As for Jiao, with her bloodline, her cultivation naturally progressed at lightning speed, having already caught up with Lu Kuan. For all living beings below the nascent soul realm, if they were talented, they could improve rapidly, even relying on pills to ascend. However, after the nascent soul realm, one had to take each step firmly. Lu Qingyun felt that at this point, opportunity and talent were perhaps more important than natural roots and bloodline. The word talent was extremely mysterious, and no one could explore it. For example, if an ordinary person had talent in alchemy but had no related physique and did not enter the alchemy industry, even a sage would not be able to discover their talent. But Lu Qingyun was different. With the help of the system, Lu Qingyun felt that as long as he wanted to practice, there was nothing he couldn't learn. This Jiao hesitated. Qingjiao and Zijiao exchanged glances, suddenly seeming to make up their minds. We'll transform now. Now that Brother Koan was gone, it was precisely the time when the master needed her. It was time for her to step forward. Jiao, you can do it. Qingjiao and Zijiao had obviously thought it through. They were just waiting for Lu Qingyun to bring it up. Lu Qingyun smiled, saying nothing, and handed over a pill. Jiao took it, then, holding the pill, flew out directly. Although demonic beasts did not necessarily have to transform, it was somewhat inconvenient for him to communicate with a meatworm every day. It was still more pleasing to the eye to be with one of his own kind. Burial Mist Mountain Range, Shanghai Mountain. With the help of the Demon Saint and the Demon Kings, after 3 years of reconstruction, the entire mountain had finally regained some vitality. Although it was not as lush as before, it was now habitable for demon beasts. However, looking from afar, one could still see 9 large holes. As for the fallen stars, they had been moved by Tianlin and Bai Zhe to the side of Shanghai Mountain. Demon Master, now that the Tao Master has returned, why don't we intercept and kill him halfway to avenge this great hatred? Tianlin flicked his sleeve, rising angrily. The other Demon Kings, upon hearing this, all looked ferocious, like they wanted to devour someone. 3 years ago, the opportunity they had waited countless years for had ended in such a crushing defeat. Even their old nest had been inexplicably smashed to pieces. No matter how Bai Zhe calculated, he concluded that the result on that day was an auspicious sign, and the heavenly secrets had not changed. There were no saints present within the Tao Harmony sect. However, the Rage Thunder King's avatar was killed, the Emperor's spear was taken, the Blood Cicada was severely injured and had escaped, and had yet to recover. Even the great Emperor Horn was snatched by that faceless black-robed man. All of this was clearly a trap set by that Tao Master. Besides him, who else in the Tao Harmony sect could have such power? Absolutely not. That Tao Master is so cunning he might be waiting for us halfway. This plan's failure is a foregone conclusion. We can think of other ways later. If you go this time and get ambushed, the Shanghai lineage will find it difficult to recover, Bai Zhe advised. Although the heavenly secrets indicated that they could intercept the Tao Master, Bai Zhe really didn't dare to believe it. All of this was definitely the Heavenly Emperor's scheme. Tianlin was silent for a moment, then heavily punched the armrest, indignantly sinking back into his seat. After holding it in for a long while, he could only sigh, alas. It seems that's all we can do. Humph. That damn Tao Lord, his strength is nothing special, but he sure chose a grand title. All the myriad beings of the world were striving on the path of the Tao, even the great emperors were no exception. And yet, he went and directly claimed the title of Tao Lord. Bai Zhe stroked his beard, his eyes darting around, and after a moment of pondering, he looked at Thunder Fury King and said, Thunder Fury King, are you willing to redeem yourself? Thunder Fury King was stunned by this, and Tianlin's eyes lit up. Demon Master, do you have a brilliant plan? Bai Zhe nodded. Since open confrontation won't work, then we'll have to resort to the shadows. Thunder Fury King, your stealth technique, it seems you've cultivated it well. Thunder Fury King was greatly shocked. He had never told anyone about his stealth technique. How could Bai Zhe know? But thinking of Bai Zhe's abilities, he felt a bitter helplessness. I can't hide anything from the Demon Master's eyes. My stealth technique is just a little bit advanced. Bai Zhe stared at him, his lips curving upward, as if saying, you think you can hide it from me? But Bai Zhe didn't reveal it, he just arranged, in that case, Thunder Fury King, then you will. Blood Cicada watched everything with unblinking eyes, silent. Thunder Fury King sighed inwardly. Why was he always the one doing all the dirty work? Even a cow couldn't be milked continuously, could it? Lu Qingyun took a small sip of tea, his lips slightly curving upward. These demon kings were truly amusing. The poor Tao Lord, he had unwittingly taken the blame. And what's more, he hadn't even gone looking for Thunder Fury King, and now Thunder Fury King was going to come knocking on his door. However, it was still early. Bai Zhe's opportunity would come after Thunder Fury King recovered from his injuries. Thunder Fury King had lost his clone and suffered a severe soul injury. Who knew how long it would take him to recover? But Lu Qingyun wasn't in a hurry. With Blood Cicada watching, everything was under his control. Master. Just then, a timid voice came from the door. The voice was soft, sweet, and endearing. Lu Qingyun looked up. At the edge of the door stood a little girl, about 4 or 5 years old, wearing a little purple-green dress, a tiny figure with pigtails, but her hair was green, making her extremely adorable. Lu Qingyun sighed, as he expected. Jiao was still too young. In this state, even climbing over chairs and stools was difficult. In the end, she would still have to be self-sufficient in the future. Jiao's cheeks were rosy, and she walked up to Lu Qingyun with a little shyness. Lu Qingyun looked at her, a bit puzzled. Are you Jiao? Jiao nodded, and her hair immediately turned purple, her tone changing slightly. Master. Lu Qingyun realized Jiao had 2 heads, but after transforming, she didn't have 2 heads. Instead, she had two personalities that she could switch between. That was good, at least she had transformed into a normal person. Stand still, I'll draw you a picture. Lu Qingyun looked at the little girl before him, feeling an itch to create. A Jiao stood still, not moving an inch. Soon, a spirited little girl appeared on the paper. A Jiao blinked her eyes, and the little girl in the drawing also blinked. Lu Qingyun couldn't resist poking the little girl's chubby cheek in the picture. Immediately, a Jiao, in front of him, covered her cheek, pouted her small lips, which was so adorable. The artistic conception in the painting moved with the heart, the Tao within it was spontaneous. The same scene could have thousands upon thousands of different effects. The courtyard's bed was only available in Lu Qingyun's room. The monster's rooms were kept simple. Lu Qingyun had asked Lu Kuan, and compared to a room, he preferred to build a nest in the trees. So, every night, he would transform back into his original form and huddle in the chicken coop he had built. A Jiao was no exception, she didn't want a house either. She just wanted to lie on leaves, to lie on flowers. Chapter 33. The 10-year agreement. The Tao Lord had already returned, so naturally, they couldn't go to the Tao Palace anymore. But Lu Qingyun didn't really care. In 3 years, he had already stripped the Tao Palace bare. He only left with some reluctance when there wasn't even a single saint artifact left. The harvest was quite considerable. Although the Dalha Celestial sect didn't have a great emperor, strangely, emperor weapons had actually appeared there before. Besides the 5-bird fan, there was also a sword, and countless other top-grade saint artifacts and saint elixirs. Burial Heaven Sword, Transcendent Emperor Weapon. The Sword of the Burying Bone Great Emperor, Emperor Bone, a finger bone of the Burying Bone Great Emperor, Divine Bone Shovel, Quasi-Emperor Weapon. A divine weapon used by the Burying Bone Great Emperor before he became an emperor. God-Sealing Body Lock Talisman, Top-Grade Saint Talisman. It can make a saint fall into a long slumber, escape the great calamity of heaven and earth, and be unaffected by time. There were many things, but Lu Qingyun couldn't use them all. No matter how good these things were, they could only be left to gather dust for now. There was also one thing that made Lu Qingyun quite pleased. Jean Dali was still there, and every day, besides sleeping and eating, he was cultivating. In the last sect battle, he didn't even have the qualifications to participate. By the time he arrived at the battlefield full of enthusiasm and huffing and puffing, the battle was already over. So, he was as diligent as ever in his cultivation. However, his progress was very slow. For many prodigies, the Yuanshan realm was not something they could reach in 10 years, and Jean Dali was even less likely to achieve it. However, judging by his dedication to cultivation, his realm might not be so important to him anymore. Time really flies by in a hurry. Lu Kuan had finally hatched. Coincidentally, his hatching day was on the eve of Jean Dali's competition. It was how to describe its appearance. Its entire body was golden yellow with hints of black and red, its feathers were bright and flowing, looking like flames. Not only did its shape resemble flames, but its essence was even more so. Feeling it from afar, it was actually like a ball of fire. The blazing fire divine crow, an ancient bloodline, was the closest to the golden crow divine emperoress bloodline throughout history. This kind of bloodline was considered royalty among demons. Unexpectedly, Lu Kuan had already reached its peak after only 2 bloodline evolutions. Of course, all of this was inseparable from the opportunities Lu Qingyun had bestowed upon him. I succeeded. Thank you, Master, for your grace of rebirth. There was no need to mention the abilities of the blazing fire divine crow. The natal divine fire it possessed already had the prototype of the sun god fire. Lu Qingyun was very satisfied. In the future, if he wanted to make some beef, he wouldn't have to bother with starting the fire himself. Lu Kuan proudly displayed the various divine abilities in his bloodline, and demon arts emerged one after another. Seeing that Akun had a high talent for fire, Lu Qingyun didn't stand on ceremony and directly threw a few divine fire cultivation methods to him. Practice these for now. He wondered what the different kinds of divine fires would taste like when they grilled meat. Lu Kuan looked bitter, but seeing that Lu Qingyun didn't even bat an eyelid, he took the cultivation methods and agreed with a bitter face. Yes. Lu Qingyun couldn't help but smile wryly. These few cultivation methods were top-tier existences even in the outside world, and even saints would look at them with envy, but he was complaining that they were a hassle. Was he competing with him to see who was lazier? Lu Qingyun was different from Lu Kuan. With the help of the system, he didn't even need to cultivate the methods, they were directly integrated and mastered. As for Lu Kuan, even if he had bloodline memories, it would be difficult to use them without diligent practice. 10 years felt like nothing more than ordinary time passing for Lu Qingyun. He dabbled in alchemy, forging, and a little bit of everything. But for Jean Dali, these 10 years were extremely crucial. During these 10 years, he honed his body day and night, enduring each day in pain. Cultivating the heaven-forged body was difficult. Both the body and soul would feel like they were being struck by a heavy hammer. Not only was the pain unbearable, but if he was careless, he could end up losing his life. But he still persevered. Half of it relied on his unwavering will and his desire for revenge for the destruction of his family, and the other half, naturally, was the pill he had taken back. And the one Lu Qingyun gave him was naturally not an ordinary healing pill, but a divine pill that could save lives. As long as the medicinal power remained, it would stay in his body, and when his body was about to collapse, it would take effect again. Esteemed sir, your great kindness is unforgettable. These 10 years, thanks to your help, I have been able to grow to where I am today. Jean Dali knelt before the door, bowing towards the distant sky. Now that the 10-year agreement has arrived, I will definitely go all out in this battle and not vary the cultivation method that you have bestowed upon me. He no longer had any desire for victory or defeat. Whether he won or lost was no longer important. He only wished to bring a perfect end to the words he had spoken that day. 10 years of time, his cultivation was only at the divine treasure realm. If comparing cultivation levels, he would definitely be no match for an opponent in the nascent soul realm. Moreover, during these 10 years, his opponent had also been improving. However, Jean Dali's blood was surging, and although his spiritual power was weak, he would overcome it with brute force. Lu Qingyun watched silently from a distance, softly murmuring, "Go for it." Jean Dali's current physical strength made him somewhat astonished. It was already barely comparable to a high-grade treasure. Ordinary cultivators who did not train their bodies had very fragile constitutions. If a nascent soul realm cultivator's spiritual power was exhausted, their body would definitely not withstand the attacks of a treasure. However, Jean Dali's opponent was from the Golden Body Hall. The cultivators of the Golden Body Hall cultivated their bodies through chi refinement, and those in the nascent soul realm only had bodies at the level of a low-grade treasure. Yet, Jean Dali was already comparable to a high-grade treasure. It was enough to show just how hard he had worked. If nothing unexpected happened, Jean Dali would surely win this battle. Golden Body Hall's market, the 100-battle arena. The arena here was extremely large. Although it looked only 10 or so meters in size, it used a technique to shrink the space. Jean Dali, wearing the same plain clothes from 10 years ago, walked step by step onto an empty arena. The crowd looked at him, puzzled, wondering who this fierce man was. But seeing that he was only at the divine treasure realm, many shook their heads and walked away, going to other arenas to watch battles. For them, watching a battle at this level was not as good as their own cultivation. Jean Dali saw this and was neither annoyed nor angered. It was normal for them not to know about the arrogant words of an unknown nobody like him. Suddenly, Jean Dali pulled out a large piece of yellowed paper from his waist. He directly bit his finger and wrote a few large characters on it. Then, he stood up, holding one side of the paper with one hand, standing proudly on the arena, the words on the paper fully displayed. Someone curiously looked over and was immediately shocked. The paper actually read, "Jean Dali has come to fulfill the 10-year agreement. Please ask Elder Shermu to bring his disciples and come to the appointment." Although the words were polite, the crowd could feel the sharpness within them. Jean Dali stood motionless, holding up the paper. The crowd was drawn in by his actions. Someone pondered for a moment and exclaimed in surprise, "Jean Dali, he's the kid who spoke wildly 10 years ago. It's actually him that time." He staggered down the mountain coughing up blood. "I didn't expect he was still alive. I seem to remember him, but such a small matter. Elder Shermu probably has already forgotten about it, right?" The crowd whispered to each other, looking at each other. Some also found it somewhat amusing, and took out jade slips, whether to inform the elders or to call friends to come and see the clown. Chapter 34, Ruthless Crushing. Jean Dali waited for a long time. It was already dusk, and the crowd of onlookers had changed batch after batch, when Elder Shermu finally arrived. Elder Shermu was incredibly burly, looking like an old ape. He didn't come alone. Behind him were 2 disciples. The people of the Golden Body Hall were somewhat similar in build. They were large, with thick waists, broad backs, and strong bodies, their muscles bulging, exuding a sense of power. Whoa! The elder actually came? Seeing the newcomers, the onlookers were shocked. They hadn't expected such a junior's provocation to alarm an elder. Everyone pulled out their jade slips, their eyes filled with a heightened sense of anticipation for gossip. There was going to be a good show soon. Shermu and his 2 disciples walked over slowly, and the crowd parted to create a path. Shermu didn't walk directly onto the platform, but jumped onto it. Bang! A loud sound echoed, and the entire platform seemed unable to withstand Shermu's pressure, making a heavy thud. The 2 disciples behind him followed suit and jumped up. "I didn't expect that you, this sharp-tongued little brat, weren't dead yet." Shermu stared at Jean Dali, who was a head shorter than him, and laughed loudly. His tone had a mocking edge. Jean Dali was expressionless. He rolled up the paper, then cupped his fists and said, "Elder, who will I fight?" His gaze was filled with intense fighting spirit as he scanned the 2 men behind Shermu. Upon hearing this, the 2 men glared, and one of them yelled, "A mere divine treasure junior, what qualifications do you have to challenge us? The reason my master is here is just that he happened to have business. Do you really think he came for your ridiculous bet?" The 2 looked at each other and laughed mockingly. The people of the Golden Body Hall, perhaps due to their cultivation techniques, were generally blunt and spoke their minds without thinking, and they had extremely loud voices. Jean Dolly's face was resolute, and he replied solemnly, "Whether or not I'm qualified will be known after we fight. If you don't dare, then step down." As soon as he said this, the platform and the audience were silent for a second. Then, the man seemed to choke, his face flushing red. "You. Clap. Clap. Clap." Shermu narrowed his eyes and suddenly started clapping. He smiled and said, "Ha ha ha, brat, since you are so eager to die, then I will grant your wish." On the platform, life and death were a matter of fate, a well-known fact. Even if someone died, no one could be held accountable. These two disciples of mine, one is in the nascent soul realm, and the other is in the void refinement realm. I won't bully you. You will fight Yuan Lei. I want to see if it's your sharp tongue or my stone ape body that is stronger. With that, Shermu waved his hand, and a burly young man walked out from behind him. His expression was extremely arrogant and infuriating. Shermu turned around and, as he stepped off the platform, patted Yuan Lei's shoulder casually, reminding him, "Xiao Lei, you should know what to do, right? Don't worry, master. When I make a move, you'll understand." Yuan Lei chuckled coldly. "Hada, be gentle, don't make things too difficult for the disciples who have to collect the bodies." Shermu stepped off the platform, his hands folded across his chest, his face indifferent. The battle had begun. Everyone had already predicted the final outcome. It would be Jean Dolly being crushed mercilessly. Under Yuan Lei's deliberate torture, he would spit blood from a few punches, and after a few more, his body would be smashed to pieces. Everyone couldn't help but feel sorry for him. Why would he do this? A divine treasure against a nascent soul, wasn't that just courting death? Unfortunately, everything seemed a little unexpected. Jean Dolly slowly took a fighting stance, but Yuan Lei scoffed and charged forward, without hesitation, his right fist slamming directly into Jean Dolly's stomach. This punch, carrying hundreds of years of power, could you block it? What? Suddenly, Yuan Lei looked at Jean Dolly in front of him in surprise and exclaimed incredulously. That punch, it was actually blocked. Shouldn't he have coughed up blood and been sent flying directly away? Why was he still in place? Yuan Lei felt a throbbing pain in his right hand, as if he had smashed it against some refined metal. This is impossible. Yuan Lei didn't believe it and threw out a left fist again. But this punch was caught directly by Jean Dolly. Then, Jean Dolly suddenly swung his right fist, and Yuan Lei, still in shock, didn't react in time and took the punch head-on. Bang! Yuan Lei was sent flying backward, landing far away with a heavy thud and a groan. What? Shermu's eyes widened in disbelief. The situation on the arena was completely the opposite of what he had imagined. The onlookers were also stunned, murmuring among themselves. For a moment, the atmosphere was peculiar. Jean Dolly respected his opponent before Yuan Lei could even stand up. He was already by his side. Another punch was thrown, and Yuan Lei's whole body glowed with golden light as he tried to resist. However, he found that his face seemed not as hard as Jean Dolly's fist. The punch landed on Yuan Lei's face, twisting his mouth to one side, making it look deformed. Yuan Lei's head buzzed, and he was somewhat dazed. He looked up, wanting to speak, but found that his mouth was crooked, and he couldn't talk. He could only look at Jean Dolly with a confused gaze, as if to say, "Aren't you a divine repository cultivator? How can you have such a strong body?" But what greeted him was an uppercut. This punch sent Yuan Lei's entire body flying into the air. Before Yuan Lei could land, Jean Dolly bent his legs and jumped into the air, slowly extending his right leg. Seeing this scene, Shermu's eyes were about to burst as he shouted loudly, "You little beast, stop it now." Upon hearing this, Jean Dolly increased the force in his leg and then, with a heavy horizontal kick, struck Yuan Lei's chest. Pooh! Yuan Lei coughed up a mouthful of blood and fell far away again. His chest was caved in, rising and falling erratically, and it seemed like he was on the verge of death. The onlookers were immediately alarmed. They had originally expected to see Jean Dolly get a good beating, but they never imagined that it would be Elder Shermu's disciple who would be unilaterally crushed. Shermu was pounding on the barrier, about to step forward, but then he saw that the originally fierce Jean Dolly stopped his attack. This challenge was only to settle a score, not to fight to the death, Jean Dolly said slowly. Then, he turned and walked to his bag, picked it up, and prepared to leave. With this matter settled, he had also cleared his mind. Jean Dolly decided to leave the sect and go out to gain experience. If he wasn't wanted here, there were other places for him to go. With the divine forging body technique in hand, he believed that one day he would take his revenge. Seeing this, Shermu stopped his actions, but spoke with a dark tone. "You have injured my disciple, and you think you can just leave like that?" Bang! But before he could finish his sentence, there was another loud bang on the arena, stirring up a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, there was a bare-chested man in a tiger-patterned robe standing on the arena. Everyone was stunned. This person was the Palace Master. Chapter 35, Taking a Master, Entertainment. Yuan Badian, the current Palace Master of the Golden Body Palace. In the hearts of countless disciples, Yuan Badian was their role model. A quasi-sage cultivator with incredibly powerful physical strength, he could even directly contend with sacred artifacts. The onlookers were stunned, surprised, or fanatical, but they still bowed and cut their fists in salute, shouting in unison, "Palace Master." However, a trace of doubt arose in their minds. Why would the Palace Master appear here? But soon, they understood the reason. "Boy, are you willing to take me as your master?" Yuan Badian spoke directly, his voice resounding and magnificent. His words reached everyone on the 100 battle arena, whether it was on Jean Dali's arena or elsewhere. The 100 battle arena fell silent. Everyone was a bit dumbfounded, their eyes wide. What was happening? They couldn't believe it at all. The Palace Master was taking a disciple? Jean Dali was also stunned, looking around as if searching for who the Golden Body Palace Master wanted to take as a disciple. Yuan Badian spoke again. "Boy, stop looking around, I'm talking to you. I'll ask you again, are you willing to take me as your master?" His voice was a bit low, with a hint of domineering power. In the distance, Lu Qingyun sat in a tea house. He had witnessed everything that happened here. He didn't expect that Jean Dali would attract the strongest person in the Golden Body Palace to take him as a disciple. It was truly, he was also a bit dumbfounded. Originally, he came here to guard against Shermu's underhanded tricks. Seeing Jean Dali brutally beat Yuan Lei, he couldn't help but feel a sense of gratification. It was a feeling of raising a child, watching him grow up. This feeling was one of the few pleasures he found in his pursuit of power and longevity. Originally, he was prepared to save Jean Dali when he saw Shermu about to make a move. However, he never expected the Golden Body Palace Master to show up, and even want to take Jean Dali as his disciple. "I am willing." In the end, Jean Dali became Yuan Badian's disciple. Lu Qingyun didn't mind, on the contrary, he felt it was a wise choice. He wasn't really Jean Dali's master, and in this world, it was normal for someone to have several masters throughout their life. Everyone was envious, and some even began to perform martial arts in public, frantically showcasing their talents and physique. Unfortunately, Yuan Badian's gaze never fell on them. "Shermu, aren't you going to save your disciple? If you wait any longer, he might suffer from lasting injuries," Yuan Badian said, patting Shermu heavily as he passed by. The meaning behind his words was unclear. Shermu hastily replied, his voice somewhat bitter, I understand. From now on, Jean Dali would likely soar to great heights. Their grudges could only be swallowed and vanish into thin air." Seeing that things had settled, Lu Qingyun went directly home. In the small courtyard, there was a flame that changed color from time to time. It was extremely hot, causing many sacred herbs and flowers to show signs of displeasure. If one looked closely, they would find that this flame was actually being emitted by a chicken. "Ah, Kuan, can't you go practice outside the courtyard? I'm so hot." Xing Jiao pouted, somewhat dissatisfied, continuously fanning herself with her small fleshy hand. Several years had passed, but time had left no trace on her. Whether it was because of her bloodline or because she knew she was too small, Lu Qingyun couldn't bear to have her serve tea and water, and deliberately didn't let her grow up. Xing Jiao still looked like a 4 or 5-year-old girl. "I want to, but the divine flame is too bright when cultivated, and if I do it outside, it might attract attention. Here, take this feather and fan yourself." Soon, a golden feather flew out of the flames and landed in Xing Jiao's hand. This golden feather was very beautiful, like a flame. Xing Jiao took it, and immediately had no more complaints. A Jiao's bloodline naturally had extremely high fire resistance. Her protests and complaints were just because the little girl was too bored. This golden feather was not a golden crow feather, but Lu Kuan's natal divine feather. He only had 3. One was with Lu Qingyun, one was on him, and now this one was in a Jiao's hands. With the golden feather in hand, she was immune to all fires. The fire that had originally been scorching her had turned into a very comfortable warm current. Lu Rinjia, on the other hand, was very leisurely, sitting cross-legged in the courtyard, spacing out, reflecting a fire and a girl. Lu Kuan's time was short. "Ouch! I can't do it. I can't do it. This divine fire is too difficult to train." So, Lu Kuan gave up, directly lying on the ground. His eyes were dazed, without any will to live. Cultivating a divine fire that didn't belong to him was really tiring. A Jiao's eyes lit up, and she put away the feather, suggesting, "How about we go catch bugs and hoe the weeds?" Living in the small courtyard, never going out, was somewhat boring. So, catching bugs and hoeing weeds were their few entertainment activities. At this time, they would not use any magic, seeking joy as ordinary people. Lu Kuan would carry a hoe, walk in the fields, clearing miscellaneous spiritual herbs. A Jiao would conceal her bloodline aura, run in the fields, taking pleasure in finding spirit bugs. The spirit bugs she found could also be snacks for Brother Kuan. Everyone was happy. Occasionally, they could also sneak a bite or two of medicinal leaves, which was quite exciting and interesting. Lu Qingyun noticed it, but just turned a blind eye anyway. They could mess up the outer spirit fields as much as they liked. Little spirit bugs, where are you?" A Jiao hopped and skipped, extremely happy. Heave-ho! Lu Kuan, carrying a low-grade sacred artifact, the farmer god Ho, aimed at a miscellaneous spirit herb and dug it up. When Lu Qingyun returned to the small courtyard from the Golden Body Hall market, they were each doing their own thing in the fields. He didn't disturb them, going straight home. But before he could even warm his seat, he saw Yuan Badian actually following Jean Dali, arriving at the miscellaneous service peak. Judging by the posture, he was preparing to help Jean Dali pack up his things and move to a better place. But Lu Qingyun was clear that he was obviously looking for him, the one who made Jean Dali transform. Yuan Badian was full of vigor, looking left and right, but he didn't see anything unusual in the room. Who taught you this cultivation method? He asked directly, after his investigation yielded nothing. Jean Dali was stunned, his face darkened, and he became somewhat resistant to Yuan Badian. He also felt remorse in his heart. He should have known better than to agree. However, could he refuse a hall master level person taking him as a disciple? Hearing this, Yuan Badian also laughed heartily. No need to be so cautious. I, like you, follow the path of transforming the body into a weapon. This lineage is all passed down from Mount Tianzhu, with very few members. It's just a moment of curiosity. Presumably, the one who taught you the method is also from Mount Tianzhu, and is of the same sect as me. It is truly not easy for you to reach this point today. I sincerely want to take you as my disciple. Jean Dali's expression did not change, but his heart was shocked. The method that his teacher had taught him was called the Tianzhu body. It must indeed come from Mount Tianzhu. He never expected that this hall master and his teacher actually had the same origin. In an instant, Jean Dali's goodwill towards Yuan Badian greatly increased. Master is above, I, your disciple, pay my respects. Chapter 36, A Heart of Craft. The legend of Skyforge Mountain was something Lu Qingyun had a slight understanding of. It was said that in ancient times, there had also been a period of hundreds of thousands of years where no great emperor had emerged, just like now. And the founder of Skyforge Mountain was a peerless genius who single-handedly opened up a brand new path. That was the path of transforming oneself into a weapon. If no great emperor appeared, then they would create an emperor-level weapon. That's right, that founder had taken a different approach, actually refining himself to have power comparable to an emperor-level weapon, suppressing the world for an era. Unfortunately, after his mysterious death, Skyforge Mountain gradually fell apart. It went from being the #1 sect of its time, to just a few pages of historical gossip in ancient books. After Skyforge Mountain disappeared, many of the techniques for turning oneself into a weapon were lost, not to mention the method for cultivating to become an emperor-level weapon. The Skyforge body technique that Lu Qingyun had passed on was the main cultivation method of Skyforge Mountain at the time, enough to cultivate to the saint-level weapon level. It was precisely because those techniques for turning oneself into a weapon all came from Skyforge Mountain. And people with this kind of talent were extremely rare. So, even if Skyforge Mountain was no more, those who practiced this kind of self-weaponization technique would all claim to be from Skyforge Mountain. The techniques of Skyforge Mountain are not something anyone can cultivate. There must be a prerequisite, which is the unity of mind and spirit, to have a heart of craft. To put it simply, it means not to treat oneself as a person. If you are afraid even a little, your soul will shatter, your body will perish, and even a sage could not save you. Yuan Badian looked at Jean Dali with great joy. After more than 100,000 years, he had finally found someone who could cultivate his techniques. He just didn't know what he had experienced to achieve his current heart of craft. All of this required the right time, the right place, and the right person. None could be lacking. Otherwise, with the cohesion of the heavenly sect, the Golden Body Hall, which was considered a holy land for body refinement, wouldn't have been unable to find a suitable successor no matter what. But Yuan Badian also felt a bit emotional. He didn't expect that the disciple he had finally taken in was actually someone else's protege. Jean Dali was also shocked when he heard this, and at the same time, he admired that mysterious gentleman even more. Although he had a heart of craft, he had been on the verge of exploding many times, but would inexplicably recover as before. If it weren't for that, he would have died long ago. If you cultivate to the superior quality magical treasure level, relying solely on technique refinement, progress will be extremely slow. The further you go, the more forging resources you will need. Follow me, you just need to cultivate properly. Resources and such are inexhaustible. Yuan Badian crossed his arms proudly. Jean Dali bowed again. It seemed that having a free master was also very good. In the future, he wouldn't have to worry about anything else, and could just focus on hard cultivation. Lu Qingyun silently watched everything here. He could also cultivate the Skyforge body technique, but it was too troublesome and he was afraid of pain, so he gave up. So it turned out, he also had a heart of craft. Good disciple, you tidy up slowly, your master will be right back. After saying that, Yuan Badian bent his legs and flew towards the sky. Soon, the patches of farmland of the neighboring servants came into view. He scanned his gaze, seeing that they were all low-level spiritual herbs, and didn't care much about them. After all, the Tao Harmony Heavenly sect was full of spiritual herbs everywhere. His gaze swept over the servant who was working in the field, a person and a chicken. How leisurely. This chicken was just an ordinary meat chicken of the sect, a golden-crested turtle spirit chicken, nothing special about it. Yuan Badian continued to fly, patrolling back and forth around Jean Dali's place. After a long while, he shook his head, not sensing anything. Lu Qingyun looked at the sky, silent. He had reacted in time. If what Koan and Ajao had been discovered, it was hard to say how much trouble would have arisen. As for the spirit fields, they were covered by a saint-level formation, so he wasn't afraid of being discovered. Because of the system, he had already bound himself to the sweeping servant profession. If his cultivation was known, and he was promoted, he wouldn't be able to check in, and he would have no place to cry. Lu Qingyun also didn't know why the system was so cautious, but it also fits his personality quite well. I think you're all too bored. Why don't you each pick a skill to learn? Chapter 37, The Way of Pill Making, The Way of Painting. In the end, Lu Kuan chose pill refining. Lu Qingyun promised that as long as it was for refining pills, he could use any of the herbs from the spirit fields outside. Lu Qingyun naturally wouldn't be stingy with Lu Kuan, his great disciple in pill refining. For the pill refining method, he used the best, the supreme pill god scripture. For the pill furnace, he used a top-grade sacred fire furnace. For the pill fire, it was naturally his own divine fire. Teaching was also indispensable. Now that you have entered the path of pill refining, you must know that the road is long and arduous. The art of pill refining is by no means easy, and you must have reverence in your heart and follow a proper method. First, the selection of materials must be precise. Every herb has its own characteristics and effects, and even the slightest difference can lead to a great error. You must have a discerning eye to identify the true ingredients, carefully distinguish the good from the bad, and not be the slightest bit careless. Second, the control of the fire is crucial. It can be as fierce as a raging flame or as gentle as a breeze, all depending on your perception of the pill furnace. If the heat is too high, the pill will be ruined. If it is not enough, the pill will not form. You must always pay attention, comprehend with your heart, and grasp the subtle nuances. Since you possess divine fire, refining pills and controlling divine fire complement each other, allowing for rapid progress. Third, your state of mind must be peaceful and serene. When refining pills, your mind must be free from distractions, as clear as still water. You must not be disturbed by external things, nor lose your composure due to impatience. Only in this way can you resonate with the pill furnace and guide the pill energy to condense. Fourth, you need to constantly study and explore. The mysteries of the way of pill making are infinite. Throughout history, countless predecessors have dedicated their entire lives to research. You should learn from their experience with a humble heart and dare to try new methods so that you can continuously improve on the path of pill refining. Remember, the way of pill making is both a skill and a practice. Only by persevering and comprehending with your heart can you achieve the supreme way of pills. Lu Qingyun's encouraging words made Lu Kuan as excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood, chirping non-stop. It was as if he could already refine holy pills. It was just a pity that many of the mysteries of the pill refining teachings could only be understood intuitively and not expressed in words, and they needed to be comprehended through one's own practice. The system's effects could only work on Lu Qingyun himself. The Clarity Soul Pill is a common low-grade spirit pill that can clear the mind. It is very easy to make. Watch carefully. Lu Qingyun could refine such small spirit pills effortlessly, but for the sake of teaching, he still had to take it step by step. Take 3 leaves of the tranquil god flower. The leaves must be complete and flawless, with a bright color. This is the key to condensing the effect of tranquility. Also, take 1 stalk of the clear heart grass. Its stem should be straight, and the leaves should be lush, without any signs of withering. Then, take 3 drops of immaculate water. This water must be taken from a pure place, clear and flawless, containing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The spirit spring in my house is the best material. These contents are all recorded in the Supreme Pill God scripture that I have given you. Understand them well. Lu Kuan watched very seriously. Although all the knowledge had entered his mind, he still didn't know where to start when he tried to practice himself. While Lu Qingyun was refining pills, he would also ask questions that he didn't understand. Are there any requirements for the size of these tranquil god leaves and clear heart grass? Lu Qingyun replied, there are no requirements, 1-year-old ones will do, but 10-year-old ones are the best. Heavenly and earthly spirit herbs follow the rules of heaven and earth, and their size is determined by their age. There's no need to worry about it. If there are any anomalies, they are all different kinds of spirit herbs, also known as rare treasures, and they have their own magical uses. Lu Kuan was quite talented. These days, apart from furnace explosions, he could still produce a few waste pills every day. Fortunately, the formation in the small courtyard was strong, and the commotion of the furnace explosions would not disturb the outside world. It could be seen that Lu Kuan's talent for pill refining was actually very ordinary. However, if Lu Qingyun asked him to change to something else, he would stubbornly refuse. It was as if pill refining brought him pain and joy at the same time. Lu Qingyun stopped trying to change his mind. A child's interest is more important than anything else. Besides, he didn't eat Lu Kuan's pills. Perhaps it was because of the painting Lu Qingyun had made that day. Jiao chose to paint. Lu Qingyun did not favor one over the other. He directly gave all his previous paintings to Jiao for her to copy. Painting wasn't easy either. The painting paper was very particular. Low-quality paper might not be able to carry the intention of the painting. But Lu Qingyun had all sorts of treasures here. The painting paper was naturally the same quality he used himself. Supreme-grade holy artifacts, thousands upon thousands of them. This was a pinnacle treasure of the painting path because it could produce paper of any grade. That is, when it's first produced, the quality is undetermined, but the grade of the painting determines the grade of the paper. Therefore, even paintings with the artistic conception of a sage, this paper could withstand it. Besides the paper, the brushes were the same. Low-grade brushes couldn't withstand too strong of a painting intent. So, Lu Qingyun passed his myriad Dharma divine brush to her. This brush was a supreme-grade holy artifact and could withstand all artistic conceptions. Of course, imperial might couldn't be painted. The painting path wasn't a small path either. It had been glorious, having produced two great emperors. Although one of them only treated it as a side job. It was a pity that their imperial works and their life-bound painting brushes had all disappeared in the river of history. However, Lu Qingyun felt that he would sign them out sooner or later. Lu Qingyun wasn't in a hurry to teach. Instead, he had Jiao paint a picture according to her own ideas. Jiao's talent for painting was not bad. Her first painting was an unprecedented masterpiece jointly completed by Qingjiao and Zijiao, the fiery divine crow diagram. Although it turned a kun's true form into a picture of a chick pecking at rice, one could still somewhat tell that it was a kun. After all, only a kun was a bird in this small courtyard. Since you want to enter the painting path, you must know that this path is vast and profound and requires understanding with the heart. Firstly, observation is the foundation of painting. All things in the world have their unique forms, colors, and charm. You must use keen eyes to carefully observe the beauty of nature, the emotions of people, and the states of objects. Look at the contours of the undulating mountains, the flowing curves of the water, the lively posture of flowers and birds, and the subtle expressions of people. Only through deep observation can you truly present them on paper. Secondly, the use of the brush must have methods. It can be vigorous and powerful, like the uprightness of a pine tree, or it can be gentle and delicate, like a breeze caressing the face. The thickness, length, and curves of the lines must all be carefully grasped according to the needs of the painting. The concentration, dryness, and wetness of the ink must also be appropriate to show different levels and atmospheres. Thirdly, creating an artistic conception is the soul of a painting. A good painting should have an artistic conception that can inspire people's imagination and touch their hearts. You need to inject your own emotions, thoughts, and insights into the painting so that viewers can feel the artist's inner world. Remember, the way of painting is both the practice of skills and the cultivation of the heart. You need to persevere and constantly explore to achieve the supreme painting path. Lu Qingyun used the same rhetoric, instilling it into Jiao. Jiao didn't disappoint Lu Qingyun's expectations, directly running to stare at Lu Kuan without blinking. Don't paint him yet. You should paint this sacred immortal flower with me first. So, Lu Qingyun led Jiao, observing and painting that sacred immortal flower together. At the beginning, there was no need to consider any artistic conception, just let Jiao learn the form first. Therefore, the sacred flower as a target was completely fine. Jiao's talent for painting was really average. If Lu Qingyun didn't have a good mentality, he might have been angered to death. Lu Qingyun had also tried to persuade her, but Jiao was stubborn, insisting on tormenting the paper. However, it could be seen that Jiao was very happy. She seemed to have discovered something new. Every time she painted, she wasn't even interested in catching insects. Lu Qingyun couldn't say that she was stupid either. If he didn't have the system, he might not be anything either. But there were no ifs. With the blessing of the system, it seemed that he learned everything very easily, learning it as soon as he was taught. So, usually refining pills in painting was not to improve his level, but more to cultivate his sentiments. Chapter 38 Supreme Realm. Lu Qingyun swept the floor, Lu Kuan refined pills, Jiao painted, and Lu Rinjia did odd jobs. Everyone did their own thing, and the days passed quite fulfilling. And so, time quietly slipped away. 300 years passed in the blink of an eye. For the mortal world, it was the decline of one family and the rise of another. It was also a change of kingdoms, with old dynasties replaced by new ones. But for the small courtyard, nothing had changed. It was still one person, one chicken, one insect, and one puppet. 100 years ago, Lu Qingyun had left the sect and returned to Iron Bowl Village. But he found that everything had changed drastically. The original Iron Bowl Village had long become ruins, overgrown with weeds. His predecessor's former residence had vanished into smoke. Thus, Lu Qingyun had no more ties. After years of accumulation, he finally felt a sense of impending doom. His supreme tribulation was approaching. To successfully overcome this tribulation, Lu Qingyun had prepared for a long time. At the very least, he couldn't undergo it in the sect. After all, the supreme tribulation was far more powerful than the Tao-slaying tribulation. Even the most ordinary supreme tribulation was still a supreme tribulation. It could no longer be shielded by ordinary means. If Tao bestowed it, could you still reach out and blindfold it? Therefore, Lu Qingyun had come overseas to the nearest place to the sect, the Ink Sea. This sea was like a black night hanging upside down, pitch black, bottomless, and immeasurably wide. Legend had it that this place was formed by the spreading of the blood of an ancient god emperor. This place did not disappoint Lu Qingyun. As soon as he approached, he heard the system notification. The current location meets the check-in conditions. Do you want to check in? Check in. Lu Qingyun didn't hesitate at all. Ding! Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Black Dragon Scale. Do you want to view it? View. Black Dragon Scale, a black dragon's reverse scale. Contains the Tao of heavy water, capable of commanding all waters in the world, stirring up storms and waves. The dragon's might remains, able to make all beasts submit. Before the ancient era, the great emperors of the boundless wilderness were not called great emperors. Because at that time, all races competed for supremacy, and the current demon race was just a general term for all races. When the development among the myriad races reached its peak, the top groups would have a god emperor born into their clan, whose power was the same as the great emperor of later generations. Often, it was not unusual for several god emperors to appear in one era. And the dragon, phoenix, and Xilan tribes were among the best of them. Blessed by the remnants of the chaos era, these three tribes had produced the most god emperors. The black dragon was one of them, and was the overlord at the time. Legend has it that under the influence of the black dragon, 1/5 of the boundless wilderness continent had been turned into a marsh. He could be considered a tyrant among tyrants. But unexpectedly, this Ink Sea was actually related to the black dragon. These things were not recorded in the scriptures of the Tao Harmony sect. However, there were some records about the lightning tribulation. The lightning tribulations of the Tao-slaying and supreme realms were unified, but it was just a change in grade. However, the lightning that strikes was not unified. The lightning that struck in the Tao-slaying realm might not be the same lightning that strikes in the supreme realm. According to the information in the sect, the heavenly tribulation of the great Tao, the chaos divine thunder tribulation, and the heaven and earth tribulation were the strongest, without any order of precedence. After that, there were the Samsara tribulation, the dragon phoenix tribulation, the star tribulation, and so on. As expected, Lu Qingyun was still struck by the chaos divine thunder tribulation. Thunder boomed in the sky, and the world was plunged into darkness. Only the reflected lightning light of the Ink Sea was visible. Lu Qingyun sat cross-legged on the surface of the sea. Lu Rinjia floated in the air, standing next to him, staring at the tribulation clouds in the sky with a longing expression. He could finally evolve again. As for Lu Kuan and Ajiao, they hid at the edge of the formation, observing and learning. For concealment, Lu Qingyun was still very cautious. After all, if no one was protecting him while he was undergoing his tribulation, he would be in trouble if someone ambushed him. Therefore, the area within a 50-mile radius had been concealed by him, both above and below the sea. This place was already desolate and sparsely populated by demons. With at least 5 layers of grand formations covering it, it should be foolproof. Brother Akun, these tribulation clouds look so scary. Ajiao said, looking worriedly at the 2 figures in the sky and in the distance. 300 years was enough for any living being to grow, but Ajiao was an exception. She had grown a little, but she still looked like a child, about 7 or 8 years old now. However, Ajiao's cultivation had increased rapidly. Lu Qingyun's resources were much more abundant than those of a great emperor's son or a divine emperor's son. So, even if she was slow, she wouldn't be too slow. Ajiao was undergoing tribulation. In fact, she had been ready for tribulation a long time ago. She had been at this level for over 200 years. However, she was lost. Cutting the path meant cutting away redundant paths and embarking on a great path. Lu Qingyun was different when he cut his path. He didn't have such worries. He had the Tao harmonious heaven art to help him. But this technique couldn't help Ajiao. He had the system's help, and he could comprehend all 3,000 great paths, while Ajiao had to rely on herself. From birth, Ajiao had lived a carefree life, and didn't know what path she should take. Or perhaps, she was already walking her own path. Lu Qingyun didn't rush her either. After all, the lifespan of a tribulation-passing cultivator was very long, and demon beasts lived even longer than humans. She had plenty of time to consider. It's fine, don't we know how capable Master is? Lu Kuan said indifferently. In his heart, Lu Qingyun was invincible. The environment here made him uncomfortable. The black water below made him feel uneasy. It clashed with him. Unlike Ajiao, Lu Kuan had already successfully cut his path. His path was clear, it was fire, pursuing the path of the golden crow, matching the great sun in the sky. The world was like this, geniuses plus endless resources, and in a few hundred years one could succeed in cutting one's path, gaining powerful strength and countless years of life. As for ordinary people, without resources, even if they were geniuses, they could only struggle in the mortal world. Time flew by, and the chaotic divine thunder tribulation finally arrived. Boom! Ah! A loud bang instantly startled Ajiao, who had been dozing off. Ajiao, you need to watch carefully, this kind of thunder tribulation is nothing like mine back then. Lu Kuan reminded her, while also concentrating on the tribulation in the sky. Lu Qingyun remained unmoved, letting the outside world change. He remained steadfast. Just like during the time of cutting the path, a few small lightning strikes tried the waters first, followed by all kinds of colored divine thunder crashing down. Golden thunder, purple thunder, fire thunder, silver thunder. These divine thunders were all manifestations of the myriad paths within. Lu Qingyun, having received the benefits of the system, he had to endure the corresponding GM punishment. But the force wasn't great. It couldn't ban his account. Lu Renjia ascended into the sky. He couldn't block the lightning for Lu Qingyun. The tribulation divine thunder could only be endured by oneself, only then could it be considered passing the trial of the heavenly way. Tribulation thunder struck down one after another, but even Lu Qingyun's clothes weren't damaged. The creation divine profound garment was terrifying. Time slowly passed, and as a black and white divine thunder fell, the sky finally quieted down. At the same time, Lu Renjia fell down. His aura was fluctuating, and lightning was faintly flashing on his body. The tribulation cloud slowly disappeared, and then, 2 7-colored rays of light scattered from the sky. One flew towards Lu Qingyun, and the other flew towards Lu Renjia. In an instant, their auras surged upwards, with a divine might stirring heaven and earth. The supreme realm achieved. Everyone can rest assured and follow the story, it's just getting started. Chapter 39, False Longevity, Puppet Path. Everyone knows that sages can live as long as the heavens. But they don't know that sages can also fall. Sages only have infinite time, but not invincible power. If they are too heavily injured, their path to longevity will be directly severed, and in more serious cases, they will directly fall. Therefore, contemporary sages generally do not take action unless there are major grievances. The sages say that their path to longevity is a false one. Without becoming a great emperor, they will eventually turn to dust. But does becoming a great emperor really guarantee peace? Of the ancient divine emperors and great emperors, how many have lived until now? Aside from those who have been recorded to have fallen in battle, many have fallen in unknown battles or simply disappeared inexplicably, their whereabouts unknown. No one knows who these invincible beings were fighting or where they went. Some speculate they are on unknown stars, others that they are in other domains, but it is all an unsolved mystery. However, Lu Qingyun is clear on one point: there are also differences among great emperors. Transcendence, the great Tao. This is information that even the Tao harmonious heaven sex records do not contain. Perhaps they are pursuing a higher level of power, walking on the true path of longevity. Below that, the Supreme and the Path Slayers are even less understood. A Path Slayer can gain the lifespan of 1 yuan hui, which is 129,600 years. As for the Supreme, it varies. Different paths lead to different lifespans. Even if the paths are the same, different beings will also have different lifespans. Lu Qingyun was somewhat dazed. It seems he has become immortal. Time seems to have left no trace on him. But he is not happy at all. Lu Qingyun seems to understand the truth of this world and why those sages who are already immortal are still fighting for the position of great emperor. It turns out that the so-called immortality of the sages is nothing more than being trapped between heaven and earth. To live as long as heaven and earth, to put it bluntly, if heaven and earth are destroyed, they will also cease to exist. Time is nothing more than time in the boundless wasteland. False longevity, truly false longevity. Lu Qingyun had learned of this concept from a few words in the Tao harmonious heaven sex scriptures. At the time, it was confusing, but now he has completely understood. Their lives are actually fixed. The so-called infinite lifespan is nothing more than stopping the flow of your life in the boundless wasteland, pausing the clock of life. If there is a sage who walks the path of time, with one move, a sage will also age. Or, if they leave the boundless wasteland, the clock of life will continue to tick. The true lifespan of sages is actually before they become sages. If a supreme realm being gains 3 yuan hui, and you become a sage at 2 yuan hui, your true lifespan is actually only 1 yuan hui left. And Lu Qingyun's true lifespan is only 20 yuan hui. Moreover, when heaven and earth change, after every great calamity, the heavenly Tao will reshuffle the deck, and the law of time is among them. At that time, the new heaven and earth will not recognize people, and the path to longevity will be cut off. Even if you are a sage, you can only admit your misfortune. After all, under the great calamity of heaven and earth, all beings are equal. Lu Qingyun remembers that the last great calamity of heaven and earth was about 200,000 years ago. He doesn't know when the next one will be. There are actually quite a few ancient sages still alive. After all, every race has methods to escape the sanctions of the great calamity, such as the god-sealing body-locking talisman and divine source stones. Whenever heaven and earth stabilize, they reappear, recertify themselves as sages, and still fight for the position of great emperor. Extremely shameless. The current Tao Lord of the Tao Harmonious Heaven sect seems to be just like that. However, even the blood cicada has methods to live until now, so this is quite normal. Lu Qingyun did not expect that the heavenly Tao would actually bestow auspicious energy upon Lu Rinjia. Last time, during the path-slaying tribulation, these things did not happen. The auspicious aura, that was the seven-colored glow after the heavenly tribulation ended. It signified that you had gained the recognition of the heavenly Tao, a manifestation of the Tao itself. It could help the one undergoing the tribulation to stabilize their cultivation and repair their Tao injuries. Unexpectedly, Lu Rinjia also had such an opportunity. Logically, a puppet shouldn't have the way of myriad spirits. After all, its strength was related to its own materials. It was just that Lu Rinjia was special, made of chaos thundercloud stone, capable of evolving. Generally speaking, a puppet was actually like a magical artifact, just with an added ability for autonomous combat. It was just that the manifestation of its strength was quite special, not judged by the rank of magical artifacts, but by the rank of the myriad spirits. After Lu Rinjia stabilized his cultivation, Lu Qingyun sensed it and finally understood. A puppet would not escape the control of its master. After all, its intelligence was refined from the master's divine soul. With a single thought, the puppet would self-destruct. It turned out, Lu Rinjia had embarked on the physical body Tao. He was mistakenly recognized by the heavenly Tao as someone cultivating the path of transforming the body into an instrument. That was why the auspicious aura had descended. Thinking this way, Lu Qingyun felt relieved. The founder of that heaven-forging mountain, could he have just been a puppet before? Only, his master had long since died? A trace of doubt arose in Lu Qingyun's heart, a little startled. The death of the master would not harm the puppet, otherwise those few in the spiritual puppet hall would have long been gone. The puppet Tao had existed since the primordial era, and was also one of the 3,000 great Taos. Otherwise, the Tao Harmonious Celestial sect wouldn't have included it as one of its main peaks. The stronger the puppet, the stronger the master. Lu Rinjia's improvement was actually also a reflection of Lu Qingyun's strength. After all, a puppet was equivalent to an alternate clone. Legend says the first Grand Emperor of the Puppet Tao, the Thousand Machines' Great Emperor, had 3,000 puppets under his command, comparable to 3,000 Emperor weapons. Seeking names so much so that every time later generations argued about who was the strongest of the ancient emperors, they would mention the Thousand Machines' Great Emperor. It was a pity, not a single one of the Thousand Machines' Great Emperor's 3,000 puppets had been passed down. They had all disappeared into the dust of history. There were many kinds of puppets, such as stone puppets, wood puppets, human puppets, beast puppets, ghost puppets. That's right, everything in the world could be refined into a puppet. And Lu Rinjia was just the most ordinary stone puppet. It was just that his materials were not ordinary. There were unofficial historical records that the key to the Thousand Machines' Great Emperor becoming an emperor was that the puppets he created might have gathered all things in the world. In later generations, there were also those who became emperors through the puppet Tao, but none were as outstanding as the Thousand Machines' Great Emperor. Lu Rinjia, you have the potential of a grand emperor. Lu Qingyun patted Lu Rinjia's hard shoulder and sighed. As long as he became a grand emperor, Lu Rinjia would also become. Unfortunately, Lu Rinjia could not cultivate spells, not even the god-forging body could he practice. Perhaps this was the restriction of the heavenly Tao. The tribulation was thus smoothly passed, without any overly dramatic scenes. Everything went very smoothly. The Ink Sea was rich in resources. Lu Qingyun was not in a hurry to leave. Staying a few more days, while signing in, he could also consolidate his cultivation. Anyway, sweeping the floor, nothing new happened during this time. It was still just wandering back and forth around the heavenly river. And Lu Qingyun's surface cultivation level had also upgraded to the Violet Palace realm. This naturally made Zhao Shicheng sigh with emotion, surprised that Lu Qingyun could have such achievements, breaking through every time he was close to the end of his lifespan. At the same time, he was also somewhat envious. He had been stuck at the primordial spirit realm for a long time. He never thought that the ordinary gray-robed boy from back then was already catching up to him. Perhaps, by the time his lifespan is nearing its end, that kid will still be hopping around. Chapter 40, strolling through the capital, telling stories. During the time Lu Qingyun was entrenched in the Ink Sea, Lu Kun and Ajiao weren't idle either. After obtaining Lu Qingyun's permission, they went to the nearest mortal kingdom, the Longfish Kingdom. Lu Kuan's cultivation, having reached the Tao Severing stage, made him a demon king of the realm. Furthermore, with a body full of sacred artifacts, he wasn't afraid of any unexpected events. It was no exaggeration to say that even if a saint came, he could still leave. The capital of the Longfish Kingdom was Chishui City. Here, the streets were wide, and people bustled about. Shops lined the streets, flags and banners fluttering. Vendors and peddlers were busy shuttling back and forth, their cries rising and falling. Officials and nobles wore lavish clothes, their carriages filling the streets. Tall buildings pierced the sky, their lights shining brightly. The market was incredibly lively, with a dazzling array of goods that left people stunned. "Brother Cohen, it's so lively here." The two siblings, who had never been out in the world and had stayed in their small courtyard for hundreds of years, were quickly drawn in by the bustling liveliness of the capital. Normally, they had only secretly gone out to look at the market stalls, never having seen such a sight. They soon became completely engrossed. Even the most ordinary candied hawthorn made Ajiao giggle with delight. As for silver, they could obtain large amounts with a simple wave of their hand. It wasn't stealing or robbing, but rather the result of Lu Kuan's profound magical power. They wondered for a long time, mimicking the mortals, carrying large and small packages, not storing them in their storage bags. This feeling was quite peculiar, even having a sense of the satisfaction of a harvest. They came to a magnificent wine shop and tea house called Spring Fragrance Pavilion. Inside, the place was full of guests filled with laughter and cheers. On the stage, performers showcased their unique skills, drawing gasps of surprise and shouts of praise from the crowd. However, Ajiao's gaze was fixed on the guests' tables. Delicious dishes were spread out on the tables. The roasted chicken was golden brown, its skin glistening with oil, emitting a tempting aroma of char. The braised pork knuckle was reddish and plump, its fragrance intoxicating. The steamed fish lay on the plate, tender and succulent, emitting a faint fresh aroma. The delicate pastries were uniquely shaped, exuding a sweet fragrance. The aromas intermingled, making one's mouth water. "Brother Cohen, it smells so good. Let's go eat something." Ajiao tugged at Lu Kuan, who was drooling beside her, and without waiting for his reaction, she went straight into the building. "Waiter, give us one of every specialty dish you have here." Lu Kuan finally came back to his senses and hurried after her. Then, he took out a large silver ingot and shouted loudly, "Oh my, very well. Esteemed guests, please come upstairs." The waiter smiled, taking the silver ingot with a flattering expression, and led the two of them upstairs. Lu Qingyun's cooking skills were also excellent, and the ingredients were top-notch. Compared to the dishes in this restaurant, his food was like delicacies from land and sea, dragon liver, and phoenix marrow. However, they would only have them once in a long while, and sometimes, they wouldn't even eat a grain of rice for 10 years. Moreover, even if the food outside was of poor quality, it had an indescribable deliciousness. It could only be said that it had a special flavor. The dishes were served quickly, and the two of them began to feast. Their speed was like a whirlwind, completely shocking the waiter. Dong! Just then, a gong sounded on the stage, instantly attracting everyone's attention. It turned out that the beautiful dance by the beauties just now was only a prelude, and the current program was the main event. A white-haired old man slowly walked onto the stage. A round of applause immediately rang out from below, and then, as if they had been trained, everyone became quiet in perfect unison. Lu Kuan and Ajiao understood the discussions of the crowd. It turned out that the old man was a famous storyteller in the area. He usually liked to tell ancient tales. Dong! After a while, the sound of a startling gavel resounded, and not only the mortal onlookers but also Lu Kuan and Ajiao cast curious glances. The storyteller cleared his throat and then spoke loudly, "Esteemed audience, today we will talk about the story of the great ancient divine ape clan who shook the universe." As soon as these words came out, the eyes of the crowd lit up, and they sat up straight. It was obvious that they were extremely interested. Lu Kuan also stopped eating, his interest peaked. In the primordial era, countless races stood, and conflicts never ceased, and the Battle Saint Ape clan, they were an extremely powerful and renowned existence. The storyteller slightly raised his head, his expression filled with pride, as if he had embodied the Saint Ape himself. Then, he slightly lifted both hands. This clan was half ape, half human, born battle saints. Their combat talent was earth-shattering. With the power of their clan alone, they carved out a mighty reputation in that chaotic primordial era and earned the status of royalty. Let's talk about the Battle Saint Emperor, an ancient emperor who attained enlightenment at the end of the primordial era, and legend says he was the most powerful combatant among all the races of the primordial era. The storyteller made a grasping gesture with his right hand, as if wielding a staff, and swung it. He held a tungsten iron rod, awe-inspiring and unparalleled in his dominance. His life was extremely warlike, and he had no fear of other demon emperors. If things didn't go his way, he wouldn't hesitate, he'd just grab his rod and charge right in. It's recorded that he once faced a siege by 3 demon emperors and still dared to challenge them, fighting fiercely and standing tall until the end, even severely injuring one demon emperor, causing him to fall from his throne. Such a feat shook the myriad races. The storyteller shook his head slightly, filled with emotion. It's just a pity that the Saint Emperor spent his entire life in battle. Though he never tasted defeat, he ultimately couldn't withstand the many hidden injuries and fell before the Chaos Era. It is said that when the Saint Emperor fell, the world changed dramatically, the eastern divine domain lost all vitality, a vast territory was left barren, and the land sank. Hearing this, the entire tavern sighed, seemingly lamenting the Saint Emperor who had spent his life in battle. However, suddenly, the storyteller took a sip of tea, and his words instantly grabbed everyone's attention. Although the battle Saint Emperor has passed away, he left behind a son. This Saint Emperor's son perfectly inherited his father's rebellious nature and powerful bloodline. Relying on his own powerful talent and diligent cultivation, he attained the Tao in just 100 years and reached the supreme realm in 1,000 years. He was practically the Saint Emperor reborn. The storyteller spoke with passion, spitting flying. Originally, the Saint Ape clan thought they were about to produce another divine emperor, but the other demon clans couldn't stand it and took action, resorting to underhanded tricks to stop his growth. Even demon clan divine emperors even took action. However, for some unknown reason, they didn't dare directly attack the Saint Emperor's son. Instead, they had their subordinates target him relentlessly. Finally, the storyteller paused for a moment, then slowly picked up his teacup again. This left everyone below him in anxious anticipation, wishing they could rush onto the stage. Lu Kuan was even holding onto a Zhao tightly, afraid that she would fly onto the stage to beat the old man. After a sip of tea, the storyteller spoke again. In the end, the Saint Emperor's son couldn't withstand those underhanded tricks, his divine soul was injured, and even his cultivation level directly fell out of the Tao realm. His tone was filled with sorrow, causing many onlookers to feel indignant. Bang! The storyteller struck the table with his clapper, and with an intensified tone and spittle flying, he said, "But the Saint Ape clan is a royal clan, how could they be so easily bullied? Legend has it that the battle Saint Emperor had a younger brother, and his strength had reached the terrifying quasi-emperor level. Furthermore, he possessed 2 emperor weapons bestowed by the Saint Emperor. He was as warlike as that fighting Saint Emperor." Hearing that his nephew had been framed, he was immediately enraged, wielding 2 imperial weapons and charging into the ancestral grounds of those royal clans. Not even their divine emperor could stop him quickly. In the end, he forcefully carved a bloody path, continuously hunting down their clan's geniuses outside, causing the other demon clans to hesitate and not dare to attack the Saint Ape clan again. Unfortunately, in the late ancient era, he also fell due to severe injuries. Upon hearing this, everyone sighed with regret. The Saint Ape clan was truly one that fought to the very end. However, it is said that before his death, he sealed the Saint Emperor's son in divine source, which has survived to this day. This fighting Saint Ape clan left an extremely deep mark in the ancient times. Their stories are still talked about in ancient books to this day. Dawn. Suddenly, the storyteller struck the table with his gavel again, dropping the final line. It can truly be said, in ancient times, the divine ape displayed its power, the fighting clan shook the heavens, the Saint Emperor's prestige was passed down through the ages, and his descendants were also heroes. Clap clap clap, thunderous applause erupted from below the stage, cheers rising and falling. Some were still not satisfied and even threw out large amounts of silver, wanting the storyteller to tell more. Unfortunately, the storyteller remained unmoved. "Sir, where did you hear these stories? Why have I never heard of them?" someone asked curiously. Yes, what you told us has truly opened our eyes. Is it a made-up story?" someone next to him echoed. Upon hearing this, the storyteller took a sip of tea, looked at the heckling audience, and slowly said, "What I have told is not a made-up novel. Rather, it is a true story recorded in ancient books." Some below the stage believed him, their faces filled with longing. Others still did not believe. "Listen more, look more. I, Bai Shao, have traveled to all the boundless wildlands. What I tell are both stories and ancient events." As soon as these words came out, the crowd below hissed continuously. They had already heard these words hundreds and thousands of times. Every time Mr. Bai Shao finished a story, he would always say these words when facing questions. However, no one would believe it. The boundless wildlands were so vast, who would dare to say they had traveled them all? Legend says that the place where the Saint Emperor's son was sealed is by the Ink Sea. As expected, it should be in your Long Fish Kingdom. Before long, when he is born, you will know the truth. Bai Shao did not leave directly like he usually did, but instead gave another reminder, a cryptic remark. As soon as these words came out, the crowd, who had been wavering between belief and disbelief, instantly did not believe it. Their Long Fish Kingdom, from ancient times to the present, had been an ordinary kingdom. How could it possibly be the place of sealing mentioned in the story? Everyone just took it as a joke. "Brother Koan, do you think what he said is true or false?" Ajiao lay on the long bench, her chin resting on her hands, tilting her head to look at Akun, asking with some curiosity. Lu Kuan smiled and shook his head. How could it possibly be true? There is no record of this kind of thing even in the Master's library. It's obviously false. However, this storyteller actually knows about fighting Saint Apes, divine emperors, imperial weapons, and divine sources. He does seem to have some knowledge. Ordinary mortals did not even know what was above Foundation establishment. They only knew about foundation establishment and saints, not to mention the layers of history and the levels of cultivators. As for the Saint Emperor's son being sealed and still existing in the Long Fish Kingdom, it was even more absurd. For more than a month, Lu Kuan and Ajiao traveled and played in the Long Fish Kingdom, seeing the mortal world's mountains and rivers, experiencing the local customs and cultures, and were very happy. It was not until they received a message from Lu Qingyun that they left with some reluctance. Lu Qingyun slowly opened his eyes, feeling the abundant spiritual power in his body and his powerful soul that could directly see Lu Kuan and the two, and was extremely satisfied. For a supreme expert, besides greatly increasing their lifespan, their strength also increased exponentially. Obliterating the galaxy, their understanding of the Tao deepened. A casual grab could cause a world to collapse, small worlds created at will. When supreme experts fought, even space became unstable, the sky fell, the earth collapsed, like the end of the world. The sect war from a few hundred years ago, luckily, was within the Tao Harmonious Heaven sect, its spiritual veins abundant, the earth veins like dragons, its void and earth, compared to the outside world, were strengthened countless times. But even so, the fight was earth-shattering, the void cracked again and again, the earth sank again and again. One dared not imagine what kind of world-destroying scene it would have been in the outside world. This past month, he had been improving, and the system hadn't been idle either. Basically, it had completely fleeced the Black Dragon's family fortune. Black Dragon Orb, Transcendent Emperor Weapon. Refined from the Black Dragon's double pupils, Black Dragon Armor, Transcendent Emperor Weapon. Refined from the Black Dragon's Dragon Scales, Black Dragon Spear, Transcendent Emperor Weapon. Made from the Black Dragon's spine, Black Dragon Heavy Water, the Black Dragon's natal divine water, created by observing the primordial heavy water. Lu Qingyun actually admired the Black Dragon, having refined its entire body. But after thinking about it, he understood. It must have been some big shot who killed the Black Dragon and refined its body here. However, the effect was good, at least, he didn't lack Emperor weapons. After being out for a month, the small courtyard was still as it had been. It was just that many more spirit insects had grown in the spirit fields. Ajiao was listless. With a wave of her hand, the spirit insects all committed suicide. Since returning from the Lonyu Kingdom, Ajiao had been somewhat absent-minded, not focusing on her painting. Lu Kuan was the same, his alchemy was constantly distracted, with countless explosions, although his alchemy was originally like that. But Lu Qingyun could see that these two siblings were probably experiencing withdrawal symptoms. He didn't react for a while. They'll calm down after a while. However, Lu Qingyun was also thinking maybe he should also relax. He hadn't yet experienced the thousands of mountains and rivers of this world. He hadn't seen the divine dynasties, demonic caves, ghost domains, swamps, and deserts. Otherwise, what was the meaning of even living forever? With his current strength, wherever his mind thought, even if it was billions of miles away, he could reach it in an instant. 300 years could cause many things to change. But not Lu Kuan and Ajiao. Lu Kuan's alchemy level was still stuck at the spirit pill level. Occasionally refining a low-grade treasure pill was already considered a blessing from the heavens. 300 years of improvement at this level. If it were an ordinary family, they would have been so angry that they would have vomited blood. What was the point of continuing to practice? They might as well change careers. The medicinal materials consumed were simply unbearable for an ordinary sect. Only Lu Qingyun indulged him. Anyway, Lu Kuan was managing the spirit fields. It was a self-produced and self-sold situation. The medicinal materials in the spirit fields now were even richer than they were 300 years ago, with even longer maturity. As for Ajiao, her painting skills were as good as they were back then. But at least, there was some progress. Lu Qingyun had gone from being speechless to being at a loss for words. After thinking for a moment, he could only say encouraging words like, "There is progress, not bad." Although, it was only relative to himself. In terms of painting intent, it was still stuck at the spirit painting level, but the forms were truly lifelike. In the mortal world, it would be considered a masterful work. Ajiao had two forms, green Jiao and purple Jiao. Therefore, her paintings produced an extremely peculiar artistic conception. The artistic conception seen at any time was a superposition of two different conceptions. If one's willpower isn't strong enough, looking at Ajiao's paintings might directly cause a mental breakdown. Chapter 42, The Heavenly River Treasury. 3,000 weak waters. Over the years, Lu Qingyun had secretly gone to see Jean Dali. This kid had progressed rapidly, although his cultivation was only at the primordial spirit stage, and it was largely due to the use of many pills and spiritual items. However, Jean Dali's physical body had already reached the level of a low-grade Tao artifact. For those who refined their bodies through Qi, the primordial spirit stage corresponded to a low-grade treasure, the void realm corresponded to a mid-grade or high-grade treasure, the tribulation transcendence stage corresponded to a top-grade treasure, the Tao severing stage corresponded to a low-grade or mid-grade Tao artifact, the supreme stage corresponded to a high-grade or top-grade Tao artifact, and the sage stage corresponded to a sage artifact. Jean Dali's physical body was already considered to be at the level of a Dao-severing expert. He could be ranked as an elder in the Golden Body Hall. Of course, the position of elder was limited, otherwise there wouldn't be so many mixed peaks and palaces outside, which were actually detached from the main peaks and main halls. Jean Dali was diligent in his cultivation, had countless body refinement resources, and was determined to succeed, so his progress was inevitable. Yuan Batian also treated Jean Dali sincerely, never stingy with any good resources. He even gave Jean Dali one of the only 2 low-grade sage weapons. One day, Lu Qingyun received a special sweeping assignment. Sweep the Heavenly River Treasury. Lu Qingyun had never been here before. It wasn't that he couldn't go, but without permission, his token wasn't enough to enter, and the only way to get in was by force. However, how precious was the Heavenly River Treasury? It was one of the sect's openly known treasure troves, and its external array was based on the Heavenly River's water veins, combined with 3 great arrays. To break into it, one would either have to destroy the Heavenly River's flow or forcibly enter with an Emperor-level weapon. However, how could such a place not have experts guarding it? The experts guarding this place were those who hadn't even been disturbed during the Four Sound Sect War. However, Lu Qingyun was clear that it wasn't that they didn't want to go out, but that they couldn't. Similar to how sages were trapped in the boundless wilderness, although they hadn't reached the sage level, they had already achieved longevity, but they could only be confined to their guarding posts. Truly, how sad and lamentable. Lu Qingyun felt that this kind of longevity was worse than death. Even if there weren't any guards, the commotion caused by breaking the array would probably alarm even the Dao Lord. He skillfully put on his gray robe, picked up his broom, and headed straight for the Heavenly River domain. The Heavenly River Treasury had a very special geographical location. It was at the bottom of the Heavenly River, and one had to go through other main peaks to reach it, as direct teleportation was impossible. If they weren't cultivators, ordinary mortals would probably not even see the Heavenly River in a few days. He reached the Heavenly River and sped along the river path, and after several twists and turns, he arrived at a small fork. One path led to the Heavenly River Treasury, and the other led to Dawa Peak. Lu Qingyun had some impression of this place. The direction of Dawa Peak was also the direction of the Sky Prison, but going to the Sky Prison wasn't this troublesome. He could teleport directly there. To go to the Heavenly River Treasury, one had to go underwater. If one wasn't good at swimming, the sect also took care of the low-level miscellaneous disciples by thoughtfully arranging a water-avoiding passage. But who was Lu Qingyun? With the Black Dragon in hand, all waters submitted. So, just to be safe, he still used the water-avoiding passage. In the Heavenly River, there was not only water but also many spiritual fish, shrimp, and crabs, which were delicious and fragrant. These water spirit beasts were not of high quality and were difficult to catch, so the sect allowed free capture. Along the way, he could see disciples using spells to fight with the spiritual fish in the water. Some even used black metal as rods and beast meat as bait to fish. This fishing was also one of the 3,000 great Daos, with profound intricacies. What was being fished might not be fish, but could be magical treasures, people, opportunities. It was fishing for all things under the heavens. In this Dao, there were great beings who fished in the starry rivers, fishing for stars. It was said that the fishing Dao had a unique endpoint, which was to walk on the ethereal river of time and fish once. Time flowed slowly in the past. He would have probably finished sweeping, signed in, and gone home by now, but today he had just arrived. It was clear how troublesome this place was. Before even entering, Lu Qingyun was shocked. The scale of the concealment here was comparable to his own small courtyard. Even with the help of his sacred artifact, he couldn't see through the inside. However, he had the Black Dragon Pearl. With just one glance, everything was clear as the smoke dissipated, and the bottom of the river was as clear as day. In Lu Qingyun's eyes, this Heavenly River treasure vault was more like an underwater dragon palace. It was resplendent with gold and jade, the air thick with treasures, and the regal aura was so powerful he couldn't imagine how many good things were inside. But Lu Qingyun shook his head, thinking, well, it's just so-so. There were a few sacred-level treasures such as sacred artifacts and pills, but not a single Emperor-grade weapon or even a quasi-Emperor weapon. In his opinion, the gatekeeper was much more interesting. This person was actually a saint. But his aura was a bit strange, somewhat lifeless. This saint was likely the being trapped in this isolated place, living a life worse than death, withered and listless, which was understandable. Lu Qingyun took out the token and waved it at the entrance. He was just about to bow and speak when a voice from inside spoke first. Come in. The voice was old, weathered, and hoarse. Lu Qingyun stepped directly inside, the array seemingly disappearing, not blocking him at all. The outside, just sweep it casually. Lu Qingyun nodded. This treasure vault was a large palace with a water avoidance formation, so it was no different from an ordinary palace. The places he could sweep and needed to sweep were just the floor tiles outside the palace. Although the formation was profound and could defend against all things, it couldn't defend against heaven and earth. The environment was constantly changing, and the floor was also covered with mud and sand. Current location meets the sign-in conditions. Do you want to sign in? Sign in. Lu Qingyun saw the system's prompt and didn't hesitate. Ding! Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 3,000 weak water. Would you like to view it? View! He had previously signed in for heavy water but unexpectedly got weak water this time. He really had a deep connection with water. 3,000 weak water, innate divine water. It is eternally free from mortal impurities and is the purest water in the world. A domain is formed above weak water. A feather cannot float upon it, and even immortals struggle to cross it. Once touched, one will be purified and broken down by the weak water in no time. This kind of miraculous object was also recorded in the Tao Harmonious Heavenly Sect, but he never expected it to be related to the Heavenly River. It must be that the Heavenly River water is closely related to this 3,000 weak water. Maybe it evolved from it. This kind of innate divine object was an excellent material for forging emperor-grade weapons, and it wasn't to be underestimated itself. 3,000 weak water. This was much more precious than the Black Dragon heavy water. Corresponding to it was the 1 yuan heavy water. The Black Dragon heavy water was just a derivative of the 1 yuan heavy water. Legend said that 1 yuan heavy water grew at the bottom of the Star Sea, was incredibly heavy, magnificent and extraordinary, powerful and unmatched, a single drop capable of collapsing a star. Lu Qingyun regained his senses and was just about to start sweeping when suddenly the jade tablet in his treasure-dropping bag vibrated lightly, and the blood cicada's voice transmission came, "Master, it seems like the Shanghai mountainside is about to take action." Chapter 43. The Great Battle rekindles. 300 years have passed. It seems that Old Ox has recovered. When the news of the blood cicada came, Lu Qingyun was very calm. After all, strength was the foundation of confidence. The plan of Mount Shanghai was simple, to launch another surprise attack, providing cover for the Wrath Thunder King. This time, they wouldn't play dirty, they would fight openly. Coming were 2 demon saints from Mount Shanghai, Tianlin and Baizhe, along with their demon kings. Moreover, old demon kings, sealed away since the era of the Great Emperor, were also joining the fight. These being sealed in divine sources were actually seeking an opportunity to ride the coattails of a great power, hoping for a slight chance at sanctification. They hadn't received any benefits from the previous Great Emperor, so they sealed themselves away, waiting for the next great era. Therefore, they had no complaints about being awakened. Blood Cicada was one of them. Blood Cicada said that they would pretend to seek revenge and challenge the Tao Harmony Heavenly Sect, while the Wrath Thunder King would secretly infiltrate. They only needed to lure out the Tao Lord, and with the Wrath Thunder King's quasi-saint cultivation, he could easily break through the defenses of the heavenly prison. These demons were Lu Qingyun didn't know how to describe them. He could only say that their courage was commendable. And they were quite loyal. They were desperately trying to save their old comrades of hundreds of thousands of years. The Tao Harmony Heavenly Sect was not weak, in fact, their strength was considerable. Apart from the lack of an imperial weapon, their overall strength was among the best on the continent. With the Black Dragon Pearl, all the mysteries were unveiled. The Tao Harmony Heavenly Sect had 4 saint-level experts, the Tao Lord, the Hall Master of the Divine Mechanism Hall, the Peak Master of the Spirit Array Peak, and an unknown figure hidden in the Spirit Sword Peak. If Yuan Badian were included, that would be 5. After all, his physical body had already reached the level of a saintly weapon. These were just the saints who could freely move around within the Tao Harmony Heavenly Sect. If they counted those who were confined to certain areas and those who were sealed, there would be even more. The 2 demon saints from Mount Shanghai would probably not be enough to handle them. Speaking of which, they were quite pitiful. When the Blazing Fire Great Emperor was still alive, someone spread the rumor that he was severely injured, and then the demon race became somewhat restless. They actually joined forces with over 10 demon saints, wanting to test the Great Emperor's might, but unfortunately, they were just like eggs hitting a rock. Many demon saints died on the spot. Heitan and Shangyan, the 2 demon saints, were lucky the Blazing Fire Great Emperor, remembering the grace of the Shanghai Great Emperor's foundation, merely imprisoned them within the Tao Harmony Heavenly Sect. Similar to the human race, the demon race had never been a unified whole. Although they weren't like the ancient times when each race was a separate system, they each had their own groups, similar to the various sects and divine dynasties of humans. If another force produced a great emperor, then most people on their side would seal themselves in divine sources, leaving only those in charge to wait for the next great era. However, Mount Shanghai definitely had more than 2 demon saints. It was once said to have 100 demon saints. Even if the great calamities of heaven and earth made it difficult to achieve sanctification again, they wouldn't be left with only Tianlin and Baizhe. Perhaps the other demon saints were also sealed in divine sources. Now, who knew if anyone had been unsealed on this trip? With Blood Cicada's status, it only knew this much. After all, in this battle, it was just there to make up the numbers. Of course, the so-called 100 saints were just the combined effect of the great emperor. Like blood cicada, it would go wherever there were benefits. Divine sources, seemingly common and available to everyone, were actually extremely rare. For example, those saints of the Tao Harmony heavenly sect who were confined to their own areas didn't receive any sealing artifacts. Blood cicada was fortunate enough to obtain a divine source, thanks in large part to its talents. One was to conceal itself in the void, and the other was its licking dog saintly body. Lu Qingyun was deeply aware of these 2 points. As Lu Qingyun pondered the gap between the 2 forces, he unconsciously finished cleaning up the Heavenly River treasury. He used his signature move, Autumn Wind Sweeping Fallen Leaves, so he cleaned up very quickly. It used the simplest of layers, even that withered sage wouldn't be able to discover it. The silt at the bottom of the river accumulates very little but very quickly, so you need to come and clean it every day, the aged sage reminded him. Lu Qingyun nodded, bidding farewell to the old man. Actually, even without his reminder, Lu Qingyun would come. He couldn't miss the opportunity to check in. The day of the attack was today. News from Blood Cicada trickled in from time to time. As expected, to attract the attention of several sages, Shanghai Mountain had awakened several more demon sages. But these demon sages had also disappeared. Blood Cicada didn't even know which demon sages they were, or even their number. King Thunder Fury had also vanished. As for their specific direction, Blood Cicada was also unaware. He was currently following Tianlin's footsteps, racing towards the Tao Union Heavenly Sect. After all, Tianlin was Shanghai's nephew, possessing a trace of Great Emperor bloodline, so he was now the leader of the Shanghai Mountain lineage. Blood Cicada's status was ultimately insufficient. The demon sages had likely been unsealed for a while, but he was only notified when they were already in action. The specifics of the plan were probably only known to a few demon sages and King Thunder Fury. As expected, boom! Just as Lu Qingyun stepped out, he heard a roar. The mountain river Great Formation had collapsed again. Lu Qingyun felt that this formation was better than nothing. Those who could attack the sect wouldn't be afraid of your mountain river Great Formation, and those who wouldn't dare to attack wouldn't even see the formation, let alone touch it. Through Blood Cicada's vision, Lu Qingyun quickly saw the front lines. Blood Cicada, after all, was at the supreme level, so he was only standing behind the 2 demon sages. Jia Jia Jia. They didn't say much upon seeing the terrified Tao Union Heavenly Sect disciples below. The demon kings exchanged glances and charged forward. Instantly, the sect gates were stained with blood, and the tragedy of 300 years ago was replayed. Blood Cicada was mixed in the chaos, unable to kill or not kill, so he could only loaf around on the side, pretending to be ferocious. He casually sent a large group flying, the disciples severely injured but none dead. Blood Cicada was miserable. He couldn't afford to offend either side. Tianlin and Bai Zhe did not move, but stood proudly in the sky, watching over the demon kings, while their gaze was fixed deeply into the depths of the sect. Dawn! 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 Not long after, the sect rang 4 chimes again. 2 4-chime alerts within just 300 years. This had never happened in the entire history of the sect. Reinforcements from the sect quickly arrived. Those from Shanghai Mountain were all demon kings, so within the sect, only elders and hall masters could fight them. The battle between the masters was immediately earth-shattering, the sky collapsing and the ground cracking, and several huge holes appeared in the void in an instant. The ground even sank thousands of feet, revealing an endless abyss. This was still within the Heavenly Sect's territory, where space was tough if it were outside. This piece of land might have directly detached from the boundless wilderness. Soon, a sage-level expert arrived. The newcomer was familiar, a bare-chested burly man, none other than the hall master of the Golden Body Hall, Yuan Badian. Chapter 44, A Crippling Blow. Xuanyu's summer heat. Several burly men followed behind Yuan Badian. These were all high-ranking members of the Golden Body Hall, powerful and robust, their bodies like golden iron, their energy flourishing. There was even a familiar face among them, Jin Dali. His strength was now comparable to that of a demon king. Lu Qingyun watched for a while before withdrawing his gaze. He had only one mission now, to find the Thunder King, and then, to have a beef meal. That beef he had back then had left him feeling fantastic, and even now the taste made his mouth water. Once he was a certain distance away from the Heavenly River treasury, Lu Qingyun transformed, instantly changing from a gray-robed handyman into a faceless black-clad figure. He took a step forward, the space around him seeming to distort as his front foot was still in the Heavenly River while his back foot was already in the sky. Lu Qingyun's eyes flashed with golden light, and with the aid of the supreme-grade sacred artifact, the demon-revealing holy crystal, he quickly scanned the entire Heavenly Sect. This method was the one he had commonly used before acquiring the Black Dragon Pearl. But, aside from the demon kings he had just seen through the Blood Cicada's perspective, the Heavenly Sect was spotless, empty, and not even a hint of beef could be detected. Lu Qingyun frowned. When did the Thunder King acquire such abilities? Unless he had the help of those 2 demon saints. Lu Qingyun took out the black dragon pearl, his eyes darting as a familiar three-horned, four-eared, five-colored old ox appeared in his sight. So, you're here. Lu Qingyun was about to secretly follow when suddenly, two unknown sacred auras burst forth, sweeping across the sect, as if giving the heavenly sect a surprise, or perhaps a provocation. Turning his gaze at the battlefield, Yuan Badian was an impatient one, charging directly toward Bai Zhe and Tianlin without a word. Tianlin and Bai Zhe exchanged a glance, their killing intent rising instantly. A bright lantern appeared in Tianlin's hand, while Bai Zhe's golden all gleamed, the two magical treasures exuding a grand, emperor-like power. These two demon saints had brought out their emperor weapons before even beginning to fight, leaving Yuan Badian dumbfounded. Was this how they did things? No matter the weapon, even an emperor weapon had limitations, and once a move was used, it required a good amount of time to recover. Weren't these emperor weapons supposed to be used as trump cards? Why would they use them directly? Just as this thought arose in Yuan Baishan's mind, and he was about to retreat, he was a body refiner, big and burly, but that didn't mean he was stupid. Charging head-on like this, even with his sacred artifact body, he would meet his doom here. Unfortunately, the lantern seemed to possess some sort of magic, causing Yuan Badian to feel a trace of drowsiness. His consciousness began to blur, and he couldn't even stand steadily, directly falling toward the heavens. At this moment, the golden all gleamed, its cold light piercing, aiming straight for Yuan Badian. Closer, even closer. Soon, the golden all appeared before Yuan Baishan's chest, stabbing fiercely downwards. Before the golden all, Yuan Baishan's sacred artifact body was no different from ordinary flesh and blood, unable to resist even a bit. His chest shattered, caved in, and blood gushed out. Thump! Just then, a silver light quietly arrived. Upon closer inspection, it was a silver rod, bearing a vast sacred aura. The silver rod collided with the golden all, creating a sound like a Taoist bell, drawing the attention of everyone on the battlefield. No! Master! Jean Dali looked up and was instantly terrified. Over these years together, he had long since considered Yuan Badian his closest kin. The silver rod's intervention was effective, and the golden all directly veered off course, failing to pierce Yuan Badian. However, it came at the cost of the weapon being destroyed. A sacred artifact shattered into dust just like that, as if an egg had been thrown at a stone. My sacred artifact! At the same time, an old man with a white beard suddenly appeared around the silver powder, wailing without any regard for his image. TSK, an upper-grade sacred artifact, your heavenly sect is truly generous. It's a pity this saint can only unleash part of the great sun golden cone's power, otherwise. Bai Zhe sighed with a click of his tongue. You think you can shake an emperor's weapon with just a single saint artifact? Zhou Ya, why is it you? Where's that Dao master brat? Could it be he's afraid of death? Before Bai Zhe could finish sighing, Tianlin, who was beside him, couldn't resist mocking. Zhou Ya, peak master of the spirit array peak, a saint cultivator. Zhou Ya ignored them, just about to send Yuan Badian down safely, when he suddenly felt two strange fluctuations. Buzz! The void cracked open, and two more demon race saints appeared. Zhou Ya, is it? Since you're here, don't even think about leaving, said one of the demon saints, who had a human head and a bird body. The other one, a heavenly horse with fur as white as snow, didn't waste words, directly stomping in the void. Instantly, the entire sky seemed to freeze. Dao light flowed around Zhou Ya, and some of the arrays engraved on his body surfaced, but unfortunately, after a brief flow, they stopped. Space and spiritual energy had been locked. Zhou Ya was shocked, looking at these two demon saints. Two names immediately appeared in his mind. You are Xianzhu, Shi Shu. Lu Qingyun, watching the situation, frowned slightly. Did the demon race intend to defeat them one by one? Lu Qingyun had also found records of Xianzhu and Shi Shu in ancient texts. They were both primordial beings, one capable of sealing spirits and dispersing gods, the other capable of solidifying space and time. These talents, stemming from their bloodlines, were very powerful. These heterogeneous beings' talents were inherently linked to the Tao. Xianzhu and Shi Shu did not hold back, one muttering incessantly, causing Zhou Ya's head to spin and his spirit to become unstable. The other was like having a teleporting clone, one moment in front, the next moment already stepping on him. With space, time, and spiritual energy all locked, Zhou Ya had no way out, his own array advantages completely useless. Fortunately, he had already taken Yuan Badian into his sleeve, so he wouldn't be affected. However, if he was gone, Yuan Badian would be gone too. Zhou Ya was now extremely regretful. He, who should have been setting up arrays behind the scenes to plot against others, now had to run to the front line to be beaten. But, if he hadn't come, Yuan Badian would have died on the spot. Alas! Tianlin saw all of this, but he had no desire to act, his eyes still sharply staring inside the heavenly sect. Dao Master Brat, are you still going to keep playing turtle? If you don't come out to die, your two saint subordinates will be beaten to death on the spot. Dao Master, Your title is grand, but you're just a hollow figure. No one, not even an emperor, dares to say they have mastered the Tao, yet you call yourself Tao Master. Truly the ignorance of the fearless. Tao Master. You vile little man, only daring to use underhanded tricks in the shadows. If you have the guts, show your true abilities, don't hide under that false halo. Do you want all your disciples to die for you? Tianlin's every word pierced the heart, spreading across the sky, reaching the entire Tao Harmony Heavenly Sect. Even Lu Qingyun and Tian he heard it, like a loudspeaker. Now, the Tao Master had no choice but to come out. Clang! What appeared first was not the Tao Master, but a giant sword of colorful clouds. This giant sword went straight for Tianlin. Tianlin exchanged a glance with Bai Zhe, his lips curving into a smile, then a lamp in his hand slowly floated out, lightly blocking the giant sword's attack. I thought you wouldn't dare show yourselves. As the great sword dissipated, three figures slowly materialized in front of Tianlin and Bai Zhe, the two sages. Chapter 45 Gray Slate. The three people were none other than the Tao Lord, the Hall Master of the Divine Mechanism Hall, and that unknown expert from the Spirit Sword Peak. The one in the middle, dressed in white robes, holding a divine fan, with a handsome and youthful appearance, was the Tao Lord. If one didn't know better, they might think he was some young junior. But in reality, he had already lived for hundreds of thousands of years. The one on his left was the owner of the rainbow-colored giant sword, who came from the Spirit Sword Peak, actually a fairy, with colorful clothes fluttering, beautiful and alluring. And the one on the Tao Lord's right was the legendary Hall Master of the Divine Mechanism Hall, Fate Weaver. This person, it seemed one couldn't see his appearance at all. His stature was short, only half the height of the Tao Lord beside him. He was wearing a bamboo hat at this moment, the black curtain on the hat's edge completely obscuring his figure, making him extremely mysterious. It was rumored that this Hall Master of the Divine Mechanism Hall, after becoming a saint, believing himself to be exceptionally talented and able to calculate everything in the world, had attempted to calculate the opportunity to become a great emperor. As a result, he not only suffered heavenly punishment but also had a heavenly curse placed upon him, causing him to become a being that was neither human nor ghost. Oh my! Oh my! Sect Master, quickly save me! This old body of mine is about to be shattered. Seeing the three arrive, Zhou Woya completely disregarded his saintly image, wailing loudly. Strangely enough, these two demon saints had been beating him for so long, and although he was seriously injured, he wasn't in any life-threatening danger. Shen Zhu and Shi Shu were not fools, they were just hired help, and it was enough to do their best. There was no need to fight to the death. If a saint were to fight back, they might also face dire consequences. The Tao Lord's expression didn't change. Suddenly, a folding fan appeared in his hand. With a wave of the fan, it instantly disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already on the outer edge of the solidified space. Just as he was about to cut through the space, the golden cone reappeared beside him, directly blocking the folding fan. Tianlin, this seat knows what you're planning. Do you think you can break through the heavenly prison by luring us out with just the Thunder King? The Tao Lord retracted his folding fan, narrowed his eyes, and said to Tianlin, ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Tianlin and Bai Zhe exchanged a look and burst into laughter. Whether we can break it, you'll find out soon enough. You really think that saint you secretly arranged can stop us? Now, first, take my axe. A flash of light appeared in Tianlin's hand, and a heavy axe appeared in his grasp, which he directly slammed down on the Tao Lord. The Tao Lord and Fate Weaver exchanged a soul-to-soul look, both shocked. This matter was only known to the four saints. How did Tianlin get this information? Within the sect, there was a place used to suppress ghosts called the Soul-Suppressing Tower. For nearly 200,000 years, it had been peaceful and stable. Therefore, the Tao Lord, along with the other three saints, using absolute power, had moved the saint guarding it to the heavenly prison. Now, it seemed, the soul-suppressing tower was far more peaceful than the heavenly prison and needed a saint to watch over it even more. He never imagined that Tianlin would find out about this. Sensing the unusual fluctuation in the Tao Lord's expression, Tianlin laughed even more wildly. In terms of background, the Tao Harmony Heaven sect was not even close. Relying on that single black-robed person was simply wishful thinking. Lu Qingyun, watching the movements there, quickly retracted his gaze. Although spectating was addictive, he had more important things to do now. The old bull below seemed a little too relaxed. He never thought that the Thunder King would take a water route, specifically the Heavenly River. He had just come up from below, and now he had to go back. It really has to be the Black Dragon Orb. Lu Qingyun decided that from now on, if he was unsure about anything, he would just use the Black Dragon Orb. Although its consumption and limitations were a bit high for him, he could just sacrifice any saintly artifact and be able to use it again, effectively having infinite firepower. I wonder if this old bull has changed in taste? Lu Qingyun, through the Black Dragon Orb, looked at the Thunder King below. With a flash of his figure, he directly appeared in the heavenly river waters. Thunder Fury King paused, looking at the figure before him. He was currently in stealth mode, further enhanced by the Time Heat Demon Saint's magic. They had tested this in Mount Shanghai before, and in this state, aside from time heat, not even the slightest aura could be detected by other demon saints. Thunder Fury King sensed a familiar aura. This person was actually the faceless, black-robed figure who had destroyed his clone 300 years ago. White Zay was right, this person had been anticipating him. But how could he be here? Could he possibly see through his disguise? He soon had his answer. Thunder Fury King, long time no see. Lu Qingyun greeted him politely. In truth, he had never seen him before, he had only seen a clone. Thunder Fury King was shocked. Indeed, this person was extraordinary, as even his stealth talent combined with the time heat adult's magic hadn't escaped his eyes. Though the black-robed man seemed ordinary, even only at the divine origin realm, wasn't that how all experts preferred to be low-key? This person must be a saint. Who exactly are you? How can you see through my stealth? After a moment of thought, Thunder Fury King revealed his form. There was no need to remain hidden any longer. After all, they had anticipated this scenario. Me? Just an insignificant nobody, not worth mentioning, Lu Qingyun said casually, then the purple Thunder Divine Sword reappeared in his hand. Thunder Fury King's lips twitched. A saint calling himself an insignificant nobody? Then what was he, someone who had failed to become a saint after countless eons and ant? If that's the case, then there's nothing more to say. Before the words were finished, Lu Qingyun's figure had already vanished, and when he reappeared, his sword was already slashing towards Thunder Fury King's neck. Instantly, the Milky Way water surged and roared with explosive sounds. Thunder Fury King was startled, and goosebumps rose all over his body, but he did have his methods. Suddenly, a gray stone slab appeared on Thunder Fury King's body without any fluctuations. It directly blocked Lu Qingyun's attack. Emperor Weapon. Another Emperor Weapon. Lu Qingyun's eyes lit up. This old bull was truly wealthy. He was being handed Emperor weapons like they were free. He wouldn't pass up the opportunity. Boy, are you the one who was opposing my demon race? Suddenly, the gray stone slab lit up with black light, and a black ray shot out rapidly. This black ray was so fast it seemed like time had stopped. Lu Qingyun was shocked and quickly retreated, but it was too late. The black ray had ruthlessly slashed his chest. Thud. What? Suddenly, a familiar female voice sounded in surprise from the stone slab. Shortly after, a black, large mantis with an alluring figure, a human head, an insect body, and clad in black armor appeared in front of the stone slab. Lu Qingyun raised an eyebrow upon seeing this person, another demon saint. No wonder Thunder Fury King dared to come alone, knowing a saint was obstructing him. It turned out he had a saint helper. If it weren't for the black dragon armor he was wearing, that attack might have even sliced through the creation divine mysterious garment, and he would have certainly been injured. Lu Qingyun calmed himself down. Now that the enemy was in the open, it would be much easier to deal with. He never expected that the gray stone slab could hide demons. Even the black dragon pearl couldn't detect it. Such a dangerous item, Lu Qingyun thought, was safest in his own possession. As he was thinking, the black mantis was already brandishing its steel blades, and a series of black rays slashed towards him. Chapter 46 Void Mantis. Lu Qingyun was prepared. He thought his speed was already the pinnacle in the world, but he didn't expect that he still couldn't dodge several attacks. This couldn't be described as extreme speed. These were attacks on the concept of space, having reached a realm where space and distance were as nothing. In the river bottom, it was like there was not even a trace of resistance. One should know, this was the heavenly river water. Thump! Rumble! Those black rays slashed out, and apart from those that Lu Qingyun had blocked with his black dragon armor, the rest directly struck the heavenly river area. Immediately, huge waves surged, and the river surface was filled with rolling whitecaps. The black rays continued to spread until they hit the shore, where the land could not withstand the power and cracked open. Before long, behind Lu Qingyun, a series of tributaries of the heavenly river were formed. Lu Qingyun was secretly alarmed. This demon saint's two pincers were even more terrifying than sacred artifacts. Luckily, he had the protection of an emperor weapon, otherwise, this trip today would have been very dangerous. However, using an emperor weapon was still particularly difficult. Every time he blocked an attack, Lu Qingyun had to sacrifice a sacred artifact. Otherwise, relying solely on physical resistance, he would have absolutely been sent flying, coughing up blood by the blade attacks. This demon saint was definitely not ordinary. The speed and attack power had reached an incredible level. Lu Qingyun was constantly searching for information about the large black mantis in his mind. At the same time, a trace of fighting spirit also rose in the heart of the large black mantis. She hadn't expected to encounter an opponent today. She was also a bit surprised that this person could actually directly withstand her blade attacks. You do have some tricks. Wrath Thunder, you go to the heavenly prison mountain and wait. Don't get accidentally injured later. The big black mantis said with excitement, her two mantis pincers rubbing together, making a sound like the friction of refined iron. These words seemed to be dismissing Wrath Thunder, as if Wrath Thunder was disturbing her fight. Wrath Thunder could only remain silent upon hearing this, putting away the gray slate and heading directly towards the heavenly prison. Lu Qingyun's eyes narrowed slightly. He asked in confusion, "You are the Void Mantis, Netherblade?" This black mantis in front of him, compared to ordinary mantises, apart from being larger, did not have anything special about it. However, its speed in the two blades that were like sacred artifacts could only belong to the legendary Void Mantis. There was only one Void Mantis in the world. It was said that she could freely traverse any space, whether it was a large formation or a barrier, she could treat it as nothing. And her two blades were even comparable to top-grade sacred weapons, with the ability to cut through space. There was even a rumor that she had the potential of an emperor, but lacked some luck. She was known as the Space-Splitting Great Saint. I haven't appeared in the world for 3 million years, and you can still recognize me. That's even more interesting. Netherblade licked her lips, her thin, transparent wings on her back fluttered slightly, and she instantly appeared behind Lu Qingyun, slashing out with her blades. Immediately, the heavenly river split open again. Starting from the riverbed, a deep abyss appeared, pouring in countless river water. Lu Qingyun had many treasures on him and was not afraid. The 9 Radiance flags surged along with the river water, and when Netherblade attacked, a point of light flashed between the flags and struck the blades of Netherblade's arms. Clang! A clear sound rang out, and a sacred artifact on Lu Qingyun instantly turned to dust. However, the effect was very significant. Netherblade retreated in alarm, quickly retracting her arms. It hurt, a piercing pain. Lu Qingyun sighed slightly, as he expected. If it was a fully powered Emperor weapon, it might have been able to pierce through the blades on her arms. No matter how powerful you are, as long as you haven't become an emperor, you're still an ant. However, this was only the power of a sacred artifact being used. Emperor weapon. Netherblade's eyes narrowed slightly. She had heard by mention that the Spear of Merchant's Grief and the Great Emperor's Horn had been taken by this person. Judging by this, the attack just now must have come from the Emperor's Spear of Merchant's Grief. I want to see how many times you can use it. The limitations of Emperor weapons were well known. If 2 sages were evenly matched, an Emperor's weapon would indeed be invincible, capable of overwhelming the opponent. But, Blade was of great Emperor potential, and at the sage stage, she had reached her limit. She was certain that no one was her match. Even if they were both sages, she could exhaust her opponent to death. Once the Emperor's weapon usage ended, then you can try, Lu Qingyun said nonchalantly. Anyway, his sage artifacts were so numerous that even the storage bags holding them were gathering dust. Her black form shimmered with an eerie light under the reflection of the heavenly river, like a blade from the netherworld. Blade's 2 pairs of thin, cicada-like wings fluttered slightly, and strangely, despite being underwater, the fluttering of the wings didn't even create ripples. Without hesitation, Blade launched an attack instantly. It shot towards Lu Qingyun like a black lightning bolt, the sides on its forelimbs flashing coldly, carrying a power capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. Lu Qingyun's eyes narrowed, and calmly, he raised his hand, the 9 luminaries banner directly blocking in front of him, its surface like a shield. Blade's attack slammed into the 9 luminaries banner, creating an earth-shattering roar. The waters of the heavenly river were shaken, causing 10,000 foot waves, and even the riverbed trembled slightly. At this time, faint auras flashed from outside the river, but upon seeing the commotion at the bottom, they quickly retreated, fearing being caught in the crossfire. Such a battle would spell doom for ordinary supremes. Lu Qingyun remained motionless while Blade was rebounded back. But how could Blade easily give up? It spun in the air and launched an even more fierce attack. Its speed was extreme, leaving only trails of black afterimages. Lu Qingyun stepped on the heavenly river's water, his figure like lightning. The 9 luminaries banner wrapped into a black rod, and with a clang, it collided with Blade's twin blades. The sage weapons were constantly being consumed, and Blade's expression grew more and more astonished. This person's emperor weapon could still be used. Aren't you afraid of falling from the sage realm? She finally couldn't help but ask. Using an emperor's weapon required the use of Dao principles, so only those who had reached the cutting Dao realm could utilize a sliver of the emperor's weapon's power. And sacrificing sage weapons to use the emperor's weapon was for this very reason. Sage weapons also had Dao principles. Dao artifacts did too, but they were too rare, and sacrificing them would be a waste. They were only used to activate sage weapons in the lower realms. Just come at me, Lu Qingyun said with a calm tone. This was nothing, he could still battle for another 800 rounds. Anyway, it didn't take much effort on his part. Alright. Blade didn't waste any more words and attacked directly. Sealed by divine source for 3 million years, she had long grown numb. She yearned for a satisfying battle. This was even more in line with her wishes. At this moment, she was immersed in the battle, completely forgetting that she had come to seize the heavenly prison. Dozens of rounds passed again. Blade finally couldn't withstand it, because her twin blades had developed nicks and were incredibly painful. It shouldn't be like this. Blade always felt that the strength of her blades had weakened. Something's not right. She flapped her wings and quickly retreated, looking at the relaxed man in black robes with a wary expression. This was completely beyond expectations. She couldn't take him down. Time to retreat. And Lu Qingyun had also paid the price of dozens of sage artifacts. It was truly extremely boring. Hey, little mantis, do you feel like something's wrong with your body? Lu Qingyun's lips curled into a smile as he looked at Yu Blade. Just now, taking advantage of the fighting, he had secretly added the 3,000 weak waters to this area. Chapter 47, Infinite Firepower. The battlefield was ever-changing, and the Demon King's battle quickly turned into a clash between several saints. When saints fought, those who had cut the Tao and the Supremes could only retreat. Before they had exchanged a few blows, Xian Zhu and Shi Shu had surprisingly retreated from their advantageous encirclement, letting Zhou Wuya out. Come and help me. It turned out that Bai Zhe was being ganged up on, and if there was no support, he might lose a horn. The original 2-on-1 advantageous situations directly turned into 1-on-1 fights. The demon race attacked relentlessly, with fierce momentum, casually unleashing star seas and waves, directly creating a huge abyss at the main gate of the Dala Celestial sect. After all, they were on their own territory, so the Heavenly Emperor and the others were somewhat restrained, focusing more on defense and counterattacks. Watching the sect being severely destroyed, the saints of the Celestial sect were fighting with suppressed frustration. Fortunately, most of the disciples of the sect had already been moved away. And since there were few people at the main gate, the personnel losses were not significant. However, after this battle, the Dala Celestial sect was truly severely weakened, not because of anything else, but because their earth veins had been damaged. It would take a lot of effort to repair the earth veins. The two sides were engaged in fierce one-on-one battles, but although they seemed to be fighting fiercely, in reality after fighting for so long, apart from Yuan Badian being on the verge of death, even Zhou Wuya only suffered minor injuries. It was clear that the saints were all rather cautious about their own well-being. Tianlin and the others had only come to rescue the demon saints. They were not here to fight to the death. Except for Yuren, that madman. Bai Zhe knew this, and combined with Yuren's invincible combat power, she had awakened her. Their mission was not to fight to the death, but to hold back the few human saints on the other side. As for Yuan Badian, that was just bad luck. Reaching sainthood through the physical body was powerful in direct confrontations, but how could it possibly block an emperor's weapon? It was impossible even to react. For those who reached sainthood through the physical body, an emperor's weapon was like an emperor hitting a saint within the same realm. It was a complete counter. The Tao Lord's side also understood this principle. As the world was changing and the path to the emperor was showing signs of reappearing, no one wanted to fight to the death. However, Yuan Badian was suffering on the other side. The Thunder Fury King was speeding towards the heavenly prison. At the same time, he felt a bit uneasy in his heart. His mortal enemy was right in front of him, but he couldn't avenge himself on the spot. It was truly a pity. He didn't think that the faceless black-clad person was a match for Yuren. Yuren's strength was well known, belonging to the top combat power among the saints. Among the 100 demon saints of the past, only 5 could be called great saints. Yuren was one of them. Before long, the Thunder Fury King finally saw his destination, the heavenly prison. He had long since understood the layout of the Dalha Celestial sect. Not to mention the existence of demon spies. Just by searching the souls of Dalha Celestial sect disciples, he could learn a lot. The mission is finally about to be completed. The Thunder Fury King sighed and slowly took out the gray stone slab. This stone slab was not simple. It was a treasure of the Void Mantis, a treasure that was not an emperor's weapon but surpassed one. It was a congenital divine object. He did not need to act in this battle. His task was simple, mainly to transport the space stone slab, using himself as a guide to lure and kill the faceless black-clad saint. This would not only satisfy Yuren's desire to fight but also weaken the Dalha Celestial sect. By the time the Celestial sect reacted, the black-clad saint would either be dead or seriously injured. And Yuren could then take the opportunity to break through the heavenly prison and rescue the 2 demon saints. The more the Thunder Fury King thought about it, the more excited he became. He concealed his figure, thinking of scouting ahead for Yuren, finding a geomantic location to enter. Under Yuren's sharp edge, the heavenly prison's array was completely useless. Just then, the Thunder Fury King felt a ripple in space and a black shadow flashed out. Thunder King was overjoyed, about to open his mouth to congratulate you. But before he could finish, he heard Yuren's angry and urgent voice. Plan failed. Quick, find Tianlin. Only then did Thunder King notice Yuren's state, his pupils instantly constricting, his expression horrified. Yuren's aura was weak, visibly exhausted. What surprised him the most was that her arms had some gaps. Why are you running so fast? Lu Qingyun quickly caught up, his brow furrowed slightly. This Yuren was truly strong. The imperial weapon had hit her so many times, and yet her momentum hadn't decreased. Unfortunately, he couldn't trap her. The 3,000 weak waters couldn't be used to their full effect, the effect just starting when it was noticed. Yu Ren's speed was extremely fast. Realizing she couldn't fight for long, she quickly fled. Lu Qingyun chased and attacked, but the sacrificed imperial weapon lacked power, not enough to endanger her life, only able to inflict some injuries. It seems that in this era, when it comes to self-preservation, she is probably invincible. With the firepower of infinite imperial weapons, anyone wanting to kill him would have to weigh their own capabilities. It's just that sacrificing sacred weapons ultimately couldn't match the power of being wielded by a person, the power greatly reduced. If it wasn't for Yu Ren's martial prowess actively throwing herself at him, he might not have even been able to hurt her at all. He needed to enter sainthood sooner, and with infinite imperial weapons he would truly be invincible. Looking at the black-robed saint chasing after her, Yu Ren's initially high fighting spirit gradually receded. She was clearly somewhat afraid to fight. Damn it! Yu Ren glared at Lu Qingyun. This man had too many treasures. He was wearing armor that she couldn't break and an unknown treasure that could break her defense, and he even had an imperial weapon in his hand. It was unbelievable. And who in their right mind used imperial weapons so casually? In her eyes, the black-robed man was simply a natural porcupine. With this kind of strength, the position of the Tao Master of the Tao Harmonious Heavenly Sect should be yours. Yu Ren understood. Bai Zhe and the others must have been displeased with her and sent her to die. But if she couldn't win, couldn't she escape? She also had a congenital divine item comparable to an imperial weapon. Yu Ren didn't say much, directly burrowing into the gray stone slab, leaving behind Thunder King, who was completely bewildered in place. At this moment, Thunder King looked at the memorable black flag, a bit scared. He also kept tapping on the stone slab. You went in, what am I supposed to do? Thunder King anxiously watched the approaching faceless black-robed man, an endless fear arising in his heart. But before he could react, the stone slab vanished as if it had never existed. Lu Qingyun was also stunned. Where did my big stone slab go? The black dragon pearl, is it malfunctioning? Truly a treasure. Lu Qingyun looked around. Yu Ren's aura had vanished without a trace. This stone slab, it was so fast that even the imperial weapon couldn't see it. You, what do you want? What do you need to let this seat go? Although he couldn't see the black-robed man's face, it felt as if a greedy gaze was scanning him. Thunder King stared at the black-robed man, his gaze more focused on the wrapped 9 luminaries flag in his hands. 300 years ago, he had used that spear once, so he knew its power. Lu Qingyun licked his lips upon hearing this, and said, I just want to eat some beef. Chapter 48, The End, Old Age Life. The Saints' battle still hadn't stopped. The intensity of the fight was probably only known to the heavens and earth of the Tao Harmony Heavenly Sect. Space shattered, mountains and rivers flew about randomly, and space fragments were everywhere. The scene was a total mess. Their moves were unpredictable, with several passing in the blink of an eye. Tianlin revealed his true form, a lion's head, elk's body, tiger's eyes, deer's antlers, and dragon scales for armor. His appearance was no different from the legendary Qilin. That Qilin form was awe-inspiring, the scales on his body shimmering with mysterious light, and each step of his hooves shook the earth and mountains. Tianlin transformed into a brilliant stream of light, like lightning, rushing towards the Heavenly Emperor's side. The Qilin flames on his body burned fiercely, and the air seemed to be ignited wherever he passed. The Tao Lord was not afraid, and with a fierce wave of the divine fan in his hand, a violent hurricane roared out, colliding fiercely with the Qilin flames. The space at their point of impact directly collapsed, turning into a dark abyss. Bai Zhe's eyes were wise and profound. He gently flicked his goat horns, and countless mysterious runes floated out, surging forward like a tide. His opponent was the fairy in colorful clothes. The fairy's figure was exceptional, wielding a long sword, the sword's shadows constantly clashing with the runes. Each collision was like the fusion of the Tao, blooming with brilliant light, scattering in all directions, and even the space was directly torn into cracks. Xianju circled in the sky, his sharp cries like tangible blades, attacking the life machine god. The life machine god hid under his bamboo hat, and an ancient compass flew out, rotating rapidly, emitting chains that shone with a mysterious light. Sound waves and chains intertwined in the air, creating bursts of piercing sounds, like metal rubbing against each other. Shirshu raised his snow-white front hooves, and countless space fragments floating on the battlefield seemed to be summoned, rushing toward Zhou Wuya's formation with overwhelming momentum. Zhou Wuya's hands moved rapidly, the light of the array patterns all over his body shining brightly, layer upon layer. Space fragments slammed into the formation, instantly becoming more shattered, and the formation also trembled slightly under the impact of the fragments, but it still stubbornly emitted golden light. The battle was fierce, and the entire world was enveloped by the aftermath of this saint's battle. The earth cracked, mountains and rivers shattered, and lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky, as if doomsday had arrived. It was just a pity that even Blood Cicada could only retreat far away from this battle, not daring to watch at all, for fear that one shockwave would directly cause him serious injury. Just as they were fighting fiercely, suddenly, ripples appeared in space, and a gray stone slab appeared behind Tianlin. They had just been fighting to the death, but the next moment, Everyone's movements were surprisingly uniform. They stopped immediately, as if they had been paused. Extremely strange, damn it. Don't fight. Your plan has failed. Retreat quickly. A black figure flashed out of the stone slab, said something inexplicable, and then instantly returned to the stone slab. Before Bai Zhe could ask, the stone slab seemed to be in a hurry, and it directly disappeared from the spot, leaving behind 8 confused faces. The 3 demon saints, Tianlin, naturally recognized the stone slab, and they all looked at the most intelligent Bai Zhe, with question marks all over their heads, as if asking, what's going on? What happened? Ha! Bai Zhe was also at a loss, not knowing what had happened at all. The 4 Dao Lords looked at each other, and a guess emerged in their hearts. But, the life machine god transmitted a voice, Elder Lin doesn't seem to have made a move. As soon as this was said, everyone was even more puzzled. Look at this. At the Milky Way, there has just been a great battle. Everyone's consciousness turned to the Milky Way area, and they were shocked. The consciousness of a saint was more than enough to project anywhere within the heavenly sect, but they were unable to focus before due to the battle. The Milky Way battlefield was no less impressive than their own. Even the Milky Way had been cut off in the middle. Retreat. We'll talk about it when we get back. Bai Zhe's divine sense swept into the depths, without hesitation. Seeing this, Shen Zhu and Shi Shu didn't ask why and retreated swiftly. Tianlin was somewhat annoyed. They had put in so much effort for this attack, and yet it had failed? But since they had all left, there was no point in him staying either. Seeing the 4 leaders gone, the demon kings below immediately relaxed and hurriedly fled. Damn it! Don't go! Jean Dali was indignant. Seeing the demons trying to retreat, he chased after them directly. Fortunately, a burly man beside him pulled him back. Dali, don't be reckless. This was different from before. Those demon kings and demon saints still had their strength. Everyone remained still, as if they were seeing the demons off. Jean Dali's eyes were bloodshot, not knowing what situation his master was in. The battlefield calmed down. In the end, it was this world that suffered the most damage. The entire gate area of the heavenly sect had turned into a chaotic abyss, with vegetation, rocks, and spatial fragments flying everywhere. It would probably take a lot of effort to repair it. Secondly, it was the disciples at the lower levels. Some were eaten by demon kings, while others didn't have time to escape and were caught in the aftermath of the battle, suffering heavy casualties. However, strangely, apart from injuries, none of the demon kings or elders seemed to have died. Reaching the Dao-cutting realm was just too difficult. After finally spending a lifetime cultivating to this realm and obtaining such a long lifespan, how could they easily fight to the death? This world was just like that. The stronger one became, the more one cherished life. Lu Qingyun easily subdued the Fury Thunder King. With the help of an emperor's weapon and his own strength now at the supreme realm, dealing with an old cow at the quasi-saint level was merely a matter of sacrificing 2 sacred weapons. The Fury Thunder King was not killed, but imprisoned by Lu Qingyun. Fury Thunder King, you can live well in my little world. Lu Qingyun considerately arranged a retirement life for the old cow. This was a top-grade sacred artifact called the Immeasurable World. Inside, there was a vast world, big enough for the old cow to live out his days. You just need to provide me with 100 caddies of beef each month. Lu Qingyun grinned, praising his own cleverness. How is it? Are you satisfied? Are you very happy? In this way, he would have an endless supply of beef to eat. With the Fury Thunder King's abilities, a mere 100 caddies of beef was practically a bargain for him. Satisfied, this king. I am very happy. The Fury Thunder King replied somewhat bitterly. Who would have thought that after cultivating for countless eons, he would end up as a beef cow? However, although it was humiliating, at least his cow life was preserved. But in the future, when the demon saint kills this person, he will still have a chance to get out. But, thinking of Yu Ren's hurried escape, the Fury Thunder King's heart grew cold. Even a strong man like that had been subdued. Did he really have a chance to get out? Just when a great battle was taking place within the Tao Harmony Heavenly Sect, an unusual event occurred at the border of the Eastern Divine Region, on the edge of the Ink Sea, within the territory of the Longfish Kingdom. Outside Chishui City, a 10-jiang high boulder had fallen from the sky. The boulder seemed to appear out of nowhere, falling directly down and even collapsing a corner of the city wall. Chapter 49, Enjoyment. Who is it really for? Lu Qingyun returned to the small courtyard. The miscellaneous service peak was still too remote. Even with such a fierce battle, it had not been affected. The reconstruction of the sect didn't require his help either. Such battlefields with deep chasms required experts to reach for the stars to fill the voids. Therefore, Lu Qingyun could enjoy a period of peace. Only when the sect had stabilized the celestial river could he go back to sweeping. But, signing in, with his strength, couldn't he go whenever he wanted? Stop watching, let's go home and eat beef. When Lu Qingyun returned home, he encountered Lu Koan and Ajiao. They were sneaking around at the edge of the array, using a sacred artifact to watch the battle in the distance. Such a commotion was enough to attract them, which was quite normal. They had placed fruits and vegetable leaves on the ground, and they were eating and watching, like binge-watching a drama, enjoying it immensely. Battles that others couldn't see. They could even save the battle scenes in a mirror to watch back and forth. Being wealthy was just that confident. Hearing Lu Qingyun's words, they both seemed a little unsatisfied, and they packed up their things and went back. As for Lu Qingyun's safety, they were not worried at all. Not long after, the Thunder King ushered in the first meat cut as beef. He was also very straightforward, directly cutting off his front foot, paying a price to avoid disaster. Seeing how sensible he was, Lu Qingyun couldn't help feeling a little pity. Heal well, next month, I want to eat hind leg. With the Thunder King's recovery speed, as long as the origin was not damaged, recovery in a month was more than enough. There was also spiritual energy in the small world, even mountains, rivers, grass, and spiritual plants, similar to the boundless wilderness. However, there was no Tao in the small world. The Thunder King's cultivation was stagnant. The Thunder King's forefoot had a lot of meat, very thick, more than 100 pounds. The so-called pounds of meat taken had to be from the main body. Even if the law of heaven and earth was applied, instantly turning into 10,000 pounds, the cut meat would return to its original form. The task of making the fire was handed over to Lu Kuan. His divine fire had improved a lot in these 300 years, and the roasted meat had a unique flavor. Not long after, wisps of smoke rose from the small courtyard, accompanied by the aroma of roasted meat, making Lu Kuan swallow his saliva as he roasted. Ajiao watched eagerly from the side, wishing she could just lie down on the beef leg and gnaw on it. Although one was a bird and the other a bug, they were also omnivorous monsters, and they would not refuse any meat. As dusk approached, the beef leg was finally roasted. This quasi-sage realm-old cow was indeed a bit difficult to roast. Lu Kuan stopped the divine fire. With a wave of Lu Qingyun's hand, a table appeared in the small courtyard covered with spiritual fruits, spiritual wine, and spiritual vegetable leaves. The old beef was sizzling with oil, and these vegetables were perfect for cutting the grease. With another wave, he had placed the beef leg in the center of the table and then sprinkled it with special spices, making the aroma even richer. Let's start. Lu Qingyun first cut off a piece of meat, placed it on a spiritual vegetable leaf, wrapped it gently, and put it into his mouth. The crispness of the spiritual vegetable combined with the firmness of the beef. With each chew, the lively and intertwined aroma bloomed on the tip of his tongue. This bite was not only the ultimate enjoyment of the taste buds, but also a satisfaction of the soul. After chewing and swallowing, taking a small sip of fruit wine, both icy and hot, it went straight to the heart. This taste could only be described with one word: amazing. This was the true meaning of longevity. Lu Kuan and Ajiao followed suit, eating heartily. With their current strength, they were also monster kings of one side, and digesting these things was not a problem. But after this meal, they were afraid they would have to go into seclusion for a while. In the small courtyard, they were carefree and happy, but outside, things were not so peaceful. In the Burial Mist Mountains, on Sorrow Mountain. Boom! Tianlin, in a fit of anger, smashed the stone chair into pieces, scattering stones. The monster kings stood below, looking at each other. Some monsters were annoyed, some were angry, and some were expressionless, not flustered at all, looking like it was none of their business. Ghost Blade. What do you mean? Why did you retreat? Tianlin was extremely angry. They had finally managed to restrain 4 saints within the heavenly sect. If this mission failed, they would have no other way to save the demon saint. There's no use shouting so loud. That Xianyi saint, although his strength isn't as strong as mine, wields an emperor's weapon, using it endlessly, its power, like that of a quasi-emperor. Ghostblade's tone was somewhat indifferent, even looking at Tianlin and Bai Zhe with a hint of blame. Anyway, I have no way to deal with him. If you have a way, go and eliminate that Xianyi saint yourself. She waved her hand. After all, she had already done her best. You, what a supreme speed of the ancient times. I see you're nothing much. The corner of Tianlin's mouth twitched, his tone somewhat sarcastic. The 10 supreme speeds of the ancient times referred to the 10 fastest creatures among the myriad races of the ancient times, with the void mantis among them. Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Ghostblade's eyes. Her figure flickered, her arm flashed, and her blade directly appeared above Tianlin's head, poised to strike. Even Shang Ai had to give me some face back then. What do you amount to? The cold light on Ghostblade's arm was chilling, her tone grim. It was no exaggeration to say that she played a significant role in Shang Ai becoming an emperor. She even had the opportunity to compete for the emperor's throne herself, but withdrew to clear obstacles for Shang Ai. Alas! This plan was proposed by the seat. If you want to accuse someone, come at me. Bai Zhe directly stood in front of Ghostblade's blade, looking mournful. Tianlin's expression was uncertain upon hearing Ghostblade's words. He wanted to say something but ultimately remained silent. These demon saints each went their own way. Even if he wanted to stop them, he couldn't. Humph! That Xianyi saint, it's best to investigate him thoroughly and understand him before making plans. This person is definitely not simple. Ghostblade retracted her arm and snorted coldly, then seemed to have remembered something. She looked around the hall and said, "Also, Thunder Fury King probably won't be coming back." She returned to her original position, still with that indifferent expression. Blood Cicada, who was sitting on the side, was somewhat startled. He never imagined that the person who enslaved him was so powerful. Not even Ghostblade was a match. Ghostblade's strength was well known. Here, on Mount Shanghai, she was currently the strongest. Compared to Ghostblade, his stealth abilities were insignificant. It was no exaggeration to say that even if he became a saint, he would still live in Ghostblade's shadow. That person actually had such power. However, thinking of the room full of holy artifacts at the time, Blood Cicada gradually felt relieved. This person must be a master of refining artifacts. Blood Cicada pondered Lu Qingyun's identity in his heart. Could this person be the former Dao master of the Dao Harmony sect? Bai Zhe muttered to himself, somewhat uncertain, and continued to question himself. No, the former Dao master, didn't he fall on the Emperor's road? He couldn't understand, he really couldn't understand. Who else could this person be with such strength? In this battle, they lost an old bull. With that Xian Yi man's strength, Thunder Fury King would most likely not return. As for rescue, Bai Zhe never even considered it. The most urgent task was to make plans early. Thunder Fury Ridge needed another Supreme Demon King to suppress it. Not only the demon race but also the Dao Harmonious Heavenly Sect were making guesses. In a scenic mountain range, clouds and mist swirled like a fairyland. Four figures were seated in a circle, and in the center of the four, a bare-chested, burly man was suspended. Unfathomable and cannot be calculated. This person is accompanied by an Emperor's weapon, his whereabouts are unpredictable, and his heavenly secrets cannot be investigated, said Fate Diviner leisurely, putting down the compass in his hand. Oh, why bother so much? As long as we know he is helping us, isn't that enough? Several rays of light shot out from Zhou Yas' hand, and immediately a life formation appeared, surrounding Yuan Badian. His formations were flexible and ever-changing, proficient in attack, defense, concealment, and healing. Alright, it will probably take 3 years to recover. Whether he can fully recover depends on old Yuan himself. Zhou Ya clapped his hands, then sat down on the ground with a thud, swaying from side to side. Well, old Yuan has suffered. The sect master sighed slightly, and casually looked at the colorful clothed woman next to him, and asked, Ling Xiao, do you have any impression of this person? Immortal Ling Xiao pondered for a moment, then shook her head and said, the sword techniques and moves used by this person, and that purple thunder divine sword, I am very familiar with. Those were all used by Sister Ziyuan. But, in my memory, there is no such person. Unless, he is a friend's sister made after she went out. Ling Xiao and Ziyuan, a long time ago, were very famous within the Heavenly Sect. They were both women, and their sword paths were the peaks of the Spirit Sword Peak. They caused many men to be ashamed, and outside they were talking about how the Spirit Sword Peak was flourishing with Yin and declining with Yang. However, immortal Ziyuan, more than 100,000 years ago, when she went out to seek the opportunity to become a saint, mysteriously fell. Otherwise, a peak with two saints, both of them female sword saints, would have been another great event and a wild and ancient wonder. Ling Xiao was very low-key, and the news of her becoming a saint was not made public, only circulating among the top echelons of the sect. People only knew that the current Spirit Sword Peak Master, Ji Xinshan, was the strongest of the Spirit Sword Peak, but they did not know that behind him, there was also a Spirit Sky Sword Saint. Well, this matter will be put aside for the time being. The sect master shook his folding fan, his expression calm. Since it was a good result, it would be put aside for the time being. The Holy Emperor's son is also about to be born. What do you all think about the proposal from the Fire God sect? The sect master suddenly asked, with unclear implications. Wolfish ambition, that's not a proposal at all, but a direct threat. Zhou Ya seemed to think that sitting was not enough, and actually half laid down. They want to continuously sit on the throne of the great emperor, but it's not that easy. This position, besides the divine court families and the Holy Land Zen sect, there are also countless demon races coveting it. The boundless wilderness is huge. Fate Diviner turned the compass, his tone calm. Well, in that case, let's cooperate with them. The sect master made a final decision. In this world, it is difficult for a single force to continuously occupy the seat of the great emperor. Master is mighty and boundless, unrivaled in the world. Blood Cicada lay in the middle of the small courtyard, loudly flattering. The flattery in his tone and the sincerity in his expression made Lu Kuan feel ashamed. After this battle, the last bit of dignity in Blood Cicada's heart was completely conquered by Lu Qingyun's strength. Even Yu Ren, that little vixen, was subdued. In the whole world, perhaps only becoming a great emperor could be a match for his master. No, his master has all the qualifications to become a great emperor. The more Blood Cicada thought about it, the more excited he became. He did not expect to become a great emperor, but he could fantasize about becoming a saint. Well, you did well. Everything in the Blood Cicada Ridge is as usual, you don't need to worry about my human identity. Lu Qingyun ate a spiritual fruit and nodded in satisfaction. Thunder Fury Ridge, due to the disappearance of King Thunder Fury, had been transferred under the banner of Blood Cicada by the merchants of Grief Mountain. Therefore, Thunder Fury Ridge is now renamed Blood Cicada Ridge. Those from the sect who can go to the 1,000 Absolute Mountains, and even to Blood Cicada Ridge, must have some strength and want to gain experience. If the experience does not involve life and death, how can it be considered experience? Therefore, Lu Qingyun didn't intend to let the Blood Cicada spare them. He would let them do what they were supposed to do, while the Blood Cicada only needed to act as his remote monitor. Alright, master. The Blood Cicada was delighted, as this meant he wouldn't have to struggle too much. Go pick out 2 saint weapons from inside, do a good job as my eyes and ears, and you won't be short of benefits. The saint weapons in the storage were practically junk to Lu Qingyun. Hearing this, the Blood Cicada was even more joyful, and caught out several times with a thumping sound. The Blood Cicada left, very happy. Lu Qingyun watched his retreating figure and sighed silently. A demon king in the supreme realm, in the outside world, would be a force to be reckoned with. But in his eyes now, he was somewhat inadequate. Longyu Kingdom, Shishui City. As the capital, it was understandable that it would be lively, but recently, it had been excessively bustling. It was said that this was all because of the Tenjiang giant rock, which had drawn people from all over to see it. The common people were in lively discussion. Some said it was a punishment from the immortals, and that they were going to be punished. Others said it was a blessing for the Longyu Kingdom, and that it contained a large amount of treasure. However, some who had heard Mr. Baishao's storytelling in the Chuanshan brothel were surprised, wondering if this was the legendary divine stone that sealed the Holy Crown Prince. When the Longyu Kingdom's ruler first heard about the giant rock falling from the sky, and heard various rumors, he was slightly shocked. Soon, he ordered people to clear out that corner of the city. Initially, he wanted to move the giant rock to the palace, but he eventually found that even 1,000 postnatal realm experts could not budge it an inch. Therefore, the ruler cleared out a large square centered on the giant rock and had it heavily guarded. But, the Longyu Kingdom was just an ordinary mortal nation, and their so-called guards could only stop ordinary people. Many cultivators, hearing the news, rushed over, wanting to see the divine stone. The ordinary soldiers of the Longyu Kingdom couldn't stop them at all. Many ignorant cultivators, thinking they were powerful and that the opportunity was right in front of them, made their move. However, they finally discovered that the rock seemed to have a kind of magic power that could absorb all of their attacks. All kinds of spells flew about, and some even used physical attacks, using various spiritual shovels to start digging at the rock. But in the end, they found that all their attacks only cleared away around earthy yellow giant rock, and they could not dig any further. It was as if their spells and shoveling were only cleaning the dust off the yellow rock inside. As time went by, batches of cultivators left and were replaced by new batches, but in the end, they all failed. When the Longyu Kingdom's ruler saw the scene, he knew he could not handle it and decisively gave up guarding it. This kind of opportunity, it seemed, was not something he could interfere with. He only hoped that it would not affect Shishui City in the end. However, although the ruler was worried, the people of Shishui City were very happy. These foreign cultivators, except for a few unreasonable people, were mostly very civilized. And most importantly, they were very wealthy. Shishui City was lively, and the Chuanshan brothel was even more crowded than usual. Chapter 51, The Literary Sage in the Boundless Wilderness. Almost every major domain had a top-tier power. The Eastern Divine Domain had the Tao Harmonious Heaven sect, the Endless Fire Domain had the Divine Fire sect, and the Sword Domain had the long-renowned Sword Hermitage. The Chinyu Kingdom was situated on the border of the Eastern Divine Domain, by the Ink Sea, and naturally fell under the jurisdiction of the Tao Harmonious Heaven sect. Such an unusual phenomenon appearing in the capital would usually attract a large number of disciples. However, a major event had occurred within the Tao Harmonious Heaven sect, and apart from the disciples who were already outside, the disciples within the sect were busy with internal affairs. Therefore, there were only 2 Tao Harmonious Heaven sect disciples currently in Shishui City. Shishui City, Spring Fragrance Pavilion. Due to the spread of news about the strange stone, it was constantly packed. One particular storytelling program was the most eagerly anticipated, even attracting the attention of many cultivators. This was not for any other reason than the fact that Mr. Bai Zhao's stories each day were about the Holy Prince, or rather, about what was inside the strange stone. Listening to Mr. Bai Zhao's stories, the crowd was both skeptical and intrigued. How could a storyteller be so certain about what was inside the strange stone? It is said that the Holy Prince suffered severe injuries in the past, so severe that they were terrifying, perhaps even damaging his Tao foundation. Now, with the Holy Prince's emergence, his strength may be diminished and his memories could be lost. Yet, even so, the Holy Prince's physical body has still reached the realm of severing the Tao, and is by no means something ordinary cultivators can covet. I believe the divine source is absorbing your Tao arts attacks. Your techniques will likely not break the divine source but instead accelerate the holy princess emergence. Many looked at each other, completely bewildered by what Mr. Bai Xiao was saying. Most people in the tavern were commoners and they were simply enjoying the story. They found it entertaining. When Mr. Bai Xiao finished, there was a burst of cheers and applause. Some cultivators, however, upon hearing this, seemed to be lost in thought. One of them immediately stood up and flew to Mr. Bai Xiao. "Sir, my young master invites you, please come upstairs to talk." A cultivator in white robes spoke calmly. Though he didn't seem to be forcing the issue, most could sense the underlying tone of refusal was not an option. "No need, I am a little tired." Mr. Bai Xiao smiled and waved his hand, refusing. The cultivator's expression remained unchanged. He could sense that Mr. Bai Xiao was just an ordinary man. He subtly released the pressure of his cultivation. This was actually a cultivator in the divine treasury realm. "I think it would be better to come upstairs for a bit." The cultivator in white's tone held a hint of menace. Seeing this, the tavern fell silent for a moment, with some cultivators even displaying looks of interest. Mr. Bai Xiao sighed. He beckoned, and the boy who always carried books for him quickly understood, took a few steps and stood next to Mr. Bai Xiao. The boy bowed slightly to Mr. Bai Xiao, then put down the book basket and took a few steps toward the cultivator in white. The cultivator in white frowned. The other patrons were also confused. Just as the cultivator in white was about to speak, the boy spoke. "Young master, please go back." The boy uttered only 3 words, but his voice, though soft, carried an indescribable authority. Suddenly, the cultivator in white, about to lash out in anger, suddenly paled. It was as if he was struck by an invisible force, and his body retreated involuntarily. In a few breaths, he was back at his original spot upstairs. The tavern was silent for a moment, and then it exploded into a cacophony of noise. Everyone was bewildered, unsure what had just happened. How did the arrogant cultivator in white go back upstairs just because of 3 words? At this moment, some well-informed cultivators exclaimed, "Could this be the legendary power of the literary Tao, or one's words become law?" Upon hearing this, the crowd was stunned. Words become law. Isn't that only something that great Confucian scholars at the Severing the Tao realm can do? Of course, most of the people in the tavern were still completely baffled. After all, even cultivators have a limited understanding of the various principles, let alone ordinary people who aren't even aware of the different realms. Clearly, there are experts in this tavern. The crowd glanced at the bewildered white-robed cultivator, then at the page who had resumed carrying his book basket, their minds slightly muddled. A Confucian scholar capable of speaking words that manifest into reality was merely a page? Then, just what kind of person is this Master Bai Xiao? Bai Xiao looked at the crowd's shocked expressions, sighed, slowly rose, and said softly, "Everyone, today's events have stirred up waves. My story ends here." Though his tone was soft, his words were clearly audible to everyone. The affairs of the wildlands are unpredictable, stories always have an ending, and I, the storyteller, should also take my leave. With that, Bai Xiao, followed by his page, slowly walked out of the tavern amidst the complicated gazes of the crowd, disappearing at the end of the street. The crowd in the tavern remained immersed in the shock from earlier, unable to calm down for a long time. Bai Xiao and the page left, and no one stopped them, nor dared to stop them. Only one thought remained in everyone's minds: this was perhaps the last time they would ever see Master Bai Xiao. A sage, could this be the legendary sage of literature? Someone thought in their heart, not daring to shout, but quickly left the building. If they could receive guidance from a sage, then what the hell did they care about the strange stones? But sadly, when the crowd came to their senses and went outside, there was no trace of Bai Xiao and the page. Just like when they had arrived, they had vanished into the mist, unseen by anyone. Their endpoint, too, was like the distant and elusive beyond. There are 3,000 great Taos in heaven and earth, and the Tao of literature is one of them. If the Tao of literature had not appeared, humanity would probably still live like the myriad demon races, eating raw flesh and drinking blood. Even now, the common language of the wildlands was created by the ancestors' song of humanity during the chaotic ancient times. He allowed the entire wildlands, whether human or demon, to use the same language, greatly facilitating communication. Later, throughout the long years, the Tao of literature constantly evolved and developed. Along the path of the Tao of literature, 2 more great emperors appeared, paving the way for future generations with their thoughts and educating humanity. Literati used their pens as swords and ink as their blades, using the power of words to uphold justice for humanity and for all living beings. Some would sit alone in a secluded bamboo grove, feeling the beauty of nature. Others would travel the world, recording the myriad aspects of human life. Now, any story or memory that has survived to this day is carried by the power of the Tao of literature. Senior brother, did we miss a great opportunity? In a corner of the tavern, 2 slightly bewildered cultivators spoke. It seems so. The senior brother was somewhat dazed, never expecting to encounter a sage during a simple outing. He had been in the sect for hundreds of years and had never even seen the face of a sect leader. In that case, the giant stone must indeed contain the legendary Holy Prince. Report this matter to the sect. This is something we can no longer be involved in. They were just two Purple Mansion realm cultivators here only for training, but never expected to encounter such an extraordinary event as a giant stone falling from the sky. And they never expected that the stone would contain the Holy Prince. Unexpectedly, even the literary saint has been drawn here. In another restaurant, 3 people sat around a table, all handsome men and beautiful women. The extraordinary aura they possessed made it clear to anyone with eyes that they were cultivators. The 2 men and 1 woman, were dressed in dark black-red robes. As expected. Wherever there are stories, that's where you'll find these scholars, said the leading man, chuckling as he drank a cup of fine wine. Hearing this, a slightly burly young man next to him snorted coldly, seemingly extremely disdainful. A bunch of hypocritical do-gooders, always stirring up trouble. They even publicized it so widely. That's normal. In the path of literature, they'll do anything to experience the myriad forms of the wild to make their stories more dramatic, said the short-haired woman beside him, her voice clear, agreeing with the sentiment. There were several paths one could take in the literary world, and many who focused on recording history and experiencing life had done things like this. Although it was to record history, they often embellished the stories to make them more exciting, sometimes even getting involved themselves. You guys should talk less. The literary saint is still a saint. For him, dealing with us would only take a glance, the leading youth said in a low voice. The other 2 rolled their eyes but closed their mouths. Saints were not to be insulted. If they were heard, they could be beaten to death here without anyone to plead their case. But if anyone dares to obstruct the grand plan of our divine sect, naturally, the great powers in the sect will take care of him. Time flew by, and another year had passed since the last sect war. Lu Qingyun was very happy today because the small courtyard had been expanded into a large courtyard. So, he decided to treat himself. Old ox, give me a bull's head this time. Lu Qingyun came to the boundless world, looking at the world that had become full of cattle. Alright. Thunder King didn't hesitate, he agreed readily, directly removing his own bull's head. It seemed he had accepted his fate. Looking at this boundless world, Lu Qingyun carried the bull's head, feeling somewhat moved. You're living well, so many calves you fathered. Thunder King slowly grew a new head, smiling awkwardly. Lu Qingyun was still quite humane. For the sake of Old Ox's happy later years, he had caught many female cows from the outside world. There were all kinds, colorful, big and small, but all were female. Thunder King also felt moved, never expecting that life without fighting and killing would be quite comfortable. Moreover, Lu Qingyun didn't eat his children, only his meat. In his heart, Thunder King even felt a hint of gratitude towards Lu Qingyun. The flavor of the braised bull's head was excellent, and even the bones were chewed and swallowed by the 3 of them. Lu Qingyun was very satisfied with the expanded courtyard. The storage area had become larger, and the courtyard's activity area had doubled. In the middle was a small pond, where spiritual spring water bubbled, and one could vaguely see small fish, some gold, some gray, and some white. These fish were all spiritual beasts. However, when choosing the fish, Lu Qingyun only chose the beautiful ones and didn't consider their strength. So, the highest ranked of these fish were only at the foundation building stage. They were just somewhat spiritual and couldn't speak yet. But Lu Qingyun could imagine that as time passed, their cultivation would rise to an extremely terrifying level. Lu Qingyun thought it was enough to keep these fish for viewing only and didn't need them to transform into human form. Lu Koan and Ajiao, 2 humanoid beings, were already enough for him to raise. Koan, don't give them the waste pills anymore. Lu Qingyun ate a piece of spirit vegetable wrapped with ox tongue, reminding Lu Koan. Lu Koan's alchemy skills were still the same, but his control of the divine fire had reached a point of perfection. The bull's head of the furious Thunder King, a supreme head indeed, was roasted to a golden crisp with a tender interior. Basically, every day, Lu Koan could produce a large amount of waste pills and medicinal scraps. In the past, Lu Koan would consume them himself. Adhering to his good habit of waste utilization and with divine fire within him, the toxicity of the waste pills was no threat at all. In fact, the main reason was that secretly bearing and eating them could outwardly increase his pill production rate, avoiding a lot of disdain. Now, with the spirit fish, Lu Koan was even more carefree. Waste pills were still pills, and scraps were still natural treasures, so Lu Koan directly gave them all to the spirit fish. Although the spirit spring water had detoxifying effects, who could tell whether Lu Koan's waste pills would poison faster or the spring water would detoxify faster? If dead fish appeared, it wouldn't look good. Understood, master. Hearing Lu Qingyun's words, Lu Koan's face flushed slightly, not expecting that his little actions had long been discovered. In the future, don't eat them either, just throw them away. Lu Qingyun reminded again. Although waste pills couldn't harm Lu Koan, eating those pills was lazy and a waste of time. Lu Koan nodded, indicating he understood. Jiao now had cyan hair and she looked at Lu Kuan with a mischievous, gloating expression. Starting tomorrow, you'll start drawing spirit fish. Lu Qingyun took a sip of spirit wine and reminded them. Upon hearing this, Jiao's face fell, instantly losing her playful demeanor. Besides the pond, 3 more rooms were added to the small courtyard. One was Lu Kuan's alchemy room, one was Jiao's painting studio, and one was Lu Rinjia's training room. Lu Rinjia's training room was vastly different from ordinary living quarters. It wasn't filled with furniture but with various exotic stones and rare minerals. Sounds of clanging could be heard daily, the sound of Lu Rinjia honing his body. Time flew by and another year passed. Boom! A loud noise erupted from Lu Kuan's room. The commotion was immense, but the sturdiness of the small courtyard was not something that a small pill could destroy, not even Lu Kuan could damage it. Ah! Brother Kuan! In the painting studio next door, Jiao, about to add the final touch, was startled by the sudden loud noise. You blew up the furnace again. You owe me a painting. Jiao was very angry and shouted directly in the small courtyard. This loud noise completely ruined Jiao's painting. With a bang, Lu Kuan kicked open the door and walked out. He didn't have the dejected look of someone who had failed at alchemy but was instead spirited, with an excited expression. No, Jiao, this time I didn't blow up the furnace, I succeeded. Lu Kuan looked at the angry Jiao, with no intention of comforting her. He was lost in his excitement, unable to contain himself, even going over and pinching Jiao's fleshy cheeks. How was it? Did you feel the power just now? That was just the power of a low-grade treasure pill. Lu Kuan said proudly. What is it? Jiao hadn't finished speaking when she heard Lu Kuan excitedly talking to himself again. I call this type of pill blast pill. Its power is almost comparable to a full blow from a mid-grade treasure artifact. As he spoke, a blue pill the size of an embroidered ball appeared in his hand. Jiao was a bit dumbfounded, completely unable to believe that a pill this size was made for someone to eat. See that, this is the pill I just refined. I gave it a very fitting name, Blue Ball. After cleaning up, Lu Qingyun looked at the blue ball Lu Kuan had refined and fell into deep thought. This blue ball could no longer be considered a pill, it should be considered a one-time magic artifact. Regardless, Lu Kuan did have some talent, at least he had managed to create something resembling a pill. Not bad, you do have some talent, Lu Qingyun praised without hesitation. After all, the materials he had given Lu Kuan did not contain any records of pill explosions. Pills, after all, were meant to be consumed. However, Lu Kuan being able to independently research and develop a pill was commendable, though it was a bit bizarre. This type of pill wasn't easy to make. It contained a variety of miscellaneous medicinal scraps, along with a few discarded pills with conflicting properties yet still within a controllable range. After being refined with divine fire for a full 2.5 hours, it was finally produced with great difficulty. Unexpectedly, heaven had favored him with such outlandish materials. Lu Kuan had actually managed to research and develop it. Despite the complexity of the medicinal principles involved, Lu Kuan wasn't worried about being unable to replicate it. He wasn't an ordinary person, he was the chicken raised by Lu Qingyun. The sacred fire furnace he used for refining pills was extraordinary. It could completely analyze the medicinal ingredients of any pill. If it was used for refining, it could even preserve the pill's refining process. I knew it, I'm simply a genius at refining pills. Lu Kuan was extremely excited. He seemed to have discovered a unique path to pill refinement. Jiao was somewhat envious, imagining when she, too, could create a painting with such an effect. Jiao, where is the fish you painted? Let me see it, Lu Qingyun said, about to check her homework. These days, Jiao had been painting fish every day. Her artwork was decent, her progress was visible to the naked eye. Not only did it resemble the fish, but the spirit was also gradually being completed, as if depicting the life of a spirit fish from Qi induction to foundation establishment. However, her paintings always had a kind of schizophrenic feel to them. My painting, it was just ruined by Brother Kuan's pill explosion, Jiao explained, poking her fingers as she recalled what had just happened. The last stroke of the fish hadn't been completed. The tip of the brush went right through her mind, directly piercing the painting. Although she didn't see it clearly, it was definitely gone. Lu Kuan scratched the back of his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. In his excitement, he had actually ruined Jiao's painting. Just as Lu Qingyun was about to sigh, his brow suddenly furrowed. He distinctly sensed a peculiar aura. With a wave of his hand, thousands of painting sheets flew out. Lu Qingyun took a look, his eyes immediately widening as he looked at Jiao, somewhat uncertainly asking, "Are you sure the painting was ruined?" Jiao was confused. Lu Qingyun turned the painting over, facing both of them. Suddenly, an aura of a treasure map flowed out from the painting. On the painting, a cloud silver fish was incredibly lifelike. That initial accidental stroke now seemed like a stroke of genius, completely outlining the essence of the cloud silver fish. The silver fish body shimmered with a mysterious light, as if surrounded by swirling clouds. The fish's eye seemed to contain infinite secrets, profound and mysterious. If mortals were to look at this painting, they would likely be lost in the fish's eye, leading to mental collapse. It was truly a good piece. Looking at the painting, Jiao was completely dumbfounded. In her original plan, she needed more time to completely express the essence of the cloud silver fish, but she didn't expect that it would be achieved today. Well painted. Lu Qingyun nodded in satisfaction. Although the process was a bit tortuous, the result was still good. You both did very well today, so let us share these purple yuan apricots. Saying that, Lu Qingyun walked to a small fruit tree and casually plucked 3 small purple fruits, one for each of them. Thank you, master. Lu Kuan and Jiao were overjoyed, drooling at the sight. They had always craved these purple yuan apricots, and today they finally got to eat them. The purple yuan apricot, a sacred spiritual fruit, bloomed once every 100 years and only bore fruit once every 1,000 years. Eating one could extend lifespan by 100 years, strengthen the soul, and enhance one's understanding of the Tao. Of course, Lu Qingyun wasn't going to wait idly for it to grow. He fed it good things every day. This way, it could grow continuously and bear fruit for him to eat. It was a pity that this so-called lifespan extension was useless for him, a long liver. The so-called lifespan extension didn't affect oneself, but rather the external laws of time, which was quite miraculous. However, holy fruit was different. Its other effects were still incomparable to Tao fruits. Lu Qingyun had more than 20 types of holy herbs planted in his small courtyard, each with only one plant, mostly for eating and drinking. However, if he wanted to, with his current resources, he could plant several more acres of holy herbs. Besides these holy herbs, in the corner of the courtyard, there was also a small willow tree, a primordial willow. The small willow was very small, only half a person tall, and that was after being nourished by various holy grade treasures. Its aura had already completely surpassed a holy level. It was the first willow tree between heaven and earth. Each branch on the tree contained rich spatial Tao principles. It was practically the path to transformation. Lu Qingyun felt that if he could completely understand the willow when it fully matured, he would probably be a great emperor of the spatial realm. I wonder what kind of treasures are planted in the heavenly Tao garden. Lu Qingyun had once been to a forbidden area called the Heavenly Tao Garden, where he could vaguely see a towering fruit tree within. Unfortunately, the fruit tree was still there, its Tao rhythm not yet dissipated into the world, and the system couldn't sign in. However, the fact that a sage was sitting there, drawing a circle as a prison, along with the great array outside, was enough to prove that the fruit tree was extremely extraordinary. There's no rush, let's take it slow. Sect leader, news has it that the literary sage of the Longfish Kingdom has appeared on the shores of the Ink Sea, and the Holy Emperor's son is about to be born. This news is likely true. Should we? Inside the Tao Palace, more than a dozen imposing figures were sitting on prayer mats, seemingly discussing important matters. These figures were not their true bodies, but projections. They were none other than the current leaders of the 6 peaks and 7 halls. Usually, most of them were out traveling or in secluded cultivation, so their true bodies rarely gathered. Today, one person was missing, Yuan Badian. Should we take him down now, or wait until he's born? Ji Xinchen asked. His tone was calm, but contained killing intent. That's right. The Holy Emperor's son's birth is bound to attract covetous eyes from all sides. It's better to take him down sooner rather than later, the peak master of the divine forging peak, Taiwan, echoed. The birth of the Holy Emperor's son was bound to attract major forces, who would come rushing upon hearing the news, so it was better to take him down directly. Don't act rashly, Ming Shenji waved his hand. The Holy Emperor's son is protected by the heavenly Tao's luck. If those stronger than him attack, their Tao principles will be damaged at best, and they will be punished by the heavenly Tao at worst. Everyone was shocked to hear this. However, Ming Shenji's status was such that no one dared to question him. Ming Shenji continued, legend says that even the other divine emperors of the demon race don't dare to attack the Holy Emperor's son directly, and can only send their subordinates to besiege him. Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. What virtue or ability did the Holy Emperor's son possess to receive the heavenly Tao's favor? This, no one knew. Since he has appeared within our heavenly sect's territory, then let's take precautions. At least, we cannot let outside forces interfere, the Tao Lord said calmly, his voice containing undeniable authority. When the time comes, I will personally make a move. Not only other forces, but the demon race will also be blocked outside our borders. The peak masters and hall masters were silent for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Could they block them? They didn't know. The heavenly sect had no emperor weapons, a fact known by many major forces. If they were within the sect, they could suppress them with the formations. But outside the sect, Shang Ai Mountain could completely crush them. After all, it was known as the 100 Sages. Chapter 54. The recruitment plan. Eavesdropping, the Tao Master's gaze was sharp as he surveyed the crowd, his mind unreadable. He hadn't told them about the collaboration between the Tao Harmony Heavenly Sect and the Blazing Fire Divine Church. Only the 4 sages knew about this. If we don't eliminate him, given the Holy Prince's identity, he might be able to raise another demon clan force. The Hall Master of the Heavenly Soul Hall, Hun Tianshu, frowned. The situation at Mount Shanghai was already a headache. It was rare for two major forces to exist in the same region in the desolate lands. There's no need to worry about that. After the Holy Prince was born and countless eons have passed, not only has the power within him dissipated, but his memories have also been sealed, said Fate Diviner after a moment of silence, as if searching for the right words. You can consider him as a demon ape with exceptional talent and a supreme physical body. Upon hearing this, everyone seemed thoughtful. Suddenly, the Peak Master of the Spirit Beast Peak had a flash of insight, a spark of inspiration. If that's the case, why not bring him under the control of Spirit Beast Peak? With the Holy Prince's identity, not only could he deter the demons, but he could also become a powerful asset for the Heavenly Sect. Zhou Ye's expression flickered slightly as he quickly chimed in, that's a good idea. Since the Holy Prince's birth is blessed by the Heavenly Tao, killing him might bring a cataclysm to the sect. Bringing him to Spirit Beast Peak and nurturing him might allow him to be used by the Heavenly Sect in the future, giving us a chance at the Great Emperor's opportunity. The crowd nodded slightly, all agreeing that this was a win-win solution. The hall fell silent. After a while, Fate Diviner slowly said, "This matter needs careful consideration. We should first protect the Eastern Divine region and guard against the petty villains. The Holy Prince's identity is special. If handled improperly, it could bring disaster to the Heavenly Sect. Let's send someone to observe first, then decide." Agreed. The Tao Master finalized the decision, then with a wave of his hand, the hall fell silent once more. The Tao Palace meeting concluded. The misty burial mountain range, Mount Shanghai. The news of the Holy Prince's imminent birth naturally couldn't escape Bai Zai's notice. However, he was currently extremely worried. Ever since the last attempt to rescue the demon saint failed again, Yuren had actually run away from home. No one knew where she had gone. With that gray stone slab, Bai Zai couldn't deduce her location at all. This had angered Tianlin to no end. Not only had they failed to rescue the demon saint, but they had also lost one. Fortunately, Xianzhu and Shu were still there, currently in secluded cultivation on Mount Shanghai. The last battle had taken a toll on them, and they needed seclusion to recover. Sage Master, now that the Holy Prince is about to be born, what should we do? Tianlin paced back and forth, a worried look on his face. Currently, the only person he could trust was Bai Zai. After all, Bai Zai didn't belong to any faction and had even sworn brotherhood with Emperor Shanghai, making him his uncle. As for the other demon saints except for Heitan and Shang Yan, who had been promoted to demon saints with the help of Emperor Shanghai, his relationship with the other demon saints wasn't deep. If that weren't the case, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to rescue the two demon saints after Bai Zai recovered his cultivation. These two were the true confidants of the Shanghai lineage. Tianlin couldn't imagine how many demon saints would remain on Mount Shanghai if the news of the Holy Prince were to spread. After all, the demon race worshipped the strong and held extreme heroism as a virtue. The Holy Prince's status was clearly more authoritative than Emperor Shanghai's nephew. Moreover, some had even received help from the Holy Emperor. Seal the news and do not wake the two. Bai Zai sighed with his eyes closed, his hands forming hand seals like illusions. The two were naturally Xianzhu and Shu. After all, they were ancient beings. Although he didn't know if they had received the Holy Emperor's grace, it was best not to wake them just in case. Suddenly, Bai Zai opened his eyes, golden light flickering within, and the corners of his mouth slightly curved upward. It seems we don't need to worry about this matter. Just stay out of it, human. The human race will solve our problems. Tianlin was stunned, then overjoyed. Thank you, Holy Master. Tianlin clasped his fist, his voice trembling with excitement. He fully trusted Bai Zai's words. So, all he needed to do was stay safe on Mount Shanghai and wait for the Holy Emperor's son to be born. The news of the Holy Emperor's son's impending birth was eventually overheard by Lu Qingyun. This wind-ear ability, a supreme holy technique, was simply terrifying. He could basically overhear all the major and minor affairs of the sect. Usually, Lu Qingyun would just eavesdrop on gossip and daily life. Things like the Beast Peak breeding guide or the little daily routines of the Sword Peak couples were quite interesting. He never expected that Ji Xinshan and his wife were true loves, such serious people, yet in private, they were no different from ordinary young men and women. This day, when Lu Qingyun eavesdropped again, he heard the news of the Holy Emperor's son's imminent birth. Lu Qingyun sighed. He didn't expect that the dignified Holy Emperor's son would soon be reduced to a sect spirit beast. Lu Qingyun was naturally aware of the Holy Emperor's information. This divine emperor, who had made a great name for himself in the wilderness, was widely recorded. Nevertheless, this matter was none of Lu Qingyun's concern. He had no interest in getting involved. He would continue to check in, drink tea, and that was it. In fact, Lu Qingyun listened most often to the sounds of the demon music hall. Most of the cultivators in this hall were women, and they all used musical instruments. The hall master was a purple-robed fairy named Yuqin. Her magical artifact was also an extremely rare holy artifact, a high-grade holy artifact, the Phoenix String Qin. Lu Qingyun loved listening to Fairy Yuqin play the qin. Her music often had a special magic that allowed Lu Qingyun's body and soul to enjoy a state of comfort and relaxation. Lu Qingyun also played the qin, and he played it quite well. After all, he had checked into the Demon Music Hall quite a bit, and the music skills he acquired were integrated by the system. Occasionally, when Lu Koan and Ajiao were tired, Lu Qingyun would play a tune or two to help them relax. Another year passed, and Lu Qingyun was barbecuing in his small courtyard. Suddenly, a feeling arose in his heart, and he looked into the distance. He saw a golden pillar of light piercing through the sky. Chapter 55. The Birth of the Holy Emperor Prince Changyu Kingdom, Chishui City. In the strange stone plaza, many cultivators stepped forward, showcasing their supernatural powers and Taoist techniques. Many of them were not actually trying to break open the divine source, but rather to display their own talents. The divine source was something that even the people of the Tao Harmony Heaven sect could not open. How could they, ordinary rabble, possibly open it? However, if they were lucky enough to open it, and were spotted by the great powers of the Tao Harmony Heaven sect and taken under their wing, it would be an enormous stroke of good fortune. Recently, everyone had noticed something. Within the past year, it seemed that a batch of cultivators had been expelled from Chishui City. Amidst the confusion, they realized that it was all the cultivators from the outer realms. No matter how powerful they were all expelled. Many local cultivators were delighted. The Tao Harmony Heaven sect had not expelled them, but had instead allowed them to attack the Divine Source Stone. Although they knew that they were just pawns, they still diligently attacked the Divine Source. This great opportunity was not something to be missed. And the fewer people competing, the better. Many acquainted cultivators used the reactions of the divine light emanating from the divine source to compare the strength of their attacks. Some even placed bets on it. More and more cultivators gathered. Even without the cultivators from the outer realms, the local cultivators of the eastern divine domain were still a considerable number. While attacking, they were also displaying their cultivation methods, and if anyone took a liking to them, they would quote a high price for purchase. The same went for the competition of magical treasures. Back and forth, the place became increasingly lively. Eventually, this place directly transformed from the strange stone plaza into a cultivator's market. Top quality Thundershock Talisman, 1 spirit stone per piece. Superb Scarlet Fire Bamboo, 10 spirit stones per section. Mysterious Bronze Piece, verified by a nascent soul expert from ancient times. Only 5 spirit stones. You won't lose out, you won't be deceived. On this particular day, in the evening, the strange stone plaza was still bustling. Within 100 meters of the strange stone, the attacks had never ceased. Rumble. But at this moment, the 10 Shanghai Divine Source strange stone shattered and broke open in an instant, as if the heavens and earth were trembling. A dazzling golden beam of light shot straight into the sky, its brilliance so intense that it seemed to pierce through the entire firmament. The majestic energy surged outwards like a raging tide, and violent winds swept up, sending sand and stones flying. The surrounding cultivators had no time to react, and were sent flying by the powerful impact. Some were hit by the shockwaves, and were thrown far away like kites with broken strings, their mouths spewing blood. Some crashed into the scattered pieces of rock, their bodies instantly collapsing, their lives unknown. Others were swept into the golden torrent, tumbling in a disarray, their clothes torn to shreds. Everything happened too fast, and everyone was completely unprepared. Even the people from the Tao Harmony Heaven sect looked serious. The shattering of the strange stone was completely without warning, and even they had not anticipated it, having no time to give a heads up. Look at the sky. That is the Holy Emperor Prince. Those who survived looked up at the golden pillar of light, their pupils dilating, their faces filled with disbelief. Within the golden pillar of light, the Holy Emperor Prince descended like a god. His figure was tall and imposing, his fur shimmering like golden flames, each strand seemingly containing endless power. His facial features were well defined, and his pair of golden eyes were deep and sharp, as if they could see through all things in the world. The Holy Emperor Prince slightly raised his head, his expression arrogant. His gaze held a scrutiny and command over the world, as if everything were within his grasp. Golden light flowed over his body, as if draping him in a sacred armor. He stood quietly in the void, like an insurmountable mountain, giving off a strong sense of oppression. Looking at the Holy Emperor Prince, a hint of doubt arose in everyone's hearts. Was he, as the literary sage had said? Did he not have any cultivation and had amnesia? This demeanor, this appearance, no matter how you look at it, it's as if the Holy Emperor has been reincarnated. This aura, if you didn't know better, you'd think he was the Holy Emperor himself. The oppressive feeling is extremely strong. Time slowly passed, the cultivators on the strange stone square all moved away, while other cultivators outside, seeing the commotion, rushed over. Everyone watched, no one dared to step forward, as if they were all a little afraid. As time passed, the golden light slowly dissipated, and fragments of the divine source scattered all over the ground. Some cultivators were tempted, wanting to take these treasures for themselves. After all, everyone had witnessed the strength of this divine source. However, as soon as they touched the fragments, they instantly turned into dust and disappeared. Everyone was shocked and felt it was a pity. Boom! The Holy Emperor's son fell to the ground, directly smashing out a large pit. His posture was a little strange, as if he couldn't fly, falling from a high altitude, looking a bit disheveled, like he couldn't quite stand still. The Holy Emperor's son slowly steadied himself, looked left and right, and then looked at his own furry hands, his eyes full of confusion. Who am I? However, his ears were sharp, and although he had no cultivation, he still heard the whispers of the crowd. A word appeared in his mind. These are humans? Holy Emperor's son. Who is that? Hiss. Ah! Suddenly, the Holy Emperor's son covered his head, his face contorted, as if in extreme pain. He couldn't think, absolutely couldn't think, just thinking about it caused unbearable pain. However, some unknown images vaguely flashed in his mind. The Holy Emperor's son's head was aching, a complete mess. Just as he was confused, several figures appeared beside him. Wait! But before the newcomer could speak, the Holy Emperor's son suddenly turned around and ran. His strong, powerful legs pushed off the ground, and he shot out like lightning in an instant. Immediately someone jumped out to stop him, shouting loudly, "Halt!" However, before he could get close to the Holy Emperor's son, he was directly sent flying by a casual wave of the Holy Emperor's son's hand. The Holy Emperor's son didn't look back, continuing to run wildly, his mind filled with only one thought: get away from here, away from this place that made his head ache. The people of the Tao Harmonious Heavenly Sect watched the Holy Emperor's son disappear, their faces full of astonishment. He ran away before they even started to recruit him? What are you standing there for? Maintain the scene. The Holy Emperor's son ran, his heart in a panic. He didn't know who he was, or where he should go. His furry hands clenched into fists, his eyes filled with confusion and a hint of fear. Just then, the leading figure from before suddenly appeared beside him, keeping pace and soothing him. "Young friend, please slow down. We have no ill intentions." The Holy Emperor's son paid no attention, although he had no memory. His subconscious told him that this person was no good. The newcomer was none other than Lin Jing, the peak master of the Spirit Beast Peak. He was also helpless, but he didn't dare to use force, otherwise he would have just stopped him with brute strength, although he didn't know if he had that kind of power. Although the Holy Emperor's son had no magical power, his speed was extremely fast. In just a few breaths, he was already out of sight of Chishui City. In Chishui City, some cultivators still wanted to follow and see what was happening, but they were quickly persuaded to leave by the disciples of the Tao Harmonious Heavenly Sect. This kind of matter was no longer something they could control. It was just a pity that such a good market had been destroyed like this. The Holy Emperor's son kept running, while Lin Jing kept following. They finally stopped at a pool of water. The Holy Emperor's son forgot whether he could avoid water, and for a moment he felt confused. Lin Jing saw the opportunity and seized it. He cleared his throat, took a step forward, and put on a kind smile. "Young friend, have you forgotten who you are?" The Holy Emperor's son was silent for a moment. He didn't feel any malice from the old man. He looked at him, nodded, and then scratched his head. I've forgotten." Lin Jing's eyes lit up. After thinking for a moment, he said, "I see that you are naturally gifted with extraordinary talent and strength. Such talent shouldn't be wandering in confusion in this mortal world. My Tao Harmonizing Sect is a major power in the Eastern Divine region. Within its walls are countless ancient texts and secret scriptures, which might help you regain your memory and understand your own origins." The Holy Prince, upon hearing this, fell into contemplation, seeming somewhat moved. Lin Jing chuckled. As expected, with the Holy Prince having lost his memory, wasn't manipulating him a simple matter? "If you come with us to the Tao Harmonizing Sect, you'll surely receive the best care and training. One day, you'll definitely recover your memory, and achieving a world-shattering feat wouldn't be out of the question. Why suffer the pain of these memories alone?" The Holy Prince frowned, finding some merit in what the old man said. He currently had nowhere to go. This person seemed to harbor no ill will and might actually help him recover his memory. Just as the Holy Prince was about to agree, a black, cold light suddenly flashed, fiercely slashing toward Lin Jing. Put! Lin Jing's face held a smile. Just when he thought the mission was about to be completed, he suddenly felt a chill in his chest. Looking down, his chest was split open. He didn't have time to react, nor was there any sign. He, a dignified supreme powerhouse, had suffered such a severe injury. Who was it? Lin Jing was somewhat terrified. If not for the life substitute insect, he would have likely been killed by that terrifying blade just now. Just then, another black light attacked from behind. However, this black light, just as it was about to strike his back, was blocked by a white folding fan. Tao Lord! Lin Jing breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't have blocked that strike. The life substitute insect was dead. Now that the Tao Lord was watching, there shouldn't be any major problems, right? Suddenly, a clear and enchanting female voice filled with magic echoed in the void. Holy Prince, don't listen to this old man's nonsense. They want to imprison you, come with me. Chapter 56 Abduction. The Tao Lord slowly revealed his form, grasping his folding fan, his tone sincere. Little friend, you can rest assured, we harbor no ill intentions. Within this Eastern divine domain, my Tao harmonious heaven sect is. His words were cut short by a furious shout from the void. Hypocritical bastard, die. A black beam appeared again, striking directly at the Tao Lord's head. Lin Jing felt a jolt of alarm, wanting only to flee the scene quickly. You should leave first. The Tao Lord waved his folding fan, colliding with the black beam, creating a dull impact sound. Upon hearing this, Lin Jing did not linger, vanishing immediately. You Blade, it's you. The Tao Lord frowned slightly. He had sensed Yu Blade's aura during the sect war a few years ago, but it had been intercepted by that mysterious sage. He hadn't expected it to be her. She must be acting alone. The Tao Harmonious Heaven sect was not foolish. They naturally knew that the Shanghai mountainside did not want to be involved in the birth of the Holy Emperor's son, but the demon saints under them were not necessarily the same. Yu Blade ignored the Tao Lord while he was occupied with deflecting the attack. She flashed to the Holy Emperor's son's side, and without regard for his expression, directly sealed him into the gray stone slab. Rumble! Suddenly, black clouds gathered in the sky, as if someone was about to undergo tribulation, causing a tremor in the heart. Was this a response from the heavenly Tao? The Tao Lord looked at the sky, his eyes narrowing. Was it really like the legend said? But why was there no heavenly punishment for Yu Blade? Yu Blade! Release him. What good does it do you to take the Holy Emperor's son? The Tao Lord's tone remained unchanged, still calm and collected. None of your business. Yu Blade's form was like a phantom. Her sharp forelimbs trembled slightly, making the void seem to be cleaved. The Tao Lord waved his folding fan, and a howling wind rose, turning into countless sharp wind blades, attacking Yu Blade like a storm. Yu Blade, however, flickered as fast as lightning, easily evading the wind blade attack. Then, she rushed at the Tao Lord with astonishing speed, her forelimbs striking fiercely. A cold light flashed, and the Tao Lord, in a hurried defense, was still shaken back by the powerful force. Yu Blade pressed her advantage, seemingly unwilling to stop, her blades constantly slashing. The Tao Lord tried to dodge, but no matter where he flashed, Yu Blade was like glue, easily keeping pace. In terms of speed, he was no match for Yu Blade. The Great Tao of Wind, after all, could not compete with the Great Tao of Space. Humph, Tao Lord, you're nothing special. Yu Blade sneered. Today will be your death day. Before long, the Tao Lord's white robes gradually changed color, becoming more and more tattered, and his whole person appeared rather disheveled. Even the folding fan in his hand had been cut with several gashes. The Tao Lord felt pained, his calm expression finally showing a hint of annoyance. Damn it! How could this Yu Blade be so strong? How exactly had that Xian-robed sage blocked her? Ha, Tao Lord, you're too weak. I haven't even used my full strength yet. Yu Blade laughed gleefully. Compared to facing that Xian-robed sage, dealing with this so-called Tao Lord was like taking a leisurely stroll. The Tao Lord frowned, knowing that he was no match for Yu Blade, his gaze fixing on the sky. A moment later, two powerful auras suddenly descended, and two sages entered the fray, directly assisting the Tao Lord. Yu Blade glanced at the newly arrived sages, disdainfully saying, Tao Lord, are you only capable of finding help? How disappointing. Zhou Wei and Ling Xiao wasted no words, simultaneously attacking, the light of their divine abilities shining. Zhou Wei was more like a support, instantly conjuring several formations that flew out, bolstering the Tao Lord and Ling Xiao. The two sages attacked simultaneously, one in front and one behind, surrounding Yu Blade. All kinds of divine abilities and spells intertwined, flying towards Yu Blade. Yu Blade showed no fear. The black light around her intensified, as if limitless power surged within her. It merged its two blades into one, slashing out fiercely, sending a powerful shockwave that tore through space, spreading in all directions. It collided with the attacks of the two, producing an earth-shattering roar. The entire space trembled, and a large hole was ripped open in the void, emitting a dazzling light that was impossible to look at directly. However, Yurin suddenly pulled a gray stone slab from his chest. It's no fun bullying with numbers. I'll take my leave. Yurin's figure flickered and, along with the gray stone slab, disappeared from the spot. The three Tao Lords exchanged glances, their mouths moving as if to speak, but they didn't know what to say. Yuren's power completely exceeded their imagination. In the boundless wilderness, in the endless fire domain, the Li Fire Divine Sect. Sect leader, the Holy Imperial Prince, was taken away by the Void Mantis. At a place with a magma volcano, amid the fiery, sputtering lava, a robust man sat cross-legged, listening to the report from his subordinate. The Li Fire Sect leader's expression remained unchanged upon hearing the news. He simply hummed in acknowledgement. No need to bother with it. The protection of the heavenly Tao has its limits. As long as he dares to leave the Eastern Divine Realm, it will be convenient for us to make our move. He was silent for a moment before asking, how long until the Imperial Sun returns? The subordinate cupped his hands and respectfully reported, "The Grand Elder says that within 1,000 years, the Imperial Sun will definitely be reincarnated and return." Chapter 57. Quasi-Saint. Time flies, and the world changes. In the blink of an eye, another 100 years had passed. That year, in winter, it snowed heavily at the foot of Miscellaneous Peak. The snowflakes fluttered and fell like dancing sprites, instantly transforming the small courtyard into a silver-clad world. Lu Kuan ran excitedly in the snow, his laughter joyous, as if it could pierce through the cold air. A Jiao followed behind him, carefully stepping, afraid of falling. She would occasionally crouch down, pick up a handful of pure white snow, and let the snowflakes slowly melt in her palm. Lu Kuan suddenly stopped, bent down, and quickly formed a snowball, throwing it towards a Jiao. A Jiao exclaimed and quickly dodged. The snowball hit the tree trunk beside them, splattering a flurry of snow. A Jiao, not willing to be outdone, began to retaliate. The courtyard was filled with their laughter, vibrant and full of life. Neither of them possessed spiritual power, and the snow that fell on them would linger for a moment before melting, instead of instantly disappearing. The snowflakes settled on their hair and shoulders, as if draping them in white capes. They ran, chased, and played in the snow, forgetting all their worries. A snowball fight, this was the joy of mortals. Meanwhile, Lu Qingyun sat quietly inside the house, his eyes closed, sensing the 3,000 weak waters and the Black Dragon heavy water, these two innate divine waters. Although the level of the Black Dragon heavy water was not high enough, it still originated from the one-element heavy water, and could still be considered an emperor-level material. The great Tao of water contained within the divine water flowed through his heart, and he seemed to see endless streams of water surging, each drop of water containing the mysteries of the great Tao of water. He was immersed in this perception. Lu Qingyun felt a connection, a closeness he had never felt before, to the spirit spring water nearby, the heavenly river water far away, and even the ink sea water in the distance. He had a preliminary understanding of the great Tao of water. Lu Qingyun slowly opened his eyes, with the image of flowing water in his pupils. The softness of the weak waters, the rigidity of the heavy waters, their balance of softness and hardness, were endlessly wonderful. Finally, a quasi-saint. The corner of Lu Qingyun's mouth curled up as he slowly exhaled a cloud of mist. He had not expected that with the help of the 3,000 weak waters, he would have completed a breakthrough in the Tao of water in just 100 years. He felt that he could continue his comprehension, and at that time, he would be the water saint? However, Lu Qingyun had many paths to follow, and the Tao of water was only one of them. If he wanted to be invincible, one Tao was not enough. Lu Qingyun looked through the house at his brother and sister playing in the courtyard, and the corners of his mouth curled up again. Then he looked at the willow tree in the corner of the yard, his eyes full of anticipation. When it grew, his understanding of the Tao of space would probably catch up with the void mantis, wouldn't it? It's also time to make a trip to Shanghai Mountain. Lu Qingyun slowly raised his hands, one hand hovering over a ball of water, which was the great Tao of water he had just comprehended, and the other hand hovering over a ball of fire. He had also reached a bottleneck in the Tao of fire. However, it was not the quasi-saint stage, but the peak of the supreme realm. The great Tao of fire that Lu Qingyun comprehended was not from anything else, but from that drop of Shanghai essence blood. The Shanghai Great Emperor's true form was a fire Kirin, and a drop of his essence blood contained the rules of the Tao of fire, which benefited Lu Qingyun greatly. However, it was now completely consumed. The 3,000 weak waters was an innate divine object with the effect of endless vitality, while the Shanghai essence blood, even if it was from a great emperor, was gone after being used. Lu Kuan also cultivated the Tao of fire, but he was still only in the severing Tao realm. The golden crow feather that Lu Qingyun gave him could also be used to comprehend the Tao of fire. The golden crow feather was different from the essence blood. It was not a consumable item and could be sensed indefinitely, but Lu Qingyun felt that it was too slow. After all, how could just smelling the flavor be as fast as directly tasting it? I hope, Great Emperor Shanghai, you can leave a few more drops of essence blood. Lu Qingyun felt that even one more drop might not be enough. According to Blood Cicada's intelligence, Mount Shanghai is currently very peaceful, as if the previous two great wars had broken their temper. They haven't been jumping around much lately. The two demon saints, Xianzhu and Shishu, are in deep seclusion, and they won't come out if Mount Shanghai doesn't have major issues. As for Tianlin and Bai Zhe, according to Blood Cicada, they haven't been seen this year and seem to be no longer on Mount Shanghai. No one knows where they've gone to enjoy themselves. In other words, there are currently no active demon saints on Mount Shanghai. This is truly a God-given opportunity. As long as he obtains a few drops of Shanghai essence blood, he can improve again. With his quasi-sage understanding of the great way of water, as long as there are corresponding divine objects for him to comprehend, other great ways can be understood by analogy, allowing for rapid progress without the need for 100 years of enlightenment. Now, with the heavy snow falling, the task of sweeping the sect will have to wait until after the snow, and Lu Qingyun has nowhere to go. This opportunity is just perfect. I'm going out for a while, possibly for a month or so. You two, don't go running around. Lu Qingyun informed the two siblings before disappearing from the spot with a flash. Understood, master. Lu Kuan and Ajiao stopped their playful fighting and replied in unison, facing the house. After 100 years, their cultivation levels still haven't changed. Lu Kuan is still at the level of chopping Dao, and Ajiao still hasn't found her path. However, the dozens of spiritual fish in the pond have grown into nascent soul great demons. They are only 2 steps away from catching up to Ajiao. Of course, realms are one thing, and strength is another. The fish can speak human language, but without Lu Qingyun's permission, they cannot transform into human forms. Lu Rinjia is still honing his body day after day, and the spiritual ores and divine stones he has consumed, regardless of quality, would probably be enough to make a mountain. With his strength, becoming the next hall master of the Golden Body Hall or the Spirit Puppet Hall would be more than sufficient. Lu Qingyun flew straight towards Mount Shan'ai. Soon, a continuous mountain range full of miasma appeared before his eyes. He flew forward until he saw a towering and massive mountain before stopping. This mountain was Mount Shan'ai, as large as a star, with its demonic aura soaring into the sky. Countless minor demons patrolled the mountain, fighting without any rules. Lu Qingyun transformed into the appearance of a faceless black-robed man, and while concealing his aura, slowly descended towards the summit. There really isn't any aura of a demon saint. On the summit, several more towering mountains stood, which must be the true main peak of Mount Shan'ai. The spiritual energy on the mountain was comparable to Dala Peak, with countless great demons and hundreds of demon kings, as well as over a dozen supreme demon kings. However, these posed no pressure to Lu Qingyun. If any of them had excessively high talents and happened to see him, then he would just have to help them ascend. He couldn't even be defeated by a demon saint, so why would he fear demon kings? Lu Qingyun merged his aura with the surrounding space and descended towards the most divine peak among them. There were no palaces on the peak, only caves formed by hollowing out the mountain. Boom! Suddenly, before Lu Qingyun could approach the cave, he felt a sensation within his heart. Within his body, there seemed to be a flame that was burning fiercely. Chapter 58 Fire Cushion. Lu Qingyun's heart jolted. What was it that had made his grand Dao of fire tremble? His gaze was fixed on the hollowed-out mountain cave, and a strong desire surged within him. There must be a treasure inside, and he was determined to have it. Lu Qingyun concealed his presence, and as soon as he stepped into the cave, he heard the system notification. Current location meets the check-in conditions. Do you want to check in? Check in. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Shang-Ai Essence Blood. Do you want to check it? Lu Qingyun's eyes lit up. He didn't expect to encounter what he wanted so soon. However, this also indicated that there wasn't much good stuff on Mount Shang-Ai. Or rather, the good stuff was still here. Lu Qingyun calmed his emotions and slowly approached the cave. There were no demon kings in this cave, not even a magic array. It was quite empty. However, considering the throbbing of the grand Dao of fire he had sensed and the location of the cave, it was undoubtedly the dwelling of that Tianlin. He slowly walked inside. The path inside was intricate and complex. However, with the flames as a guide, he didn't need to worry about getting lost. Before long, a wide-open stone door appeared at the end of the path. Lu Qingyun was delighted. The aura was inside. However, before he could celebrate, even before he approached that door, a violent fire beast pounced on Lu Qingyun. This fire beast was peculiar in appearance, resembling a qilin. No, it didn't just resemble one, it was a fire qilin. Lu Qingyun raised an eyebrow and slowly extended his right hand. A ball of black and white intertwined water appeared in his palm. Then, it slowly expanded, rushing towards the fire qilin. The water-based energy continued to spread like a giant azure net, directly trapping the fire qilin. Lu Qingyun saw clearly. It was a round, cake-like object, like a cushion. The fire cushion glowed intensely with red light. The fire qilin, originally bound, seemed to have received a boost, instantly breaking free. It surged forward with terrifying imperial might, crushing towards Lu Qingyun. It's indeed an imperial weapon. Lu Qingyun's eyes narrowed slightly. Imperial weapons could only be collected using imperial weapons. A black flag, the 9 luminaries flag, instantly appeared in his hand. Mysterious runes on the 9 luminaries flag shone with a dazzling light, like stars. Lu Qingyun waved the flag, and a black beam of light roared like a dragon, directly towards the fire qilin. The fire qilin roared, flames surging around its body, as if to burn the entire space. It charged head-on into the black light, and the two collided, creating a deafening explosion. Sparks flew, and energy scattered. Lu Qingyun moved like a ghost, constantly waving the 9 luminaries flag. Each wave brought a powerful storm. The fire cushion was not to be outdone. It glowed brightly red, and under its blessing, the fire qilin became even more ferocious. The flames it spat out seemed capable of turning everything to ashes. Boom, boom. The cave was collapsing. The aftermath of the battle between Lu Qingyun and the fire cushion caused the surrounding mountains to collapse and large cracks to appear in the ground. The demon beasts of Mount Shan'ai, sensing this fluctuation, were all dumbfounded. Seeing this, Lu Qingyun no longer held back. The spiritual energy in his body surged like a tide. The 9 luminaries' flag shone even brighter. The star patterns on the flag seemed to come alive. Each star sparkled, forming a mysterious star array. The fire Qilin roared and charged into the star array but was trapped by the array's powerful force, unable to move. Be good and lie down. A cushion should act like a cushion. He waved the 9 luminaries' flag again, and the star array began to spin, releasing a powerful suction force, trying to suck in the fire cushion and fire Qilin. The fire cushion resisted desperately, but under the powerful force of the 9 luminaries' flag, it gradually began to waver. In a few breaths, the star array of the 9 luminaries' flag successfully enveloped the fire cushion and fire Qilin. The glow of the fire futon gradually dimmed, and the fire Kirin directly dissipated. Lu Qingyun slowly breathed a sigh of relief. An Emperor tier artifact so easily obtained. Subduing such an Emperor tier artifact was just a little bit difficult for Lu Qingyun. Woo-woo on Mount Shanghai, a deep, muffled sound of a beast horn echoed, signaling to all the demonic beasts that an enemy was attacking. Audacious! Daring to invade the great Emperor's dojo. Watch my great blade cleave it in two. Hurry, His Highness's cave dwelling has been destroyed. Just now, when the fire futon had emitted its Emperor tier aura, many demon kings had sensed it. Instantly, countless great demons and demon kings converged towards the heavenly Kirin's cave dwelling. Inside the Xuanzhu cave dwelling, the Xuanzhu demon saint opened his eyes, his face filled with displeasure, his eyes full of killing intent. Damn it, who dares to disturb my slumber? The demon kings rushed over menacingly, led by the Xuanzhu demon saint, whose human-headed bird body looked particularly ferocious. Xuanzhu's eyes were like bloody moons, seemingly containing endless demonic energy. His eyes were wide with fury, his heart filled with resentment towards Lu Qingyun. How could this human dare to be so reckless in their territory? Human, today is your death date. Xuanzhu let out an extremely sharp cry, a sound that seemed to pierce through the wilderness, and the powerful sonic attack surged towards Lu Qingyun like a raging tsunami. Where the sound waves passed, space itself trembled violently, as if it would shatter at any moment. Lu Qingyun stood proudly, his eyes revealing a touch of fearlessness. He snorted coldly, saying, "Ha, do you really think you lot of monsters are enough?" With a wave of his hand, the 9 luminaries' banner soared into the sky like a black lightning bolt. On the surface of the banner, mysterious runes shimmered with dazzling light like bright stars. The 9 luminaries' banner blazed with light, instantly forming an indestructible barrier, resisting the tidal wave of sonic attacks. An Emperor tier weapon. Xuanzhu was slightly startled, a hint of retreat forming in his heart. He only had a quasi-Emperor tier weapon, which was clearly inferior. Moreover, how did this Emperor tier weapon resemble what Yurin described back then? Human. Who are you? Why did you come to my Mount Shanghai? Xuanzhu didn't really want to fight. This human was probably not someone he could deal with. Me? Just a nobody. Lu Qingyun said indifferently, his tone calm and unperturbed. What? A nobody? Xuanzhu and the demon kings exchanged glances, their eyes full of unspoken thoughts. If you're a nobody, then what are we? Ants? Then, what is your purpose in coming to my Mount Shanghai? Xuanzhu asked, his heart filled with anxiety, constantly calling out for Shishu, as well as the 2 missing heavenly Kirin and Baizhe. Lu Qingyun thought for a moment, half jokingly, and said, "Purpose? I don't have any purpose. It's just that I saw something here that had a connection with me, and I came to take it. I was planning to borrow it for a few tens of thousands of years, and then return it to you. I didn't expect you to welcome me so grandly." Chapter 59, Xianzhu, Death. Sigh. I'm really heartbroken. Lu Qingyun feigned sadness, as if the demon beasts had done something wrong, expressing extreme disappointment in their performance. Xianzhu's mouth twitched, somewhat speechless. Borrowing it for a bit? I'm afraid you won't see it again, right? Human. You dare to covet my demon race's treasure. I advise you not to seek your own death. This is the dojo of the demon race's great emperor. There's more than just me, a demon saint. If you put down that futon, this one can pretend nothing happened and let you leave. Xianzhu's blood-red eyes revealed a fierce glint, quite threatening. Sigh, why make it so difficult? Fighting and killing is not what I wish to see. Stop trying to stall for time. No matter how many more demon saints come, none are a match for me. As for now, I'll teach you how to be a proper demon first. Lu Qingyun's tone gradually turned cold, and then the 9 luminaries' flag in his hand fluttered. The stars on the flag's surface swirled to form a mysterious star chart. This pattern emitted a powerful pressure, as if it could suppress everything. Lu Qingyun pointed the 9 luminaries' flag towards the demon saint Xianzhu, and the mysterious pattern instantly flew out, heading towards Xianzhu. Wherever the pattern passed, space was imprisoned, as if time itself had stopped. Lu Qingyun had just entered the quasi-saint realm and felt that his mastery of the emperor weapon was even closer. Human! Don't push us demons too far. The demon saint Xianju sensed the terrifying power of that pattern and wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Xianju let out an angry roar, a heart-shaking sound that reverberated throughout the entire Shanghai mountain. Many demon beasts fled, covering their ears, in great pain. Lu Qingyun remained unmoved. He had the black dragon armor protecting him. Whether it was a magical attack or a soul attack, it could block them all. Ah! Soon, the pattern enveloped the demon saint Xianju, who let out a miserable scream as his body was tightly bound, unable to move. However, Xianju wouldn't just sit idly by and wait for death. He suddenly conjured a bone whistle, a quasi-emperor weapon emanating a mysterious light. Xianju acted first. He placed the bone whistle to his lips and gently blew. Instantly, a powerful sonic wave surged forth like a tide, sweeping towards Lu Qingyun. Wherever the sonic wave passed, space twisted as if it was about to tear everything apart. The sonic wave collided with the star chart. Space constantly shattered and reformed under the collision of these two powerful forces. In just a few breaths, the Tianlin cave mansion completely collapsed, leaving behind a deep abyss. Emperor weapons clashed. There was no going back. Lu Qingyun madly sacrificed saint weapons. The 9 luminaries' flag's offensive didn't weaken in the slightest. Emperor's might was vast, shaking Shanghai mountain. Seeing this, Xianju's eyes narrowed. He blew the bone whistle again. This time, the sonic wave was even more powerful, mixed with the mysterious power of laws. The sonic wave was like a giant hammer, smashing hard towards Lu Qingyun. The bone whistle's sonic wave was bizarre. The might of a quasi-emperor weapon was not to be underestimated. Unfortunately, a quasi-emperor weapon was still slightly lacking. Soon, it could not withstand the 9 luminaries' flag's offensive. Xianju's mouth was almost twisted from blowing. He only stopped in shock when cracks started appearing on the bone whistle. No! His only treasure was destroyed just like that. Lu Qingyun's 9 luminaries' flag wrapped around, instantly transforming into a black spear. Then, he thrust forward, and a powerful black beam shot straight at the demon saint Xianju. The demon saint Xianju could not dodge and was hit by the beam, immediately suffering serious injuries. After letting out a miserable scream, he fled in panic. Xianju's heart was breaking. Why was this human so powerful, wielding the emperor weapon as easily as a spiritual artifact? His Dao heart was somewhat shaken. His heart was filled with resentment and fear towards Lu Qingyun. If Lu Qingyun didn't die, he was afraid that his life would be stuck here forever. The demon kings, watching the demon saint who was spitting blood and fleeing, were also dumbfounded. They all fled in all directions. Run! The demon saint has been defeated. Run for your lives. This human is too strong. Lu Qingyun shook his head. This Xuanju was indeed no match for a single Yuan. He had only sacrificed a few dozen holy weapons, and the other couldn't withstand it. A demon saint, nothing more than this. Trying to escape? Not so easy. How could Lu Qingyun let this opportunity slip? Holding the 9 luminaries' flag, he chased after the fleeing demon kings like a bolt of lightning. Wherever he passed, the demon kings fled in terror, as if they had seen the god of death descend. At this moment, they had only one thought in their minds: to escape. Lu Qingyun used the 9 luminaries' flag as a spear, and with each incantation, he would surely strike a demon king. On Mount Shanghai, the mournful cries of demons echoed. Spare us! Human, His Highness Tianlin will not let you go. Human, you will die. His Highness will avenge us. Cries for mercy, curses of anger, merged into one, resounding through the sky. Lu Qingyun was like an invincible king, stirring up a bloody storm on Mount Shanghai. Wherever his figure passed, demon kings fell one after another, their blood staining the earth red. Tianlin? This seat will gladly measure skills with your highness. This seat will be waiting for him in the endless fire domain. I only fear that he will not dare to come. Lu Qingyun, holding the 9 luminaries' flag, moved as swiftly as lightning, closely pursuing the fleeing Xuanju demon saint, speaking casually. Anyway, he wasn't in the Dao heavenly sect or the eastern divine domain. The adjacent endless fire domain was just right. He wasn't going to let this demon saint off. He would take his life while he was weak. The Xuanju demon saint, while fleeing, looked back in terror, his eyes filled with despair and resentment. It had never imagined that this human would be so powerful that even it, a demon saint, felt deep fear. The endless fire domain was indeed worthy of being the lineage of a great emperor. It frantically flapped its wings, trying to accelerate its escape, but Lu Qingyun's speed was simply too fast, relentlessly pursuing it. Actually, it wasn't Lu Qingyun's speed, but the speed of the 9 luminaries' flag. It was precisely because of this that it could chase after Yuan back then. You can't escape. Lu Qingyun roared, his voice resounding like thunder in the heavens and earth. His expression was calm, the light of the 9 luminaries' flag shining even more brightly, as if it would illuminate this entire world. Feeling the still so powerful emperor's might, Xuanju's heart was filled with despair. It knew that it would probably not escape death today. This was an emperor's weapon. Its endless life force as a saint was utterly non-existent before an emperor's weapon. But Xuanzhu was unwilling to die like this. It suddenly stopped and shouted at Lu Qingyun, "Human, don't push me too far. If you spare me today, I will immediately leave Mount Shanghai. No, leave the Eastern Divine Domain. I will no longer be your enemy." Having lived through countless epochs and countless tribulations, it truly didn't want to die. Lu Qingyun sneered and said, "You demon, you have done so much evil, how could I spare you today?" Seeing that begging for mercy was useless, a trace of ferocity flashed in Xuanzhu Demon Saint's eyes. It roared, "Human, don't be so smug. There are many powerful experts in my demon clan. If you kill me today, there will surely be even more powerful demons to avenge me in the future." Lu Qingyun remained unmoved. He thrust out the 9 luminaries flag like a spear, and a powerful aura shot towards the Xuanzhu Demon Saint like a sharp sword. The Xuanzhu Demon Saint could not dodge and was struck by the flagpole. Its body trembled violently and it was instantly pierced through, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "It's over." Lu Qingyun moved his mind, and the 9 luminaries flag was instantly pulled out, its power becoming even more intense. The 9 luminaries flag, wrapped in boundless emperor's might, directly pierced through the Xuanzhu Demon Saint's body, coming from the head and directly nailing it to death. The Xuanzhu Demon Saint let out a miserable scream as its body slowly fell. Its eyes were filled with regret and unwillingness, but it was all too late. Lu Qingyun watched the fallen Xuanzhu Demon Saint, his heart without the slightest pity. Feeling the fire futon in the system space, Lu Qingyun's heart was filled with joy. Fire futon, extraordinary emperor weapon. The futon upon which the great emperor Shanghai attained enlightenment contained a trace of the fire Kirin's mark. After being thoroughly tamed by the system, the fire futon became docile. With this treasure, this trip can be considered a success. Throughout his life, the great emperor refined imperial weapons related to the Tao. The more Tao infused into the weapon, the greater its power. However, one could only have one natal imperial weapon, as it was the foundation upon which the imperial foundation rested. The 9 luminaries banner was the 9 luminaries emperor's natal imperial weapon, bearing the emperor's astral Tao, and its power was boundless. 3 days later, Lu Qingyun obtained 2 more drops of Shanghai's essence blood, and no more could be obtained through the system. Now that things here are settled, it's time to return. The demon kings either fled or died, and as for the great and small demons on the mountain, Lu Qingyun had no interest in dealing with them. Lu Qingyun casually picked up a few demon king corpses, and with a flicker, vanished from the spot. He collected the corpse of the mysterious sentenced demon saint, but he had no intention of eating it. These humanoid creatures made him feel rather uneasy. However, they could be used to create puppets or something similar. It was a pity, though, that his bone whistle seemed to have cracked. Chapter 60, Tianlin's Fury. Beside the Milky Way, a bamboo grove. Deeper in, a small courtyard, scenic and quite elegant. Inside the courtyard, 2 figures sat facing each other, their expressions somber. These 2 were none other than the demon saints Tianlin and Baizhe, who had infiltrated the Tao Harmony Heavenly Sect. A year ago, through a special secret method, Tianlin and Baizhe had transformed into human cultivators and infiltrated the Heavenly Sect. However, a year had passed and they had gained nothing. They had inquired everywhere but found no leads about the mysterious faceless figure in black robes. Boom! Brother Baizhe, we've been in this heavenly sect for a year, and we've gained nothing, not even a shred of information. Could that black-robed figure be in hiding? Tianlin angrily slammed the table, both worried and enraged. Some are already suspicious of us. This trip to the heavenly sect has been in vain. As he spoke, another burst of Qilin fire erupted, turning the small courtyard into a sea of flames. Your Highness, let's leave first and make other plans, Baizhe said, also feeling helpless. They had been acting suspiciously, impersonating the owners of this bamboo grove, and many of the surrounding neighbors had become suspicious. A year of no gains. If it weren't for that black-robed figure ruining their plans twice, they would have thought there was no such person within the heavenly sect. With a flash, the 2 disappeared instantly. Tianlin, still frustrated, unleashed a fire that set the bamboo grove ablaze. At the main gate of the heavenly sect, both looked back at the 4 characters, Tao Harmony Heavenly Sect, feeling resentful. Tianlin's face was full of worry. Baizhe was equally anxious. The mysterious black-robed figure seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving no trace. Sigh. Let us leave for now. The 2 saints, having just made a small opening with a golden awl, directly shed their disguises. But they hadn't gone far when Tianlin and Baizhe suddenly stopped, exchanging a look. They both sensed an extremely familiar aura. Soon after, the Armadillo Demon King appeared before them, trembling, blood seeping from his body, staggering, and extremely disheveled. Your Highness, you're finally back. The armadillo spat out blood as he spoke, clearly seriously injured. Baizhe frowned and immediately shot a ray of spiritual light into the armadillo's body, then asked, "What happened? How did you get so disheveled?" A bad premonition arose in the hearts of Tianlin and Baizhe. This Armadillo Demon King was a powerhouse in the realm of severing Tao. Moreover, he had been in charge of patrols in Mount Shanghai for many years. How could he have been so severely injured? After being treated by Bai Zhe, the armadillo finally stabilized. He hurriedly said, "The black-robed figure. It's that black-robed figure. He attacked Mount Shanghai. He wielded a large black flag, and we were no match for him. Even Demon Saint Xuanzhu fought him, but he was no match, and was chased and killed by that black-robed figure." The armadillo's voice trembled, as if the black-robed figure was still in front of him. "What did you say? The black-robed figure? Demon Saint Xuanzhu is dead?" Tianlin's eyes widened with rage, and in his fury, he lifted the Armadillo Demon King by the collar. Bai Zhe was also shocked. They had just left, precisely to look for the black-robed figure, but unexpectedly, he had directly attacked their home. The Armadillo Demon King trembled, terrified, and continued, I wouldn't be mistaken, that invincible black flag, it's the same one that brought down the great astral disaster on Mount Shanghai before. Demon Saint Xuanzhu's body was also taken away by him. And in Tianlin, losing his patience, pulled him forward, shouting, "And what? What else is there? Speak quickly." The Armadillo Demon King, terrified, quickly said, "And he also took your highness as Firefountain. He said he's waiting for you in the endless fire domain, afraid that you wouldn't dare to go." Boom! Tianlin sent the armadillo flying with a single throw. If Bai Zhe hadn't caught it, it might have been killed by Tianlin before the black-robed man got to it. Bai Zhe gave a look, and the Armadillo Demon King understood, hastily bidding farewell to the two demon saints and fleeing in panic. Damn it! Tianlin was extremely furious. As the great emperor's nephew, he had never suffered such humiliation since birth. Blazing Fire Divine Sect. The endless fire domain was different from the Eastern Divine Domain. There was only one major power, the Blazing Fire Divine Sect. So all of this was a conspiracy of the Blazing Fire Divine Sect. Tianlin trembled with rage. He had searched for a year in Daola Heavenly Sect and never imagined that the black-robed man was actually from the Blazing Fire Divine Sect. Now everything made sense. As the last great emperor's dojo on the boundless wilderness, the Blazing Fire Divine Sect had the foundation to produce such a strong person, thwarting my plans for Mount Shanghai twice. Very well, very well. Blazing Fire Divine Sect, you bully me too much. Let's go find that Blazing Fire Sect master right now to settle the score. Tianlin was consumed by anger. Your Highness, don't panic. Hear me out. Bai Zhe quickly pulled back the furious Tianlin. Sage Master, the Blazing Fire Divine Sect has bullied me so much, how can I swallow this insult? They stole my treasure and killed my beloved general. This is an irreconcilable hatred. Tianlin roared wildly. Your Highness, revenge is definitely needed, but the Blazing Fire Divine Sect has many masters. The strength of that black-robed man alone is enough to give us a headache. If we go like this, we will only be asking for trouble. Bai Zhe advised earnestly. Tianlin gradually calmed down, but his body still trembled from extreme anger. Sage Master, if I don't avenge this, I'm afraid my Tao heart will be damaged. Sage Master, do you have any other brilliant plans? Bai Zhe looked at the distant horizon, where the endless fire domain lay. Your Highness, the Blazing Fire Divine Sect's imperial son is about to be born. Perhaps we can. Brothers, please leave a review. Chapter 61, Invincible Techniques, the path of battle. The things that the system signs in are all things that have disappeared in this time. Moreover, they are all rich in the charm of the Tao. Even the most ordinary autumn wind sweeps fallen leaves is a Tao-level technique. Lu Qingyun couldn't help but sigh. The Tao harmonization technique he signed in at the beginning was truly a great treasure. The more he progressed, the more he felt the peculiarity of this technique. It allowed various great Taos to not repel each other, but instead had a feeling of complementing each other. The creator of this technique was truly a peerless genius. It's a pity that he still didn't reach the great emperor realm. Lu Qingyun guessed that perhaps it was because there were too many great Taos, and later, even if one was invincible as a saint, it was still too much to handle. He didn't have as many resources to squander as he did. At the same time, Lu Qingyun was also somewhat fortunate. It was a good thing that it was lost, otherwise, how would he have obtained this kind of treasure? The current Tao master probably either uses a different technique or has a fragmented version of the Tao harmonization technique. However, even if it's fragmented, it probably still has the effect of accelerating the understanding of the great Tao. Lu Qingyun had observed that the current Tao master cultivated the great Tao of wind, which was very pure. Although there are emperor techniques in this world, they are not methods to become an emperor. Emperor techniques are just some more powerful techniques. For example, there are other saint techniques within the sect, but there are only a few saints. Shang Ai's great emperor technique should have been passed down. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to sign it in. Lu Qingyun could also create techniques with his understanding. It would be a matter of minutes. However, there was no need for that. When fighting, Lu Qingyun always improvised. Those moves were the techniques most suitable for him, only they didn't have names. Returning to the small courtyard, Lu Qingyun directly set up a barbecue grill in the center. Recently, there should be no shortage of demon beast meat. The old ox can finally have a good rest for a day. He had been using it for a century, and to be honest, Lu Qingyun was getting tired of eating beef. In the past year, he had only sought out the old ox twice at most. With food, the two siblings were very interested. They only cared about eating, and as for which demon king was in their mouths, it was none of their business. This meal consisted of a charcoal black chicken king. It was no different in appearance from a black chicken, only it was as stout as an ox. Lu Kuan, being of the same kind, didn't seem to have any taboos about eating it and rather enjoyed the taste. As for Jiao, that was even more unnecessary to mention. The color of her hair changed as the sisters took turns enjoying the delicious food, welcoming everything. As for Lu Rinjia, he could only hug a stone and gnaw on it beside them. Everyone had a great appetite. The food they ate would be transformed into energy and dissipate within their bodies, so eating just one chicken king was more than enough. Not only their appetite but the biting force of Lu Qingyun and the others was also evident. Anyway, in the end, only a profound iron barbecue grill was left. Lu Qingyun casually tossed it, and the barbecue grill landed in front of Lu Rinjia. Lu Rinjia was overjoyed and directly gnawed on the barbecue grill. There was a crunchy sound, and he was eating extremely happily. It seemed to taste even better than meat. After the meal, Lu Qingyun ignored everything else and directly went into secluded meditation. From now on, you will be my exclusive meditation cushion. This fire cushion, coupled with Shangai's essence blood, was even more effective. With the strength of a quasi-sage who has mastered the great Tao of water, Lu Qingyun could cultivate without water and fire repelling each other. Instead, they complemented each other, with gentleness within fire and fierceness within water. The combination of the two even allowed him to feel a trace of the yin-yang great Tao. Lu Qingyun understood the importance of balancing work and rest. In addition to meditation, he would occasionally practice other skills. After all, everything in the world was his Tao. Whether it was alchemy, forging, painting, or playing the zither, they were all processes of comprehending the Tao. Xianzhu actually died. The news of the death of the demon saint Xianzhu and everything that happened on Shanghai Mountain could not be concealed from the eyes of the Tao harmonization sect. Good. That old geezer has finally met his match. That old man, I was even stunned by his ghostly screams before. Good riddance. In that case, Liqin, you are the number one in the great sound Tao of the Eastern Divine Region today. In the Tao Palace, the discussions of the various peak masters and hall masters rose and fell. Everyone was filled with emotion, never expecting that the Xuanzhu demon saint, who had only appeared 100 years ago, would fall so hastily. That Xian-clad person is truly fierce. In their hearts, they were even more curious and also somewhat in awe of the faceless Xian-clad person. Just which senior is it? Unfortunately, the endless fire domain that Lu Qingyun mentioned at the time was only heard by a few demon kings and did not spread. I dare not. The great sound Tao, Liqin has only made small achievements in the art of music, just a glimpse of the path. Liqin only shook her head and smiled lightly, very modest. There are 3 ways to climb the great sound Tao. First, the sound of nature, such as wind, rain, flowing water, etc. Second, the sound of living beings. That is, using one's own voice, such as birdsong, beast roars, etc. Third, the sound of musical instruments. Using rhythm to induce the power of heaven and earth, such as bells, zither, drums, flutes, etc. Xuanzhu's great sound Tao was the second path, relying purely on shouting. And Liqin relied on the zither, using its sound to reach her current supreme realm. The great Tao is simple, different paths lead to the same goal. No matter which path, it is actually the great sound Tao, all interconnected. Xuanzhu could also make sounds with a bone whistle, with extraordinary power, and Liqin could also sing, and her voice was still not something ordinary people could withstand. Now that Shanghai Mountain is greatly weakened, I suppose they won't dare to make any big moves. Indeed. In fact, since the last Great War, the demon race has already shown signs of retreating. Some disciples have reported that the strength of the demon race in the Blood Cicada Ridge near the 1,000 Absolute Mountains is far less than that of the former Raging Thunder Ridge, and it does not even meet their training requirements. The original dangerous area has already moved 300 miles forward. Still can't be underestimated. No matter what, that's the dojo of a great emperor. Everyone discussed constantly, and couldn't help but sigh. One region, 2 overlords, had always been a pain for them, but the original site of the sect was here, so they couldn't move, right? Unfortunately, they did not know that the blood cicada was an honest cicada. Although Lu Qingyun said everything would remain the same, how could he not understand human relations? Quietly letting the great demons retreat 300 miles was his sincerity. Who would have thought that the blood cicada's kindness would not be appreciated by the Tao Harmony Heavenly Sect, but instead they felt that Shanghai Mountain was already somewhat weak. Very good. Very good indeed. If it is beneficial to us, why should we care who he is? Zhou Huai's tone was very nonchalant. If they were not souls rather than their actual bodies in the Tao Palace, they would probably have already collapsed. Indeed. That's true. Listening to everyone's discussion, the Tao Master spoke. The hall fell silent instantly. The main reason for gathering everyone this time is about the matter of the Holy Prince. The Tao Master spoke slowly. It turned out that after Yuren had kidnapped the Holy Prince, they did not leave the Eastern Divine Region, but had been wandering around the Eastern Divine Region. Moreover, they often went to some of the larger forces, clamoring for fights, but without destroying the sections. With Yuren as a guardian, probably not many forces in the entire wilderness could provoke them. According to inside information, the Holy Prince had already returned to the realm of in just 100 years, and was invincible in the Eastern Divine Region. Moreover, the Holy Prince was protected by the Heavenly Tao, and those Supreme Realm experts dared not make a move at all. And those below the Supreme Realm could not even touch him because of this. Those major forces were suffering immensely, and they wanted the Tao Harmony Heavenly Sect to uphold justice for them. As the leader of the Eastern Divine Region, the Tao Harmony Heavenly Sect naturally could not ignore this. So, everyone, do you have any good ideas? The people in the hall fell into deep thought. That one Yuren alone was simply a nightmare. Before long, the Hall Master of the Divine Mechanism Hall commanded the Divine Mechanism to rotate the Destiny Plate, and slowly opened his mouth. Everyone, rest assured, that Netherblade, unless it's a crucial moment, will not make a move. She should be a protector. Clearly, the Holy Prince was only walking the path of battle. The reason he doesn't leave the Eastern Divine Domain is probably because he knows that his Heavenly Tao protection prevents him from leaving. This is common knowledge. If the Holy Prince dared to leave the Eastern Divine Domain, that would be a good thing. They wouldn't even need to take action. They'd get the reward from the Blazing Fire Divine Sect for nothing, saving themselves a lot of trouble. Chapter 62, True Protection. Eastern Divine Domain, a scenic mountainside. The Holy Prince lay languidly on a stone slab, basking in the sun. His hands were behind his head, one leg crossed over the other, swinging rhythmically. A piece of grass dangled from his mouth, creating a picture of utter contentment. Beside him sat a woman dressed in black, poised and efficient. A soft breeze gently stirred her hair, adding a touch of tenderness to her demeanor. You're a lot like your father. When you get tired of fighting, you like to lie around like this in the sun. Yuren's gaze drifted, as if lost in memories. The Holy Prince didn't shift his eyes from the sun above. He reached out and scratched his head. Thank you. My memories are gradually returning. Lately, I've been having some strange dreams. I don't know if they're dreams or events from the ancient past. If the people from the Blazing Fire Divine Sect and the Tao Harmonious Heavenly Sect heard that the Holy Prince's memories were returning, they'd probably be dumbfounded. No one had ever expected that Yuren would have a contingency plan left behind by the Holy Emperor. After all, who would have thought that Yuren and the Holy Emperor had something going on? The reason Yuren had emerged now wasn't because she was awakened by Tianlin, but because she sensed the Holy Prince's imminent emergence and made preparations beforehand. As for her attack on the Tao Harmonious Heavenly Sect, cooperating with Shanghai Mountain's actions was just something she did on a whim. She just hadn't expected that there were still experts in this world who could endlessly use Emperor's weapons. Don't rush, there's still plenty of time. As long as Anchu is here, no one can bully you. Yuren's gaze toward the Holy Prince was gentle, like she was looking at her own child. Sadly, it wasn't the case. Even if the Heavenly Tao doesn't protect you, I'm here. Yuren harbored a silent killing intent. Anyone who harbored malice toward them would die. No one knew that the protection of the Heavenly Tao on the Holy Prince had long been used to mend his Tao wounds. The tribulation clouds that appeared when Yuren took away the Holy Prince were just a special trick of Yuren, designed to create a false impression. As expected of his bloodline, he's already returned to the realm of severing the Tao after just 100 years. Yuren sighed once more. The Holy Prince chuckled and turned his head. Anchu, how much longer do we have to wait? Are the people from the Tao Harmonious Heavenly Sect really coming? I feel like my hands are getting rusty. Yuren scoffed. It's only been a month, and you're already losing your patience? Don't worry, those humans will definitely not let this opportunity pass. Perfect, we can use their strength to hone your Tao. The so-called protection of the Heavenly Tao only existed in ancient times, a deal a Holy Emperor made with the Heavenly Tao with his own foundation of the Tao. As for now, it's just a facade to make others wary. The true protection has always been her, Yuren. The so-called heavenly secrets can not only be concealed, they can even be fabricated. Few people know that the Holy Prince has long been outside the scope of the heavenly secrets. The Fighting Saint Emperor's sacrifice of his foundation of the Tao wasn't that simple. From ancient times, the Holy Prince's heavenly secrets have been unpredictable. He could be considered to have jumped out of the wild and is not among the 5 elements. And the heavenly secrets they were measuring were just a facade, the content their own subconscious wanted to see. The Holy Prince's fate has always been in his own hands. Alright then. I won't hold back. I want to see if the human geniuses have improved. The Holy Princess battle Dao itched for a fight, especially since it had been a whole month. Once your Dao foundation is stable, you can go to the Ink Sea to unseal the things your uncle left you. Yu Ren had been watching the Holy Prince's progress. The reason they hadn't left the Eastern Divine Domain wasn't because of some heavenly Dao protection, but simply for those two Emperor's weapons. Once they get their hands on the Emperor's weapons, where on the Savage Land can they not go? Even now, leaving would be a simple task. Child, with your current strength, you can already be considered a demon king of a region. Yu Ren's voice had not yet faded when the Holy Prince interrupted her. The Holy Prince waved his hand, slowly rising to his feet, the golden fur on his body shimmering in the sunlight. Anchu, you don't need to persuade me anymore. The identity of the Holy Prince will only be a constraint for me. Although I can quickly summon some demon saints with a single call, what's the point? I don't want to follow in my father's footsteps. Yu Ren sighed, her eyes filled with regret. The former Holy Emperor was ambushed and severely injured because of the betrayal of his subordinates. How many of those demon saints were truly sincere? They were just trying to take advantage of the great Emperor's luck. Therefore, I plan to travel on my own and find friends like you, Anchu, people I can truly entrust my back to. The Holy Prince's eyes were sharp, carrying an imposing aura that seemed to devour the world. Moreover, even with his current cultivation at the Dao-cutting realm, he wouldn't be able to subdue those demon saints. Relying solely on Yu Ren wasn't enough, he needed to become strong himself. The Fighting Saint Ape clan was originally just an ordinary ape race. It was only because of the appearance of the Holy Emperor that they changed their name to the Fighting Saint Ape and ascended as a whole clan. The Holy Emperor had no name, or rather, the title Fighting Saint Emperor was his name. The Holy Prince naturally had no name either. The honorific term Holy Prince was his name. The discussion within the Dao Palace was nearing its end. The Fate Divine Machine's fate plate continued to spin, and then he continued, "It's not convenient for us to take action, so how about letting our disciples handle it? This way, it can also serve as experience for them." The others exchanged glances, all agreeing it was feasible, and looked toward the head of the table. The Dao Lord felt their gaze and slowly spoke, "Agreed. Since the Emperor's son needed followers, why not give them to him?" Chapter 63, Burn It Clean, the Fu Family. Spring came and went, only the small courtyard remained unchanged. This spring, the small courtyard was unusually lively, with two rare visitors. Lu Qingyun, right? Deacon Zhao has already left. From today onwards, I am the new deacon. By the way, my name is Zhou Yixio. Looking at the person in front of him, whose clothes seemed somewhat familiar from his memory, but whose face was different, Lu Qingyun naturally nodded. Deacon Zhou. What? Won't you invite me in for a cup of tea? Zhou Yixio glanced at Lu Qingyun, finding the young man in front of him rather lacking in discernment. Lu Qingyun was silent for a moment, about to speak, but was interrupted by Zhou Yixio's impatient voice. Forget it, judging by your impoverished state, I can tell there's no good tea. Zhou Yixio's sharp and mean demeanor made Lu Qingyun extremely uncomfortable. In comparison, the previous Deacon Zhao was so kind, patiently explaining things to him when he first arrived, and even giving him pills. Kid, it seems you've been in the sect for over 500 years. You've already reached the Violet Palace realm, so why are you still staying on the miscellaneous peak? Could it be, you have some treasure? Zhou Yixio looked at Lu Qingyun suspiciously, a hint of threat in his eyes. After Zhou Yixio's inquiries, he found that Lu Qingyun was a rather special case. He had stayed on the miscellaneous peak for 500 years without going to other peaks to participate in any sect assessments. It couldn't be that he just liked sweeping, could it? In other words, Lu Qingyun was alone and had no background whatsoever. A pure miscellaneous worker of such high quality was extremely rare within the heavenly sect. Nowadays, most miscellaneous workers were powerful disciples who were here for experience. He could only usually bully those who didn't get along with him, or the miscellaneous disciples of those nascent soul realm cultivators. My innate roots are weak. I truly don't want to waste the sect's resources. I just wish to live out my days at the foot of the mountain, Lu Qingyun said, pointing to the spirit fields and plants not far away. Zhou Yixio raised an eyebrow. They were all spirit-level herbs, not worthy of his attention. This is the cultivation method that allowed me to reach the Violet Palace realm. It's the best I have. If Deacon Zhou is interested, you can just take it. Lu Qingyun's expression was a little pained. The divine radiance scripture of the miscellaneous peak could only be cultivated to the divine treasury. But after 500 years, obtaining a cultivation method to reach the Violet Palace realm and the Dao Harmony Heavenly Sect was more than enough. Zhou Yixio didn't even look at it, and just flicked it away. He could write several of these types of techniques with ease. They were useless to him. TCH, what a ridiculous excuse. Who are you trying to fool? Forget it. If you don't want to tell me, I'll find it myself. I want to see what you're hiding. With that, Zhou Yixio began to search the small courtyard with big strides. Cluck cluck cluck. Walking to the side, he saw the golden-crested spirit chicken digging in the dirt. Without another word, Zhou Yishou kicked it. Get out of the way, you blind thing. A broiler dare block my path? Lu Qingyun's brow furrowed and a murderous intent slowly surfaced in his eyes. A con, burn it clean. Zhou Yishou was just about to step into a painting room when he heard Lu Qingyun's words. Who are you talking to? Ah! His voice was still echoing in the air, but he had already disappeared from where he stood. Only a fine dust slowly fell from the air. Lu Qingyun didn't even look at it. This kind of trash could be slapped to death by one of the fish he kept in his pond. If they wanted to die, there was nothing he could do, he could only accept it. Lu Kuan and Ajiao appeared in human form, spitting in disgust at the dust of Zhou Yishou. Master, with your strength, you could already walk sideways in the sect, why do you need to hide your strength? Lu Kuan asked, voicing a question he had always wanted to ask, a bit confused. Lu Qingyun didn't rush to reply. Instead, he sighed and looked up at the sky, a hint of emotion in his eyes. Unbelievable, it's already been 500 years since he transmigrated. Time truly waits for no one. For mortal kingdoms, such a long time would probably be enough for dynasties to change. 500 years to go from innate to quasi-sage. Perhaps, in the entire history of the wilderness, there are very few who have done so? Lu Qingyun looked at Lu Kuan, pondered his question, and slowly replied, do you know what the way of cautiousness is? Lu Kuan and Ajiao exchanged a glance and both shook their heads. The way of cautiousness is about prudence, restraint, and keeping a low profile. To plan before acting, to not do anything without certainty. Before any matter, one must be fully prepared, never taking risks lightly. However, the way of cautiousness is not about passively escaping, but about accumulating strength in a steady manner. To not provoke trouble but also to not fear it. To carefully plan, act discreetly, not being ostentatious or reckless, observe from the shadows, and wait for the best opportunity. Do not pursue momentary glory but only show true strength at the crucial moment. Do you understand? Lu Qingyun had his hands behind his back, his gaze far away, exuding a scholarly demeanor. Fish 1, Fish 2, Fish 3, do you understand? In the pond, a group of various colored fish lifted their heads, listening to Lu Qingyun's words. Some nodded, some shook their heads, and some seemed to be contemplating. If you don't understand, then ponder it well. Just as Lu Qingyun was about to enter the room, he suddenly seemed to remember something, and looking at Lu Kuan and Ajiao, who were already lost in thought, he asked, are you too restless and want to go out? Lu Kuan and Ajiao were startled and both shook their heads, and no. No. Lu Qingyun returned to his room, poured himself a cup of floral tea, and slowly took a sip, lost in thought. The way of cautiousness was real, but what was most important was the system's class limitations. Of course, Lu Qingyun was also afraid of trouble. Exposing himself would not be as comfortable as it was now, wouldn't it? Outside the courtyard, Lu Kuan and Ajiao fell into contemplation. Not long after, Lu Kuan's pupils gradually widened, and he slowly exchanged a glance with Ajiao. The two did not speak aloud, but used mouth shapes to express their thoughts. The great emperor. The two siblings looked in the direction of Lu Qingyun, their respect growing stronger. Obviously, Lu Qingyun's words were entirely about how he was preparing to become the great emperor. Not many days had passed since Zhou Yishou's death, and another familiar face arrived at the small courtyard. Fu Junlin, the disciple of the spirit beast Peak. The live egg wine that decided Lu Kuan's fate was still fresh in their memories. Over the years, he had actually come a few times, drinking and having fun, which was quite enjoyable. Brother Fu, long time no see. Come, try the new wine I brewed. Lu Qingyun was very happy Fu Junlin was considered his only friend. Fu Junlin, however, was somewhat silent. He looked at Lu Qingyun, sighed, and slowly said, Brother Qingyun, actually, I've come today to say goodbye. Lu Qingyun was stunned. He saw Fu Junlin take out a token from his chest. It was engraved with a very delicate Fu character, which was extraordinary. If you have time in the future, come to the Great Xia Heavenly Region. With this token, you can go anywhere within Great Xia. Without waiting for Lu Qingyun to ask anything, perhaps afraid of the sadness of parting, Fu Junlin flew away without stopping. Brother Lu, we'll meet again. Lu Qingyun sighed and also waved goodbye. Brother Fu, we'll meet again. He hadn't expected that Fu Junlin was actually from the great Xiaofu family. However, this made sense. Fu Junlin was someone with a special constitution. His cultivation, though only at the Violet Mansion stage, was definitely not that simple. The great Xiaofu family? I will definitely go there if I get the chance. Lu Qingyun tossed the token and muttered to himself. The great Xiaofu family was also an extremely powerful force. Although like the Dao Union Celestial sect, they had never produced a great emperor, the Fu family was different. They once divided the great Xia divine dynasty equally with another aristocratic family, and the legacy of the great emperor was completely taken away. Such a powerful force was a must sign in location. Zhou Yishou's death didn't cause any ripples. A month later, a new steward arrived. This steward didn't even meet Lu Qingyun in person, only sending a brief notification through a token. Since Lu Koan created the blue ball, his talent for alchemy had gradually emerged. However, the path he took wasn't orthodox, but a crooked one. Lu Koan's elixirs weren't for his own consumption, but for others to take. The rejuvenation pill could make one look like a child in a short time, with a flushed face and smooth skin. However, the body wouldn't change at all, the same aches would remain, and the same lack of speed would persist. Moreover, those below the void realm couldn't return to their original state within 3 days. It was a light green pill that looked quite appetizing. The taste was sweet and fragrant, and Ajiao loved it most. Anyway, Ajiao's body had never grown. The spell disruption pill caused cognitive confusion when using spells. Wanting to cast a fire spell might result in a ball of ice water instead. Attempting a flight spell might lead to burrowing into the ground. The spiritual leak powder would cause the body to uncontrollably leak spiritual power, impossible to stop for those below the void realm. There were also malfunctions, disorders, expansions, rampages, and so on. Lu Qingyun concluded that Lu Koan's pills were absolutely not to be eaten. However, despite being toxic, elixirs were a form of Tao, and toxic elixirs were still elixirs, essential medicines for being out and about. Regardless, Lu Koan's success rate with low-grade treasured elixirs was quite high. Although the alchemy equipment might be a factor, it was enough to demonstrate his talent. Ajiao was different. She only had one talent, and that was chaos. No matter what she painted, her artistic conception was extremely chaotic and bewildering. Looking at her paintings, one would become dizzy at best and mentally disoriented at worst. Cultivators below the void realm, if they looked too long, would likely be unable to distinguish between reality and dreams, the paintings and themselves. They just couldn't distinguish, really couldn't. Lu Qingyun guessed that Ajiao's Tao might be bewilderment? Did such a Tao exist? It did, the Tao of bewilderment, a branch of the great Tao of the soul, but there had never been an emperor who had achieved this in the history of the ancient wilderness. Ajiao's hair was mostly blue. However, when casting spells, she had to use both consciousnesses simultaneously, and her hair would switch back and forth between blue and purple. This was the reason for her chaos. Lu Qingyun had once thought of separating Ajiao, peeling off the blue Ajiao and purple Ajiao. However, Ajiao's soul was a single entity, a two-headed worm. Besides alchemy, Lu Koan's favorite weapon was the spear. Lu Qingyun asked him why, and he only had one word: cool. It was indeed quite cool, and he was basically beaten up by Lu Rinjia every day at the appointed time. His divine fire was very powerful, but it was completely useless against Lu Rinjia. On the contrary, Lu Rinjia enjoyed the quenching process. Besides painting, Lu Qingyun also taught Ajiao a move, the Tao of music. Lu Koan had the way of the spear for killing, and Ajiao also needed music to defend herself. They couldn't just show their paintings to enemies, could they? Ajiao didn't have Lu Qingyun's level, where a single painting could be a world, and people could walk out of it. Having another skill was like having another path. However, Ajiao didn't like playing the zither. Her favorite instrument was very special. It was the swana, an instrument that was both masculine and underworldly. Occasionally, she would also accompany it by shaking a small bell. The feeling was immediately there. If Lu Qingyun hadn't specifically arranged a soundproof array for her, she would probably have sent all the fish in the pond away on the spot. Lu Qingyun was very pleased. With the sound of the swana, coupled with that ubiquitous aura of bewilderment, his opponent would probably doubt their own reality on the spot. Ajiao was also training, but Lu Rinjia was still very humane and did not harm her. Ajiao's soul attack was completely immune to Lu Rinjia. He suppressed her completely. Since the Dao Palace Council, each peak and palace had taken it to heart, and they had all sent out their faction's strongest prodigies. That was the Holy Emperor's son. As long as they defeated him, they would become famous throughout the world in one battle. Moreover, to boost morale, several saints of the Dao Harmony sect had released a piece of unexpected news. Whoever could defeat the Holy Emperor's son would become the Dao child of the sect, second only to one, above 10,000. All the resources of the sect would be tilted towards them, and numerous geniuses lowered their heads. As soon as this news came out, it instantly stirred up a storm in the sect. That was the Dao child. How many years had it been since the sect had established one? Many prodigies had an invincible aura in their hearts, all believing that they would surely defeat the Holy Emperor's son. He was just the Holy Emperor's son, they didn't take him seriously. Spirit Sword Peak. Dao Shen, in just 500 years, you have already entered the Sword Dao, which shows how firm your sword heart is. As your teacher, I have nothing left to teach you. Go and chop off the Holy Emperor's son's monkey head and prove it to everyone. Spirit Puppet Hall. Amor, these are 2 Demon King corpses that your teacher prepared for you. Take them. Go and take down the Holy Emperor's son, refine an unparalleled divine puppet, and recreate the style of Emperor Qianji in his prime. Golden Body Hall. Dully, you are much more resilient than your teacher imagined. Go, take down the Holy Emperor's son and restore the fame of my heavenly smithy mountain. Pill Cauldron Peak. Master, disciple, don't join in the fun. With your strength, do you want to send medicine to that monkey head? Concentrate on refining pills. How can fighting and killing compare to the pleasure of refining pills? In addition to the young disciples, many elders were also unwilling to be outdone and stood up one after another. Who wasn't a genius back in the day? It's just that the path from cutting the Tao to the Supreme Realm had trapped too many people. With the resources of a Tao child, wouldn't reaching the Supreme Realm be within reach? Not only the 6 peaks and 7 halls, even the small peak masters who met the strength standards were mobilized. The Tao master did not stop them either. Anyway, as long as they were in the cutting Tao realm. No matter old or young, male or female, beautiful or ugly, human or beast, but the Tao Harmony sect could only have one Tao child. Chapter 65. Who dares to battle? The current location meets the sign-in conditions. Do you want to sign in? Sign in. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Thick Earth Sword Art. Do you want to view it? There are no remaining Tao runes in this area. Unable to sign in again. Let's see. Thick Earth Sword Art. Tribulation Transcendence Stage Cultivation Technique. From Lu Qingyun stood by the Milky Way, sighing. He could casually fabricate several cultivation techniques like this now. Nowadays, with his continuous sign-ins, the quality of system sign-in rewards has become increasingly lower. Not to mention Emperor weapons, even Saint weapons, and even low-grade ones, require extremely good luck. Although Lu Qingyun currently has too many Saint weapons to hold, he can't quite adapt to this situation. Within the sect, apart from a few forbidden areas that he couldn't forcefully enter, Lu Qingyun has basically explored everywhere. Now, he can only pick up leftovers at the edges of the various peaks or by the Milky Way. Lu Qingyun actually had a doubt in his heart all along. That was that the Tao Harmony Heavenly Sect must have had some secrets in the past. Otherwise, why would there still be so many treasures after so many years of sign-ins? Especially the Milky Way, which was simply endless. It was hard to imagine what had happened here before. Not only were there Emperor weapons, but also countless Saint weapons. It's really lively. This current Tao Child competition was probably a once in 10,000 or even once in 100,000 year event, right? Compared to this grand occasion of total mobilization, the previous marriage ceremony at Spirit Sword Peak was still a notch weaker. Unfortunately, the sect did not ring the bell. Lu Qingyun shook his head. His resources were too heaven-defying. Reaching the Supreme Realm from the Tao Severing Realm was completely without any obstacles. Now, he had even entered the Quasi-Saint Realm in just 500 years. But for others, reaching the Supreme Realm from the Tao Severing Realm was like a natural chasm. If the difficulty of going from the Tribulation Transcendence Realm to the Tao Severing Realm was 1, then the difficulty of going from the Tao Severing Realm to the Supreme Realm would be more than 100 times greater. The understanding of the Tao was completely different. Many geniuses who reached the Tao Severing Realm in 500 years considered themselves invincible. As a result, after cultivating until their lifespans dried up, they never reached the Supreme Realm. There were many small peaks within the Heavenly Sect, countless in number. Among them, no one knew how many were in the Tao Severing Realm. Everyone was competing, everyone was transcending. Now, with this heaven-sent opportunity, none of them wanted to miss it. As a result, the mountain peaks and palaces by the Milky Way had become somewhat quiet. I wonder how many people will return alive. Lu Qingyun always felt that things weren't that simple, that Saint Prince wasn't a fool, right? He shook his head. Why was he thinking so much? No matter how big the matter, as long as it dared to affect him, he would just crush it on the spot. Eastern Divine Domain, 4 Directions Sect. The sect was located in a majestic mountain range, surrounded by mountains and shrouded in clouds and mist. Huge peaks pierced the sky, like giant gods guarding the sect. Waterfalls cascaded down the mountains like silver rivers falling from the sky, spraying water and shimmering with colorful light under the sunlight. Although it didn't have a territory as large as the Tao Harmony Heavenly Sect, its ley line strength was not inferior. Its sect master was also an old Supreme Realm powerhouse. He had been in existence since the founding of the 4 Directions sect. Stepping into the sect, what came into view was a vast square. The ground of the square was paved with smooth blue stones, spotless. In the center of the square, a huge fountain sprayed crystal clear water, with faint spiritual energy surging within the water. Various strange sculptures were placed around it, some shaped like divine beasts, others like immortals descending to the world, all lifelike. Such a mysterious sight should have been a holy land for cultivation, but today, this square had turned into an arena. What should we do? The 4 Directions sect master frowned. He didn't expect that the Saint Prince would come to their door again. Last time, the 4 Directions sect's young sect master had already been severely injured by the Saint Prince. If the sect master hadn't reacted in time, the young sect master would probably have died. You know, that was a peerless prodigy who had reached the Tao Severing stage 2,000 years ago. Wielding the sacred weapon of their sect, they couldn't even defeat a monkey fighting with bare hands. Although the serious injuries could be slowly healed, the shattered Tao heart would be difficult to repair. Within the sect master and the other 4 supreme experts were all immersed in distress. Whenever they harbored murderous intent towards that holy prince, they would always feel a chill down their spines. They dared not make a move, completely dared not. Old man, quickly send your people out. If there are no opponents in front of me within 10 breaths, then you'll have to come up yourself. The holy prince spoke loudly, his voice echoing throughout the square. He twisted his neck, making cracking sounds, his gaze sweeping over the numerous disciples and elders in the square, filled with menace. 10. Everyone was stunned. Even the sect's #1 prodigy, the young sect master, had suffered a crushing defeat at his hands. Who else would dare to accept the challenge? Wasn't that like lighting a lamp in a latrine, courting death? 9. The sect master and the other 3 supreme experts exchanged glances, their foreheads breaking out in cold sweat. If he were to go, before he could even injure the holy prince, the heavenly Tao would probably descend a lightning tribulation and strike him dead. At their level, they feared the power of heavenly tribulations to an extreme degree. The ignorant are fearless. Those below the Tao severing stage were not as afraid of heavenly punishment. 8. 7. But they couldn't just send any Tao severing expert up, could they? In the face of life and death, his orders would surely be ineffective. By then, his authority as sect master would probably be completely gone. 6. The sect master looked around, no longer caring. Better to sacrifice a fellow Taoist than risk his own life. Lin Xian, your master is very fond of you. But before the 4 Directions sect master could finish his sentence, he saw the disciple he had favored suddenly stiffen his legs and fall straight down. Froth appeared at his mouth, his eyes rolled back, and his lips turned blue. Senior brother? Senior brother. What's wrong? Sect master. Something bad has happened. Senior brother Lin, he had a mishap while cultivating the Azure Dragon art and was afflicted by a backlash of spiritual energy. I'm afraid he won't wake up for some time. A disciple quickly stepped forward and diagnosed Lin Xian's condition. 5. The sect master's eyes widened. Wasn't Lin Xian the most compatible prodigy with the Azure Dragon art in the past 10,000 years? How could he have a mishap in his cultivation? And why did it have to happen at this moment? 4. The holy prince naturally noticed the movement on their side, his lips twitching slightly. Many others had also noticed the commotion, but nobody dared to discuss it, only communicating with their eyes. They were afraid that a careless move would implicate their own Tao severing expert, and then they would be in deep trouble. 3. 2. The sect master sighed, prepared to face death, just as he was about to step out when a voice echoed from the sky. Holy prince, I will fight you. Get out of the way, I'll go first. Let me do it. Boom, boom, boom. Several figures landed, crashing onto the square, kicking up clouds of dust. The holy prince's lips curved into a smile. He had finally waited for them. Actually, he had deliberately slowed his counting speed, just to wait for these people. Yuren had noticed early that the first group of people from the Tao harmonizing sect was already on their way. That was why he had counted down, just to wait for them. The 4 Directions sect master breathed a sigh of relief, but on the surface, he remained calm. He slumped into a chair, his hands trembling, and slowly picked up a cup of tea, taking a sip. Now that the people from the Tao harmonizing sect were here, his life was safe. Senior brother Lin, you're awake? This disciple was also somewhat surprised. This senior brother Lin truly lived up to his reputation as a genius, able to recover so quickly after suffering a backlash of spiritual energy. Hiss. Ah. Master, I was deeply concerned about the sex crisis, and for a moment I cultivated too hastily, became a bit extreme, and thus suffered a backlash of spiritual energy. Lin Xian, supported by his junior brother, walked to the sect master, apologizing casually. He appeared weak, his tone light, as if he had just recovered from serious injuries. Cough, cough. It's nothing, it's good you're alright, just watch from the side. The sect master's lips twitched. He couldn't help it, a dignified supreme expert, actually choked on a cup of spiritual tea. Boom! The holy prince stomped his foot on the ground, and the entire plaza shook 3 times. Many disciples were somewhat fearful, some worried, and some were gloating. The holy prince saw it all. Is this what power is? He shook his head, beckoned to the few who had just landed, and said provocatively, don't go one by one. Those who want to die, come at me all together. Chapter 66, A One-Man Sweep. The atmosphere on the square was as heavy as lead. The holy prince stood proudly, his golden fur swaying slightly in the wind, his eyes like 2 blazing suns, radiating fiery light. His provocative words echoed in the air, seeming like a declaration of war against the entire Eastern divine domain. The disciples of the 4 Directions sect looked at each other, but with the backing of the experts from the Tao Harmony Heaven sect, they dared to discuss amongst themselves. Do you think the Tao Harmony Heaven sect can win? Definitely, maybe, perhaps, they can win, right? This holy prince is too strong. Even the young sect master couldn't withstand a few of his moves. I think it's hopeless. At this moment, the 5 experts of the Tao Harmony Heaven sect had grim expressions, their eyes revealing sharp killing intent, and a kind of eagerness. The 5, 4 men and 1 woman, 2 wielded long swords, 1 held a heavy hammer, 1 had a Tao-slaying puppet standing behind him, and 1 held a long flute horizontally in his hand. I'll go test the waters first. The first to make a move was one of the 2 swordsmen. Without waiting for the others to say more, his figure flashed like a bolt of lightning rushing towards the holy prince, his long sword flicking and a sharp sword energy howled out, the void trembling, rushing straight at the holy prince. The holy prince, seeing this, slightly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a disdainful smile. The light of a grain of rice, yet it dares to shine, he thought to himself. The holy prince remained calm, raised his right fist, and slammed it fiercely against the sword energy. The wind of the fist roared, the void trembled, and the sword energy, in front of the holy prince's fist, was like a fragile piece of paper, instantly shattering. The swordsman frowned. This holy prince was indeed powerful. He shattered his sword momentum with just 1 punch. But he had no fear. Instead, he waved his long sword again, unleashing even sharper sword techniques. Countless sword shadows, like a storm, assaulted the holy prince. The holy prince was fearless, his figure like lightning, moving freely among the sword shadows. Every punch he threw carried endless power, shattering those sword shadows one by one. Haha, is that all you've got? The holy prince mocked. The swordsman was annoyed. He did his best, pushing his sword skills to the extreme. However, no matter how he attacked, he could not harm the holy prince in the slightest. Go reflect on yourself first. As the words fell, the swordsman, with his sword momentum still unreleased, saw a fist the size of a sandbag suddenly appear on his face. Ah! The man flew backwards, letting out a miserable cry, his life hanging in the balance. Let's go together. At this moment, the other 4, seeing their companion defeated, exchanged a glance, made up their minds, and also attacked. The other swordsman, clearly not from the same school as the previous one, used a double-handed sword technique, the sword flowers like waves, with a momentum to overturn mountains and seas. The hammer user swung his giant hammer, smashing towards the holy prince, each hammer blow carrying the force of 10,000 June, as if capable of smashing mountains into powder. The puppet user controlled the puppet, which was tall and mighty, with a metallic luster all over its body, like a mobile fortress, rushing towards the holy prince. The flute-playing fairy then began to play the flute melody like a mournful cry, carrying a strange power, trying to disturb the holy prince's mind. Not good. Quickly activate the sect protecting array. The sect master of the 4 Directions sect, who had just picked up his tea, hadn't had time to drink it when he was stunned. Many disciples could no longer watch the battle. Some with lower realms were already bleeding from their mouths and noses, fainting on the spot. This kind of battle scene, his small 4 Directions sect could not withstand it. The sect master of the 4 Directions sect, his mouth twitching for a moment, somewhat pained, opened the sect protecting array, enveloping it around the square, forming a large, ring-like arena. The holy prince faced the combined attack of the 4, still calm and composed. His fists danced like 2 golden suns, radiating endless light. Every punch he threw carried earth-shattering power, completely destroying all the attacks. You think you can defeat me by joining forces? Too naive. The holy prince shouted loudly. His figure flickered, instantly appearing in front of the hammer wielder. The hammer wielder was greatly shocked, and before he could react, he was sent flying by a punch from the holy prince. The giant hammer flew out of his hand, crashing to the ground with a loud bang. Then, the holy prince rushed towards the puppeteer. Although the puppet was tall and mighty, it was as fragile as paper in the face of the holy prince's fists. After a few punches from the holy prince, the puppet was smashed to pieces. What? My divine puppet. Put. The puppeteer, his puppet destroyed, was so enraged that he spat out blood. The woman's flute music was still playing, but the holy prince's mind was as firm as a rock, unaffected in the slightest. He lunged towards the woman, whose face had turned pale, wanting to avoid him, but it was already too late. The holy prince threw a punch, and she was directly sent flying, blood spraying from her mouth. Just a bunch of show-offs. The holy prince shook his head. Inside this Tao Harmonious Heaven sect was nothing special. These 5 people, although their aura was strong, were just a group of posers. Their Tao principles were scattered and weak, disappearing at the slightest touch. Finally, the holy prince turned his gaze to the remaining swordsman and the hammer wielder who had already lost his weapon. Both of them were filled with fear. They now knew that they were no match for the holy prince. If only they had known, they wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. It seemed pretty good to just cultivate peacefully and be a small peak master. Now, do you have any other tricks? The holy prince said coldly. The 2 exchanged glances, a strange look in their eyes. Forgetting about defeating the holy prince, their immediate priority was to escape. Thus, they turned and tried to flee. Trying to leave? Not so easy. The holy prince shouted, his figure flashing, instantly catching up to the 2. He unleashed both fists, knocking them to the ground, spitting blood. The Holy Prince had no techniques, his punches were so simple and unadorned. But their power was more astonishing than anyone could imagine. The square was deathly silent, everyone shocked by the Holy Prince's immense strength. The Holy Prince stood there like an invincible war god, awe-inspiring. The Four Directions sect master swallowed, his eyes turning to the sky, silently praying, "Are there any reinforcements coming? The people of this Tao Harmonious Heaven sect don't seem very strong at all. Now that there's no one left, does that mean I have to go up there again?" His gaze shifted to Lin Xian by his side, and his eyes lit up. "Xianer, since you..." Thud. "Master, seen your brother Lin," he fainted again. Chapter 67, The Qi River, Separation. Just as the sect master of the Four Directions sect was at a loss, the Holy Prince picked at his ear, his nonchalant voice spreading, "Let us call it a day for now. We can fight another time. Hopefully, I'll get a slightly stronger opponent next time." The Holy Prince left, departing with a carefree demeanor. Judging by his effortless movements and steady aura, it was impossible to tell how much of his strength he had used in the battle. The 5 members of the Tao Convergence sect, who had been severely injured to the point of near death, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At least, this Holy Prince wasn't too bloodthirsty. The sect master of the Four Directions sect felt conflicted. From the Holy Prince's words, was he planning to take up residence in his Four Directions sect? Was he treating his sect like a fighting ring? However, he dared not ask further, afraid that the Holy Prince would suddenly return and challenge him to a duel. Then, his gaze fell upon the twitching Lin Xian, and he angrily twisted his mouth. "You wicked disciple, wicked disciple. Changyu Kingdom, Qishui City. Child, they all came to kill you, why did you spare their lives?" Yurin sighed. The Holy Prince chuckled and said, "Aunt you, I know this, I'm not stupid. If they all died, I'm afraid the Tao Convergence sect would really go crazy, and that would be difficult to handle. Don't worry, I'm not that saintly. The force of my battle not only shattered their bodies, but also their Tao foundations. When these humans return, the least they will suffer is stagnation for 10,000 years, and at worst they will fall back to the tribulation realm." While speaking, the Holy Prince seemed nonchalant on the surface, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. He could feel the killing intent in their eyes. How could he possibly hold back? "You've made some progress in this battle. Rest here for a while, and let those humans cool off," Yurin said, nodding with a satisfied smile. The Holy Prince responded softly, clenching his fist. Although he fought for the sake of fighting, it was more for the purpose of increasing his strength. They walked through Qishui City, like travelers from afar. 100 years had passed, and the Holy Prince's story had long become a historical legend in Qishui City, widely circulated among cultivators. However, the strange stone plaza from back then had been completely preserved. It had officially become a market where many cultivators traded. This river was left behind by your uncle Wu Jiqi. The two arrived at the edge of the Qi River, where Yurin crouched down, her hand skimming across the river's surface, a hint of reminiscence in her eyes. The Qi River was located in Qishui City. The name made it clear who was the main entity. Without the ceaseless flow of the Qi River, there would be no prosperity in Qishui City today. However, too much time had passed. The original Qi River should have been filled with spiritual energy, comparable to a heavenly river. Now, it was just an ordinary river with thin spiritual energy. The Qi River connected to the Ink Sea, but the water was clear and transparent. On both sides of the river, there were some women washing clothes and playing. The Holy Prince remained silent, squatting down, cupping a handful of river water, and smoothing his hair. If it weren't for Wu Jiqi's sacrifice, he would have likely fallen in the archaic era. "Uncle, I will definitely make the Fighting Saint Ape clan regain its former glory." Tao Convergence Sect, Miscellaneous Peak, in a small courtyard. Lu Qingyun wore a complex expression, his gaze falling upon the two people in front of him, sighing softly. "Have you really thought about it?" His expression was complicated. His children had grown up and were no longer staying by his side. But it was just as well Lu Qingyun had been wanting to visit the Scorching Fire Divine sect recently. He couldn't care for these two siblings on this trip. Letting them go out was good. Ajal lowered her head slightly, her hands twisting the corners of her clothes, appearing somewhat bashful as she softly said, Master, although the courtyard is nice, it's too peaceful every day, and I find it difficult to grasp my own path. So, I want to go out and experience, to find my own opportunities," she said, looking at Lu Qingyun with a hint of fear, but also with determination in her eyes. "Master, I think so too." Lu Kuan scratched his head, looking a little embarrassed. "The sect has been so lively recently, and both my little sister Ajiao and I want to go out and see the world, broaden our horizons." Lu Qingyun was silent for a moment, staring at them expressionlessly, his mind filled with thoughts. After a long while, Lu Qingyun sighed, then smiled. He could understand. Life in the small courtyard, although carefree. But all living beings eventually need to experience wind and rain, to have vitality, to grow strong. He could still sweep the floor, and when feeling empty inside, wander around the market, appreciate the mountains and rivers. But Lu Kuan and Ajiao, without tokens, it was difficult for them to move in this sect where experts were everywhere. Although they were well protected, they were also deprived of freedom, losing their fighting spirit. If this continued, they would probably be spoiled. Lu Kuan and Ajiao, from the time they were born, the only living beings they had killed were some small spirit insects. Lu Kuan's eyes reddened, and tears welled up in Ajiao's eyes. Master, we. They were about to say something more, but Lu Qingyun waved his hand and said, I agree, you can go. Lu Qingyun walked to Ajiao, touched her head, and patted Lu Kuan's shoulder with his other hand. The outside world is full of dangers, you must be careful. You must keep the essence of the cautious way in mind. Remember, no matter when or where, if you need it, you can always come back to the small courtyard. Ajiao and Lu Kuan knelt down in unison and kowtowed 3 times. Master, please take care of yourself. We will definitely come back as soon as possible. Lu Qingyun nodded, then took out 2 jade pendants from his bosom and handed them to the two. Take these with you. If you encounter an unsolvable crisis, crush them, and as long as you are still in the boundless wilderness, I will arrive in time. Ajiao pouted, a little tearful, and looked at Lu Qingyun, then at Lu Kuan. Brother Rakan, how about we don't? Bang! Before she could finish, Lu Qingyun knocked Ajiao on the head and smiled. Alright, you two just want to join in the fun, just go out and have fun. Why are you making it so sentimental? Recently, I also planned to go out for a trip. Leaving you two at home would be quite boring. Lu Kuan wore an embarrassed look, and Ajiao, covering her head, poked her fingers. Master, you're going out too? The expression seemed to say, together? Lu Qingyun waved his hand. I'm going to the Endless Fire Domain. You guys just wander around the Eastern Divine Region. This jade pendant, besides calling for me, can also teleport 1,000 miles. If you get tired of playing, you can always come back. Lu Kuan and Ajiao didn't ask why after hearing this, and bowed again. Thank you, Master. Don't worry, Master, we'll only wander around the Eastern Divine Region and won't run around. Lu Qingyun thought for a moment, then threw out a golden pouch. Take this too. It's filled with a bunch of holy weapons, holy pills, holy talismans. Use them directly when you encounter danger. Akan, you like using spears, don't you? Take this venerable saint's soul-severing spear and protect Ajiao. This is the Creation Star Pill. If you're injured, your star body can quickly absorb the power of the stars to help you recover. Ajiao, this is the Heavenly Lament Swana. I don't use it, you take it. This is the Tao Harmonious Bell. I made it into a small bell for you. It's nice to listen to and looks pretty. Try wearing it. Go, remember, be cautious, be steady. Lu Kuan and Ajiao finally left the small courtyard. They carried countless heavenly treasures, weapons, and elixirs. Lu Qingyun still felt it wasn't safe enough, and later had them pack another sack from the storeroom. Plus, Lu Kuan was a genius alchemist, so he had many good things himself. Originally, Lu Rinjiao was also planning to get involved. But after thinking about it, to experience training, one had to face things on their own. If Lu Rinjia took action, wouldn't that just be sweeping everything away? So, it's still better to have Lu Rinjia stay in the small courtyard. When I leave through the back door, he can also watch the house, can't he? Can't just leave a few fish behind, right? Sigh. Lu Qingyun looked at the sky and sighed deeply. The child has grown up and won't giggle anymore. However, apart from a bit of sentiment, he wasn't at all lonely. As long as he wanted, they could see each other anytime. Maybe he's really been stifled. The Endless Fire Domain was a must-go. There were definitely good things there. Lu Qingyun felt that Shang Ai's essence blood was still too slow. Chapter 68. Picnic. Deep within the 1,000 absolute mountains, the air was thick with miasma, and sunlight couldn't penetrate. In such a somewhat eerie place, 2 figures walked along. One tall, one short, one a youth, the other a small girl. They skipped and hopped, seemingly at ease. Brother Akan, we left, won't Master be very sad? Ajiao blinked her bright, large eyes, looking up at Lu Kuan, her gaze filled with worry. Lu Kuan remained silent for a moment, then smiled, patting Ajiao's head. Don't worry, it's alright. When we become stronger, we'll go back and give Master a surprise. With Master's abilities, if he misses us, he can find us anytime. He didn't know how else to comfort her. After all, Lu Kuan was also a newbie venturing out for the first time, just a few years older than Ajiao. Ajiao tilted her head, a determined look in her eyes. No matter what, she couldn't let Master down. Yes. Brother Akan is right. We must become stronger, then go back and make Master happy. The two walked, ran, jumped, and flew, heading towards an unknown direction. They forgot all their worries and troubles, freely indulging in their time. Hiss, turns out to be 2 fragrant humans. As the two traveled through the mountains, they unknowingly reached the depths. Here, demonic beasts ran rampant, dangers were everywhere, and the air was filled with the stench of slaughter. Lu Kuan and Ajiao were obedient. They were extremely cautious. Concealing their aura, the lion monster didn't even notice. It thought they were just 2 ordinary Foundation establishment humans. Roar! They're mine! The lion monster, seeing the 2 fragrant humans, roared and, without a second thought, pounced directly at them. Lu Kuan and Ajiao naturally sensed it. Hello? Ajiao's eyes lit up. She finally encountered a living creature. She saw the lion monster excitedly pouncing at her, thinking it was the lion monster's unique way of greeting. Ajiao was extremely polite, waving in response. Hey, hey, hey! No need to be so enthusiastic. Lu Kuan, however, reacted, reaching out a hand and lifting the lion monster by the neck. Then he tossed it several feet away. Lu Kuan threw it heavily. What is this? Thinking of hugging my little sister Ajiao? Ha! The lion monster was completely baffled, not understanding what had happened. It had clearly pounced forward, but it was yanked away by an invisible force. Confused, the lion monster shook its head and, with a roar, pounced at Ajiao again. I'm definitely going to eat you. This girl is the tenderest, definitely delicious. Lu Kuan and Ajiao were both stunned. Eat them? An hour later, a bonfire blazed under a large tree. On a spit above the fire, a golden brown lion was being roasted, sizzling with oil. The aroma of the roasted lion spread throughout the woods. Let you try to eat me. Ajiao bit into a hind leg with a vengeance, smacking her lips. The taste wasn't great, it was far inferior to the beef master used to grill. But this picnic was a first. They were ignorant of the world, but they weren't stupid. They hadn't experienced it before, but they'd seen it in books. The outside world was indeed dangerous. Lu Kuan ate another hind leg, also looking disgusted. It was better to eat some fruit from his storage pouch. The lion monster was very weak, even weaker than the fish in the pond. Lu Kuan didn't even use divine fire, he just slapped it to death. He felt that killing a lion monster was no different from crushing a spirit insect. So, that's killing intent. He was keenly perceptive. Just now, a special aura had emanated from the lion monster, very distinct. It was killing intent, an aura he had rarely felt before. Now Lu Kuan understood. Around them, at this moment, at least 10 killing intents had emerged. Brother Akun, they all seem to want to eat us. Ajiao, munching on a roasted lion leg, her mouth stuffed full, looked around, her big eyes darting about, and said somewhat indistinctly, though it's not tasty, it's edible. For a foodie, as long as it's not too awful, they'll accept anything. Ajiao, how about you give it a try? Lu Kuan was very considerate of Ajiao. Okay. Ajiao put down the roasted leg and wiped her little hands on the withered leaves beside her. She was actually very kind-hearted. But she would never show mercy to those who wanted to eat her. Boom! Ajiao exuded a domineering aura, her dark hair swaying without any wind. Soon, a swana appeared in her hand, the Heaven's Scourge Swana, which she was using for the first time. Dulu, the sound of the Heaven's Scourge Swana was like an invisible ripple, spreading out instantly. The sound seemed to have magic, and everything it passed, the grass and trees swayed as if possessed, and the surrounding air seemed to have gone mad. What? Great demon! A demon undergoing tribulation. Lord, spare us. However, after only a moment, the hidden demon beasts around, who had just begun to cry out, fell to the ground one after another, without a trace of struggle. Ajiao watched this scene, her little mouth pouting slightly, her eyes filled with boredom. They're too weak. She muttered, putting down the swana in her hand. The swana had barely sounded, and all the enemies were dead. Lu Kuan, however, gave Ajiao a thumbs up. When a lion hunts a rabbit, it uses its full strength. Ajiao had completely embodied the true meaning of caution. He was still lacking in comprehension. Ajiao picked up the roasted lion leg again, took a bite, and although she still found it unappetizing, Brother Kuan, this Thousand Desolation Mountain doesn't seem to have anything fun, why don't we just go to the human realm? Originally, they thought that if the human realm was a scene of prosperity, then the demon realm should be no different. So, they came directly to the Thousand Desolation Mountains. But they didn't expect that they hadn't even entered the demon realm, and they were surrounded by creatures that wanted to eat them. Very well, let's go directly to the human realm. Lu Kuan had the same feeling. Originally, what they longed for when going out was just the scenery of the human realm. How about we go visit Changyu country again? Lu Kuan asked for Ajiao's suggestion. Ajiao agreed without even thinking. Brother Kuan, let's visit all the places we toured last time. Chapter 69, Bringing a Message. Chishui City, Spring Fragrance Pavilion. The Spring Fragrance Pavilion was still the same Spring Fragrance Pavilion, but it had opened a branch. Through the changes of time, it had become the largest restaurant in the Odd Stone Market. Its behind-the-scenes boss had also become the ruler of the Longyu Kingdom. The reason for this was entirely due to the celebrity effect of the literary saint. After all, this was where the literary saint had once told stories. This ruler was naturally not an ordinary person, but a cultivator. The Spring Fragrance Pavilion was still as lively as it was 100 years ago. In fact, it was even more so than before. Spiritual wine and dishes filled the tables, and cultivators and spiritual beasts roamed everywhere. Old sir, two of you? An old man in a long robe, accompanied by a page boy, appeared at the entrance of the shop. The waiter, beaming, quickly greeted them. This waiter was not an ordinary person, but a post-celestial cultivator. The old man and the young boy had ordinary appearances, exuding the aura of mere mortals. But he didn't dare to be the slightest bit neglectful. No one knew if these people had powerful backgrounds, or were themselves hidden powerhouses. The old man in the long robe smiled and nodded, then pointed towards a direction not far away, saying, "Let us share a table with those two over there." The waiter looked over in the direction he indicated on the first floor. In a corner by the window, a man and a woman were eating. "Please wait a moment." The waiter bowed, and then trotted towards the table in the corner. After whispering a few words, he returned with a smile, as the man and woman hadn't even looked up. "Old sir, please." The waiter led the old man in the long robe over. The man and woman sat side by side, and the old man in the long robe sat opposite the woman in black, cupping his fist in greeting. "You sit down too." Hearing the old man's command, the page boy dared to sit down. Soon, the four of them were sitting opposite each other. "Little brother, just bring us 2 more signature dishes, plus a pot of spiritual wine." There wasn't much food on the table, adding 2 more dishes would be just enough to eat. "All right." The waiter didn't ask too much, nor did he dare ask if they could afford it. He just focused on doing his job. As for anything else, it wasn't his concern. Holy Crown Prince. Great Void Rending Saint. Bai Xiao sat on the stool and politely cupped his fist towards the man and woman. The page boy also followed suit, showing no change in expression, despite hearing about their heaven-defying identities. Human saint? Literary Saint Bai Xiao. Yuren stared at Bai Xiao coldly, her eyes filled with vigilance and killing intent, even causing a slight tremor in the surrounding space. Yuren did indeed have the title of the Great Void Rending Saint long ago. It is indeed this old man. Bai Xiao sat upright and chuckled. "Are you seeking death?" Yuren's face was frosty. This old fellow had been making a ruckus everywhere, causing the Holy Crown Prince's birth to be known all over the world. Even the powerful cultivators from the outer regions had wanted to join the fun. Although they were all blocked by the people of the Tao Harmony sect and the Blazing Fire Divine cult. It wasn't harmful to her and the Holy Crown Prince. But this old fellow, at first glance, didn't have good intentions. "Great Saint, you've misunderstood. This old man has no ill will." Bai Xiao looked wrong-side and said, "This old man has come here because I have important news to tell you too. This matter concerns the safety of the Holy Crown Prince. I have to say it." The Holy Crown Prince watched all this in silence, just eating his food with his head down. Yuren was also silent, but her expression seemed to say that if he couldn't give a good reason, he would be staying here forever. Bai Xiao stroked his beard, his expression unchanged, and slowly said, "In that Tao Harmony sect, there is an innate divine tree called the Heavenly Tao Tree. It is rumored that as long as you get close to that Heavenly Tao Tree, it will attract you to pick its fruit. If you resist the temptation, you may be rewarded by the Heavenly Tao and solidify your foundation, but if you cannot resist the temptation and you pick the fruit, you will be punished by the Heavenly Tao. At that point, Holy Crown Prince, your Heavenly Tao protection will surely break." As soon as these words were spoken, the Holy Prince and Yuren exchanged a glance, as if 1,000 words were unspoken. Heavenly Tao protection? He had long lost it. Bai Xiao, seeing this, smiled and continued, "The Tao Harmonizing Sect and the Blazing Fire Divine Sect of the Endless Fire Domain are now in a cooperative relationship. The Tao Harmonizing Sect is making such a big move, even mobilizing the entire sect, just to lure you to the Heavenly Tao Tree and suppress you there. The Tao Harmonizing Sect has occupied that Heavenly Tao Tree for so many years, they must know some tricks to make it irresistible to you. At that time, even if you, the great sage of rending space, are powerful, how many saints can you withstand, and how many strikes of the Emperor weapon can you endure?" In Bai Xiao's view, they were already being watched by many eyes. There was no way to leave the Eastern Divine Domain. The Holy Princess' mouth twitched, and Yuren, with a cold expression, asked, "How do you know such secret matters?" "Ha ha, it cannot be said, it cannot be said." Bai Xiao laughed. The secrets of the literary path were marvelous and indescribable. "Moreover, I heard that the Blazing Fire Divine Son is also about to be born. Aren't they trying to take you as a servant this time?" Yuren did not ask further. This literary sage was telling them this to make things more complicated. However, he had not expected that they had never been protected by the Heavenly Tao. Divine Son? He is not worthy. The Holy Prince sneered, extremely disdainful. Back in the archaic era, he had killed more than a handful of divine princes. Yuren, however, was thinking about something else. Her brows were furrowed. The Blazing Fire Divine Sect. The faceless, dark-clad person belonged to the Blazing Fire Divine Sect. No wonder he appeared in the Tao Harmonizing Sect before it turned out that the two sects had long joined forces. Yuren also had confidants on Mount Morning, so she had heard of the faceless, dark-clad person breaking in and revealing his identity. This person was terrifyingly strong. In any case, she was unwilling to fight him. Bai Xiao noticed the changes in their expressions, chuckled, and said nothing more. He had delivered the messages for what they would do and how they would choose. It was not his concern. He only needed to record it. Soon, the dishes were all served. The four of them were silent, eating their food thoughtfully. After the meal, Bai Xiao neatly placed a spirit stone. Here, they did not use silver, but spirit crystals and spirit stones. Anchu, does this matter affect us? The two were walking on the street, and the Holy Prince turned to ask. Yuren was lost in thought, then shook her head. They could still stroll the streets in peace, mainly because those saints feared the so-called protection of the heavenly Tao. That was the protection that even the demon clan's god emperors did not dare to challenge. If they knew the truth, even if they fled the Eastern Divine Domain, they would be hunted down, wouldn't they? Without sufficient self-protection, even a call to arms would be useless, and they would not be able to control their subordinates. Moreover, the descendants of the Holy Emperor's defeated foes would probably not let them go. It doesn't affect us much, we were here for battle anyway. As long as the Holy Prince's undying battle intent was completed, he could open the Yingxi treasury. Then, with two Emperor weapons in hand, Yurin wouldn't say she was invincible, but she would fear no one in the world. The heavenly Tao tree? Just a decoration. They did not plan to go there anyway. As long as they didn't go, the Holy Prince's heavenly Tao protection would always be there. Four Directions Sect. These past few days, the Four Directions Sect had been unusually lively. Every day, one or two Tao-slaying experts would descend upon the sect. They would either fly on their swords or turn into streams of light, all with a powerful murderous aura. After they arrived, they would quietly sit cross-legged in the very center of the sect's plaza. The plaza was paved with huge bluestone slabs, which were made from a miraculous mineral that could rapidly heal, brought by the Tao harmonizing sect after the previous destruction. A group of Tao-slaying experts, old and young, male and female, with different magical items, all had one common goal: the Holy Prince. They stood solemn, eyes tightly shut, like ancient statues, silently awaiting the arrival of the Holy Prince. As Tao-slaying experts, having cultivated their minds and bodies for tens of thousands of years, waiting a mere month was hardly an issue. Indeed, it had been a month since the Holy Prince had last taken action. However, to contend for the honor of being a Tao child, they could afford to wait. Chapter 70, The Sacred City of Li Fire. The Endless Fire Domain. It bordered the Eastern Divine Domain, majestically situated directly south of it. The Endless Fire Domain possessed an extremely vast territory, its expanse, as depicted on maps, equivalent to two Eastern Divine Domains. Yet here, large swaths of land were desert, with volcanic magma everywhere. However, this was convenient for cultivators here to train. Most cultivators in the Endless Fire Domain practiced fire arts. For them, volcanoes were training grounds, and magma was a hot spring, greatly benefiting their cultivation. The Endless Fire Domain was vast. Naturally, not all of it was like this. There were plenty of green hills and clear waters. After all, mortals also needed to survive. Cultivating immortality and divinity, without the mundane world of mortals as a backdrop, would be like brilliant stars losing the contrast of the dark night sky, becoming dull and tasteless. Lu Qingyun wandered through the desert, looking left and right. He hadn't properly experienced the life of another world yet. Lu Qingyun had just finished cleaning a small mountain peak, and there wouldn't be another place to clean for a while. So, he simply closed his door and went out. As for the courtyard, with Lu Rinjia guarding the house, he wasn't worried about Judu and the others causing trouble. With no worries, Lu Qingyun went directly to the Endless Fire Domain. There were two reasons. Firstly, he was cultivating the Great Path of Fire and had discovered a fatal problem. While Shang Ai's essence blood combined with the fire futon were good for cultivating the Great Path of Fire, the fire he cultivated had traces of the fire Kirin in every breath. It wasn't pure at all. The Great Path of Water was derived from innate divine water, pure and flawless, so it was naturally different. Secondly, he had been staying at home for too long, and he needed to experience the customs and cultures of this other world. Cultivation wasn't just about fighting and killing. Being carefree and happy was important too. Lu Qingyun's destination was clear: the sacred city of Li Fire. The sacred city of Li Fire was the foundation of the Li Fire divine sect. It was a holy land in the hearts of all those in the Endless Fire Domain who practiced fire arts, a place they dreamed of making a pilgrimage to. Unlike the detached Tao Harmonious Sky sect, the Li Fire divine sect was fully established in the mortal world. The Tao Harmonious Sky sect didn't allow outsiders to enter or leave, but the sacred city of Li Fire, a place even more prestigious, allowed even mortals to come and go. It truly is the dojo of the last great emperor. Lu Qingyun gazed into the distance, silently marveling at the grand scale. After a long while, far beyond the sky, a majestic and enormous city gradually came into Lu Qingyun's view. The city was so large that it was beyond imagination, like a miracle spanning the heavens and earth, rendering any language powerless in its presence. It was entirely golden, like a massive, four-sided sun spread out on the ground, emitting a dazzling light that inspired awe. The current location meets the check-in requirements. Do you want to check in? Lu Qingyun was still so far from the city's edge that the system's prompt had already sounded. But he wasn't in a hurry. The items from checking in at a place that wasn't even near the edge were mostly of Tao level. Lu Qingyun resisted the temptation and headed towards the sacred city of Li Fire. About 20 miles from the sacred city of Fire, Lu Qingyun stopped and landed gently. He could continue flying, but there was a no-fly array above, and it was best to follow local customs. Here, there were already many people who had stopped like him. It could be seen how lively the sacred city of Fire was. Most people had expressions of excitement or pride as they headed towards the sacred city. Lu Qingyun nodded in satisfaction. These people had great spirit. He subtly altered his appearance, wearing black robes and exuding auras of his primordial spirit, making him appear exceptionally handsome. Ing! A six-tailed, multicolored demon bird, obscuring the sky, cried out in the air. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the giant bird was carrying a sedan chair on its back. The giant bird circled once, seemingly unaffected by the anti-air formation, and entered the city with ease. Soon after, a young man riding a celestial horse also entered the city just as effortlessly. The surrounding people exclaimed in astonishment, but mostly, it was envy. This was influence. Those with backing rode in on their mounts, while they could only rely on their own footwork. Fellow Daoist, stop looking. We'd better just walk in honestly, someone said. Lu Qingyun looked at the speaker and smiled, cupping his hands in greeting. TCH. Having a mount is nothing special. Once this young master obtains good fortune in the holy city, I'll get a flashy mount and flaunt it in front of their faces every day, someone retorted, though his voice was low, betraying a lack of confidence. Everyone ignored him, taking it as a joke. Lu Qingyun looked toward the source of the voice. It was a child, about 10 years old, thin and sallow, dressed in tattered clothes, like a little beggar. This child, like his former self, was a pure mortal, lacking any aptitude for cultivation. However, Lu Qingyun frowned slightly. He felt that there was a certain special quality about this child, though he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Lu Qingyun continued to walk forward. Gradually, he began to wonder if he had come to the wrong place, feeling somewhat out of place. Nearby, an old man with a weathered face, his life force like a flickering candle about to extinguish, was almost completely withered. Yet, his turbid eyes gleamed with a fervent light. He first bowed deeply in the direction of the Lihua holy city, touching his forehead to the ground, muttering words, "To witness the majesty of the holy city today, my life is without regret. May the light of the holy city forever illuminate our path of cultivation and protect us from the suffering of the mortal world." After speaking, he prostrated himself, his expression devout, his head covered in blood. Holy city! I've finally arrived. A tall, thin man, as if possessed, suddenly broke into a run, shouting, "I've waited too long for this day. I will find the true essence of fire in the holy city. I will become an unparalleled expert." There were many like them, devout and zealous towards the holy city, filled with both yearning and awe. Some bowed, some cupped their hands, some roared loudly, some prayed softly, some declared bold ambitions, some wept bitterly. Sentient beings in a myriad of states. Lu Qingyun fell into silence, wondering if this Lihua divine sect might be a cult. Chapter 71. Entering the city, I didn't steal. Lu Qingyun quickly followed the crowd and arrived at the foot of the holy city. The city walls soared into the clouds, engraved with countless mysterious and ancient runes, which shimmered with strange light. The city gate was like the mouth of a giant beast, hundreds of feet high, crafted from an unknown reddish-gold material. On either side of the city gate stood two colossal stone statues, tens of feet tall, depicting majestic flame-sacred beasts. Their figures were robust and powerful, resembling towering peaks, every muscle bulging with strength. Their wavy manes, like burning flames, were flamboyant and intense. Lu Qingyun was somewhat surprised. Why do these flame-sacred beasts look so much like Fire Qilin? He looked at the city gate, a little speechless. Is this really polite? Lu Qingyun walked step by step towards the holy city, the path beneath his feet paved with huge golden stone slabs. Each slab was covered with ancient runes, which seemed to possess a life of their own, twinkling with faint light as his footsteps touched them. If one had keen senses, they would discover that these faint lights carried wisps of fiery aura. Moving his gaze upwards, an even more miraculous scene appeared. The surging spiritual energy within the holy city was like a vast, tumultuous river. This spiritual energy was manifested in vibrant, five-colored hues by the Lihua divine sect using mysterious means, weaving and crisscrossing between the city's pavilions and palaces, creating a dreamlike and magnificent scene. As he drew closer, the towering buildings within the holy city gradually came into view. The continuous rows of pavilions and palaces were all constructed from rare materials. The magnificence and grandeur of the buildings were beyond words for Lu Qingyun. He could only manage to utter, "Damn awesome." They were truly damn awesome. The materials used were extremely luxurious. Although their ranks were not that high, they were all made of beautiful materials, giving people the impression that this place was very high-end. In his heart, Lu Qingyun couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the designer. Upon witnessing such a scene, many who came to the holy city for the first time could no longer control themselves. Some knelt on the ground, opening their chests to feel the vast aura, while others even kissed the ground directly. Lu Qingyun did not want to associate with them and quickly passed through, heading further inside. The Liyue Holy City had an outer city and an inner city. He was currently only in the outer city. The streets of this outer city were extremely wide. Walking on the streets, if one wasn't careful, they might think they had come to a plaza. After walking quite a ways further in, the pedestrians on the street finally became more normal. But it was still the same, just not as fanatical. However, there were show-offs everywhere. Some wore shimmering spiritual armor, their steps accompanied by the sounds of wind and thunder. Some rode on strange spiritual pets, their aura like mountains, and others had spiritual energy surrounding them, as if gods had descended. These people's attire was colorful and varied, some embroidered with mysterious arrays, others painted with auspicious mythical beasts. Every detail showcased the magnificence and extravagance of the Liyue Holy City. Lu Qingyun looked at his own attire and was somewhat moved. He had originally thought that his Xian black robes were already high profile and stylish enough to blend into the holy city, but he didn't expect that they were still too low-key. Lu Qingyun was actually a bit of a poor navigator. If his divine soul wasn't so powerful, he might really get lost. This outer city was frighteningly large. After wandering around for half a day, he hadn't even explored a corner of it. Because it was too large, and the holy city welcomed all comers, the city was a mixed bag of people. Fortunately, the holy city did not allow fighting, and the occasional appearance of the city's law enforcement guards kept the order relatively stable. Lu Qingyun looked at their Xian black robes, and then at his own, and fell into silence. The Xian black robe Lu Qingyun wore was designed by himself. It was simple and grand. To put it bluntly, it was a solid color, without any patterns. On the other hand, the Xian black robes of those law enforcement guards were decorated with dragons, phoenixes, and qilin. The patterns were intricate and beautiful. The weakest among them, just like the one he was currently displaying, was a nascent soul cultivator, and their captain was even in the tribulation transcendence realm. As expected of a great emperor's dojo, they even used tribulation transcendence cultivators to enforce the law. As for the law enforcement hall of the Tao Harmonious Heavenly Sect, tribulation transcendence cultivators would have long been serving as overlords guarding their own territories. This group of 7 was escorting 3 people with bruised faces behind them. These people were all bound by chains, and if they were cultivators, their spiritual power would be sealed. If they were ordinary mortals, they would be in complete agony. Behave yourselves. The group was arrogant, and the captain even lashed one of the criminals with a whip in the street. Daring to steal in the holy city. You must be tired of living, right? The captain's words didn't seem directed at the 3 thieves, but rather at everyone around them. This is under the divine sect's jurisdiction. Even if the thief saint came, he'd have to behave himself. Clearly, they were escorting these 3 as a show of force. This was called killing the chicken to scare the monkey. Luckily, you didn't engage in any fights. Otherwise, you'd have been killed on the spot, and no one would dare say a word. The captain yelled fiercely. They did this parade every day, which was somewhat monotonous. Fortunately, they were rewarded with spirit stones, which soothed their hearts. If they encountered a hothead, intimidating them could also earn them some extra money. Whack! What are you standing there for? Move it! Whack! Another lash fell on the thief. The people around felt as if the whip had struck them, and they quickened their pace. I didn't steal. You're framing me. Give me back my treasure. At this moment, the smallest thief finally recovered and cried out in pain. Lu Qingyun had initially planned to watch for amusement, but he didn't expect to run into an acquaintance. This kid was the one who had made that bold statement before, wasn't he? If nothing unexpected happened, he should be an ordinary person, right? How could this kid dare to steal in the holy city filled with cultivators? No one knew. However, the captain's whip was clearly not used with any force. If a tribulation transcendence cultivator had used their full power, a whole city could be destroyed with a single lash. Hey, kid, you must be tired of living, huh? The captain was a little annoyed and raised his whip again. This lash was imbued with a trace of power. If it landed on a mortal, he would definitely be split in half. If they were outside, this kid would have died in a breath. But this was the holy city, so he had to restrain himself. However, this mortal daring to contradict a tribulation transcendence cultivator, even if he killed him with a single lash now, no one would dare to object. Just as the whip was about to fall, a white light flashed and instantly deflected the whip. Then, a light and airy voice spoke, "Stop, let him go." The captain was annoyed. Who dared to stop him? He turned his head to look, and everyone else also looked in the direction of the sound, including Lu Qingyun. It wasn't him who did it. He wasn't an idiot. Why would he save an unrelated person? Chapter 72, The White Lotus Saintess. Strange flames. It was a woman who looked exceptionally holy. She wore a white veil, dressed in white, and stepped upon white lotuses, which scattered in the air, emitting a strange fragrance. Lu Qingyun sniffed it. Smelled truly wonderful. Behind her followed an entourage. They were both old and young, all respectfully following the woman in white. Lu Qingyun was somewhat surprised. Among them were 2 sovereigns, 2 Tao slayers, and the rest were all tribulation transcenders. Such a lineup, so reverently following behind this woman, couldn't help but raise doubts. Was she another rich second generation? This woman's strength was only at the void realm. Upon seeing this woman, many people were stunned, including the patrol captain who had been so fierce earlier. Then, he reacted. He looked at the woman's entourage and cautiously asked, "Fairy, could you be the White Lotus Saintess?" As soon as he said this, the people around all gasped, their faces filled with astonishment. Some were ecstatic, pretending to casually push towards the woman in white. Lu Qingyun, standing in the front row, was envied by some. The woman in white did not reply, but simply said to herself, "No one is perfect who can be without fault. A petty theft, why take a life?" The captain, with a smile, quickly replied, "The saintess is right. Hurry, release." But before he could finish, the child roared again, "I didn't steal. I didn't." "Shut up." The captain directly swept a wisp of spiritual light over, and the child's mouth instantly couldn't make a sound. The White Lotus Saintess didn't say anything more. She just walked away, floating away on her white lotus. It really is the White Lotus Saintess. As the legends say, she is truly kind-hearted. Of course. The White Lotus sect has pity for all living beings and has saved the lives of more than one region. The people around discussed animatedly. Some infatuated ones even rushed to where the White Lotus Saintess had floated, sniffing wildly. The enforcement team excitedly released the 3 who had been detained. The team members were all congratulating the captain. "Sir, you are truly blessed to have spoken with the legendary White Lotus Saintess." The captain was also beaming, even though he had only exchanged words with her and hadn't even kissed her. He was grinning like a lovesick fool. "I'm in a good mood today, so you're free to leave. Now, get out of here." He kicked the child in the butt, making him stumble. Then, the enforcement team, no longer paying attention, left the place, laughing and chatting. Lu Qingyun didn't know if the child had been wronged or not, but at least, his life was saved by the White Lotus Saintess. In the face of life, a mortal's truth was unimportant. Lu Qingyun knew a bit about the White Lotus sect. The headquarters of the White Lotus sect was not in a specific region, but on a giant island. However, the power of the White Lotus sect was spread throughout the entire savage wasteland, with branches in almost every region. Their sole purpose was to save all living beings. Its founder, the White Lotus Holy Mother, was a great emperor. As for the White Lotus Saintess, Lu Qingyun was actually even more familiar with her. Before, during the wedding of Peak Master Ji Xinshan and Immortal Qinghao on Spirit Sword Peak, he had carefully read through the Savage Wasteland 100 Beauties chart. The White Lotus Saintess was highly praised by the author. He hadn't expected to meet her in person today. She was indeed beautiful, and her temperament was exceptional. Lu Qingyun's eyes were more than capable of seeing through a Tao-level veil. When beauties reach a certain level, it was no longer a comparison of looks, but a comparison of backgrounds. There was no ranking in the Savage Wasteland 100 Beauties chart. Beauty was in the eye of the beholder. The child was lying on the ground, not getting up, but trembling all over, crying silently. The people around, seeing there was no more excitement to be had, went back to doing whatever they were doing. No one paid attention to Immortal's fate. Lu Qingyun looked at the child and had originally planned to just leave. But he always felt that there was something wrong with this child. There was an indescribable aura about him. This was coming from him, who had seen countless natural treasures, innate divine objects, and saintly imperial weapons over hundreds of years. This child was definitely not simple. Lu Qingyun silently took out the black dragon orb and looked at the child. "Ha? What's this?" He saw a ball of flame at the child's chest. Lu Qingyun felt a slight tremor in his heart, a slight surprise. The fire Tao within him seemed to come alive, boiling and cheering. Lu Qingyun was a bit puzzled. He hadn't felt this way even when he had absorbed Shang Ai's essence blood. This thing was definitely a treasure comparable to an emperor-level item. That's not right. This fire seems to be devouring his life. It wasn't just devouring his life, but also everything about the child. His body was being devoured, his soul was being devoured, even his spiritual roots were being devoured. No wonder he was so thin. It seemed to be for this reason. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before this child was completely drained. What the fire would do then, Lu Qingyun had no idea. After crying for a while, the child slowly stood up. He wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes with his dirty sleeve. But unfortunately, there were too many tears, and his sleeve was too dirty. Not only did he not wipe away the tears, but he also smeared dirt on his face. He didn't care, staggering slightly, and walked towards the inner city in a daze. Perhaps, there, he could obtain the power he desired. Lu Qingyun felt that he was even more kind-hearted than the people of the White Lotus sect. He couldn't bear to see such suffering in the world. So, he directly followed him. "Here, take this." Lu Qingyun took out a pill from his sleeve and handed it to the boy. "If you trust me, take it." The boy stopped, staring at Lu Qingyun in disbelief, as if he hadn't expected someone would help him. Without saying a word, he took the pill and swallowed it in one gulp. In just a single breath, the boy felt comfortable both physically and mentally. His back didn't ache, his legs didn't hurt, and even the bruises on his face were gone. His injuries were completely healed. The boy looked at Lu Qingyun in surprise, about to say something, but Lu Qingyun looked left and right and said, "Let's go, let's find a place to have a meal first." "Okay." The boy nodded vigorously, running to catch up with Lu Qingyun's pace. He didn't ask why, and he didn't want to know why, he only knew that this person was helping him. "What's your name?" After randomly finding a high-end restaurant, Lu Qingyun walked in, ordered a private room and some signature dishes, sat down, and asked. The boy stood by the door, looking left and right, then his eyes fixed on the spiritual fruits on the table, swallowing his saliva continuously. Hearing Lu Qingyun's question, he wasn't scared. "My name is Luo Qi." Lu Qingyun nodded. "Sit down, eat whatever you want." The fruits on the table looked colorful, but they were all spiritual-grade fruits. "Thank you." Luo Qi was not polite and immediately ran to the table, grabbing one in each hand and gobbling them down. He was too hungry. After eating a fruit in a few bites, Luo Qi fearlessly stared at Lu Qingyun and asked directly, "You, why did you save me?" Chapter 73, Taking a Disciple. The river god Lu Qingyun didn't know what to say. Maybe it was because of his kindness. "I wanted to save him, so I did." "What reason is needed for that?" Luo Qi thought for a moment, then picked up another fruit and ate it in a few bites, not pressing the matter further. Instead, he asked, "What's your name? What should I call you?" "Just call me Mr. Lu." Soon, several fragrant dishes were placed on the table. Luo Qi stared eagerly, but he was still very polite. "Eat," Lu Qingyun said, and only then did he pick up his chopsticks and begin to devour the food. Current location meets check-in requirements. Check-in? Lu Qingyun thought about it. There was plenty of time in the holy city, and this place did have some experts, so checking in wouldn't be bad. Check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a Violet Spirit Gold Ginseng. View. Violet Spirit Gold Ginseng, top-grade Dao tier. Grows in spiritual valleys rich in spiritual energy, absorbing large amounts of natural energy and the essence of the sun and moon. Taking it can enhance cultivation aptitude, greatly increase vitality, and help break through cultivation bottlenecks. An all-purpose treasure. Lu Qingyun felt no particular emotion. This was a restaurant, and this Violet Spirit Gold Ginseng was probably the highest quality ingredient they had ever used. "Mr. Lu, aren't you going to eat?" "If you don't eat, I'll eat it all," Luo Qi said, stuffing his face, and in a whirlwind, the dishes on the table were soon empty. Have you ever thought about how a mortal like you can eat so many spiritual dishes? Although all the ingredients were at the spiritual level, the energy was still too strong for ordinary people. But he had that strange flame inside him, so it was normal. This is the first time I've eaten spiritual dishes." Luo Qi was stunned for a moment, a chicken leg still in his mouth as he mumbled, "Could it be that I'm a peerless genius, one in a million?" They chatted for a long time, and it had been a while since Lu Qingyun had enjoyed such a pleasant conversation. Luo Qi wasn't afraid of his identity as a cultivator at all, saying whatever came to mind. However, Lu Qingyun could feel that he still respected him. Luo Qi was an orphan, and had been in a beggar's den since he could remember. But he was different from the other beggars. Luo Qi had dreams. He also wanted to be a cultivator, to soar through the sky, and to roam the world with a sword. However, he had no talent for cultivation. He couldn't even draw in qi. So, Luo Qi had gone through many hardships, spending 2 years, and finally arrived at the holy city. It was said that everything was possible here. Luo Qi had a treasure, a jade pendant he had found on the road, that shone brightly. Although he didn't know what it was, it glowed every day, so it must be a good treasure. It was just a pity that it had been inexplicably stolen. "I really didn't steal it. I believe you, or I wouldn't have saved you." Lu Qingyun's trust made Luo Qi fall silent. This was the first time Luo Qi had encountered someone who treated him so well, who trusted him so much. Luo Qi didn't know how old he was. He only knew that it had been 11 years since he was a little kid, when he could speak and go out to beg. That woman smelled so good. They had been chatting, and their topic had gone off track. "I wonder if she's pretty." "Beautiful." "You saw her?" "I did." "How pretty?" "The most beautiful in the world." Luo Qi's eyes lit up, and he sat cross-legged on the stool, his head held high as he pondered. "She saved my life. I have to thank her properly if I get the chance. She's a saintess. You're just an ordinary person. It's unlikely you'll ever meet her again in this lifetime," Lu Qingyun said bluntly, crushing his hopes. "Saintess? How big is the difference?" Luo Qi's experience was too limited, and he didn't understand the value of a saintess. "It's like the difference between mud and clouds, an ant looking up at the heavens." Luo Qi curled his lip, not at all dejected, and looked directly at Lu Qingyun, curiously asking, "Then, mister, how big is the gap between you and her?" Lu Qingyun picked up his teacup, smiling without a word. "Thump. Please, mister, accept me as your disciple." Luochi stood up directly, kicking aside his stool, and knelt down on both knees, his eyes resolute. Pooh! Lu Qingyun didn't even get a sip of tea, and was choked instead. What a combo this was, catching even a quasi-sage like him off guard. You believe in me so much? Lu Qingyun asked curiously. Luochi, with a thud, touched his forehead to the ground. Master, I bow to you. What do you want to learn? Lu Qingyun didn't answer him, but asked instead. Luochi raised his head, both hands making a pushing motion. Of course it's fire, fierce and domineering. Immediately, he reacted, his eyes shining as he stared at Lu Qingyun. So mister, you agree? Lu Qingyun thought for a moment. He was a good man. He couldn't just take other people's things for nothing, could he? He was still quite curious about that ball of fire within Luochi's body. So, Lu Qingyun nodded. Longyu country, on the banks of the Qi River. Brother A Koan, I dropped my fish spear. A Jiao was a little unhappy. She and Lu Koan had sealed their spiritual power, enjoying the scenery as ordinary mortals. Unexpectedly, the river had swept away her fish spear. Although, this fish spear was just a branch they had casually found by the roadside and sharpened. Suddenly, ripples appeared on the river's surface, and amid the swaying waves, a pale blue fish, twice as big as a Jiao, suddenly leaped out of the river. It made a huge splash, scattering water onto a Jiao's face. Lu Koan was a little angry, and used the hem of his clothes to wipe a Jiao's small face. The blue fish looked at the little girl in front of it, and suddenly spoke in human language. Cute little girl, did you drop this golden fish spear? Or this spirit-ranked fish spear? Its voice was like a young man, gentle and refined. Wakaka, a big fish. A Jiao didn't seem to be affected by the splash of water, and looked at the big blue fish in front of her, her eyes shining. Actually, she had always wanted to try fish, but she refrained because of the fish's feelings. Hearing what the big blue fish said, a Jiao licked her lips, blinked her big eyes, and asked in confusion, are you asking me? Neither of those is mine. I dropped a fish spear made from a tree branch. A Jiao was an honest child. It was so hard to find a three-pronged branch that was so neat. The big blue fish felt a chill, the way the little girl was looking at it. It was kind of unnerving. Such an honest child, Brother A Koan. This seems like those river gods from the storybooks, but why is it a fish? A Jiao was clearly very interested. Lu Koan also looked at the big blue fish, full of curiosity. Hearing what the big blue fish said, a Jiao answered directly, I know. Are you going to give us both fish spears? She was very excited. She didn't expect to actually meet a river god from stories. The big blue fish was visibly stunned. In its time pretending to be a river god, it was the first time it had encountered someone who didn't play along with the routine. But it didn't care either. Suddenly, the corners of its mouth curled up, and it laughed sinisterly. He. Little girl, I'm not a river god anymore. Honest children are the most delicious. A moment later. Great immortal, spare me, great immortal. Please let me go. Lu Koan held a fish spear in one hand, and on the tip of the spear, he had speared a large blue fish. Why did you impersonate a river god? Lu Koan held the blue fish up on the spear, facing a Jiao. A Jiao stared angrily at the blue fish. They had been tricked. The river god in her imagination was actually a fake. But also, how could a small demon in the nascent soul realm be a river god? Chapter 74, Asking for a Blessing, a Chance Encounter. A bonfire crackled by the riverbank, a large, plump fish roasting on a spit above it, sizzling with oil. Lu Koan sprinkled on Lu Qingyun's special spices, and the aroma immediately filled the air. I never thought a big, fat fish would be so ambitious. Ah Jiao watched the fish, drooling incessantly. This big green fish, having somehow heard the tale of the river god, had actually decided to become a river god itself, seeking the path of the river god. The path of the river god was essentially the great Tao of water. However, it could harness the power of both lies and truth, or the Tao of truth and falsehood, to enhance its power over the great Tao of water. It was a rather peculiar way of cultivation. It was said that those who cultivated falsehood once had a special organization called the Sitting in Forgetfulness Tao. The legendary river god only absorbed qi, the qi of truthful honesty, and the qi of false lies. But this big green fish actually wanted to eat people directly. And the golden fork in its hand, the spiritual fork, was nothing more than an illusion. Lu Koan tore off a piece of fish and handed it to a Jiao. You can eat it now. Ah Jiao took the fish and devoured it. They hopped and skipped along the river, playing for about a day. Then, another situation arose. You two, look at me. Do I look like a human or a god? A yellow-furred weasel blocked their path, its face serious and profound. Ah Jiao looked at it pitifully. Brother Koan, it's so pitiful. It's still using the asking for a blessing technique. Lu Koan nodded silently. There were many kinds of transformation techniques, and the asking for a blessing technique was one of them. However, it was not very proper. If you answered that it looked like a human, you would ruin its cultivation, and it would seek revenge. If you answered that it looked like a god, it would successfully transform. However, this power borrowed the luck of the person being asked. If it was an ordinary person, they would probably be plagued with bad luck for 3 generations. Generally, only creatures with cultivation below the Violet Palace who wished to transform would use this technique. After all, demons could transform at will after reaching the nascent soul stage. This yellow-furred weasel had only Violet Palace cultivation. What are you talking about? I'm asking you, do I look like a human or a god? The yellow-furred weasel slowly approached, its eyes filled with longing, yet also a hint of threat. You? It smells so bad. Ah Jiao covered her nose, waving away the stench with her small hand. The weasel was stunned, about to ask for a blessing again. Seeing this, Lu Koan stepped forward, picking up the weasel with one hand. Ha! The weasel was dumbfounded, twisting its body, and discovering that the spiritual power within it had stopped. In an instant, its fierce eyes became much clearer. Cultivate diligently, and you can transform on your own once you reach the nascent soul stage. Alright, you smell too bad, remember to clean yourself more often. Eat this, it's a deodorizing pill. With that, Lu Koan flicked his wrist, and a pitch-black pill emitting a foul odor entered the weasel's mouth directly. Puke! The weasel instantly felt nauseous, wishing it could die. The principle behind the deodorizing pill was simple, to use a stench to stop another stench. Lu Koan casually threw it away, and the weasel went flying into the sky, disappearing without a trace. The weasel floated in the air, choking down the deodorizing pill. It felt as if its soul had been violated. Confused in its confusion, the weasel immediately fainted. The Qi River was very long and large. It meandered and wound, practically running through the entire Longyu Kingdom. Lu Koan and Jiao enjoyed their time playing along the river within the Longyu Kingdom, gaining insight into the local customs of the human race. They occasionally encountered some strange and peculiar beasts. They were very happy. In the past, these magical and interesting things could only be seen in books. Now, experiencing them firsthand, they realized just how wonderful they truly were. Brother Koan, look quickly, it's Qi River City. Jiao excitedly grabbed Lu Koan's hand, pointing at the large city ahead. After 100 years, Qi River City, on the surface, seemed to have not changed at all. Hopefully, Spring Fragrance Pavilion is still there. Lu Koan was also very happy. The delicacies of 100 years ago still seemed to be vivid in his mind. Reaching the city gate, both siblings were momentarily stunned, but quickly regained their composure. They did what they needed to do, entering the city as if nothing had happened. It was only after they had been inside for a while that Jiao whispered, "Was that just now the storyteller from that time?" Lu Koan frowned and nodded. Since the matter of the Holy Prince had spread, Lu Koan and Jiao had naturally heard about it. Furthermore, they had recounted the incident with the storyteller to Lu Qingyun, exactly as it happened. Later, upon inquiry, Lu Qingyun learned that the man was actually a literary sage. Lu Koan and Jiao possessed holy artifacts that concealed their heavenly secrets and identities, which Bai Shao naturally couldn't see through. The two of them adhered to the philosophy of playing it safe, keeping a low profile, and staying away from mysterious figures whenever possible. It wasn't that they were afraid they had plenty of holy artifacts. Bai Shao stood outside the city, glancing in, his brow furrowing as he fell into thought. Just now, he seemed to have sensed an unusual aura, a feeling that the story was about to deviate from his predictions. He shook his head, convinced that he had made his predictions within the boundaries of the rules. How could anyone possibly break free from them? However, he also secretly hoped that someone would break the rules, which might make the story even more spectacular. His path wasn't that rigid. Lu Koan and Jiao had originally planned to take the usual route straight to the Spring Fragrance Pavilion, but after hearing people mention it, they learned that the pavilion had opened an even larger branch filled with spiritual cuisine. Their eyes lit up, and they decided to head to the peculiar stone market instead. It was nearly noon, and the Spring Fragrance Pavilion was as bustling as ever, packed to capacity. You two were full. Would you like to wait or perhaps share a table? The waiter looked a bit troubled. The business was just too good, as it had been for decades. If it wasn't for the high pay, who would want to do this job? Jiao sniffed the fragrant dishes, swallowing her saliva. She really didn't want to wait any longer. Then we'll share a table, Lu Koan said, noticing Jiao's condition. Eating was the priority. We'll just start with an appetizer now, and then order a feast tonight. Jiao nodded, agreeing to share a table. The waiter smiled and looked around. As a waiter, he was excellent at reading people. Some customers seemed difficult to deal with, while others were more approachable. His gaze landed on a corner table. His face lit up. He remembered these two. They had agreed to share a table a few days ago and were very easy to talk to. Please wait a moment, he said, jogging to the corner to explain the situation. After a short while, he returned, smiling. Please, this way. Chapter 75. Only water can be learned, sharing a table for a meal. Endless Fire Domain, the holy city of Li Fire. Lu Qingyun gazed at the wisp of white flame flickering in his hand, lost in thought. Southern Mingli Fire Infant, innate divine fire. The fire of the Li position in the innate 8 trigrams, the fire that accompanies the divine beast vermilion bird, later refined by the Li Fire Great Emperor into his source foundation, even more powerful than before. The Li Fire Great Emperor's source foundation, how could it appear on this kid? And it's just a seedling. Lu Qingyun looked at Luo Qi, his expression becoming somewhat playful. But he didn't dwell on it, as even more complex matters lay before him. Master, I suddenly feel so light. Luo Qi, shirtless, moved his body around, feeling a sense of unprecedented physical and mental pleasure for the first time in his life. Lu Qingyun hummed softly, then sighed, solemnly reminding him, you cannot learn fire. Luo Qi was taken aback, asking, why? Because you will die, and die quickly. Lu Qingyun wasn't exaggerating. It wasn't that he wouldn't teach him, but if Luo Qi practiced fire techniques, he would certainly die. Although the southern Mingli fire had been separated, it wasn't completely gone. Innate divine fire was mysterious and unpredictable, likely born with Luo Qi, and the Qi of Li fire had already become intertwined with everything about him. To put it plainly, the root of the southern Mingli fire was still attached to Luo Qi. If he cultivated fire techniques, it would surely trigger its root. If his cultivation were profound enough, Lu Qingyun estimated, even just his primordial spirit would turn into ashes. So, mass-producing southern Mingli fire was out of the question. Luo Qi's life wasn't worth it. Perhaps there were magical fire techniques in the wilderness, but Lu Qingyun didn't possess them. Ah? Luo Qi was startled, very surprised, but he didn't ask why, instead asking, then what should I learn? Lu Qingyun answered without hesitation, learn water. Water and fire were incompatible. As long as Luo Qi could grasp the basics of the great Tao of water, the remaining traces of the southern Mingli fire within his body could be eradicated. Moreover, regarding the great Tao of water, he was a quasi-sage. Ah, what's so good about learning water? It's so soft and weak, not domineering at all, Luo Qi muttered quietly. Oh, is that so? Lu Qingyun smiled mysteriously, slowly extending his hand and tapping Luo Qi on the head. Instantly, Luo Qi was plunged into a hallucination. He saw the vastness of the ink sea, the surging of the celestial river, the pure gentleness of the 3,000 weak waters, and the forceful dominance of heavy water. Master, I want to learn water. Luo Qi was drooling. He realized that water could be so powerful. In his heart, his curiosity and respect for Lu Qingyun's mystery only grew stronger. His master was definitely an extraordinary figure. I want this, and this. Jiao pointed at the menu, her eyes shining, her small fleshy hand scanning back and forth across it. The waiter smiled, his eyes glancing towards Lu Kuan, assuming he was the adult. She wants everything she pointed at. Lu Kuan spoke with domineering authority. Flame-tailed spirit fish, golden lotus root slices, turquoise spirit dumplings, black armored turtle soup, dragon python jade dew steamed cake. The waiter jotted everything down, his eyes scanning over the two of them, somewhat dubious. Could they handle so many delicacies? But he didn't dwell on it, he was just passing on the order. Alright, that's enough for now, we'll eat other things tonight. Jiao sat on the stool, handing the menu to the waiter. Her legs didn't reach the ground, swinging back and forth, and she hummed a little tune, clearly very happy. The two people sharing their table, a man and a woman, possessed exceptional auras. They had ordered 3 dishes and 1 soup, eating quietly, appearing exceptionally composed. The table was actually very large, enough to fit hundreds of dishes. The Holy Prince actually had an excellent personality. Aside from his love for battle, he was usually very calm. Every time they shared a table, Yuren frowned, only he remained calm and unconcerned. Sometimes Yuren wondered, if the Holy Emperor had been like this, perhaps he wouldn't have died? But, would such a Holy Emperor still be the Holy Emperor? The Holy Emperor was renowned for his battles. Though he had already undergone a fast, the Holy Prince still ate these spirit delicacies every day, a habit seemingly passed down from the ancient times. Although helpless, Yuren could only accompany him. Her gaze drifted, somewhat lost. It seemed that the only opportunity the Holy Prince had to meet his father before was during banquets. As she drifted, her eyes met the gaze of the little girl with blue hair across from her. Jiao blinked her big eyes, sensing that gaze, and smiled, very politely extending her little fleshy hand to greet her. Hello, big sister. Yuren forced a smile, a strained one, and nodded in response. 2 juniors in the foundation establishment stage, nothing much, but the aura emanating from them gave her an inexplicable sense of familiarity. She couldn't quite put her finger on it, maybe it was just her imagination. Lu Kuan and Jiao seemed innocent on the surface, but their hearts were stormy. They exchanged a look, continuously communicating telepathically. How come every corner of this Qi water city was filled with experts? They couldn't even see through the cultivation of this black-clad sister. And the man's aura was comparable to Lu Kuan's at the slaying Tao realm. Moreover, he didn't seem to be human. Clearly, they were different from Lu Kuan and Jiao, who weren't intentionally concealing their strength. It's just that the cultivation of those around them was too low. They only knew they were experts, but not how high level. Don't worry, as long as you don't take the initiative to attack, even a sage won't be able to see through your cultivation. This is what Lu Qingyun had personally told them before he left. Therefore, Lu Kuan and the others were not panicking at all. Before long, the table was filled with more than a dozen exquisite, fragrant dishes. Whoa, all of them are the most expensive signature dishes. This must cost several spirit stones. I wonder which young master or miss is here. The other tables, with their meager 2 or 3 dishes, paled in comparison. They all revealed expressions of envy and jealousy. Spending several spirit stones on a meal was something that most people couldn't bear to do. The money for a bowl of spirit food was better spent on pills. 1 spirit stone was equivalent to 100 spirit crystals. But for experts, it was impossible for them to lack spirit stones. Not to mention high-level experts like the Lu Qingyun family. Big brother, big sister, let's eat together. There are so many dishes, my brother, and I might not be able to finish them all. Ah Jiao waved her little hand generously. Of course, she couldn't possibly not finish them all. She could swallow the entire Qi Water City with 1 bite. But when you're out and about, you should always try to lay low. When you encounter experts, make friends, not enemies. And if you make enemies, leave no survivors. In the eyes of Yuren and the Holy Prince, Ajiao's eyes were so clear, they hadn't seen such pure emotion in a long time. Let's eat together, consider it as thanks for sharing the table with us. Lu Kuan also smiled and invited them. The Holy Prince smiled, glanced at Yuren, and nodded. Looking at the little girl's clear, watery eyes, he couldn't bear to refuse, then thank you both. Ajiao withdrew her gaze, instantly putting everything else behind her. At this moment, her eyes were only fixed on the food. Chapter 76, Gifting the Golden Needle. Entering the inner city, no one harbored any particular thoughts about Ajiao's youth and her foundation establishment cultivation. After all, in this world, some people are destined to be extraordinary from birth. In ancient times, those primordial beings born of heaven and earth possessed cultivation levels that many beings could not even dream of reaching from the moment they came into existence. Ajiao was too short, so when eating spiritual dishes, she had to control her chopsticks with her chi, otherwise her little stubby arms couldn't reach the dishes on the table. Eat freely. Ajiao held a dish in one hand, ladled soup with the other, and spoke indistinctly with a spiritual dumpling in her mouth. Everyone was unfamiliar with each other, just chance acquaintances, so they kept silent while eating, only making polite gestures with their eyes. As for Ajiao, she was completely occupied, her mouth never stopping. Before long, the delicacies on the table were swept clean, most of it ending up in Ajiao's stomach. Ajiao rubbed her little belly, smacked her lips, still looking a little unsatisfied. Only then did the Holy Prince have the opportunity to speak. Thank you both for your hospitality today. For some reason, he had enjoyed this meal very much, feeling exceptionally pleased. After a few pleasantries, they exchanged names. I am Lu Kuan, and this is my younger sister, Wu Qing'er. Lu Kuan's expression was sincere, and Ajiao's eyes were bright. When traveling, one's identity was self-proclaimed. The Holy Prince cupped his fist. I am Zhang Tian, and this one, you can call her Aunt Yu. They did not intentionally hide their identities. It was just that the Holy Prince's true identity might frighten these new acquaintances, so using Zhang Tian, which meant battle the heavens, as his name, fit the temperament of a battle saint ape. As for Yuren, even she called herself Aunt Yu, so if this child called her sister, it would be a bit. Ajiao blinked, thinking that these two handsome people were a couple. She didn't expect that they were aunt and nephew. As he spoke, the Holy Prince took out a golden needle from his robes. It emitted a cold light, with faint spiritual energy circulating around it. This is my keepsake. If you two encounter any difficulties in the future, you can use this golden needle to summon me. Lu Kuan and Ajiao exchanged a look. A hint of surprise flashed in their eyes. They hadn't expected such generosity from a chance encounter. This meal was worth it. They never thought they would make friends so easily. Their surprised expressions were naturally noticed by the Holy Prince and Yuren. Lu Kuan did not fail to appreciate their good intentions, and received the flying golden needle with both hands. He took a moment to sense it, and a thought arose. Was it a hair? However, he quickly regained his composure, cupped his fist, and acted flustered, thanking them. Brother Zhang Tian, how can this be? Ajiao also blinked her large eyes on the side, and said with a grin, thank you, Brother Zhang Tian, you're so kind. This golden needle is so pretty. Her adorable appearance made the Holy Prince laugh. Yuren watched from the side, her brow furrowed slightly, seemingly worried, but she didn't say anything. After all, the Holy Prince had always been impulsive, and she couldn't interfere too much. The Holy Prince waved his hand and said with a smile, you're welcome, it's good if Qing'er likes it. When it was time to pay the bill, Ajiao very readily paid for the 3 dishes and 1 soup that the Holy Prince and Yuren had ordered. The total cost was only 3 spiritual stones. The 4 of them left the Spring Fragrance restaurant together. They then walked together for some time. The Holy Prince and Yuren were going back to their inn for seclusion, while Lu Kuan and Ajiao were going to explore the Qi River City. In the end, they parted ways. Watching the two figures, one tall and one short, walk away, Yurin frowned. Child, how could you, alas? Yurin didn't know what to say and could only sigh. Just making a good connection through a chance encounter, the Holy Prince smiled, not taking it to heart. Besides, this meal was very enjoyable, wasn't it? If a single hair could make a friend, then why not? Brother Koan, these two don't seem to harbor any ill intentions towards us, Ajao said slowly while flicking the golden needle that the Holy Prince had given her. Not only was there no malice, but there was even some goodwill. In their travels, other demons had wanted to eat them upon sight. Maybe with our current cultivation, helping us is just a small matter for them. Lu Koan nodded. The current cultivation, of course, referring to the superficial cultivation. Okay. Brother Koan, where are we going now? Although Ajiao was talkative, she listened to Lu Koan. Of course, this referred to Qingjiao. Zijiao might not say a word in a day, and it would be good luck for her to even show her face. Lu Koan thought for a moment and said, let's play in Chishui City for 2 days first. Then we'll slowly travel towards the Sifang sect. The matter of the Holy Prince setting up a ring at the Sifang sect naturally did not escape their inquiries. It was just that it seemed like it had been a while since the last fight, and they didn't know where the Holy Prince had gone. But that was fine, they weren't in a hurry either. You stay at the inn and don't wander around. I'll be back soon. Lu Qingyun really couldn't hold back anymore. This holy city was full of Dao rhythm everywhere. However, for several days in a row, he had only signed in for Dao level items. It was not at all in line with his temperament. Therefore, Lu Qingyun planned to go to the inner city to take a look. Master, can't you take me with you? Luo Qi understood that he was not one to shirk his responsibilities. Lu Qingyun shook his head and said, don't worry, I'll be back tonight. The inner city was not a place you could just walk into directly. You had to be a disciple of the Lihua divine sect, and even ordinary disciples were not allowed. Therefore, Lu Qingyun could only sneak in to sign in. After thinking about it, Lu Qingyun continued, don't you like the White Lotus Saintess? There will be an opportunity tonight. I'll take you to see the Lotus Platform Dharma Assembly. Luo Qi widened his eyes and vehemently retorted, who likes her? I just want to find a chance to repay her for saving my life. Lu Qingyun smiled without saying anything, turned around, and was about to walk out of the room. Luo Qi's anxious voice sounded, Master, you must come back quickly, don't miss the Lotus Platform Dharma Assembly. Lu Qingyun exited the room, and his figure changed in an instant. Faceless black-clad man, activate. His figure slowly faded, then disappeared on the spot. The direction of the inner city was extremely obvious. After all, it was a huge, entire floating stone. Floating in the air, it was hard to miss. This floating stone, by some means of the Lihua divine sect, was sparkling and shining, radiating golden light. It could be said that the entire Lihua holy city was so bright and shiny probably because of the inner city's illumination. The inner city floated very high, and from a distance, it looked like a sun hanging in the sky. It floated in the center of the Lihua holy city, and everyone, no matter which direction they entered the city from, had the opportunity to worship it. The inner city was naturally protected by a sacred array, but Lu Qingyun had a void-tearing talisman, the principle of which was to imitate the void mantis, a sacred talisman that could be used 30 times. With the help of the void-tearing talisman, Lu Qingyun easily entered the inner city. As soon as he entered, the system's voice sounded. The current location meets the sign-in conditions. Do you want to sign in? Chapter 77, The Sacred Peach of Lihua. Seeking revenge after Lu Qingyun entered the inner city, it was as if he had walked into the sun. Hot, scorching hot, the temperature was ridiculously high. No wonder ordinary people were not allowed to enter. Let alone mortals, even those with slightly weaker cultivation would probably spontaneously combust upon entry. The place was splendid and magnificent. The further towards the center one went, the higher the temperature became. It was no longer a matter of spontaneous combustion, but rather turning to ashes. There were very few people, or rather, very few people moving around. It seemed that the atmosphere was similar to that of Dawa Peak. Lu Qingyun licked his lips. Most of his sacred weapons were obtained through signing in at Dawa Peak in Tianhe. He did not understand why a sect that had never produced a great emperor, although powerful, was not so powerful that it had once produced such a large number of sacred weapons. Lu Qingyun didn't know where the good stuff was, so he stopped directly in the approximate center. Since this was the case, then start here, to stock up. He was wearing the black dragon armor, which not only had excellent defense but was also top-notch at concealing his aura. Therefore, unless the Lihua divine sect had an emperor-level weapon like the black dragon pearl or some innate divine object, current location meets the check-in conditions. Do you want to check in? Check in. Lu Qingyun's mind moved slightly. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the sacred peach of Lihua. Do you want to view it? It was a fruit. View. Sacred peach of Lihua, top-grade sacred fruit. An extremely rare spiritual fruit that grows in the innate Lihua land. This peach contains a trace of acquired Lihua Qi. Although the introduction was short, more detailed information had already entered Lu Qingyun's mind. The sacred peach of Lihua tree was a fruit tree that had surprisingly survived in the innate Lihua Qi. It flowered once every 10,000 years and bore fruit once every 100,000 years. The restrictions on eating this peach were extremely high. One must have reached the cutting Dao stage and also cultivate the fire Dao. Otherwise, one's foundation would be destroyed, or they would be reduced to ashes. However, if successfully consumed, the effects were also significant. Not only would one's understanding of the fire Dao take a qualitative leap, but one could also incorporate that trace of Lihua Qi into oneself. The peach was a dazzling crimson gold color, with what appeared to be flames flowing on its surface. It was extremely divine. Lu Qingyun nodded in satisfaction. It was not bad. The main thing was that it was in line with his specialty. It was a pity it was only a single fruit and not a branch or root. The sacred flowers and sacred fruits in his small courtyard had all grown from the roots or branches he had signed in for. For a single fruit like this, all the divine properties were already in the flesh, so it could not be used to grow a fruit tree. Lu Qingyun planned to come here again tomorrow to gather more fruit. His path would become even smoother. He also looked around with the aid of the black dragon pearl, seeing many people quietly cultivating their auras majestic. Among them, there were only two saints. One was not wearing clothes, and the other was lying in a stone coffin. Lu Qingyun did not disturb them and directly flashed away, preparing to visit again tomorrow. Below, behind a row of golden palaces, was a simple giant rock covered in lava flows, divine fire erupting, extremely spectacular. This was where the Lihua sect leader cultivated. In the very center, a robust man with a bare torso was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the erupting lava. He was closing his eyes and breathing. With each breath, the space around him twisted rapidly as if it could not withstand the high temperature. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and looked up at the sky. Why do I feel like someone is watching me? Then, the Lihua sect leader shook his head. This was the Lihua divine sect in the entire boundless wilderness who could spy on him silently. His power and strength were well known. The Lihua sect leader dismissed this unrealistic thought and closed his eyes to continue his cultivation. Eastern Divine Region, Zhongli Country. This place was not far from the Daohai Heavenly Sect, less than 100,000 miles away. It was on the way to the Sifang sect. If you turn right and walk straight ahead, you'll reach the Yingxi. Zhongli Nation is controlled by the Zhengli sect, which is also controlled by the Zhengli family. It's both a sect and a family. The strongest member of the Zhengli family is a tribulation transcendent stage expert. In this desolate place, aside from those major powers, they are already considered a significant force. Jean Dali walked step by step towards the imperial city of Zhongli, his face resolute. Bold. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the palace? Audacious commoner? Retreat at once. This is the Zhongli imperial city. Jean Dali, hearing the shouts, merely frowned slightly, a flicker of determination in his eyes. I am Jean Dali. Today I have come solely to reclaim the blood debt of the past. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Let the murderers who annihilated my family come out to die. His voice was like a great bell, echoing before the Zhengli imperial palace, each word filled with years of suppressed hatred. He would take revenge with his own hands, not relying on the prestige of the sect. The imperial guards, hearing this, exchanged glances but showed no intention of retreating, drawing their swords in unison. Jean Dali snorted coldly, his figure like lightning, instantly charging into the ranks of the guards. His fists moved like gusts of wind, each strike carrying the force of an avalanche. The guards before him were like ants, easily crushed into pieces. His eyes were cold, without any pity, only the fire of revenge. These people were accessories to the crime, and their deaths were not regrettable. The palace was thrown into chaos, alarm bells ringing incessantly. The experts of the Zhengli family rushed over, all shocked at the scene before them. An elder-like figure roared, Jean Dali, is it? You dare to run wild in Zhongli Nation, don't you know you're courting death? Jean Dali stopped, looking coldly at him, courting death? When my entire family was slaughtered, did anyone think about their lives? Today, I only want the murderers from that time. If you hand them over, I will leave, otherwise, don't blame me for washing the Zhengli imperial city with blood. His words were filled with rage, his fists clenched as if they could shake the heavens and the earth. Humph. Just a mere nascent soul brat, how dare you be so presumptuous? Take this poem. He raised a hand, and a sky-covering hand appeared above Jean Dali's head, falling down with a loud crash without the slightest hesitation. What? Jean Dali felt as if something had scratched his body. Although his cultivation had not improved over the years, his body had become more and more robust. Although it was still at the level of an inferior-grade Dao artifact, it was more than enough to deal with Zhongli Nation. He did not want to harm innocent people, otherwise, if he went berserk, the entire Zhongli Nation would not be able to stop him. He just wanted to take revenge. Jean Dali looked at the frightened old man opposite him, his eyes filled with killing intent, and took a step forward, instantly arriving in front of the old man who had not yet recovered. Ah! Bang! With a light squeeze, the top expert of Zhenli Nation, a void refinement stage clan elder, fell. The members of the Zhenli family all lived in the imperial city. Seeing the commotion, they rushed over. However, as soon as they arrived, they saw one of the strongest members of their family on the surface easily crushed. Not good. Run! Everyone scattered like startled birds, and the entire imperial city fell into chaos. Jean Dali stood there like a god of death, his gaze sweeping over the chaotic crowd in the sky, without the slightest fluctuation. There was only one thought in his heart: find the murderer from back then. Gradually, he frowned. None. They were not among these people. Chapter 78. Vengeance achieved. At this moment, Zhongli Shou, who was far away playing at the border of Zhengli Kingdom, suddenly received a message from his family's jade talisman. Jean Dali? Could it be? Upon hearing this urgent message, Zhongli Shou's expression changed drastically. Young master, come play beside him. A graceful and charming beauty, holding a handkerchief with a delicate orchid finger, coquettishly climbed onto Zhongli Shou's body. Slap! Get lost! Zhongli Shou frowned, slapped her away, and kicked her out, causing the woman to immediately fall unconscious. He felt a little panicked. Cultivators had excellent memories. Could it really be that Jean family? Impossible, right? It was just an ordinary small family. Scenes of slaughtering the Jean family back then kept flashing in Zhongli Shou's mind, the ground covered in blood and screams seemingly right before his eyes. He was somewhat irritated, his consciousness constantly scanning through the family's jade talisman, trying to get the latest situation. Zhongli Imperial Palace. Ancestor, it's the ancestor. A powerful, suffocating aura swept from the depths of the Zhengli Imperial Palace. A Tribulation Transcendence Realm ancestor had appeared. He looked solemnly at Jean Dali. Young man, do not be so stubborn. Let this matter be resolved, and I can spare your life. The scene of Jean Dali easily killing a void refinement cultivator was still vivid in his mind. This young man was clearly in the nascent soul stage on the surface. Could he be hiding his true strength? He dared not be careless, and besides, he was old and did not want to fight. Jean Dali revealed a fierce expression and stated loudly, if it weren't for the evils your Zhenli family committed back then, destroying my whole family, why would I be like this? Today, if you do not hand over the murderers, I will surely flatten the Zhengli kingdom. With that said, his aura surged, his muscles tensed like a volcano about to erupt. Outrageous! The Zhengli ancestor roared, his whole body overflowing with spiritual power, his hands transforming into dragon claws, and then his figure charged towards Jean Dali like a ghost. Regardless of his strength, he had to test him, didn't he? Jean Dali didn't dodge or evade. A faint golden light emanated from his arms. Finding the right moment, he suddenly lunged forward, throwing a punch towards the Zhengli ancestor. This punch contained years of hatred and anger, and where the fist wind passed, cracks appeared in space. The two fists collided. Ah! The Zhengli ancestor cried out in pain, watching his own arm fly off. He was shocked. His phantom dragon fist was so vulnerable. How could it fly off so quickly after just touching? The Zhengli ancestor quickly cast a defensive spell, a huge spiritual power shield appearing in front of him. However, the power of Jean Dali's punch was too great. The shield didn't even last half a breath under the force of the fist. The Zhengli ancestor was blasted away by this powerful force, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face turning extremely pale. He was terrified in his heart, never expecting Jean Dali's strength to be so terrifying. So, enduring the pain, he hurriedly shouted, "Spare me! I will immediately summon all direct descendants, and you can identify the person yourself. If it is truly done by my Zhengli family members, I will not protect them." That was all he could do. Even if he brought out the other ancestors, they would probably be delivering food. Upon hearing this, Jean Dali stopped his actions, but his gaze remained vigilant, staring at the Zhengli ancestor, preventing him from playing any tricks. Before long, the direct descendants of the Zhengli family who had fled were summoned to the plaza in front of the palace. They all had expressions of fear, looking at the imposing Jean Dali and the heavily injured ancestor, not daring to make a sound. It's not them. Jean Dali glanced over them and didn't see the hateful face from back then. The Zhengli ancestor's expression stiffened. At this moment, a young man whispered from the side, "Old ancestor, there are still some direct descendants outside. Then hurry and summon them back. Do you want to be the sinner of the Zhengli family?" The Zhengli ancestor was already heavily injured, and upon hearing this, he became even more furious. "Go, notify the dark guards, bring them all back to me." Seeing Jean Dali's face, he couldn't wait a moment longer. "Yes," the youth replied, trembling with fear. Jean Dali heard their conversation and, waiting in place, actually began to meditate. His cultivation never ceased, not even for a moment. What? The old ancestor has been utterly defeated. Zhongli Shou's face turned pale, and upon hearing the old ancestor's summons, he trembled all over. "No, I can't die. Zheng Xiu pulled up his pants, preparing to flee to the neighboring power. This was the border, he could escape soon. Young Master Xiu, please come with me. Just then, from the darkness, a dark guard who had been observing for a long time came out. Usually, it was he who protected Zheng Xiu from the shadows. Now, he picked up Zheng Xiu like a chick and flew into the sky. No, let me go, I don't want to go. I have spirit stones. I have magic treasures. I have pills. I'll give them all to you, just let me leave. The dark guard remained unmoved. His life had long ceased to belong to him, these things were meaningless. In half an hour, Zheng Xiu was brought before Jean Dali. Upon seeing Jean Dali, his legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground, begging for mercy. Please, have mercy on me, I was wrong back then, I don't want to die. Without even waiting to be recognized, Zheng Xiu immediately knelt and begged for forgiveness. When Jean Dali saw this person, his aura suddenly surged, suppressing everyone in the palace until they couldn't even breathe. Zheng Xiu couldn't even lift his head. Jean Dali's eyes were about to burst. He reached out and grabbed Zheng Xiu's neck, his eyes full of disgust and hatred. When my family begged for mercy, did you ever let them go? Today is your death day. Mercy, ugh. Jean Dali applied force to his hand, and with a crack, before Zheng Xiu could say anything more, he was lifeless. His entire head was twisted off. With his great revenge fulfilled, Jean Dali looked at the chaotic scene before him, his heart feeling no joy. He turned and silently left the Zhengli imperial city, leaving behind a scene of wreckage, and the Zhengli family plunged into deathly silence. Outside the imperial city, in a secluded mountain valley, stood a solitary grave. The grave looked quite old, with weeds growing all around. Jean Dali carried Zheng Xiu's head and walked step by step towards the grave, each step seeming to weigh 1,000 pounds. He arrived at the grave, slowly knelt down, and slammed Zheng Xiu's head heavily onto the ground, kicking up some dust. His family's bones had long been burned to ashes by fire. This was just their remains. Jean Dali's eyes were filled with tears, but he forced himself not to let them fall, his lips trembling as he said, "Father, Mother, your unfilial son has made you wait so long before avenging you." He was a Dao slashing expert, yet he still had tears. He sat in front of the grave for a long time, until the sun set and the afterglow dyed the entire valley blood red. He stood up, took one last look at the solitary grave, and said in a low voice, "Father, Mother, the revenge is complete, and your son should leave now. I hope you rest in peace underground." After speaking, he turned and left, his figure stretching long and long in the setting sun, gradually disappearing into the end of the valley. Only the solitary grave and Zheng Xiu's head with unclosed eyes were left. Family revenge was complete, and mortal affairs were over. Next, he should go to the Four Directions sect. Chapter 79, The Lotus Platform Dharma Assembly. The blazing fire holy city knew no day or night. For it was constantly illuminated by the small sun within the inner city, so it was always daytime. The golden light shone brightly, and the lively atmosphere never diminished. This was fine for cultivators, but ordinary people might find it a bit much. They needed to sleep, and the absence of night made it difficult to fall asleep. Luo Qi's physique had been slightly enhanced by Lu Qingyun, so he wasn't very sleepy. Wow, this is much more prosperous than Emberfire City. Luo Qi was wearing new spirit-ranked clothes that Lu Qingyun had casually bought. Although he was still thin, his demeanor was noticeably different. Emberfire City was the place where he had previously begged. Not only was it not always brightly lit, but there was even a curfew at night. Quick, the Lotus Platform Dharma Assembly is about to begin. Finally, we can witness the holy countenance of the White Lotus Saintess. Don't daydream. The assembly is already surrounded 3 layers deep. If we go now, we'll be lucky to hear anything. The people around were chattering, many of them using movement techniques and hurrying forward. Master, let's hurry too. Luo Qi looked anxious, wanting to pull Lu Qingyun forward. In a vast square, an enormous lotus platform floated in the center, radiating brilliance. The petals of the lotus platform were layered, each shimmering with soft, sacred light. The light was white, gold, pink, and purple, intermingling in a dazzling display. The lotus platform was surrounded by swirling clouds, which seemed to possess intelligence, transforming into various auspicious images, soaring divine dragons, spreading phoenixes, blossoming celestial flowers, and even the forms of chanting celestial children. These cloud-formed illusions drifted slowly around the lotus platform, as if they were guardians. The square was packed with people. Upon closer inspection, there were even demon clans present. Some were meditating with their eyes closed, others were in hushed conversations, their faces filled with anticipation. Master, this place is so magnificent. Luo Qi was a little nervous, tugging at Lu Qingyun's sleeve and standing at the edge of the square. They simply couldn't squeeze their way in. Lu Qingyun looked at their position and shook his head. They had arrived relatively early, but it was no match for those who had claimed spots days in advance. However, those who were powerful, or riding mounts, and clearly had influential backgrounds, naturally had people stepping aside to make way for them. Would you like to go up front and take a look? Lu Qingyun asked Luo Qi. Luo Qi's eyes lit up. Without thinking, he immediately replied, yes. Close your eyes. Lu Qingyun's voice rang out, and Luo Qi closed his eyes in confusion. Open them. Hearing his master's words, Luo Qi opened his eyes, and immediately his eyes widened in shock. In the blink of an eye, how had they moved to the front rows? Master Yu. Luo Qi was incredulous. His master was actually this powerful. This position was near the front but not quite in the very front, and the people around them, upon seeing this, didn't mind, assuming they had just squeezed their way forward. In the square, there were cultivators, demon beasts, and mortals. All of them were calm and harmonious. It wasn't because they were well-mannered, but because there was a saint-ranked restriction formation on the square. Anyone who acted maliciously would be instantly turned to dust. This showed how much the Blazing Fire Divine sect valued the White Lotus Saintess. Their relationship must be extremely close. Time slowly passed, Luo Qi's eyes fixed on the large lotus platform floating ahead. Clang as a melodious and ethereal celestial music began to play, the Dharma assembly officially began. The music seemed to come from the depths of the void, each note transforming into a small, luminous spiritual bird, circling and dancing in the sky above the square, showering down a rain of dazzling light. Whoosh! The surrounding people seemed very excited, eagerly absorbing the light rain. Lu Qingyun felt it was quite good. It's extravagant. Such a vast expanse of precious spiritual rain falling on mortals would cure all diseases and prolong life. Falling on ordinary cultivators, it can purify the soul and increase cultivation slightly. Suddenly, on the lotus platform, appeared white-robed cultivators with elegant robes and immortal bearing. Their expressions were solemn and respectful as they sat cross-legged in every corner of the lotus platform, beginning to chant sutras and mantras. Every word they uttered transformed into golden runes, which solidified in the air, expanded, and then slowly floated toward the plaza. These golden runes were as if alive, weaving through the crowd and passing through the bodies of the living beings. Lu Qingyun remained unfazed. This was the power of sound, imbued with sacred energy. It could bring peace and serenity, and also heal various injuries, whether physical or spiritual. The White Lotus Saintess. Look, it's the White Lotus Fairy. Wow! This life is without regret. This life is without regret. The crowd clamored incessantly, the entire plaza like a bustling market. Lu Qingyun felt the pull on his sleeve. Luo Qi's eyes were wide, staring unblinking at the lotus platform, though the grip on his hand was quite firm. On the lotus platform, the White Lotus Saintess stood gracefully, wearing a simple white dress as pure as snow, the skirt swaying as if she were one with the lotus platform. In an instant, the White Lotus Saintess's body began to enlarge, transforming into a 100-foot-tall Dharma body, sitting in the very center of the lotus platform's void. That Dharma body was majestic and sacred, inspiring a sense of inviolability. Her face was veiled by a thin layer of gauze, which resembled both cloud and mist, vaguely adding to her mystique. Despite the veil, one could still feel her breathtaking beauty. Her eyes were clear yet profound, seemingly containing endless compassion and wisdom. The White Lotus Saintess opened her vermilion lips, her voice flowing like a clear spring, echoing through every corner of the plaza. We gather here today because the world is filled with suffering. And we, as cultivators, must embrace compassion to alleviate the suffering of all beings. No matter what race you are, no matter where you come from, as long as you have good intentions, the path to salvation lies within. The power to save from suffering comes from the source of goodness within your hearts. As soon as her voice came out, the plaza fell silent. It was as if that voice had a muting effect. She spoke for a long time, and Lu Qingyun listened for a long time. The White Lotus Saintess had come to promote the path of goodness, wanting cultivators to coexist harmoniously with mortals and beasts. Lu Qingyun pondered, this path of goodness might benefit mortals and beasts, but cultivation wasn't about rising above others? If cultivators were to be treated the same as mortals, what was the point of cultivation? Indeed, most cultivators in the plaza were only there to soak up the holy water and to see how beautiful the legendary White Lotus Saintess was. Only a small number of cultivators and mortals responded loudly, weeping with emotion. There were also some mortals who paid no heed, unmoved. Like Luo Qi. Wow, the Saintess is not only beautiful but her voice is so lovely. His eyes sparkled, clearly not having listened to the Saintess's words. This fit Lu Qingyun's stereotype of him perfectly. Suddenly, Lu Qingyun's eyelids twitched, his eyes flashing with golden light. He seemed to see several white threads floating towards the lotus platform. Lu Qingyun remained calm, reaching out to touch them. After a moment of perception, he understood. His expression turned strange as he looked at the White Lotus Saintess. He thought she was a saint who truly pitied all beings, but she was actually here to absorb good intentions. But then he relaxed, maybe she was genuinely good. It's also reasonable for her to cultivate without power. What could she use to do good? Suddenly, Lu Qingyun paused. He could actually absorb those good intentions too, but he didn't have White Lotus sect techniques. He used Chan Buddhisms. Chapter 80. Compassion, Tao Companion. The holy maiden of the White Lotus's Tao was the Tao of compassion, the Tao of kindness. Lu Qingyun felt that he was quite kind too. He felt pity, heartache, and sympathy when he saw the weak. However, he didn't have such grand aspirations to save all sentient beings. He preferred to focus his energy on the real people and things around him, having only a trace of compassion in the ordinary. Just like Jean Dali, the reason why Lu Qingyun helped him was because he was good. Legend had it that the White Lotus Saint Mother was once a disciple of Zen Buddhism. Later, for some unknown reason, she started her own sect and even attained the emperor level of cultivation. The White Lotus sect's path of kindness was inherited from Zen Buddhism. Zen Buddhism advocates doing all good deeds, being a great sect that aims to save all sentient beings and relieve suffering. Having a Zen heart means having great compassion. Lu Qingyun had flipped through ancient books and vaguely guessed the reason why the White Lotus Saint Mother parted ways with Zen Buddhism. The great compassion of Zen Buddhism has an extremely strong infectious power, that is, a very strong purification power, making it impossible for you not to be kind. But the White Lotus sect does not have this power. Lu Qingyun had also been surprised that this Zen Buddhism was extremely similar to a sect he was familiar with in his previous life. However, he soon let it go. Where there is suffering, there must be salvation. This is the karma of the world. Perhaps here it is Zen Buddhism, and there it is the Liberation Sect, or the Gate of Compassion. Lu Qingyun silently shared his kind thoughts with the Holy Maiden of the White Lotus. After a long while, Fairy, Holy Maiden. The Holy Maiden of the White Lotus dispersed her Dharmakaya, slowly floated down from the lotus platform, and flew towards the distance. Coincidentally, her direction was next to Lu Qingyun and the others, allowing them to see her white figure fluttering. Many people exclaimed in surprise, hoping to catch the attention of the Holy Maiden, and that a single glance from her would be something they could boast about for a long time. Suddenly, the Holy Maiden of the White Lotus turned her head and smiled in a certain direction, and the square erupted into a frenzy. "It's me! The Holy Maiden must be looking at me. Get lost, it's definitely my magnificent appearance that attracted the Holy Maiden's attention. Ah! The Holy Maiden is smiling at me. It must be me. The Holy Maiden must be interested in me." In that direction, regardless of human or animal, a large group fell into a frenzy. Luoqi also shouted a couple of times, but did not receive any response. The Holy Maiden only glanced once, then turned her head and disappeared into the sky. Her direction was straight towards the small sun in the sky, the inner city. In the eyes of the people on the square, she was definitely the Sun Fairy. It's a good thing it's not a Zen Buddhist Dharma assembly. Lu Qingyun had originally been complaining in his heart. If it were a Zen Buddhist sermon, the people and demons in the entire square would probably have been converted. But now, it felt almost the same. Hey, snap out of it. She's already far away. Lu Qingyun patted Luoqi's head. He scanned the square with his divine sense, looking at the group of infatuated people, and fell into deep thought. Perhaps this was another kind of conversion? Luoqi came back to his senses, looking at the Holy Maiden of the White Lotus who was constantly moving further away, his eyes gradually becoming brighter. "Master, I must find a chance to repay her kindness." His voice was very loud, and it was obvious that he was a little excited. "Bah! Oh my, you're just a mortal who hasn't even drawn chi into your body, and you dare to covet the Holy Maiden? Keep dreaming, brother. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself?" The people around were getting anxious and began to despise him madly. A mortal dared to spout such nonsense? Lu Qingyun had only adjusted Luoqi's body. He was not in a hurry to give him cultivation methods or pills. He would observe him first. It was not too late to improve him after returning to the small courtyard. Anyway, he had the Primal Spirit Divine Pill. One pill could directly raise his cultivation to the primordial spirit level. Luoqi did not refute and turned a deaf ear to the voices of doubt. Boom! Suddenly, the lotus platform in the center rumbled. While everyone was wondering, they saw the lotus platform slowly cracking and breaking apart, transforming into petals of white lotus flowers. These white lotus flowers seemed to have life and, with the light breeze of the space, they lightly fluttered into every corner of the square. There was some commotion on the square as people seemed to want to collect more lotus petals. Lu Qingyun, under Luoqi's hopeful gaze, scooped up a large handful. These white lotus petals were plentiful enough to construct a lotus platform of that size. Essentially, every living being on the plaza could receive some. Though they were only spiritual-grade lotus petals, Lu Qingyun had witnessed the terrifying power of the star effect in his previous life. Inside the inner city, at the Lihua Divine Palace. "Holy Maiden, can you feel the sincerity of my Lihua Divine sect?" A robust man, clad in half gold and half red attire, sat at the head of the high seat, supporting his chin as he looked at the white-robed woman below. He was none other than the Lihua Divine sect's leader. Even facing the sect leader, the White Lotus Holy Maiden's expression remained unchanged, her face exuding compassion. She slowly nodded. "Sect leader's righteousness. My White Lotus sect will surely fulfill its promise. However, the union of the Imperial Sun with me as Taoist partners concerns the future of both sections. I hope the sect leader will keep his promise and deliver all beings. The Holy Maiden's voice was crisp and melodious, yet conveyed an undeniable firmness. The Lihua sect leader laughed heartily. That's natural. This sect leader keeps his word. The Imperial Sun is pure and kind-hearted. His union with the Holy Maiden will surely carry forward the path of compassion. The Holy Maiden slightly lowered her eyes, a hint of bitterness rising within her. Her fate was sealed the moment she was chosen as the Holy Maiden. Yet, her bright gaze grew ever more resolute. The suffering of the desolate wilds weighed heavily upon her. If she could help the world and deliver people, what did her own death matter? I hope so. I wonder, where is the Imperial Sun? The Imperial Sun is currently in reincarnation, but rest assured, Holy Maiden, he will surely appear after a few hundred years. The Lihua sect leader smiled, his eyes full of confidence. Successfully roping in the White Lotus sect like this, the Lihua divine sect was likely to produce another great emperor. His mood was excellent. Everything was ready, only awaiting the return of the Imperial Sun. Very well then, this would not disappoint all beings. The Holy Maiden softly replied, her expression remaining as holy and compassionate as ever, as if nothing mattered. Holy Maiden need not worry. The Imperial Sun is unparalleled in this era and possesses the natal emperor flame left by a great emperor. As long as he returns after reincarnation and cultivates the Lihua Emperor Sutra, he will be invincible in the world. The Lihua sect leader's expression was elated, radiating unrestrained heroism. After you two become Taoist partners, my endless fire domain, no, the surrounding few domains as well, your White Lotus sect can freely hold large-scale Dharma assemblies to propagate the path of compassion. The Holy Maiden nodded slightly, her hands clasped together, a trace of expectation flashing in her eyes. Her gaze drifted into the distance, as if she saw a future where, after the two faiths jointly spread the path of compassion, the people would be free from suffering and disaster, living in peace and prosperity. Chapter 81, Dual Quasi-Saints, Leaping the Dragon Gate. The blazing fire holy city. In a magnificent and resplendent courtyard, bathed in golden light. Master, what kind of meat is this? It smells so good. Luo Qi stared at the roasting meat emitting a fragrant aroma, swallowing his saliva. Oh, it's beef. Lu Qingyun was tired of eating the Thunder Fury King, but Luo Qi had never tasted it. This quasi-saint level meat had naturally undergone special treatment by Lu Qingyun. Most of the meat's power was removed, leaving only its fragrance and richness. Lu Qingyun had bought this small courtyard. In this holy city where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, most transactions were not done with spirit stones, but through bartering. Lu Qingyun used a low-grade Dao artifact, slightly damaged, to obtain it. For the past year, they had been living here, as if they were settling down. Within the inner city of blazing fire, he had been able to sign for good things every day. However, Lu Qingyun felt that they wouldn't stay here much longer. Recently, he had clearly felt that the items he signed for were showing a decline, and he couldn't even guarantee signing for saint-level treasures anymore. Moreover, most of the treasures here were related to the Dao of Fire, which was too singular. Lu Qingyun was also puzzled. It was clearly the dojo of a great emperor, yet it couldn't even compare to a fraction of the Dao Harmonious Heavenly Sect. It had drained him dry in just 1 year. Furthermore, he hadn't signed for even a single emperor weapon this year. However, the emperor weapon of the Blazing Fire Divine Sect should still exist in the world, which was a pity. But there was good news as well. This year, with the help of the Southern Blazing Fire, the Fire Footman, the Essence Blood of Shang-Ai, and the Blazing Fire Holy Peach, among other fire-based divine objects, Lu Qingyun had only taken 1 year to catch up the progress of the Dao of Fire with the Dao of Water. He was now a dual quasi-saint of water and fire. Next, it was time for water and fire to verify each other and become a saint. Pa! What's the rush? It's not ready yet. Lu Qingyun flicked his finger, directly swatting away Luo Qi's eager hand. Ouch! Luo Qi winced in pain and could only suppress his desire for the delicious food, swallowing his saliva like crazy. Lu Qingyun felt that even if the White Lotus Saintess stood in front of him at this moment, he wouldn't shift his gaze. But maybe not this year. The White Lotus Saintess had also been busy. She had held 3 large Dharma assemblies in the Blazing Fire Holy City. Looking at the locations, they were perfectly positioned in the 4 directions of the Blazing Fire Holy City, as if she was spreading grace to everyone, truly a good saintess. Luo Qi naturally attended every single one, and Lu Qingyun naturally followed him. It wasn't for anything else, but because he could absorb a lot of goodwill. With the Buddhist techniques he possessed, absorbing goodwill was no problem at all. Lu Qingyun had been wondering before, the Dao Harmonious Heavenly Sect was definitely not as simple as it appeared on the surface. How did they even have the top Buddhist techniques? Compared to them, the Saintess's techniques were clearly not fully mastered and were much inferior. Every time the assemblies were over, large amounts of goodwill were left behind. Lu Qingyun felt it was a pity, and he couldn't just waste it like that, right? So, he could only exercise his own compassion and silently help her collect it. Although the White Lotus sect faintly sensed it, they could only fumble in the dark, completely unaware of which old trickster was doing it. Time slowly passed, and finally, a unique aroma of cooked meat wafted out. It's ready to eat. Lu Qingyun issued the command. Luo Qi directly took the roasted meat, placed it on the table, and, enduring the heat, cut off a large piece. He didn't eat it himself but first offered a large piece to Lu Qingyun. Lu Qingyun smiled and accepted it, directly eating it. Seeing this, Luo Qi no longer held back, eating mouthfuls of the meat while drinking spiritual spring. Luo Qi's body, under Lu Qingyun's subtle culinary modifications, had yet to begin cultivation but was already on the verge of establishing his foundation. Therefore, Lu Qingyun had deliberately preserved a trace of spiritual energy in the beef, just so he could complete his foundation establishment after eating this meal. Lu Qingyun had not taught him any cultivation techniques. Luo Qi didn't complain either, because he also felt his rapid improvement these days was clearly due to his master's help. He was using the basic qi cultivation method, the kind that every barbarian had, and even Lu Qingyun had practiced it. The spiritual energy cultivated with this method had no attributes and was suitable for everyone. In fact, Lu Qingyun always felt that this method was simply the most basic version of the Tao Harmony heavenly technique. Luo Qi didn't eat much and was soon full, immediately sitting cross-legged to meditate. With Lu Qingyun around, everywhere was the safest. Lu Qingyun looked at the brightly lit holy city, his gaze drifting, and he murmured to himself, "It's all good, just no snow." Perhaps, for the entire population of the holy city, not to mention snow, even rain only existed in stories. Lu Qingyun liked this ordinary, peaceful feeling. Fortunately, the location of the sweeping token hadn't refreshed, so he wasn't in a hurry. Sweeping had to be done properly. If he didn't sweep, the system wouldn't be happy. Perhaps this was to keep him from forgetting his original intention. Eastern Divine Domain, the border of the Four Directions sect. At a winding river, people were gathered, along with demons. The river wasn't wide, less than 20 meters across. If one followed the river backward, one would discover that it passed through more than a dozen forces, extending to the Longfish Kingdom and the Ink Sea. Indeed, this was the end of the Qi River. The Qi River was winding and unbelievably long. The reason the Holy Emperor had chosen the Four Directions sect as the arena was this reason. From here to the Ink Sea, one could traverse every section of the Qi River. Today, this section of the river was very lively. Because today there was a once-in-10,000-year spectacle, the Dragon Gate Leap. As early as half a year ago, a phantom image of the Dragon Gate had mysteriously appeared in this section of the river. This commotion attracted a lot of attention. Until now, a large number of cultivators had gathered. If not for the arrival of the Holy Emperor, this place would have been a key focus of the Four Directions sect. Unfortunately, the Four Directions sect was preoccupied with the Holy Emperor, making them unable to focus here, which led to this place being discovered by major powers, all wanting to get a piece of the pie. The Dragon Gate Leap was originally established by the dragon race, with a former sage sacrificing himself, using his own bloodline as a guide, to prevent the extinction of the dragon race in later generations. This Dragon Gate Leap was originally a reward for aquatic creatures, but today in this river, there wasn't a single fish. There was only a slowly condensing phantom of the Dragon Gate directly above the river, emitting boundless pressure. Legend says that as long as one successfully leaped over the Dragon Gate, one would receive the seven-colored glow bestowed by the heavenly Tao. This would allow one's bloodline to be elevated, one's cultivation greatly increased, and would even have an effect on those at the Tao-cutting realm. If one had unparalleled luck, one could even transform into a flying dragon, rising to the heavens in one step. So, how could such a great opportunity be given to some fish demons? After the dragon race declined, this Dragon Gate Leap had become an opportunity shared by all races. The seven-colored glow was a genuine heavenly material that could only descend after overcoming a heavenly tribulation. Brother Koan. There are so many experts here. Ajiao pulled on Lu Kuan's sleeve, her eyes constantly scanning the people or beasts around them. However, she was not afraid, but even slightly excited. "It's okay, your brother Koan is here." Lu Kuan patted her head and smiled. They knew the location of the Four Directions sect, so they simply followed the Qi River, playing along the way. This year, they had seen a lot and made many casual acquaintances. Lu Kuan felt that his cultivation had become much smoother. A good state of mind was also extremely important for cultivation. Ajiao had also improved a bit. She was gradually realizing that her Tao was called confusion. Here, there were many experts. It was hard to imagine that those at the Tao-cutting realm made up more than half. Perhaps half of the Tao-cutting experts of the Eastern Divine Domain had gathered here. Not only were there humans, but there were also a large number of demons. Fortunately, everyone was calm, as if all grudges had been put down, quietly waiting for the Dragon Gate to fully appear. However, Lu Kuan looked up at the sky, as if there were several auras there, comparable to his masteress. Chapter 82 Reunion Tianlin, long time no see. How have you been? The Tao Master greeted the man before him with a smile. Heh, Tianlin sneered, not wanting to say more. I didn't expect the Dragon Gate to reappear. Our Eastern Divine Region is truly blessed, haha. Ever since he had twice blunted the sharpness of Shanghai Mountain, the Tao Master had been in a great mood, and even his poker face had improved. They had come here to keep order. There were too many Tao-slaying realm cultivators here. If a fight broke out, it would be a loss. The Dragon Gate was of great use to those at and below the Tao-slaying realm. Passing through the Dragon Gate did not depend on strength but on luck. Even a Foundation Establishment cultivator had a chance to pass through. Legend had it that a fish demon in the Tribulation realm had once crossed the Dragon Gate, not only advancing to the Tao-slaying realm but also transforming into a dragon in one step, becoming a hegemon. Zhou Ya scratched his butt and put an arm directly around Bai Zai's shoulder. Bai Zai was startled and widened his eyes. Hey, what do you think will happen if the Holy Prince comes? Wouldn't that be awkward? Zhou Ya reached out and flicked Bai Zai's beard, his tone laced with provocation. Bai Zai, however, remained unfazed and said calmly, if they had such thoughts, they would have established their own power long ago. Besides, the Holy Prince has lost his memories. He probably still doubts his own identity, right? Zhou Ya curled his lip and forcefully pulled out a beard. You! Bai Zai was momentarily exasperated. Was this person really a sage? Zhou Ya laughed and sat down next to the Tao Master. If he couldn't out-argue him, he would at least annoy him. What Bai Zai said made sense. The Holy Prince's identity probably only existed in the fragmented words of Yu Run, the result of 100 years of teaching and subtle influence. If the Holy Prince recovered his memories, given his nature of fighting everywhere even without his memories, how could he not establish a power and fight in the desolate lands? They just didn't know when the Holy Prince would attack the Tao Harmonious Heaven sect. In fact, they had been wondering why this Holy Prince didn't just go and block the door of the Tao Harmonious Heaven sect. Compared to wandering around the Eastern Divine Region and fighting weaker opponents, it would be much faster to improve by going directly to the Tao Harmonious Heaven sect. Their plan should have changed accordingly, but for some unknown reason, the Holy Prince had not gone. It was not that the Holy Prince and his group didn't want to go, but they didn't dare to go. Initially, Yurin was concerned about the strength of the faceless man in black. If they went to the Tao Harmonious Heaven sect, they might be captured in their home territory, where they were prepared. Even if they couldn't capture him, the Holy Prince would be in danger. Later, they heard that the man in black was actually from the Blazing Fire Divine sect. She waited for several days, intending to confirm that the man in black was not at the Tao Harmonious Heaven sect before attacking, but then, the sage of literature told them about the heavenly Tao tree. It made them give up the idea of going to the Tao Harmonious Heaven sect again. If they didn't go, they didn't go. Outside was the same. Boom! Suddenly, a golden light landed with a crash behind the line of cultivators on the left side of the river, and then, a black light landed, kicking up clouds of dust. When the two figures fully appeared, some people frowned, some were displeased. Everyone here was in the Tao-slaying realm. What kind of identity did these two have to make such a grand entrance? And you, brother Zhan Tian. A Zhao was a little surprised. Looking to the side, she saw that they were the two who had given them the golden needles. Brother Kuan? Sister Chang'er. The Holy Prince and his group were also surprised. They didn't expect to meet the two people with whom they had formed a bond here. Weren't they just two Foundation Establishment cultivators? How did they travel such a long distance to get here? However, considering the lavish way the little girl had acted, she must have some kind of magical treasure that allowed them to fly here. However, was it appropriate to recognize each other now? Look! That's the Holy Prince! Suddenly, someone by the river exclaimed, pointing into the distance. The scene became somewhat chaotic. The Holy Prince! You dare to show yourself! Could he be afraid of death? You mongrel monkey! How dare you make Grandpa wait a year? A human cultivator at the Tao Severing Realm roared angrily. Yuren's eyes turned cold, a flash of black light in his hand. Noisy! The scene was still noisy, with discussions and endless cursing from the humans. On the demon side, there was curiosity, excitement, doubt, and anger. Suddenly, the noise ceased. Because the burly man who had just called the Holy Prince a mongrel monkey, his head was now in Yuren's hand. His divine soul was gone, only some fragments were being devoured by the void. The Holy Prince still had that gentle smile, but in his eyes, there was a trace of undeniable pressure. You run! How dare you! The Tao Lord's figure flashed to the burly man's side, with Zhou Ya following. Their brows were slightly furrowed. Yuren had acted too fast, they couldn't stop him. But Tianlin and Bai Zai were watching the show from above with amused expressions. Humph! Is the son of the Holy Emperor someone a mere Tao-severing cultivator can insult? Leaving his body intact is already giving you face. Yuren snorted, throwing the head, still with a defiant expression, directly at the Tao Lord's feet. You. Before the Tao Lord could say anything, Tian Lin's voice rang out from above. Yu Ren is right, the Holy Emperor cannot be insulted. Speaking like that, anywhere, he would be annihilated, body and soul. His tone carried a hint of pleasure. Let you be arrogant. The Tao Lord sighed, his eyes sweeping over the other disciples of the Tao Harmonious Heavenly Sect, his face expressionless. These Tao-severing cultivators all fell silent. Some, who were just extremely arrogant, had faces turning pale. Fortunately, their voices weren't as loud as that guy's. The Tao Lord and Zhou Yue left, returning to the sky. Helpless, they were indeed in the wrong. The great emperor cannot be insulted. That was an iron rule in any era. Unless the great emperor's legacy was completely gone, you might be able to talk smack a little. Ah, Brother Akun, Brother Zhantian was the holy prince all along. Ajiao blinked her big eyes, somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected that the holy prince they had been searching for so long was actually Zhantian, who they had eaten with before. Lu Kuan was also surprised, completely caught off guard. Wasn't the holy prince supposed to be holding a tournament at the Four Directions sect? How did he end up in Chishui City on the edge? They didn't understand. They only felt like they had recognized him too quickly. Many creatures around had already turned their gazes towards them. Chapter 83. Dragon Gate manifests. The gazes around them were tangible, filled with curiosity, jealousy, and hostility. These two Foundation establishment kids actually know the holy prince? A demonic cultivator with sharp fangs bared his teeth, his eyes glinting with cunning, whispering in surprise. Maybe they're the holy prince's lackeys. Someone echoed beside him. How could two humans have any connection with the holy prince? Another asked doubtfully. Ajiao felt uncomfortable all over, instinctively hiding behind Lu Kuan, clutching the hem of his clothes, and whispered, Kuan Ji, are we unable to keep a low profile anymore? It wasn't that she was scared, but the gazes were too aggressive, as if they wanted to see right through them. Anyone would feel uneasy under such scrutiny. Lu Kuan patted her head, not too concerned. The situation is special, it's not our fault. The way of the stealth says, strike when the time is right. They were being low-key, not cowardly. Such an opportunity was perfect for them to see what this Dragon Gate was all about. The Holy Prince, on the other hand, moved closer to Lu Kuan, smiling and greeting them. Then, he returned the meaningful glares with a displeased look. As if to say, if you have any complaints, come to me. The crowd, both humans and demons, dared not speak further. The gruesome sight of that head was still fresh in their minds. These demons dared not act recklessly just because they were demons. They were not all of the same kind. Demon was just an umbrella term. Lu Kuan and Ajiao, the Holy Prince and Yu Ren, they all stared at each other, unsure how to catch up on old times. It was quite awkward. Don't be afraid, I'm here, they won't dare to do anything to you. Finally, the Holy Prince said with a comforting smile. Zhan Tiangij, is that really your name? Ajiao blinked her big eyes, full of curiosity. The ancient texts did not record the Holy Prince's name. She suspected that the Holy Prince, like them, used a false name. The Holy Prince was taken aback, looking at the expressions of the two siblings. They were not afraid at all? There were almost half of the Tao-slaying realm cultivators here. Two Foundation establishment cultivators. Were their backgrounds that deep? Or was it a case of ignorance as bliss? However, he didn't think too much about it. He replied, I am both the Holy Prince and Zhan Tian. As he spoke, his hand slowly reached out, wanting to pat Ajiao's head. Ajiao was too cute. Even his Tao heart, which was as firm as a rock, could not resist it. Ajiao was very obedient, and she didn't dodge. But Lu Kuan was not pleased. He maintained his unchanged, perfunctory smile and nodded to the Holy Prince, Brother Zhan Tian. Then, he silently pulled Ajiao to the other side. No matter who you are, only himself and her master can touch Ajiao's head. The Holy Prince was once again stunned, his hand hanging in mid-air. Yu Ren, whose face was originally calm, was also a bit stunned. Was this guy always so brave? If other Foundation establishment cultivators knew that they were friends with the Holy Prince, they would probably be trembling with fear, right? The Holy Prince was not annoyed. Instead, he withdrew his hand, his eyes shining brighter and brighter, nodding to himself. This was the kind of friend he wanted to make. Brother Kuan, little sister Chinger, when the Dragon Gate opens later, you can also try it out. The Holy Prince's voice was directed at Lu Kuan and the others, but it was extremely loud, reaching the ears of every living being. The Dragon Gate welcomed all cultivators and demons below the Tao-slaying realm. However, this Dragon Gate had a time limit. In past records, even reaching the nascent soul stage was considered long. Two Foundation establishment cultivators. The Holy Prince's tone carried a trace of unquestionable pressure, and no one dared to jump out to object. Thank you, Brother Zhan Tian. Thank you, Brother Zhan Tian. Lu Kuan and the others were thinking about how to try and leap the Dragon Gate. They did not expect that the Holy Prince would directly give them tickets. They said nothing more, without any intention of refusing. Above. This Holy Prince, does it feel like his memories have returned? The Tao Lord and Zhou Huaiye communicated through their consciousness. The Holy Prince's behavior completely gave off the feeling of his identity having returned. Even if it was Yu Ren deliberately guiding him, this sense of immersion was a bit too strong, right? Zhou Huaiye half lay on the air, scratching his foot, said, Yes, the Holy Prince just lost his memory, not become stupid. Just as the two were communicating, the sky suddenly changed, and the clouds above the originally calm river began to churn violently. An incomparably dazzling light burst forth from the depths of the clouds. At first, it was a faint glow, the light flowing and spreading slowly as if it had a life of its own, the color gradually changing from light gold to a rich and dazzling one. The originally blurry shadow of the Dragon Gate seemed to have received a call, gradually solidifying. Look up there. The Dragon Gate. It's the Dragon Gate. The Dragon Gate has manifested. A golden giant gate spanning the river attracted the gaze of all living beings. This giant gate seemed to possess the might of the heavens, making people want to kneel and submit. The gate was covered with golden light curtains, dazzling and brilliant. Its pillars resembled towering giants, with lifelike giant dragons engraved on them. The dragons were coiled around the pillars, their scales glittering with dazzling golden light, seemingly containing boundless power. The lintel was a whole piece of crystal emitting a 7-colored glow, with shadows of golden dragons weaving through it, like 10,000 dragons playing with a pearl, dreamlike and fantastical. The surrounding clouds swirled, seeming to carry celestial music, each wisp of mist refracting the Dragon Gate's splendor. Lightning intertwined and flickered around it, as if crowning this sacred gate, its majestic aura making all things appear insignificant before it. Seeing this scene, the crowd was in an uproar for a moment. As expected of the legend, so magnificent and dazzling. If one could cross over, wouldn't there be many benefits? Silence. For illusory figures suddenly appeared directly in front of the Dragon Gate, temporarily suppressing the restlessness in everyone's hearts. Friend Yu Ren, would you like to try first? This was Bai Zai's voice. They didn't understand Yu Ren's departure, but they dared not ask too many questions. Yu Ren was a great saint, his strength in this era where quasi-emperors were absent was rarely matched in the wilderness. No need, you guys go first. I'm afraid that if the Holy Prince makes a move, you won't have any chance. The Holy Prince was still relatively calm. He didn't want to be the first to stick his head out, preferring to observe first. Therefore, he directly had Yu Ren refuse. There was only one opportunity within the Dragon Gate. If any living being could acquire it before them, it was fated by the heavens, and no one could blame anyone. Alright. Since that's the case, Tao Lord, shall we begin? Bai Zai lightly hummed, his Taoist robe fluttering. He looked more like a Tao Lord. All human race cultivators in the Tao cutting realm, regardless of whether they are disciples of my Tao He heavenly sect, inject a strand of your chi into this stone tablet. The crowd had no objections, and they all did as instructed. There were not only people from the Tao He heavenly sect, but also people from the surrounding major forces. For these forces, cultivators in the Tao cutting realm were likely the foundation of their sections. This could be seen from their appearances. Some of them looked like they had just crawled out of coffins, their bodies filled with death energy. They were thinking of trying their luck at the Dragon Gate. Many cultivators who were below the Tao cutting realm could only watch anxiously. After all, without power or influence, they could only wait. Boom! The Tao Lord lifted his empty hand, and the stone tablet slowly expanded, standing in front of the crowd. This ranking is guided by fate. Those at the front will proceed in order. Chapter 84, None Succeed. Everyone had no objections. Looking at the rankings, their expressions varied, their meanings unclear. In fact, even if the Tao Lord were to tamper with things, no one would know, and no one would dare to have an opinion. The demon race was the same, with identical stone tablets and identical rankings. There were many demon kings of Mount Shanghai, but there were also many who were not from Mount Shanghai. As for the Holy Emperor's son, he was naturally not on the rankings. He could cut in line at any time. Please. Bai Zai gestured, indicating that the Tao Lord's side should go first. They had already discussed it. One person, one demon, would take turns. The human race would go first. The original Dragon Gate was originally a place where fish demons would surge and fight to seize the gate. But, as it had evolved to this point, it had become a queue to leap through the Dragon Gate. Many who had reached the cutting Tao stage had barely survived until now, but they didn't want to fight at all. Before long, a human cultivator at the cutting Tao stage flew forward with a solemn expression. His temples were gray, and he wore a simple blue robe, the spiritual patterns embroidered on the hem of his robe flickering slightly. He took a deep breath, his figure transforming into a stream of light as he rushed towards the Dragon Gate. As he approached the Dragon Gate, the golden dragon on the gate shone brightly, as if it had come to life, its dragon might surging, actually slowing the cultivator's speed. But he gritted his teeth, forcibly breaking through that pressure, and plunged into the light of the Dragon Gate. In an instant, golden light washed over him like a torrent, engulfing him, and ripples appeared in the surrounding space. Everyone stared intently, and they could see flashes of blue light in the torrent from time to time, as if there was a fierce battle. However, not long after, a muffled groan was heard, and the cultivator seemed to be ejected from the dragon gate by a powerful force, flying backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, his face full of unwillingness. Hiss! Everyone gasped, looking at each other. Some sighed in regret, while others rejoiced. Next was a strong demon, his figure burly, his fur standing up like steel needles, exuding a wild aura. He roared, shooting towards the dragon gate like a cannonball, the surrounding space trembling slightly from his momentum. But when he touched the golden light curtain of the dragon gate, the thunderbolts flowing around the dragon gate seemed to have eyes, rushing towards him frantically. They exploded on his body, his figure stiffened, and then with a bang, he was also heavily bounced back, creating a large pit in the ground, his life or death unknown. Thus, alternately, one after another, human and demon powerhouses at the cutting Dao stage rushed towards the dragon gate, but all returned defeated. The dragon gate was like an insurmountable chasm, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. No matter how hard everyone tried, they could not break through its defenses. Jean Dali was also among them. Although his surface cultivation was not high, his strength had already reached the cutting Dao stage. Under Yuan Beishan's instructions, the Dao Lord still had some impression of him. Unfortunately, he also failed, and was violently thrown down. The dragon gate had many tricks. The golden light curtain in the gate, the golden dragons on the pillars, the surrounding clouds and mist, the thunder, and the colorful glow on the lintel all hindered their progress. Moreover, there was no pattern to be found, and the methods were not the same. Some were snatched away by the golden dragon, while others were flung away by the golden dragon's tail. All sorts of tricks made it impossible to defend against. As the rankings gradually passed the halfway point, the number of failures increased, the atmosphere at the scene became more solemn, and the size gradually increased. This Dragon Gate leap was not guaranteed to succeed. According to records, at least half of the Dragon Gate wonders were just for people to stare at in vain. Just then, as another person prepared to step forward, a voice came from behind. "Let me try first." It was the Holy Emperor's son's voice. Although his words were so calm and ordinary, they carried an undeniable majesty. The person was stunned, and seeing this, he retreated without hesitation. So many people fail, he was just here to try, there was no need to make enemies. Let's go. The Holy Prince smiled at Lu Koan and the girl. His figure moved, and he flew towards the Dragon Gate. Lu Koan and Ajiao exchanged a glance, then also jumped up, following behind. Yu Ren didn't move. She remained in place, looking at the Dragon Gate, her expression calm. "Brother Koan, Sister Chinger, why don't you go first?" The Holy Prince was very gentlemanly. "Brother Zhantian, you go first, we're not in a hurry." Ajiao waved her small, fleshy hand, refusing the Holy Prince with an extremely cute voice. Lu Koan also smiled, making a gesture of invitation. The Holy Prince was once again surprised by the attitude of the two. So many big shots were watching, and they weren't afraid at all? Lu Koan and Ajiao, on the other hand, were discussing how they would escape if the Dragon Gate removed their disguises. "Alright, you two step back a little." The Holy Prince took a step forward, his aura suddenly rising, faintly showing an intention to contend with the Dragon Gate's pressure. Lu Koan and Ajiao retreated to the riverbank, watching the show. The Holy Prince slowly raised his fists, his muscles tightened, and power surged within his body like a river. No magical treasures could be used in front of the Dragon Gate. His physical strength was his forte. In an instant, his fists emitted a dazzling golden light, with unknown runes flashing, as if carrying the will to fight the heavens. The Holy Prince suddenly soared into the air, like a golden star rushing towards the Dragon Gate. His fist light was dazzling, seemingly able to tear apart the sky. Every punch he threw was accompanied by overwhelming power, the space around him shaking and buzzing. The golden dragon on the Dragon Gate seemed to sense the provocation and roared out, engaging the Holy Prince in a fierce battle. For a time, dragon shadows and fist lights crisscrossed, illuminating the sky. Boom! The battle became fierce, leaving all the creatures in the riverbed stunned. Just now, the golden dragon had easily repelled the previous Dao-cutting powerhouse. Yet, this Holy Prince had fought for so long. But at this moment, the colorful crystal on the Dragon Gate's lintel suddenly shone brightly, and the golden light curtain in the doorframe seemed to be gathering momentum, with clouds and thunder gradually converging. All the Dragon Gate's powers seemed to be focused on the Holy Prince. The Holy Prince's expression remained unchanged. No matter the difficulty ahead, he would fight it with his fists. After a while, the Holy Prince secretly sighed. He threw a punch, and without waiting for the golden dragon to react, he directly retreated, leaving the Dragon Gate. If he continued to fight like this, he would not be able to enter, even if the Dragon Gate disappeared. Indeed, it depended on fate. What? The Holy Prince actually lost. The scene was in an uproar, but it was also within reason. At least, the Holy Prince didn't leave the scene in such a sorry state. The Holy Prince ignored their reactions, and his expression showed no sign of the frustration of defeat. Instead, he waved at Lu Kuan and Ajiao. Brother Kuan, sister Chinger, why don't you try it out? Chapter 85, comparable to the Holy Prince. Lu Kuan and Ajiao exchanged a glance, their consciousness constantly communicating. Brother Kuan, we might expose our strength later. Ajiao was a little worried, her big eyes looking left and right at the ambiguous gazes. It's okay, we have the jade pendants prepared by Master. If things go wrong, we'll just run. Lu Kuan patted Ajiao's head, the divine fire within him stirring secretly. Ajiao felt the jade pendant on her body and a large bag of holy objects, feeling very secure. That dragon gate, empowered by the heavenly Tao, would generate resistance of the same level as the person leaping through. Even the holy grade concealing objects should instantly dissipate in the face of the heavenly Tao laws. I'm going. Lu Kuan stepped out, taking the lead. He would first test the waters for his little sister Ajiao. Unexpectedly, even the holy prince couldn't pass through. Alas! The wonders of heaven and earth, truly terrifying. Today, everyone might have come for nothing. The creatures in the river were all losing interest. Even the holy prince had failed. What hope did they have? Even if they themselves didn't succeed, seeing others being rewarded by the heavenly Tao would still be something to talk about over drinks in the future. Now, with these two foundation establishment humans going up, they didn't even have the interest to watch the battle. Lu Kuan approached the dragon gate step by step, the dragon gate emitting a terrifying heavenly might, as if scrutinizing the newcomer. The golden dragoness breath made Lu Kuan feel a faint sense of being seen through. He hadn't felt this way even in front of several saints. Moo! Suddenly, a sound like a cow but not quite came from the golden dragon's mouth, its dragon might vast and its pressure no less than when the holy prince was there. What's happening? Isn't he at foundation establishment? The crowd discussed animatedly, and the faces of several saints also changed slightly. This golden dragon, it was still the power of the Tao severing realm. Shouldn't it have transformed into the foundation establishment level? The holy prince was also stunned, a look of doubt in his eyes, glancing at the little girl beside him, but he didn't ask further. Suddenly, a dazzling red light flashed in front of the dragon gate. The instant that red light appeared, the holy grade concealing objects on Lu Kuan instantly dissipated. A powerful Tao severing realm aura was unleashed without reservation. The scorching divine fire burned fiercely on him, seemingly to incinerate everything. Whoa! Indeed, he's also a Tao severing. He's not human, he's a demon. What kind of creature is he, to have such terrifying natal divine fire? The creatures in the river were instantly dumbfounded, followed by an ear-splitting uproar. They had initially thought that these were just two insignificant foundation establishment humans coming to their deaths, who could have thought they were hiding their strength. They couldn't even see through them. Some people turned their gazes to the saints beside them. The four Tao lords remained composed, their expressions unchanged, but their hearts were already full of doubt. What the hell was going on? What kind of treasure was it that could conceal even four saints? They didn't think that this person was with the Holy Prince's group. They didn't think that Yuren and the Holy Prince wouldn't know. But in fact, Yuren was also surprised. She was a great saint. Yet, she had always thought they were at the foundation establishment level. Could it be that there was some kind of supreme holy object that could conceal their aura? She looked at Ajiao, pondering in her heart. Could this little girl also be at the Tao severing level? Roar! The golden dragon, sensing Lu Kuan's provocative aura, let out a deafening roar. The sound waves rolled out, exploding across the sky and earth, causing visible ripples in the surrounding space. Its dragon body instantly expanded, its massive figure circling in the sky, its dragon scales gleaming, cold and sharp. It took the lead, charging towards Lu Kuan with earth-shattering momentum. It feels like this golden dragon is even stronger than when the Holy Prince fought just now. An old, Tao-slaying powerhouse muttered to himself. His voice was not loud, but it reached the ears of many creatures. And no one refuted it. The golden dragon cultivated the path of the flesh, each move solid and real. While Lu Kuan played with fire. Seeing the golden dragon pouncing, Lu Kuan's expression didn't change. His figure shifted, transforming into a streak of golden red light, instantly appearing on the other side. The golden dragon missed. In an instant, the void before Lu Kuan twisted and deformed, blazing divine fire erupting, turning into fire crows that howled towards the golden dragon. The fire crows bared their fangs and claws, the air crackling as it was scorched, and the space rippling in layers. Yuren watched this scene in the sky, his brow furrowing. That movement technique just now, it felt somewhat familiar. Boom! The golden dragon swiped its claws, easily dispersing the fire crows, its huge body drawing an arc across the sky, continuing its charge towards Lu Kuan. Lu Kuan's figure was nimble, transforming into a golden rainbow, shifting and turning in the air, sometimes retreating, sometimes returning, constantly changing positions. The divine fire, under his control, took on various forms. Sometimes it would turn into a sky full of fiery stars, pouring down on the golden dragon like a meteor shower. Sometimes it would condense into a huge fire vortex, trying to engulf the golden dragon. But the golden dragon's physical body was so powerful that it directly withstood all the flames. However, some scorch marks had actually appeared on its dragon scales. Though the golden dragon's attacks were fierce, it repeatedly missed. Lu Kuan, while attacking, cleverly maneuvered, always maintaining a certain distance from the golden dragon. How do you even fight this? If only I could use a spear, Lu Kuan frowned. If he could use the soul-shattering spear, this golden dragon would have been cut in two a long time ago. Using only divine fire was completely ineffective. This golden dragon's physical body was not only powerful but also constantly recovering. The battle fell into a stalemate. Lu Kuan's divine fire wasn't strong enough, and the golden dragon couldn't hit Lu Kuan. Suddenly, the seven-colored crystal on the dragon gate's lintel glowed brightly again, the golden light curtain in the doorframe faintly gathering power, and clouds and thunder also gradually converged. This scene was exactly the same as when the Holy Prince had fought. Although Lu Kuan seemed to be handling it with ease at the moment, he was also unable to defeat it. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed, faked a move, and transformed into a golden rainbow, landing beside Ajiao. Seeing Lu Kuan retreat, the golden dragon seemed to know that the person had given up. It did not pursue, and instead coiled back onto the dragon pillar. Amidst the swirling mist, the scorch marks on the golden dragon instantly healed, its aura undiminished. Hiss! Everyone gasped, already speechless with shock from the battle just now. This battle, and its conclusion, were exactly the same as the Holy Prince's. Could this person be an imperial son? Lu Kuan stepped away from the dragon gate, the concealment artifact on his body reactivating, his cultivation level turning back to the Foundation establishment realm. However, no creature dared to underestimate them now. Brother Kuan, I didn't expect your strength to be so astonishing. The Holy Prince's voice was clearly tinged with shock, but also happiness. Brother Zhan Tian, you flatter me, it's just a petty trick. Lu Kuan smiled, revealing an indifferent expression. Although he had just fought, his aura remained steady. He looked at the dragon gate and sighed softly, wishing he could rely on external objects. Feeling the gazes of those around him filled with surprise, fear, curiosity, and doubt, Lu Kuan didn't care. Ajiao, be careful. He only cared about Ajiao's safety. Ajiao nodded, her small body slowly floating towards the dragon gate. The gazes of all the surrounding creatures shifted along with her. They were all secretly guessing whether this little girl was also hiding her strength. Chapter 86. Passing the test. The dragon gate was not only guarded by a golden dragon, the golden dragon was just one of its forms. The dragon gate would use different methods depending on the actual circumstances of the participants. Only in a simple contest of combat power would the golden dragon appear. Watching the little girl approach, the dragon gate seemed to be scanning her body. The golden dragon exhaled dragon breath, glanced at Ajiao, but unlike how it had acted towards Lu Kuan earlier, it did not charge forward. Instead, it turned its head and coiled around the dragon pillar, remaining unmoved. Its intention was clear. It did not plan to make a move. The clouds drifted without gathering, the thunder rumbled without charging, and the golden light screen remained still. Suddenly, the seven-colored crystal on the lintel of the dragon gate shone brightly, directly shooting at Ajiao. In an instant, the concealing holy object on Ajiao lost its effect, and her tribulation aura was exposed. Look! This little girl has indeed hidden her strength. She's actually at the tribulation stage. The crowd discussed, but they were nowhere near as shocked as they had been when Lu Kuan revealed his power. After all, the tribulation stage and the Dao slaying stage were worlds apart. Some people would never reach the Dao slaying stage even in their old age. As for Ajiao's size, those at their level of cultivation no longer cared much about physical appearance. Transformation was an easy feat. The seven-colored light shone on Ajiao, but she did not dodge. This was the test of the seven-colored glow. A soul test, a battle not of the body. This scene had occurred before. Just now, several who had reached the Dao slaying stage had been illuminated by the seven-colored glow, and then they had simply fainted and were carried away. This soul test was a contest of the great Dao. Its difficulty exceeded that of the golden dragon. Ajiao fell into a dream, or rather, an illusion. She transformed back into her true form, a two-headed worm. One head was green, and the other was purple. Sister! Sister! Usually, Ajiao's body was dominated by the green Ajiao 99% of the time, while the purple Ajiao was too indifferent. Outside, the crowd only saw Ajiao's body remain still, but her hair changed between green and purple, extremely eerie. You are actually a congenital spirit worm? Not bad. Come, little girl, let this seat see your Dao. Suddenly, a voice rang out, and a seven-colored holy dragon circled in the sky, its tone like thunder, carrying endless heavenly power. It was the soul examiner. If one failed its test, they would suffer a soul backlash. Alright. The two Jiaos spoke in unison. Green Jiao was flamboyant and lively. Purple Jiao was calm and restrained. Their Daos were similar to their personalities, yet not entirely the same. Two different forces surged towards the seven-colored holy dragon. Arrogant and domineering? The seven-colored holy dragon first felt the power of the green Jiao and shook its head. It had experienced this kind of soul Dao many times. This power was highly aggressive but too mediocre. Suddenly another force rushed into its mind, and the seven-colored holy dragon raised an eyebrow. This is calm and low-key? This power was extremely gentle but contained hidden killing intent, with the effect of boiling a frog in warm water. Dual Dao? The seven-colored holy dragon fell into contemplation. Cultivating dual Dao was not a bad idea. One power was as fierce as fire, while the other was as gentle as water. Moreover, this little girl had cultivated these two powers extremely well. They were not only aggressive, but they could also influence people's minds. One made people irritable, and the other made people calm. Such power already had the foundation of Dao slaying. However, it was not enough. If it was only like this, she could not pass the dragon gate. Sister, give me the power first. Purple Jiao took the power without any politeness, and Green Jiao did not object. Not right. Suddenly, the seven-colored holy dragon's pupils dilated. The raging power it had just sensed suddenly vanished, and the gentle power beside it suddenly soared. The raging power transformed into specks of spiritual light and slowly disappeared. Was it all fake? An illusion? On the other side. Sister, you see, your power is no good. Let me try it. Xingjiao took the power back again. No, this is mania. Suddenly, the seven-colored holy dragon's pupils widened again. This gentle power also turned into specks of light and disappeared? And on the other side, the manic power that hadn't disappeared just now appeared again inexplicably. Moreover, the power was even stronger. This should be her real attack method. The seven-colored holy dragon felt the changes in the strange power within its body and was slightly startled. It had been many years since it had encountered such a magical power. Qing Jiao and Zi Jiao, no matter when, always protected each other and attacked together. Painting was one person drawing a stroke, spiritual energy was one person using it, and fighting was one person striking a blow. There was no other way. If one had used too much spiritual power, a Jiao would become a single-headed worm, and Zi Jiao would disappear permanently. Lu Qingyun also knew this, but he had long accepted it. This kind of natural spirit worm was due to the laws of heaven, and some deformities were normal. Seeing that the seven-colored holy dragon's aura didn't diminish, they thought their own strength was not enough. They kept switching back and forth between the powers. That's not right either, this is an illusion. All of her attack methods were fake. These two powers had no offensive capability at all. But, why think so much? Just crush this little girl. Suddenly, a voice rang in its heart, extremely violent. No! This is a test, and this deity is just an illusion. The seven-colored holy dragon shook its head, dismissing this distracting thought. No! This is an illusion. You are you, and this deity is real. Do what you want. The seven-colored holy dragon was shocked. Why did its mentality become like this? One moment calm, the next manic. This illusion had actually cultivated to this extent? It was indeed somewhat skillful to be able to stir the depths of its heart. Suddenly, the seven-colored holy dragon felt a slight pain in its soul. It saw that the two powers had transformed into swords, spears, sabers, and all kinds of weapons, constantly striking at its soul. This was not an illusion at all, these attacks were actually real. After a while, Moo! Stop! The seven-colored holy dragon roared, emitting endless colorful light that easily dispelled a Jiao's two strange powers. Did we fail? Qing Jiao pouted, and Zi Jiao frowned, both speaking in unison. No! The seven-colored holy dragon sighed, took a deep look at the spirit worm, and slowly said, You have passed. Your path, it resembles water and fire, yin and yang, reality and illusion, truth and falsehood. I have never seen anything like it in my life. If there is an opportunity, I would like to see if your path can reach the end of the Divine Soul Avenue. As soon as its voice fell, a Jiao felt the scene in front of her change drastically. She was out. Under the curious, confused, and astonished gazes of all the living beings, a Jiao's body uncontrollably flew slowly towards the Dragon Gate. Finally, they passed through that golden light screen with effortless ease. Chapter 87, Unfated Divine Art, Severing the Tao Tribulation, the Endless Fire Domain, the Sacred City of Departing Fire. Master, I've successfully established my foundation. Luo Qi's boisterous voice echoed in the courtyard. Not bad. Lu Qingyu nodded with satisfaction. He had made so many preparations for Luo Qi it would have been strange if he hadn't succeeded in establishing his foundation. The basic Qi training method only allowed cultivation up to the foundation establishment stage. Further progress required a different technique. Now that you've established your foundation, your teacher will impart a peerless divine art. A year had passed, it was time to give him some reward. Thank you, Master. Luo Qi was overjoyed, dropping to his knees and kowtowing several times. He then got up on his own accord and trotted to stand before Lu Qingyun, his face full of anticipation. Lu Qingyun slowly nodded, pointing a finger at Luo Qi's brow and saying, "This technique is called the Boundless Universe's all-conquering godly art. You can call it the Invincible Divine Art for short." In reality, it was the Tao harmonizing heavenly technique. Calling this technique the Invincible Divine Art was no exaggeration. Not only could it improve one's physical aptitude, but it also required little deliberate practice. Cultivation occurred even during eating and sleeping. This was the very technique that Lu Qingyun was currently focused on cultivating. Wow! Luo Qi's eyes shone brightly. Invincible Divine Art meant he could soon. Lu Qingyun had transmitted the general information about the Tao harmonizing heavenly technique into Luo Qi's mind, along with some of his own insights. Overwhelmed by the vast amount of knowledge, Luo Qi became unsteady on his feet for a moment. Take a deep breath and steady your mind. Feeling dizzy is normal. After all, such a complex technique needed time to be digested after entering his mind. As time slowly passed, Luo Qi finally recovered. He sat down cross-legged, organizing the technique in his mind, eager to test its effectiveness. Lu Qingyun stood with his hands behind his back, seemingly anticipating the remarkable changes that would follow. Even without Luo Qi possessing the same level of understanding of the technique as he did, just stepping through the door would be enough to make him soar. After a long while, Luo Qi slowly opened his eyes. He scratched his head, looking at Lu Qingyun with a puzzled expression and said, "Master, I don't really understand this invincible divine art." Lu Qingyun raised an eyebrow. "What don't you understand?" "I don't understand it from the beginning. This technique is too profound," Luo Qi said, a bit embarrassed. The basic Qi training method had detailed explanations, from the incantation to the breathing techniques to the movements. But this invincible divine art didn't explain how to cultivate it, it just said to perceive the universe and the heavens. Even with Lu Qingyun's insights, it was so abstract that he was completely bewildered. "You do this then that." Lu Qingyun was patient, explaining everything to him from the beginning. "Do you understand now?" Luo Qi shook his head vigorously, still looking confused, his face practically wearing a question mark. His master's explanation was even more abstract than his own reading of it. Lu Qingyun was silent for a moment, realizing something, but still sighed. "Ah, it seems you are not destined for this divine art. You're naturally meant to play with water." He now understood the situation. He had the system's help, which allowed him to instantly master any technique, granting him essentially top-tier comprehension. But Luo Qi was just an ordinary person. The Tao harmonizing heavenly technique was like a calculus textbook placed in front of an elementary school student. Even with his annotations, it was still like a celestial text. Unless one had an innate talent for it, like that Jean Dali who possessed the heart of a vessel. Luo Qi felt dejected. His comprehension was too poor, and he had failed his master's expectations. Lu Qingyun chuckled, not at all concerned. "It's fine, your master has a lot of techniques. Try this one, the water elemental tide technique." This little girl, she passed? How is that possible? The discussions before the Dragon Gate rose and fell, all faces showing shock. Those behind who hadn't jumped yet either sighed or were angry, but none dared to curse. This was a friend of the Holy Prince dare to say an extra word, and one's old life would be lost here. "Little Qinger is truly amazingly strong, with heaven-defying luck. Congratulations, Brother Kuan." The Holy Prince smiled, congratulating Lu Kuan. He was in a very good mood. Their good karmic ties were indeed not misplaced. That's only natural. Lu Kuan was also extremely happy, not expecting that Ajiao would actually pass. Truly an unexpected joy. Yuan flashed and landed in front of the Dragon Gate, looking unkindly at the four Tao lords. He seemed to be saying, "Dare to cause trouble, and you die." This little girl, regardless of whether she was hiding her strength, was a friend of the Holy Prince. He had to protect her. Fellow Daoist Yuren is overthinking. Her ability to jump over the Dragon Gate is due to the will of heaven. How would we dare to cause trouble? Tianlin waved his hand and slowly said. It didn't matter who obtained it, as long as it wasn't someone from the Dao He Heavenly Sect. Tianlin is right. On behalf of the Dao He Heavenly Sect, congratulate this little friend. The Dao Lord also echoed, as long as it wasn't a demon from Shanghai Mountain who obtained it, he didn't care. However, he had some worries in his heart. What was the background of these two? They were also friends of the Holy Prince. He was afraid some bad situation would arise. The many beings by the river did not retreat because Ajiao had jumped over the Dragon Gate, but waited quietly, wanting to witness the Dragon Gate's reward, a sight seen only once in 10,000 years. What kind of creature is this? Just a two-headed spirit worm? Ajiao passed through the light barrier and transformed into her true form. Looking at the blue-purple, two-headed fleshworm whose body changed between shades of blue and purple, everyone fell into thought. They wanted to recognize the origin of this worm. But after thinking for a long time, only some spirit-level, similar spirit worms matched. But those spirit worms, let alone passing tribulations and cutting the path, even establishing a foundation, was considered the old ancestor of their species. Yuren raised his eyebrows, somewhat surprised and puzzled in his heart. This is a congenital spirit worm. She herself was one as well. So, she was extremely familiar with the aura on Ajiao's body. Ajiao felt very comfortable. The surrounding mist was extremely gentle, transforming into torrents of spiritual energy slowly flowing into her body. Before long, a change occurred on the bodies of Qingjiao and Zijiao. The original blue and purple colors now had a faint, seven-colored glow. A wisp of dragon might spread from her body, shocking all around. Ajiao, as a congenital spirit worm, had a top-tier bloodline. Therefore, she could not transform into a dragon, but rather, her worm body now carried dragon might. Rumble! In an instant, thunder roared, and endless heavenly might came from the sky. This is the path-cutting tribulation. Chapter 88, Severing the Tao, Blazing Flower. What kind of tribulation is this? Why have I never seen it before? Just looking at it is terrifying. Regarding heavenly tribulations, many creatures only knew some rankings and some names. As for what those heavenly tribulations actually look like, they could only know after seeing them with their own eyes. The few sages exchanged glances, looked at the ghostly blade in the sky, and vaguely had an answer in their hearts. The heavenly and earth tribulation. The inevitable tribulation for innate beings. This thunder tribulation was extremely special. Innate beings were born of heaven and earth and were the darlings of the heavenly Tao, so they had an extremely high affinity for the heavenly Tao. This heavenly and earth tribulation did not strike with heavenly thunder, but directly tested their great Tao. However, there were also some extremely heaven-defying acquired beings with smooth great Tao paths and extremely high attainments who would also be subjected to the heavenly and earth tribulation. However, facing the great Tao directly, its power was indescribable. Because this kind of thunder, originally only belonging to innate beings, was rated as one of the three great tribulations. Before the shock of the crowd had subsided, the seven-colored crystal on the dragon gate shone brightly. The heavenly and earth tribulation seemed to sense something, and then it directly retreated, as if it had never appeared. Could heavenly tribulations disappear like this? This was a heavenly tribulation, for crying out loud. Everyone was dumbfounded. What was going on? They had never seen this before. Ajiao's great Tao was named Bewilderment. It was a kind of indefinite core, representing her impermanence and change, acting as an anchor to keep herself from getting lost. The reckless and impulsive green Ajiao, coupled with the reserved and serene purple Ajiao, it was because of the anchor of bewilderment that kept Ajiao from deviating to either side. Green Ajiao was her, and purple Ajiao was also her. Green Ajiao was real, and purple Ajiao was also real. Bewilderment could allow her to return to her true self, and prevent her self-perception from becoming chaotic. It could also be called chaos because it was a power that made others lose their way and become confused. The seven-colored crystal detached from the dragon gate and slowly transformed into a wisp of seven-colored light, landing on Ajiao. Ajiao's aura rose steadily. Before long, Ajiao had severed her Tao. She succeeded? Just like that? What Tao is this little girl walking? Why doesn't it look like anything? This old one can't understand either. Not only were those who had severed their Tao puzzled, the sages were also very confused. Why was the aura of this little girl's great Tao so complex? If it weren't for the aura of severing the Tao, which couldn't be mistaken, they would have suspected that this little girl had failed to sever her Tao. But sensing that the little girl clearly had many great Tao auras, was she really successful? With Ajiao successfully severing her Tao, the dragon gate slowly dissipated, and heaven and earth returned to calm, as if it had never appeared. Ajiao, are you okay? Lu Kuan instantly appeared beside Ajiao, looking at Ajiao, who had transformed into human form, and asked worriedly. He also sensed a strange power on Ajiao. Ajiao blinked her big eyes, shook her head, and raised her small fist. I'm fine, I feel full of strength. Her size had not changed, still the same little dot as before. Congratulations, little sister Chang'er. The holy prince also appeared in front of the two, nodding in congratulations. He. Ajiao's eyes curved into crescents. Her Tao was very complex. Like Lu Qingyun, she could cultivate multiple great Taos. However, she could not control it. Cultivating one great Tao required a corresponding great Tao, using the power of bewilderment as an anchor to achieve balance. Once out of balance, her Tao heart would shatter. Falling from the severed Tao level was a small matter, soul splitting was a major one. She briefly explained to Lu Kuan with her consciousness, leaving Lu Kuan looking completely bewildered. Lu Kuan was a bit confused. He didn't understand at all. He was just a fire player, a genius alchemist. How could he understand such abstract things? Ajiao, you really are the most amazing. However, Lu Kuan still smiled and rubbed Ajiao's head, praising her without reservation. Although he didn't understand being able to pass through the dragon gate, it was clear that she was very powerful. Ajiao has reached the Tao severing stage, such a joyous occasion, praise is certainly in order. Brother Kuan, are we going to run? Ajiao tugged at Lu Kuan's sleeve, looking at the jealous, twisted gazes below, and asked. Seeming to see Zhao's thoughts, the holy prince stepped forward, his aura directly spreading across the entire scene. With me here, no one dares to be presumptuous. His voice was full of threat, echoing throughout the area. Seeing this, many creatures had already retreated. The dragon gate was gone. There was nothing exciting to see. Time flowed slowly, and by the riverbank, more than half had already left. Only the Tao severing stage experts of the Tao Harmonious Heaven sect remained. Holy Prince, now that this matter is over, shouldn't you fight us? Someone flashed in front of the Holy Prince, unafraid, full of fighting spirit. The other Tao severing stage cultivators below also had their auras soaring, as if to compete right then and there. Their original main purpose in coming to the Four Directions sect was not the Dragon Gate. The Dragon Gate was just an unexpected surprise. They had only one goal, and that was to defeat the Holy Prince and seize the position of Tao Child. The one up there, having been peeking for so long, won't you come down for a chat? Suddenly, Yuren's voice interrupted the tense atmosphere. Everyone was puzzled and looked towards the sky. Ah, as expected of the space-rending great sage, this old woman hid so deeply, so far, yet you still discovered me. A hunched, red-clad old woman with a face full of wrinkles, leaning on a cane, slowly approached from afar. As she moved, she appeared above the river in the blink of an eye. Tao Master and Zhou Wei exchanged a glance, remaining silent. You are Qi Hua? Tian Lin narrowed his eyes, looking at the hunched old woman. There were only so many saints in the southern wilderness, it couldn't be hidden from anyone. Qi Hua smiled without saying a word, but her gaze occasionally shifted to Lu Kuan. Lu Kuan felt a bit uneasy being stared at by the old woman, tightening his legs, not quite understanding why. Qi Hua? That saint from the Li Fire Divine sect? Wasn't she said to be a peerless beauty? How is she so old, but still vigorous? People were talking about Qi Hua's appearance, but immediately stopped, because Qi Hua's gaze seemed a bit unkind. Talking about someone's appearance in front of an old woman, especially a saint, was an easy way to get a beating. Qi Hua was one of the 5 saints of the Li Fire Divine sect. Her fire path was unpredictable, already having taken form. The sea of fire under her control was also a sea of flowers. Her strength was unfathomable. In the boundless wilderness, there were many divine dynasties, clans, and sacred lands. Most of these forces had only 1 or 2 saints. There was no force like the Li Fire Divine sect that had 5 saints. After all, the Li Fire Great Emperor was the last great emperor of the wilderness. Even the Tao Harmonious Heaven sect, with its 4 saints, was already considered top tier. However, many forces had deep foundations, with emperor weapons suppressing them, and among their saints were saint kings and great saints, so it was not just about numbers. Tianlin exchanged a look with Bai Zhe, seemingly pondering something. Qi Hua? Why were you peeking at us? Yuren's eyes flashed with killing intent. She knew about the Li Fire Divine sect's cooperation with the Tao Harmonious Heaven sect, and she was now even more certain. Anything detrimental to the Holy Prince would be cut down by her blade. Qi Hua smiled, waved her hand, and made a slightly panicked expression, saying, "Oh dear, this is a misunderstanding, old woman." This old woman was just traveling the eastern divine region, noticed the commotion here, and stopped to see what was happening. As she spoke, her gaze shifted to Lu Kuan. I never imagined there would be a living being in this world capable of cultivating true solar fire. Chapter 89. I won't be a divine sun. The blazing fire divine sect is a sacred land for cultivating fire, and is naturally extremely sensitive to flames. The true sun fire was the way of the golden crow back then. It is in existence comparable to the blazing fire great emperor's imperial fire, the southern bright fire. This kid actually already has the rudiments of true sun fire. He is practically a descendant of the golden crow. Only Red Flower didn't expect that she had only slightly revealed a clue, and was discovered by Yuren. The great void-tearing sage truly deserves to be the king of space. So, you have ulterior motives towards my friend? The Holy Prince interrupted Granny Red Flower, his tone carrying a hint of undeniable authority. Hey! Look, you've misunderstood this old woman again, haven't you? My blazing fire divine sect cultivates the myriad wild flames, but the true sun fire disappeared from the world in ancient times. So, this old woman just wants to exchange ideas with this young friend about the great Tao of divine fire. I just don't know if this young friend is willing to give Red Flower this opportunity. Red Flower's old face, full of wrinkles, smiled like a chrysanthemum, making people's skin crawl. The Holy Prince looked at Lu Kuan. Exchanging ideas on the great Tao could be beneficial, and he couldn't directly refuse. Lu Kuan narrowed his eyes slightly. His natal divine fire was produced from comprehending the golden crow feather. Senior is probably mistaken. This is just my natal divine fire, not any true sun fire. As he spoke, Lu Kuan's aura suddenly rose, and then as his form changed, a divine bird, entirely golden with hints of black and red, its feathers bright and elegant, appearing like flames, appeared before everyone. Too beautiful, too exquisite. This was the feeling in everyone's hearts. A beauty that made one's heart flutter. Blazing fire divine crow. Red Flower was somewhat surprised. This group was the first-in-line bloodline of the Golden Crow, with the title of royal family of the demon race. But didn't this race only appear briefly in ancient times and have already gone extinct? Lu Kuan displayed himself for a moment, then transformed back into human form, his spirit bright and vigorous. Several saints were somewhat surprised, not expecting to see this kind of bloodline with their own eyes. So divine and extraordinary, this was probably already displaying the grace of a golden crow, right? They only knew that this kid was a demon, but they didn't expect his bloodline to be so heaven-defying. It's truly beautiful. Red Flower sighed, her eyes filled with fervor and anticipation. Young friend, are you willing to follow this old woman to the blazing fire divine sect? With your talent, you will surely become a divine son of my sect. Everyone was shocked again. This was just their first meeting, and this kid was about to become a divine son? The people below who had all undergone the severing Tao stage were somewhat lost. They had been waiting here for half a year, so many of them just to contend for a Tao son. Who would have thought that this kid was directly going to be a divine son? Moreover, this kid seemed to be a demon, right? The Blazing Fire Divine Sect was a major human sect. This was a divine son of the Blazing Fire Divine Sect, perhaps even more prestigious than a Tao son of the Tao Harmonious Heavenly Sect, right? Was this the world of heavenly geniuses? They could cultivate to the severing Tao stage. Naturally, they were all geniuses in their own right. However, there were still differences between geniuses. I am not human, I cannot be a divine son. Lu Kuan shook his head. Everyone gasped. This was a rejection? This was a divine son. I am also not human. Red Flower smiled, a red glow flashed, and only a bright red flower was left in place. This flower was the size of a person, very vibrant and fiery, like a flower completely made of scarlet flames. My Blazing Fire Divine Sect doesn't care about humans or demons as long as you cultivate fire. We are all one family. Red Flower transformed back into human form, staring at Lu Kuan with a smile. With this divine son, plus the reincarnated Emperor's son returning, their Blazing Fire Divine Sect would definitely suppress the present era and once again become the master of the boundless wilderness. No, I won't be a divine son. My master wouldn't agree. Lu Kuan continued to shake his head, his face unchanging, unmoved. What divine son could be more appealing than being the little Kunzi of his master? What? He actually refused again? Put. Someone's Tao heart was injured, and they were stimulated to the point of coughing up blood on the spot. They were exhausted from competing for the Tao Sun position, yet they showed no interest in the divine child. Wait. It seems they've discovered something extraordinary. A master? This kind of beast with this bloodline actually has a master. Master? Who is your master? I want to speak with him face to face. Red Flower frowned. This prodigy actually has an owner? Lu Kuan thought for a moment and slowly said, my master is the strongest person in the Barren Lands. He's currently traveling the continent, so you won't be able to find him. His tone was so calm, it didn't sound like he was joking at all. The strongest in the Barren Lands? Some people laughed. Yuren also shook her head. Even with her great sage strength, she wouldn't dare claim to be in the top 10 of the Barren Lands. Yet someone dared to claim to be the strongest? No one believed Lu Kuan's words. They just took it as an excuse to refuse Red Flower. Red Flower wanted to say something but was interrupted by the Holy Prince. Don't you understand? My brother doesn't want to be any divine child. Why don't you leave? The Holy Prince took a step forward, his aura like a rainbow, as if he was about to compete with a saint. Lu Kuan and Jiao looked at each other, not expecting the Holy Prince to care so much about them. This was so different from the beasts and humans they had encountered before. Oh well. If you change your mind, you can go directly to the Li Fire Holy City. Even if this old woman is in another realm, I will rush over. Red Flower shook her head, her eyes showing no sign of giving up. This prodigy had the foundation to become an emperor. After speaking, her voice still echoed in everyone's hearts, and Red Flower disappeared, leaving behind only a red petal phantom. This prince is a little tired. If you all want to fight, you can find her. The Holy Prince stretched, then pointed at Yuren. He had just fought with the Golden Dragon today. He was a war lover but not a war addict. Seeing this, Yuren instantly appeared in front of the Holy Prince, revealing a hidden killing intent. Everyone was stunned, some were angry, but they dared not speak out. They were afraid that if they trembled and took a step forward, they would die instantly. They could wait. Let's go. Brother Kuan, Sister Chinger, it's been a year, we should have a good gathering. The Holy Prince patted Lu Kuan's shoulder, in a great mood. Brother Zhantian, please. The Holy Prince left. Everyone watched the Holy Prince's group of four leave, their eyes filled with resentment. They wondered when he would return. Tianlin and Bai Zhe glanced at each other and also flashed away. Holy Master, what do you think? Tianlin hinted, while Bai Zhe narrowed his eyes and pondered. As they had expected, the Tao Union sect and the Li Fire Divine sect were deeply colluded. If not for the appearance of the fiery divine crow, which was too heaven-defying, perhaps that red flower would have remained hidden. He wondered if there were any other strong figures from the Li Fire Divine sect who would appear. This divine crow must be from a top force in the outer realms. I don't know which force, but... Baize was silent for a moment, stroking his beard, the corners of his mouth curving upward, and continued, "This might be a good thing for us." Tian Lin's eyes lit up and he quickly asked, "Holy Master, please tell me." Baize smiled, "Didn't you see? The Dao Union sect and the Li Fire Divine sect seem to have some scheme against this holy prince. Now that the forces from the outer realms have intervened, they must be in a panic. They definitely won't have time to bother with us. I've heard that the White Lotus Society has been acting up lately." Chapter 90 Innate Sword Embryo, Leaving the Holy City. Just as the Four Directions sect was leaping through the Dragon Gate, another major event occurred in the Dao Harmonious Heaven sect. A joyous occasion. No one had expected that immortal Qinghe had given birth. After the previous grand wedding, Spirit Sword Peak, which had fallen into calm, was once again in an uproar. Immortal Qinghe, no one even knew when she became pregnant, yet today, a child had arrived. Originally, Ji Xinchen and his wife had intended to keep the news secret. However, the commotion was simply too great. All the swords in the Dao Harmonious Heaven sect were humming. Even Spirit Sword Peak itself, this terrestrial vein sword that borrowed the power of heaven and earth, was trembling. The sky flickered, as if 10,000 swords were faintly appearing and weaving through the clouds, encircling the top of Spirit Sword Peak, emitting sword cries that resounded through the heavens and earth. This was a sword Dao blessing. It must be that a peerless sword Dao prodigy had descended to the world, causing this wondrous phenomenon of heaven and earth. The entire Spirit Sword Peak was in an uproar, excitedly comprehending the sword Dao aura that flowed ceaselessly between heaven and earth. At the peak of Spirit Sword Peak, the Peak Lord of Plain Garment Peak looked at the infant in swaddling clothes, smiling, and said to Ji Xinchen, "Peak Lord, it's a girl." Ji Xinchen's hands trembled, even his supreme cultivation unable to resist the surge of joy. He slowly took the baby girl, staring at her as he fell into thought, then exclaimed in shock, "This is an innate sword embryo." She was the sword, and the sword was her. This kind of physique was countless times more powerful than the innate sword heart. She was naturally the darling of the sword Dao. Some say that she was essentially an innate being, a child of the heavenly Dao. Her path was so smooth it was infuriating. She could cultivate directly to the realm of slaying the Dao without any obstacles. Throughout all of ancient history, only one person had possessed this kind of physique. The little girl didn't cry or fuss. She had already opened her eyes the moment she was born. She quietly observed everything before her, filled with curiosity. Spirit Sword Peak did not conceal the news. Soon, the news of the baby girl spread, but there was no mention of her physique. Some people, upon hearing this news, wailed in anguish, "What? Immortal Qinghe actually has a child? Their goddess from the past had actually become someone's wife? Isn't that even better?" someone said dismissively, feeling even more fanatical about Immortal Qinghe. "What? How can you say such a thing? State your name, I will duel you." Some people were furious. Even if she was married and had a child, she was still their goddess. How could someone dare to blaspheme their goddess? "Fight then, who's afraid of who? I never change my name or surname, I am Chao Mang." Some people, however, were thinking of another approach. There's no hope with Immortal Qinghe, but her daughter should be even more beautiful. A sinister laugh came from the side. "Ha, brother, you are very criminal. I have recorded your words, 10 spirit stones, and I'll give you this sound stone." Lu Qingyun had left, leaving with the White Lotus Saintess. This White Lotus Saintess had held enough Dharma assemblies in the Holy City and was preparing to travel around the boundless fire domain. It was said that she would hold a Dharma assembly in every large city, preaching the way of goodness. One could see her great ambition and great compassionate heart. Lu Qingyun had actually wanted to leave a long time ago the Blazing Fire Divine sect. Such a large sect looked golden and impressive, but in reality, 1 year of signing in it completely drained it. Thus, in order to satisfy Luo Qi's heart of admiration, they prepared to follow in the footsteps of the White Lotus Saintess. Lu Qingyun agreed readily. After all, for the sake of his disciples' physical and mental health, he had to fulfill it, didn't he? What's more, he could also absorb some of that good karma. So much good karma was being wasted by the White Lotus Saintess. Lu Qingyun simply couldn't bear it. He had no choice but to be compassionate and help clean up after the White Lotus Saintess. Surely, she was so kind, she should be grateful to him, right? Perhaps, with his perfect Zen Buddhist Dharma transformation efficiency, he could even become a compassionate sage? As for the dual paths of water and fire, it was just a matter of course. There was no need to deliberately cultivate. The further along, the more one would rely on enlightenment. Lu Qingyun decided that if the token sweeping location didn't refresh, he would keep following it. He didn't sell the courtyard in the Blazing Fire Holy City. The location was so good, maybe there would be a chance to come back and live here in the future. Besides, Luo Qi really liked this courtyard. After all, it was his first home. Luo Qi was indeed special. He cultivated the water-tide genesis technique smoothly. Water and fire were incompatible but extremely complementary. He possessed innate divine fire within his body and was originally invincible in fire cultivation, but now his talent in water cultivation was also extremely remarkable. In just 3 days, he had already mastered the basics of the watertight Genesis technique. You have to know, this was a saint-level cultivation technique. It came from the bottom of the Milky Way. Who knows which water saint created it before outside the blazing fire holy city, looking at the crowds coming and going. Still so fanatical, still so mad, still with those eyes full of anticipation. Lu Qingyun felt a bit emotional. His trip to the blazing fire holy city was over. Master, this technique feels so comfortable to cultivate. Walking along the road, Luoqi made strange gestures with his hands, faint water ripples flowing on them, feeling incredibly pleasant. Luoqi wasn't fanatical about the holy city. After all, outside, he couldn't even get enough to eat. He just wanted to have his fill, just wanted to have a decent life. Luoqi had found his opportunity. The holy city, to him, was not important. Lu Qingyun smiled, not saying much. Wasn't it relaxing? As soon as Luoqi started cultivating water, the hidden danger of the blazing fire within his body had the feeling of being suppressed. He only needed to reach the Tao slaying stage, then he could eliminate it completely. At that time, the sky would be the limit, and he would no longer be harassed by the fire. Lu Qingyun was very gratified. This was all the water path genius he had cultivated. Hey, master, do you have a mount? Suddenly, Luoqi looked at the people riding exotic beasts in the sky and asked. Lu Qingyun shook his head, saying, what mount could be faster than me? His speed, other than the nether blade he had encountered before, was probably unmatched. Hey, it's not about speed. Don't you think it's cool, handsome, and domineering? Luoqi was full of longing. He thought that if his cultivation was high in the future, he must find a cool mount. Seems like it. Lu Qingyun thought for a moment, feeling that Luoqi made some sense. In the myths he read in his previous life, the gods in the heavens and the Buddhas in the west seemed to all have mounts. Having a mount below might bring more prestige? Lu Kuan's main body seemed quite domineering, but he had gotten used to nurturing it, and he was a little embarrassed to ride it. However, Lu Qingyun was used to being low-key. A mount, he would think about it when the opportunity arose. Walking about 20 miles out, they reached a point where they could fly. Lu Qingyun grabbed Luoqi and slowly floated into the sky. Master, it's too high, Luoqi exclaimed, attracting the attention of many people. Some were envious, some were jealous, and some were disdainful. Luoqi had flown before, but only low in the courtyard. This was the first time he had been at such a height, standing in the clouds. Close your eyes. Lu Qingyun ignored Luoqi's shouts. Luoqi did as he was told. When he opened his eyes again, a magnificent city wall appeared in front of him. On the city gate were written 3 large words, Crimson Flame City.